After diligently completing her 999th task in the realm of quick transmigration, Shi Zhi finally had the opportunity to select a world in which to enjoy her retirement. Counting on her fingers, she set her conditions. She desired beauty, a splendid physique, wealth, and abundant wealth. With aspirations for a blissful new life, she found herself in the role of the protagonist in a glamorous entertainment industry narrative beautiful, fit, yet devoid of riches and plagued by a tarnished reputation and overwhelming debt. Shi Zhi was taken aback. The system urged her boldly forward, advising her to engage in conflicts and rivalries swiftly, for upon attaining stardom, she would be discovered by a wealthy steward and inherit a vast fortune. Shi Zhi, however, found such complications unnecessary. She had come for a life of leisure. Turning directly to the affluent steward, she questioned, "Do I resemble the daughter of your deceased master?" Thus, she sought to secure her billion-dollar inheritance. Audiences soon noticed a transformation in the formerly scandal-ridden, underappreciated actress Shi Zhi. She became lethargic and carefree, while other actresses donned the skimpiest of dresses, shivering in the frigid wind. She sauntered down the red carpet in a puffy down jacket, as if strolling leisurely with an elderly gentleman. While her peers indulged in singing, dancing, or reading typically titles such as A Brief History of Time, Shi Zhi preferred fishing, chess, and gardening, particularly enamored with flowers, and she had the means to indulge in her passions. Her manager believed this artist was beyond redemption, likely a lost cause, but Shi Zhi planned to embrace her fortune and withdraw from the entertainment industry, living a mundane life in a spacious bedroom. Yet, unexpectedly, she became a sensation. Millions of fans rallied behind her, proclaiming her a treasure, urging, "Shi Zhi, shine brightly for us." In the end, she embodied the very essence of a protagonist in a feel-good narrative. Chapter 1. The Day of Unwanted Fame. Shi Zhi lay flat with her eyes closed, hands resting on her smooth abdomen, exuding a profound sense of devotion. She appeared calm, yet her wildly trembling eyelids and uncontrollably rising corners of her mouth betrayed her inner exhilaration. At long last, she could retire. Having worked in the Quick Transmigration Bureau, Shi Zhi felt like an ordinary office worker compared to her extraordinarily gifted colleagues. Completing tasks was akin to clocking in, and there was no need for additional interaction with superiors or co-workers. It wasn't until she submitted her retirement application after fulfilling 999 tasks that her supervisor finally took notice of her. Her supervisor implored her to stay, appealing to her emotions and reasoning. "The Quick Transmigration Bureau needs talents like you, Shi Zhi. Your absence would be a significant loss." They even promised her the chance to become a permanent employee if she remained. Shi Zhi firmly declined. Though tempted, she remained resolute. Finally able to retire and embrace a delightful new chapter, who would wish to continue as a mere cog in the machine? What a jest! Not long ago, she had penned her desires for her new identity, to be beautiful, fit, and exceedingly wealthy. In this moment, Shi Zhi fervently prayed for her wishes to come true, envisioning the joyous scenes that would greet her upon opening her eyes. Perhaps she would find herself on a pristine, picturesque island, lounging in a chair with coconut water in hand, her feet sinking into soft sandy beaches, basking in the sun, or strolling through a serene forest villa accompanied by gentle deer. Suddenly, a jarring mechanical voice echoed in her mind, a sound that to her was akin to celestial music. The transmission concluded, she had arrived at her destination, bringing with her an exquisite appearance and the promise of a splendid retirement. Shi Zhi, get out of the entertainment industry. Perish. No sunlit beaches, no forest villas, no gentle deer. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with two eggs hurling toward her face with a whoosh. Shi Zhi's pupils dilated in shock. This was not the entrance she had anticipated. Shi Zhi. Everything unfolded too rapidly. Her assistant barely managed to shout her name. Then, some retreated, while others hid behind women, fully embracing the notion of better them than me. They were too few to withstand the wrath of the enraged male idol's fans. Shi Zhi had incurred the ire of many, and somehow, word had leaked, for the ardent fans had gathered at the company's entrance, ready to unleash their fury through insults and projectiles. Now, it had all come to a head. Dressed in a striking red gown that accentuated her curves, she was the most dazzling figure amidst the crowd. Despite the recent scandals dimming her spirit, she retained her beauty, perhaps even appearing more delicate and enchanting. However, in mere moments, those two eggs were set to splatter against her lovely visage. Even the male idol's fans hesitated, albeit only slightly. Stirring the pot deserves punishment. Yet, just half a second later, the eggs did not meet her face. Instead, Shi Zhi, previously seemingly devoid of energy, swiftly raised her hand to shield herself, catching both eggs effortlessly in her palms, unscathed. Her movements were quick and fluid, causing the previously raucous crowd to fall silent. The male idol's fans were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Shi Zhi furrowed her brow, glancing down at the eggs in her hands, equally puzzled by the situation. Where was the promised retirement life? Nevertheless, she proceeded to walk toward a particular direction, eventually halting before a round-faced girl. Shi Zhi spoke. Are these eggs yours? The girl's face flushed crimson. She had thrown the eggs and hurled insults, but now, standing face to face with Shi Zhi, her courage faltered. The actress was undeniably beautiful, exuding a captivating charm, a rare sight in reality. Shi Zhi remarked, "Oh, then here you go." She opened her palm, yet the girl, feeling embarrassed and timid, took several steps back, stammering, "I don't want them." Shi Zhi classified this as a gift. "A present for me." The girl was taken aback. "Indeed." Shi Zhi smiled. "Thank you." With that, she calmly placed the 2 eggs into her LV handbag amidst the crowd's bewildered stares. "Stop acting." Just as Shi Zhi stowed the eggs away, another insult cut through the silence, this time accompanied by a compact mirror, its sharp edges glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Compared to the eggs, this mirror was far more perilous. A mere slip could result in a serious injury to her face, fatal for an actress reliant on her looks. Yet, she caught it deftly between 2 fingers. Once more, silence enveloped the surroundings as Shi Zhi remained unfazed by their reactions, examining the mirror as it faced her. Reflected was a stunning visage, reminiscent of her own but enhanced, aligning perfectly with Shi Zhi's aspirations for beauty. This revelation brought her a measure of relief, though the circumstances remained unclear. The series of unexpected events indicated something unusual was unfolding. Fortunately, her appearance was indeed striking, and her physique, albeit not meticulously scrutinized, seemed commendable. Shi Zhi approached the girl who had thrown the mirror, her previous bravado dissipating, as if she sensed an impending strike. Yet, Shi Zhi merely tossed the mirror back to her, firmly advising, "Do not throw things carelessly." To end that moment, the girl felt as though she were under the gaze of a disapproving father. She shrank back. After a series of unarmed confrontations, the once menacing crowd surrounding Shi Zhi gradually dispersed, while her assistant and security guards seized the moment to whisk her away, clutching 2 raw eggs wrapped in an LV bag. Following Shi Zhi's departure, a video began to circulate online. This time, it was not met with the usual torrent of insults, but rather a chorus of question marks. In the footage, Shi Zhi effortlessly caught an egg with her left hand, while her right hand deftly lifted a mirror, showcasing a seamless performance devoid of any editing. Amid the sea of confusion, one individual finally articulated the collective curiosity of the online community. What's going on? Is Shi Zhi, unable to thrive in the entertainment industry, now transitioning into the world of acrobatics? Surprisingly, her acrobatic skills were quite impressive, revealing a talent no one expected from her. After enduring days of scorn, the protagonist, now subtly shifting towards a career in acrobatics, sat solemnly on a bench. An hour earlier, while Shi Zhi was fervently invoking the fast travel system, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, an unmistakable sound familiar to her, akin to the school bell. For students belonging to the system, indeed, the system provided clarification. The world Shi Zhi inhabited was derived from a popular entertainment-themed novel where the female protagonist, after experiencing widespread online vilification and relentless attacks from a male idol's fans, ultimately rebounded from her lowest point to embark on a meteoric rise, vanquishing her adversaries and achieving unparalleled success. Shi Zhi inquired, "But how does this pertain to me? What significance did such elaborate context hold?" She had come for a respite, despite her foreboding predictions, when the system revealed that she had assumed the identity of the original female protagonist during her trough of despair. Shi Zhi could not suppress her exasperation. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I request to contact headquarters. There is an error that deviates from my initial conditions." It was not merely a deviation, scarcely any of it aligned with Shi Zhi's expectations. At that moment, she still harbored a glimmer of hope for the fast travel system, believing that such a large organization could not be so blatantly flawed or shameless. Shi Zhi pointed emphatically at her sparsely furnished rental, where a basin was set to catch dripping water, urging the system to reconsider its statements. While being briefed on her original self's background, Shi Zhi found it utterly absurd that the protagonist was allegedly entangled in a scandal of being a kept woman. How could one be maintained in such a dilapidated place? Shi Zhi was mistaken. Her error lay in expecting the fast travel system to possess any semblance of integrity, which it patently lacked. In the wake of their blunder, they had no intention of rectifying it, leaving her, an innocent retiree, to bear the consequences. What of the countless tasks she had completed? Was there no labor protection agency to intervene? Upon realizing the grim reality, Shi Zhi finally unleashed her ire. The system had never witnessed a woman's temperament shift so swiftly, transforming from a mild-mannered worker to an irate individual in an instant.
Wait.
Shi Zhi halted her tirade, sensing something amiss as she strode briskly towards the kitchen. There, on the stove, 2 eggs were boiling in a pot, those same eggs that had previously been hurled at her by a male idol's fan, which she had managed to salvage and stow in her LV. This meager abode, devoid of any food. Those 2 eggs were now being cooked. In the original narrative, the protagonist had suffered the humiliation of being struck in the forehead by an egg thrown by a fan, leading to a series of unfortunate events that initiated her climb back to the top of the entertainment industry. Now, as Shi Zhi retrieved the 2 eggs from the pot, uncertain which one might serve as the catalyst for her journey, she held one in each hand, weighing them for a few moments. Before cracking them against the edge of the table, the resounding crack of the shells echoed twice, revealing perfectly shaped egg whites that glimmered softly under the light, eliciting from her the first genuine smile she had felt since her arrival. They were cooked, she could finally eat. Chapter 2. The day after not wanting to become famous, thus, the pivotal tool, the egg, was fed into Shi Zhi's stomach. As she savored the egg, she found it quite remarkable. Indeed, this tool egg bore no distinction from an ordinary one. Technically speaking, a boiled egg can be a bit difficult to consume without accompaniments. Yet given the circumstances, Shi Zhi could only weepingly finish it down with plain water. Her first meal in retirement was exceedingly meager, but she consoled herself with the thought that at least she had eaten 2 eggs and was no longer hungry. At this juncture, Shi Zhi was well aware that the other party was resolutely steering her towards the archetype of a triumphant female protagonist who defies the odds. She held no interest in becoming a sensation or a top-tier star. Her purpose was unequivocally clear. She was there to relish the benefits of retirement. The idea of being tasked with missions at this point was perplexing. What was the difference between this and undertaking tasks in another realm? Shi Zhi had no intention of concerning herself with the original plot, yet despite her quarrels with the system, she had retained certain crucial pieces of information. Upon achieving fame, she would be discovered by the steward, inherit a fortune, and become immensely wealthy. Who said one must wait for fame? Would she not seek it out herself? Perhaps in an attempt to placate her, the system had provided detailed information on this matter, which proved advantageous to Shi Zhi. In the age of the internet, secrets were scarce. Even if they existed, they could be unearthed with a little digging. Shi Zhi opened her phone and began her investigation. Pinpointing several key details, the wealthy individual had passed away and left no heirs, and she further filtered out any false claims of wealth. To her delight, she indeed found the rightful heir. Even more fortuitously, they were in the same city, and a taxi ride would cost less than 200. The prospect of immense wealth was within reach, allowing Shi Zhi to envision the idyllic scenes of beaches and villas that could soon become her reality. However, she soon discovered that the original owner had not even $200 to their name. The balance in the payment app was a mere $2.50. This star had lived in solitude, impoverished beyond imagination. Naturally, Shi Zhi would not relinquish her chance to inherit the fortune. She was determined to exchange $200 for the title of the richest. Eventually, she navigated to her WeChat page, noting the presence of numerous friends, and contemplated borrowing some money. Ideally, she would prefer to reach out to someone familiar, yet her understanding of the original owner's social situation was limited. As she scrolled through, she found no messages exchanged with others. It was unclear whether the original owner deleted conversations after sending or simply refrained from communicating altogether. Thankfully, she only needed to borrow $200, and once she secured the inheritance, she could repay it immediately. For anyone who recognized her, borrowing such a modest sum should not be too arduous. Thus, Shi Zhi selected a few potential candidates and composed her message. Hello. I am the daughter of the wealthy individual who has fallen from grace. I need $200 for travel expenses to claim my inheritance.
Yes, you.
There will be a generous reward upon my success. I, the daughter of the richest, request a transfer of $200. Thank you. As Shi Zhi patiently awaited the transfer, her chosen children of destiny received her message simultaneously across various corners and scenes. The business-minded child of destiny, unaware of her identity as he had not saved her contact, chose to block her after scrutinizing the message for a while. Shi Zhi pondered, honestly, why does no one believe me? He did not perceive the individual beneath the surface as a peer. A person of his astute nature would surely not fall for such a rudimentary deception. However, what if others were to be deceived? Reporting to the authorities would also safeguard the reputation of his colleagues. The light of righteousness illuminated the earth. Although Shi Zhi could not procure the funds she sought, she found herself in a vehicle that was not a taxi, but rather a police car. The staff acted swiftly, promptly identifying the location. Although they initially anticipated apprehending a low-level fraud ring, only to unexpectedly encounter the celebrity Shi Zhi. Staff member Shi Zhi. Upon confirming that the woman before them was indeed the star Shi Zhi, the staff deduced that the potential for fraud was eliminated. They categorized the incident as a misunderstanding resulting from a jest among friends, unaware that this encounter revealed that even celebrities indulge in fanciful daydreams, a trait not exclusive to ordinary individuals. Staff member. In the future, please refrain from making such flippant jokes to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But what if this is not a misunderstanding? The staff preparing to inform Shi Zhi that she could leave exhibited a look of confusion. Shi Zhi pondered. Since she was already there, perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity to seek assistance. The police station indeed had the contact information of the former tycoon's steward. To be precise, the former tycoon had no offspring until shortly before his passing, when it was revealed that he and his wife had a daughter who had tragically gone missing. The prospect of a vast inheritance attracted many with nefarious intentions seeking shortcuts. The police had dealt with several such cases, naturally having interacted with the steward responsible for the management of the former tycoon's substantial estate. In recent years, attempts at inheritance fraud had diminished, or if they did occur, they were riddled with errors, even the most basic discrepancies in age. The celebrity before them insisted she was not lying, and her identification corroborated her age. Thus the staff had no reason to disregard her claim and proceeded to contact the former tycoon's steward. The steward arrived expeditiously. Just as Shi Zhi finished a cup of hot water, she came face to face with the hurried steward. Though not young, having served the former tycoon for most of his life, he was impeccably groomed, clad in a tailcoat, with meticulously arranged hair and shrewd eyes that scrutinized Shi Zhi with a discerning gaze. The staff member approached the steward to explain the situation. Aware of the steward's deep disdain for imposters and fearing that an overly emotional reaction might harm Shi Zhi. Just as he began to speak, the steward rushed past the staff member, who was unable to intervene, and directly approached Shi Zhi. Young miss. At last, I have found you, he exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Shi Zhi had no doubts regarding her identity, having previously learned from the system, yet she anticipated a complex verification process. She was taken aback when the steward immediately referred to her as young Mississippi. This was rather hasty. Faced with the emotional elder, she handed him a tissue before speaking. Shouldn't we verify this first? At the very least, we should follow the proper procedures. The butler expressed the unspoken thoughts of the other staff members. With a gaze filled with comfort, he regarded Shi Zhi, stating that it was unnecessary for her to prove herself. He could see at a glance that she was indeed the young lady, a spitting image of the master. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. Shi Zhi, is it truly so? She pondered, considering that the original protagonist would undoubtedly weep here, perhaps even louder than the butler himself. After all, if one could recognize her so easily, she must have been a star, at the very least. The reactions of those around her indicated that the original owner was quite well known. Why must one achieve overwhelming fame to be acknowledged? Was this truly a lighthearted narrative rather than a tragic one? At that moment, contemplating the logic of the novel seemed irrelevant. Shi Zhi was content to bypass the arduous journey and reach her goals directly. Engaging in petty squabbles was exhausting to even think about, and it appeared she might save on taxi fares as well. However, as the butler confidently identified her as the master's daughter, he shed his shrewd demeanor and engaged her in endless conversation. Would the young lady care to see a photograph of the master? Referring to the picture of her father, the former tycoon. Shi Zhi nodded, intrigued by the prospect of viewing the likeness of the previous magnate with whom she shared an uncanny resemblance. The butler surprisingly produced a photograph, and she leaned in closer. Is it not a perfect match? He eagerly inquired, gazing at the image of a round-faced, small-eyed, short-nosed, and rather portly man. She reflected on her own appearance. It would be inaccurate to claim they were identical. At the very least, they were entirely dissimilar. What she had thought was a jest had unexpectedly become reality. Within mere minutes, the star Shi Zhi had transformed into the orphan of a former tycoon, the heir to a fortune, a fact that seemed to add dramatic flair in the eyes of the staff. The butler expressed gratitude to the police, presenting a banner as a token of appreciation, the scent of wealth lingering in the air. This is your home now. You have endured much over the years, he assured her. Shi Zhi, all is well now. The butler encouraged her to voice any desires. Contemplating her request, she tentatively asked for a grand bed of 300 square meters. Enamored with her newfound identity, she had developed a keen interest in such opulence. The butler, maintaining his composure, indulgently promised to arrange it. Shi Zhi felt a surge of excitement.
Do I possessa substantial fortuna.
Indeed, a vast wealth left behind by your master. He confirmed. May I have several cards, perhaps even black cards? I find it hard to believe, and wish to keep them by my bedside, to savor the fragrance of money.
Certainly.
The young lady has truly suffered, he remarked, his gaze filled with affection. Shi Zhi accepted his look with grace. While she had found the notion absurd while reading Mary Sue novels, now that she was living it, one thought consumed her. How delightful. Of course, verification was still necessary, as it was part of the fundamental process. Shi Zhi remained unperturbed, and the results soon confirmed her identity, without a doubt. Having bypassed the struggles of the past, she had swiftly claimed her inheritance, relishing in 2 days of retirement bliss. Then, at noon, the long silent system voice chimed in. Did you think I had perished? Shi Zhi opened her eyes, feeling a tinge of regret as she sighed. Is it truly not yet time? Shi Zhi raised her hand to tear off the card stuck to her arm, cradling it as she drifted into a deep slumber. If only it were not so easily adhered to her skin, it would have been perfect. Chapter 3. Reluctance to Achieve Stardom. Day 3. Shi Zhi pulled the black card from her arm, turned over, and continued to sleep, ignoring the system's repeated insistence that she adhere to the original storyline. Some systems might still be operational, but in Shi Zhi's heart, they were already dead. Had she complied obediently, she would have bypassed all steps and directly inherited a vast fortune. The system, perhaps taken aback by her unconventional approach, incessantly urged her to follow the original narrative. A demand that would drive most to the brink of madness, yet it had no effect on Shi Zhi. She ate when hungry and slept when tired, her complexion glowing as her rest deepened. Presumably recognizing Shi Zhi's indifference, the system's urging diminished significantly, prompting her to pay a modicum of attention. She sensed an underlying complexity, an instinct suggesting that the system was concocting something grand. Sure enough, upon learning of the devastating flooding in a renowned wine-producing region, her eyelids twitched. Shi Zhi inquired with the butler, recalling that she owned a vineyard in that area. The butler, a man of integrity, had no intention of embezzling from the substantial inheritance. After locating her, he proceeded to enumerate her extensive properties. Due to the sheer volume, the list extended over several days. The vineyard, however, remained etched in her memory, as she reflected on the monotony of the affluent lifestyle, which she found quite delightful. Now, a flood? The butler glanced at the report and confirmed her fears. Indeed, the grapes had suffered damage. Yet, he reassured her that she need not worry about being deprived of red wine, as she owned several vineyards worldwide. And the owner was not particularly fond of wine. The implication was clear. Had it been a passion, she would have owned even more. This time, Shi Zhi was not merely pleased. The system's voice echoed in her mind, devoid of inflection, yet she discerned a hint of triumph. Shi Zhi jolted upright in alarm. Lowering her wealth value? No. That would be akin to robbing her of her retirement funds. Such a jest was not to be taken lightly. After the system's ominous statement, it vanished, and she soon received a call from her agent, Brother Quan, requesting her presence at the company for an urgent matter. Had there been no threat to her retirement funds, she would have hesitated to go. But now, the stakes were personal. Shi Zhi frowned, contemplating her investments, her performances. The butler, increasingly convinced of the merits of this plan, noted that her previous company had been small and ineffective, failing to secure her an Oscar and subjecting her to unwarranted criticism. His unwavering support for Shi Zhi's every endeavor seemed to bolster her confidence. She had no doubt that a mere nod from her would prompt him to establish an entertainment company for her, charting a swift path to fame. She quickly waved her hand. No, that's unnecessary. For the remaining stars, this might bring immense joy, yet Shi Zhi had no aspirations for fame. Her sole intention for being there was to maintain her financial standing. This action of hers led the butler to misinterpret her motives, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Master, do you see this relentless spirit and the passion for self-made success? It mirrors your own. Shi Zhi mused to herself that the sooner she commenced her work, the sooner it would conclude, allowing her to retire smoothly once no one sought her out. Although the butler discreetly knew her company was small, it was nonetheless one of the leading entertainment giants in the country. Shi Zhi had visited once before, and this time, the crowd of egg throwers was absent. She didn't allow the butler to accompany her inside. She let him go ahead while she was beckoned by her manager, Brother Quan. Hurry up. What are you dawdling at the door for? Brother Quan, oblivious to the butler, noticed Shi Zhi standing in a daze at the entrance. Fearing she might be blocked again, Shi Zhi followed closely behind Brother Quan. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, married and competent in his work. However, he was well aware that during Shi Zhi's peak, he was not the one to manage her. At the time she gained fame, no one anticipated her rapid decline. Soon, the atmosphere would become rather poignant, and Brother Quan, feeling reluctant, softened his tone to engage Shi Zhi in conversation. "These past few days at home must have felt like a vacation, right?" Shi Zhi replied, "It has been splendid, so delightful that I wish not to leave." There was an evening red carpet event, and he had borrowed a new haute couture gown for her, assuring her that she would outshine the rest, leaving them unable to mock her. Brother Quan retained his confidence, for Shi Zhi's face was her greatest asset, with few able to rival her beauty. As they approached the room, he steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. "The company has reduced your personnel allocation." Inside the room, several individuals, both men and women, were preparing to say their farewells to her. "Sister Shi Zhi, I don't want to leave you," one girl lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Quan felt that the company's actions were truly unjust. Shi Zhi had committed no wrongdoing, while the male idols had indeed tarnished her reputation through scandalous publicity. Yet, the company had effectively begun to abandon her. Despite the unfairness, Brother Quan understood the company's perspective. Shi Zhi's popularity among the public had diminished significantly, resulting in a yearly decline in profits attributable to her. They saw no potential for a resurgence in her career and deemed it more prudent to invest in rising stars like Lu Yingying and Chen Lu rather than continue funding Shi Zhi's team. Consequently, the company slashed expenses related to her team, resulting in some staff members not receiving their salaries, as they too needed to make a living. However, Brother Quan was utterly unprepared for the news that not only the assistants and public relations personnel were leaving, but even the collaborating makeup artist was departing, which left him in a state of agitation. "Why was I not informed sooner? Shi Zhi is set to walk the red carpet tonight. Where am I to find her a new makeup artist?" It was not merely a question of availability. He had worked with Shi Zhi for many years, intimately familiar with her strengths and weaknesses. Finding a replacement would not yield superior results, and Brother Quan was counting on Shi Zhi to garner attention with her look for this event. The makeup artist hesitated, and Lu Yingying, tempted by the allure of wealth, found herself compelled to yield. The room was filled with a cacophony of emotions, some weeping, others reluctant to part ways, while Quan Go and the makeup artist bickered. "Well, why not have everyone stay?" A woman's voice chimed in, soft yet clear enough for all present to hear. Everyone turned in unison to gaze at the woman standing at the doorway. As the focal point of the scene, Shi Zhi felt quite taken aback, unable to immerse herself in the unfolding drama. What was this narrative about? Nevertheless, if everyone was so reluctant to let her go, then they might as well all remain. More hands would make the work lighter for her. Quan Go furrowed his brow, questioning who would bear the costs of their extended stay. The company had already made it clear they would not cover expenses. Did Shi Zhi intend to pay out of her own pocket? "I will," she declared, fixing her gaze on the makeup artist. "Whatever others offer you, I will pay double, no, triple." She held high expectations for her appearance, wishing to look stunning, and with her newfound wealth, she felt inclined to spend a bit more. Quan Go, somewhat aware of Shi Zhi's situation, was taken aback. "Where did you acquire such funds? Have you truly succumbed to temptation and sought a benefactor?" To avoid complications stemming from revealing her identity as the daughter of a wealthy magnate, only to be mistaken for a fraud, Shi Zhi opted for a more straightforward approach. "I won the lottery." The room erupted in astonishment. Shi Zhi was lavished with attention from her team, with chairs being offered and drinks presented. The makeup artist, no longer contemplating a job change, scrutinized Shi Zhi's visage, marveling at its artistry, so breathtakingly beautiful even without makeup. "With my expertise in natural looks, I can enhance your beauty further. Inspiration for a red carpet appearance has struck me." The prospect of triple payment ignited his creativity. In a corner, an assistant, who was not initially on the dismissal list, timidly raised a hand. "Sister Shi, I must confess, Chen Baichuan has asked me to monitor your movements. If I were to apply for this role, is there a chance for a salary increase?" The spy, enticed by the prospect of a high salary, opted for self-disclosure, even requesting to become a counter-spy. Shi Zhi was taken aback, as were the others. How, unexpectedly, had a traitor been unveiled? Initially unaware of who Chen Baichuan was, Shi Zhi gleaned from Quan Go's furious ramblings that he was a male idol emerging from a talent show. The team had sought to capitalize on the heat by creating a narrative of interest between him and her, and the initial egg-throwing incident had been instigated by his fans. Shi Zhi refrained from explicitly telling the spy whether a raise was warranted. She would assess their performance. The spy, invigorated by the prospect of a raise, soon approached Shi Zhi, eager to share a significant scoop, urging her to lean in closer. I have crucial intel. Chen Baichuan's underwear is pink. ISNT that an extraordinary revelation? Chapter 4. The fourth day of unwanted fame. Shi Zhi opened her mouth in feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Wow." The spy mirrored her excitement. "Wow. Does this mean I can get a raise?" Shi Zhi encouraged her, saying, "With more hard work, you might just earn the privilege of paying to work here." Covering her ears, she lamented, "My ears have been sullied by such trivial gossip." A warning regarding salary deductions loomed. What significance lay in someone wearing pink underwear? She had no interest in such matters, and the very fact that the other party possessed this knowledge raised her suspicions. Shi Zhi could barely suppress the urge to display her disapproval. The character of the spy did not converse with Shi Zhi for long before being pushed aside by the other staff, all of whom wore unabashedly flattering smiles. "Sister Shi, have some pineapple." "No, Sister Shi, you should try the watermelon. It's truly sweet." Both the pineapple and watermelon were sliced and thoughtfully garnished with toothpicks, as if they were offerings to an ancestral deity, and the staff gazed at Shi Zhi with sparkling eyes. "Indeed, she is our revered ancestor, our benefactor." The employee who was once on the verge of dismissal was now receiving a salary directly from Shi Zhi, who had undeniably become the true benefactor. Although the company still funded the others, Shi Zhi's extravagant gesture of offering 3 times the usual wage had stirred the hearts of her makeup artists, who had previously been resigned to their mundane existence. An employee who does not aspire for promotion and pay raises cannot be deemed a good employee. Amidst the throngs of admirers, Shi Zhi sampled both the watermelon and pineapple, and immediately someone presented her with wet wipes to clean her hands, enjoying a leisurely moment. Though it could not compare to the comfort of a grand villa, it was still quite pleasant. According to the original narrative, the protagonist experienced betrayal and abandonment during her low point, a catalyst for her eventual rise. However, under Shi Zhi's financial influence, the plot diverged from its intended course. The ties of monetary association grew too strong, and the power of wealth was undeniable. It even preemptively shattered the subplot, exposing the spy. Although Shi Zhi found little significance in the revelation that the spy had been bribed, yet, as a competent narrative of triumph in the entertainment industry, various complications were inevitable. The protagonist faced not only the betrayal of those around her but also encountered a crisis with her haute couture gown shortly before stepping onto the red carpet. The dress had been damaged. "I checked it thoroughly. I was only gone for a brief moment, and it turned into this." The assistant responsible for the gown, having never dealt with such a situation, was rendered inconsolable. Shi Zhi gazed at the gown she had once held in her hands. It was originally a stunning mermaid-style dress, shimmering beautifully, but now it was reduced to tattered scraps. The makeup artist attempted to assess the damage. "This cannot be worn." "Assistant, it seems there are no surveillance cameras here. What shall we do?" Her manager, Quan Go, paced anxiously, appearing utterly distraught. "Why on earth did you go out? Couldn't you have waited just a little longer?" He knew that complaints and blame were futile at this juncture, yet he could not help himself. Where could they possibly find a suitable gown in such a short time? There was no opportunity to have someone deliver or purchase a replacement. Finding an appropriate dress was already a challenge, and the event's location was rather remote, compounded by the pressing time constraints. The team had placed immense importance on this red carpet appearance, with Kwanga hoping that Shi Zhi would outshine her peers and attract attention, only to be confronted with such an unforeseen crisis. In the midst of this anxious atmosphere, Shi Zhi remained remarkably composed, attempting to recall the plot. Indeed, she managed to recollect that the original protagonist had also faced a similar predicament, where her important red carpet moment had been marred by a jealous rival who had sabotaged her gown. At this juncture, Shi Zhi found the situation rather commonplace. Given her current predicament, she continued to peruse the text, her curiosity piqued by the original work's treatment of the narrative. Then, Shi Zhi was utterly astonished. In the original story, the female protagonist tore down the curtains of her room, fashioned a gown from them, and donned this makeshift dress to outshine everyone on the red carpet, radiating brilliance. Shi Zhi exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Is it truly possible to don curtains on the red carpet and steal the spotlight? Surely, the original heroine was intended to be comedic, and the other beauties present were merely there for amusement as well. Shi Zhi glanced at her phone, which displayed the day's temperature, a mere 4 degrees. The weather had indeed turned chilly in recent days, and, considering the red carpet was outdoors, one could only imagine the reaction of any sensible person witnessing an artist clad in curtains on such a frigid day. It seemed as though the author had penned this plot with little thought. The gown itself was already absurdly impractical, And now, with the weather being what it was, Shi Zhi found a valid excuse to decline participation. With an air of nonchalance, she declared, "That's enough. I shall take my leave,"
Quan germani concurrat.
stating that it was time to depart. Yet, Shi Zhi pondered, in what attire would she exit? By the time Quan Go realized the situation, Shi Zhi had already vanished. He turned his puzzled gaze towards the others present. The assistant, equally perplexed, stammered, "Sister Shi." She left wearing her own clothes, with a down jacket over them. Quan Go was taken aback, feeling that perhaps his anxiety had muddled his thoughts, causing a dissonance between his ears and mind. The evening gala was hosted by a prominent domestic fashion magazine, and the venue was ablaze with stars. Occasionally, popular young actors and actresses made appearances, eliciting waves of shrieks from the throngs of fans gathered outside. Many admirers, unable to attend for various reasons, were given the thoughtful option of watching the live broadcast, allowing them to follow their idols online, with the chat room fervently filled with the names of beloved stars. The popularity of these figures was undeniably palpable. With dashing men and stunning women dazzling the eye, fans began to speculate who sported the more exquisite ensemble or which gown was the most sophisticated. The hosts continued to announce the names of the artists gracing the red carpet, and when Shi Zhi's name was called, it was as if a drop of water had fallen into a hot pan. In the live chat, exclamations erupted. "Did I just hear Shi Zhi? Is that the infamous Shi Zhi?" The audience was incredulous. How could she still be relevant? Hadn't she faded into obscurity? It was believed she had retired from the limelight. Unlike other artists who received a chorus of praise from their fans, the moment Shi Zhi was about to appear, the chat room was devoid of any supporters, filled instead with negative comments. The female artists either walking the red carpet or already seated reacted with indifference upon hearing Shi Zhi's name, internally lamenting her presence. They thought, had they known she would attend, they would have made a more extravagant effort in their own appearances. They were acutely aware that this was a golden opportunity to showcase themselves, and Shi Zhi would undoubtedly have prepared meticulously to outshine everyone else. Therefore, the consensus was clear. It would be best for her to retire from public view. A number of female artists perked up, some already beginning to adjust their hair or lower their necklines. They could not afford to lose. Amidst the subtle undercurrents of the red carpet, whether intentional or not, everyone's peripheral gaze was irresistibly drawn towards its end, anticipating the appearance of the ever-enchanting Shi Zhi, who this time had meticulously prepared to capture attention. Yet, she was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a figure clad in an unusually thick attire emerged faintly at the far end of the carpet. In the live stream, the audience murmured, "Didn't Shi Zhi say she was coming? Where is she?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, that seems to be Shi Zhi. Why is she wearing a down jacket?"
Indeed.
It was her, and her manner of traversing the red carpet bore a striking resemblance to that of an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll in the neighborhood. The live stream erupted with astonishment. As the camera zoomed in, the figure at the end of the carpet became clearer. She donned a voluminous down coat and small leather boots. And despite the thickness of her attire, her slender frame prevented her from appearing bulky. Her long, thick hair cascaded freely, framing a face of remarkable beauty. Who else could it be but Shi Zhi? Viewers in the live stream aptly commented on how her demeanor on the red carpet mirrored that of a leisurely elderly man, walking leisurely with the most exquisite of faces. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream, rivaling the excitement typically reserved for a popular newcomer. In stark contrast, the venue itself remained notably quiet. Shi Zhi, resembling an elder, seemed unfazed. Even among the throngs of spectators and the watchful eyes of various cameras, her composure remained serene. After all, she was merely fulfilling the demands of the system regarding her red carpet walk, with plans to soon find her seat in the area where everyone else was gathered. However, it appeared that her popularity was genuinely lacking. As Shi Zhi noticed that while others were greeted by fans calling their names, no one uttered a word for her. Yet, she did not engage in comparisons, recognizing the futility of such thoughts. After a moment of silence, the venue finally stirred. Was Shi Zhi really walking the red carpet? Dressed in a down jacket instead of a glamorous gown, she boldly made her entrance. Due to the overwhelming astonishment and Shi Zhi's resolute focus on her target zone, the host did not even attempt to stop her for an interview. Several female artists exchanged glances, each reading a sense of schadenfreude in the other's eyes. An insider revealed that the company was likely to abandon her, perhaps not even arranging attire for her. The conclusion drawn was one of pity, yet their delight was palpable at her misfortune. While everyone else donned revealing attire, with female artists showcasing as much skin as possible, Shi Zhi's outfit stood out as distinctly unconventional, verging on incongruity. She did not recognize anyone and had no intention of conversing. But one nearby female artist could not resist turning her head. "Is this what you're wearing?" she remarked, her tone laden with malice. Shi Zhi cast a sidelong glance, seemingly oblivious to the mockery, and instead lifted her gaze to the sky.
Oh,
"It's snowing," she stated. As her words echoed, large snowflakes descended from the heavens as if in abundance, accompanied by a brisk wind. Shi Zhi regarded the woman in her sleeveless dress, kindly inquiring, "Is that all you're wearing? Aren't you cold?" "Cold? It's truly freezing," the woman replied, as a gust of wind swept through, intensifying the chill. The actress, upon engaging in conversation, was so overwhelmed that she shivered, truly experiencing the essence of chilling discomfort. Chapter 5. The Fifth Day of Not Desiring Fame. This must be a provocation, surely? Initially, she had intended to mock Shi Zhi, yet she was taken aback when Shi Zhi turned her own words against her, resulting in an immediate and dramatic shift in the atmosphere. The snow and wind. How could it not be frigid? She felt goosebumps rising on her skin. Yet the actress maintained her bravado, forcing a smile. Of course not. The vocabulary of a beautiful star does not include the phrase afraid of the cold. Another gust of wind swept through. Cold. The actress's voice became stiff and unyielding. What on earth kind of weather is this? Had she known, she would have dressed more modestly. The actress's teeth chattered audibly, and Shi Zhi could not help but blink, feeling a mix of fear and concern as she wrapped herself in her down jacket. How fortunate she was to have chosen such a thick garment. Otherwise, whether in a gown or draped in curtains, she would have faced a similar fate. Shi Zhi's down jacket was from a renowned international brand specializing in such attire. It appeared unremarkable, yet provided exceptional warmth. She wore a long version, enveloping her completely, cozy and snug as if she were cradled by a small furnace. Shi Zhi eventually glanced at the actress's face and gently advised, "If smiling is too exhausting, perhaps you should take a break." However, she could not quite bring herself to state that the actress's smile seemed rather peculiar. What should have been a smile resembled a mask of anguish instead. The actress, donning this painful fade, found it more challenging to smile than to weep. It was not her intention. She wished to remove the smile. Yet her face had become numb from the cold. Having recently undergone hyaluronic acid injections, her expressions were already somewhat uncontrollable. The actress gazed at Shi Zhi's flushed cheeks, and her longing eyes fell upon Shi Zhi's down jacket. Not long ago, she had ridiculed Shi Zhi for wearing a down jacket on the red carpet. Yet now her mind was consumed with a singular thought. That jacket must be incredibly warm. She was curious about the warmth it provided. Not only was the actress intrigued by the down jacket's warmth, but the remaining stars on site were also unable to withstand the cold after the snow began to fall. The organizers had arranged for the red carpet event to take place outdoors, and the ceremony itself was also held outside, with a grand and dreamlike ambience. Prior to this, everything appeared flawless during the live broadcast, if one were to overlook that it was winter and the snow was falling. With heavy snow descending and biting winds howling, the male stars, clad in suits, managed somewhat better, while most female stars wore dresses, visually appealing yet utterly lacking in any warmth, nearly leaving them frozen in bewilderment. Despite being accustomed to the coolness of every season, the female stars maintained a fierce determination, gritting their teeth to endure, as they were not alone in their suffering. The collective discomfort provided some psychological solace. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Shi Zhi had opted not to wear a gown, boldly donning her down jacket instead. The female stars could not help but feel a pang of envy, their composure slightly fracturing. It is uncertain whether it was the lens's intention or if Shi Zhi, clad in a down jacket, appeared too conspicuous among a throng of women in elegant gowns. The live stream captured this striking scene. On one side stood the sisters in their revealing attire, while on the other, Shi Zhi was enveloped snugly in her winter wear. After a brief pause, the comments began to flood in. "Why is it snowing? Everyone seems to be quite cold." Boldly put, it was indeed frigid. A quick check of the temperature revealed it had plummeted below zero. How could it not be cold with such heavy snowfall and fierce winds? Goodness, it's freezing. How can everyone wear so little? This must be outdoors. Here, even a temperature in the teens feels unbearable. One can hardly imagine sitting outside dressed so lightly. Just moments ago, my grandmother passed by and inquired why everyone donned skirts on such a snowy day. In an instant, the fans lost interest in critiquing the beauty of the sisters' outfits, their minds consumed with a singular thought. Aren't they cold? This notion, once ignited, clung persistently like a haunting specter. Even through the screen, one could sense the biting chill, especially when observing the bare arms and legs. Before the snowfall, Shi Zhi, in her down jacket, seemed an anomaly amidst the refreshing attire. However, as the snow intensified and the surrounding crew and fans were clad in thick clothing, she no longer appeared out of place. In fact, she emerged as the most sensible individual seated among the guests. Moreover, her beauty was undeniably striking, prompting some to gaze at the woman on the screen with unspoken admiration. As the camera captured her profile, Shi Zhi's face tilted slightly, showcasing a refined jawline and a high nose bridge, her long, curled lashes adorned with shimmering snowflakes that melted slowly upon contact. Yet, despite her allure, the comments section was surprisingly devoid of praise for her. Still, the audience found themselves irresistibly drawn to her presence. Quan Go initially anticipated a disaster when he heard Shi Zhi would walk the red carpet in a down jacket. However, he clung to a sliver of hope. He believed he understood her well. Shi Zhi was ambitious and astute, fully aware of the significance of this red carpet, and unlikely to make a misstep. Even if she had no gown to wear, surely she would remove her jacket to don something more appropriate for the occasion, right? Yet, Quan Go arrived a bit late and witnessed her sauntering down the red carpet in a manner reminiscent of an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll. By the time he arrived, she was already halfway through the event. Despair washed over him, realizing how impossible it would be to compete. As the atmosphere turned colder and the snowfall increased, he observed the shivering starlets around him, and suddenly, Shi Zhi's attire seemed entirely reasonable. She was not cold. Rather, her outfit appeared to be the epitome of practicality. This ceremony had left many guests frozen, and by the latter half of the event, apart from Shi Zhi, the rest seemed uneasy, their expressions faltering as they crossed their arms, yearning for an early conclusion. Even the performers reading their scripts hastened their pace, foregoing the usual emotional embellishments and verbosity. As soon as the ceremony concluded, the attendees dispersed in a chaotic rush. Among the pale-faced peers, Shi Zhi was no longer merely conspicuous. "Sister Shi, how are you?" An assistant dashed towards her, attempting to emulate others by offering a warming bag. Shi Zhi declined. Feeling a bit warm, she adjusted her down jacket, hesitant to remove it for fear of catching a cold from the sudden temperature change. Her nonchalant demeanor inadvertently sowed seeds of resentment. The team fell into a brief silence before fervently showering her with flattery. "Sister Shi, you truly are remarkable." Shi Zhi let their compliments flow past her ears, merely noting that the others were indeed underdressed. Quan Go, all for the sake of aesthetics, but they were certainly unprepared. Did you know it would snow? The down jacket was just a down jacket, yet he felt slightly foolish watching the other artists shiver. "Of course, I knew." In response to Quan Ji's subtly shifting gaze, Shi Zhi waved her phone, revealing the weather forecast. "Don't you check the weather? It clearly states snow and a drop in temperature." After this red carpet event, Shi Zhi profoundly grasped the original persona's lack of popularity and was compelled to investigate what had made her so loathed. Upon opening Weibo, she was surprised to find a substantial fanbase, over 5 million. The latest post showcased a stunning photo, yet beneath it lay a torrent of harsh criticism rather than praise. Shi Zhi quickly deduced the original persona's shortcomings. Aside from the previously known accusations of her idol's sensationalism, a cursory tally revealed numerous faults, appearing in terrible films. Poor acting skills, acting arrogantly, and being unfriendly to fellow artists, any one of which could tarnish a star's reputation. The protagonist of a typical genre fiction was undeniably overbearing, seemingly possessing it all, though Shi Zhi recognized it was likely a misrepresentation, a fabrication. She inquired of Quan Go, "Aren't these comments supposed to be deleted?" Though not well-versed in the industry, she understood that companies typically manage public perception. Quan Go frowned. "Why are you checking Weibo again? Didn't I advise you to avoid the comments? They only dampen your spirits. We've deleted them several times." "Is that so?" Shi Zhi mused. "I have quite a few followers on Weibo. Did I buy them?" An assistant interjected. "No, you didn't buy them. It used to be over 10 million, but has dropped to just over 5 million. The remaining followers are all haters." "Sister Shi, you may not be the most popular artist, but you certainly have the most anti-fans." Shi Zhi was taken aback. What is this proud tone? Having numerous haters is hardly a commendable achievement. Celebrities often neglect the weather, and few artists bother checking forecasts. They have long been detached from the mundane world. Yet, no amount of detachment could shield them from illness. A single evening gala left many artists succumbing to colds, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering them in hospitals. Among the afflicted, Shi Zhi remained absent, having taken extensive precautions. Nevertheless, her manager had proactively prepared various remedies against colds. ensuring she consumed several bowls of ginger soup after the red carpet event. Shi Zhi initially believed that a downturn in a female star's career would yield fewer job offers. Yet she soon received notifications for her next assignment. Before her arrival, the original owner had already signed the agreement. What's the matter? Speak up. Tang Yunling is coming today. You are aware of this, aren't you? Shi Zhi. Naturally, she is not informed, and who is Tang Yunling anyway? Shi Zhi hesitated to inquire, as Tang Yunling must undoubtedly have a close connection to the original owner. Fortunately, she could search online. The information she found revealed that Tang Yunling is a currently popular actress, having starred in 2 highly acclaimed leading roles, deeply adored by her audience and fans. However, according to Quan Ge and the rest of the team, Tang Yunling is akin to a black lotus flower, due to her resemblance to the original owner. She capitalized on their likeness for marketing from the beginning of her career, leveraging the original owner's fame to gather a following. As the original owner's popularity declined, Tang Yunling's star ascended, continuously sabotaging Shi Zhi. The rumors suggesting that she was being difficult and scheming, I suspect, bear Tang Yunling's fingerprints. Public perception is exceedingly crucial. It seems Shi Zhi has been devoid of it for the past 2 years. Once the audience turns against her, it feels as though everything she does is wrong. Shi Zhi nodded, assuring her companion not to worry. Initially reluctant, Shi Zhi found herself rejuvenated, seated in a chair, observing the beautiful women showcase their talents. Shi Zhi, is there such a delightful opportunity? Chapter 6. The 6th Day of Not Wanting to Become Famous. He merely hoped that Shi Zhi could maintain her composure and not fall into Tang Yunling's traps, treating it as a performance, even if it required a fabricated smile. She needed to uphold her demeanor. Quan Ge was incessantly imparting wisdom to guide Shi Zhi, urging her to remain calm throughout the recording. Shi Zhi, she is indeed calm. Arriving relatively early, Shi Zhi noticed a considerable audience below, holding light boards emblazoned with various artists' names. Naturally, her name was absent. Shi Zhi was unperturbed. Rather, it was Quan Ge who took note of this detail, remarking that during her own heyday, there had been numerous light boards, resembling a galaxy. It's fine. Let us give our best performance, and with several successful productions, there remains a chance for a resurgence. Though Quan Ge himself did not fully believe that a comeback would be so effortless, especially in Shi Zhi's current situation. The staff of Happy Times were exceedingly warm, and upon Tang Yunling's arrival, she maintained her distance from Shi Zhi, surrounded by her makeup artists and assistants, embodying the persona of a rising star. Showing no inclination to converse with Shi Zhi, who remained unfazed. This relaxed Quan Ge. However, it was undeniably evident that Shi Zhi had been completely forgotten, a situation that was hard to justify. Today, the celebrities opted for casual attire for the sake of gaming interaction, and coincidentally, both Shi Zhi and Tang Yunling wore similar blue and white sports outfits. Moreover, it was easy to point out who resembled whom. Quan Ge consistently believed Tang Yunling was marketing herself by riding on Shi Zhi's coattails. Despite their similar outfits, Shi Zhi was subjected to such treatment. They were clearly there for the camera, and could Quan Ge not feel angered? Director, at this rate, will Shi Zhi even have a moment in the spotlight? Quan Ge did not explicitly state this, but the implication was clear. The director, however, jested with Quan Ge, claiming that it was impossible for there to be no camera time, as audiences are fond of beautiful women, and Shi Zhi's good looks would surely guarantee her visibility. Guaranteed, you say? Quan Ge genuinely felt the urge to curse. The host, however, ensured that Shi Zhi would not participate in the games, which rendered any chance of her being featured utterly futile. The director might have sensed the displeasure on Quan Ge's face and audaciously added his remarks. One might be overthinking. As the game does not prevent anyone from participating, if Shi Zhi wishes to engage, she can simply take the initiative. This implies that if Shi Zhi does not strive for the spotlight, she has no one to blame. A true embodiment of the purest lotus emerging from the water. Quan Ge might find the situation both amusing and infuriating. Shi Zhi's desire for attention seems to transcend the cosmos. The program has already been contracted, and even midway through the recording, Quan Ge cannot halt it. Such an action could potentially bury Shi Zhi's already dimming starlight. One can only feel sympathy for her in silence, hoping she recalls his advice to remain composed. The program's director is also attentively observing Shi Zhi. Although he refrains from allowing the host to interact with her, he is eagerly anticipating her outburst. At the very least, an expression of discontent should be captured. Any star in her position would likely struggle to maintain composure when sidelined. Even if they manage to feign calmness, there comes a moment when their emotional control falters. What use is it to showcase Shi Zhi's beauty or talent? For a star of such notoriety, the audience is more intrigued by her potential misdeeds. Through the lens, the director perceives the subtle shift in Shi Zhi's demeanor. A smile graces her lips as she gazes at her peers, who should be objects of envy. Yet her eyes reveal admiration? The director is taken aback. This aligns perfectly with Shi Zhi's intentions. She has little interest in performing or showcasing her talents. Should the host inquire about her original persona, she would struggle to respond. It turns out to be a rather leisurely affair for her. What makes Shi Zhi feel that this endeavor is somewhat worthwhile is the sight of numerous young female celebrities prepared to demonstrate their skills. Her positioning is impeccable. Were this a concert, she would undoubtedly be seated in the front row. To carve out a space in the industry, one typically possesses a unique talent, and this time, the female performers are eager to shine, each displaying their distinctive beauty through song or dance, creating a feast for the senses. Seated in the most luxurious audience section, Shi Zhi is thoroughly entertained, effortlessly tuning out the system's persistent nudges to perform or engage in conflict. What a folly! Her participation in the event is merely to prevent the system from diminishing her worth. However, if the system believes it can manipulate her through this, it underestimates her. After her experience on the red carpet, Shi Zhi had confirmed that if she resisted participating in that event, her wealth would indeed diminish. Yet, the system can only control the beginning. It cannot dictate the process or the outcome. In other words, while it may incessantly demand that she don a curtain gown, Shi Zhi can still walk the red carpet in her winter attire, leaving the system powerless. Fortunately, she emerged victorious in her gamble. The system can only threaten her with various demands, but she retains autonomy over the process and the outcome, which falls within her acceptable limits. Shi Zhi has become immune to the system's urgings, and it is rather amusing to hear its increasingly frantic reminders. Moreover, she is not left empty-handed. After all, she has enjoyed a free performance. Shi Zhi continued to revel in the enchanting performance, feeling that this was the second most joyous day since her arrival in this world, second only to inheriting her fortune. She contemplated whether she could perhaps invest in hiring artists for future performances. Nonetheless, the allure of free events was undeniably more enticing than those that required payment. Eventually, the system prompted the closure of the microphone, and Shi Zhi, as a mere audience member, felt a sense of satisfaction from the show. After it concluded, she found herself perplexed by Quan Ji's affectionate remark, "You did wonderfully. You've endured much." While Quan Ge had other matters to attend to, Shi Zhi waited with the remaining team members in the communal lounge, which was devoid of any other artists. "Please refrain from speaking carelessly," she advised. Among them was a young woman, the cousin of the publicist, who had not found work after graduation and had come to glean some experience from her cousin. After a while, the young woman sidled up to Shi Zhi, her expression one of eager curiosity. "Sister Shi, you've interacted with Chen Lu and Tang Yunling. Haven to you? What do you think of them?" The young woman had prepared herself for two possible outcomes. The coexistence of two formidable women in the same sphere was often fraught with tension, especially when they were competitors. As for them, she began, but was taken aback when Shi Zhi shot her a glance and actually responded. "They are all quite impressive, each one a beauty in her own right. Bai Wu has strikingly beautiful eyes, large and luminous, reminiscent of pearls washed by the snowy waters of Tianshan. Her long lashes give her a doll-like appearance, and I noticed a tiny mole on her double eyelid crease that becomes visible when she looks down, yet hides when she gazes at others. It's truly exquisite. Chen Lu is an actress, isn't she? Her singing is utterly captivating, rivaling that of professional singers. Her sweet voice resonates deeply, purifying the ears. Perhaps she was a mermaid princess in her past life." When it came to Tang Yunling, Shi Zhi paused, leaving the young girl, who had been caught off guard by this unexpected revelation, breathless. The two were, after all, rivals. The young girl was momentarily bewildered, her mind conjuring only three words in response to Shi Zhi's stunning beauty: elderly lecher. Chapter 7. The Seventh Day of Not Desiring Fame. Inside the van, Sister Yunling. "Would you like some coffee?" The new assistant entered the vehicle, holding 2 cups of coffee, and reached for one to offer to the meditative Tang Yunling. However, Tang Yunling abstained from coffee and all beverages except water. Before she could voice her preference, Tang Yunling's manager swiftly took the coffee from the assistant and handed her a water bottle instead. Tang Yunling opened her eyes and took a few sips from the water bottle, although her thoughts were occupied with other matters. A smile crept onto her lips, as if she had just recalled something amusing, surprised by Shi Zhi's remarkable patience. Tang Yunling's manager, having been in the industry for quite some time and having once tasted fame, understood that endurance could only go so far. The inevitable decline was looming, and retirement might soon be on the horizon. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunling grasped the underlying sentiment, and her smile became more genuine. They should have arrived at Pineapple Entertainment by now, right? Indeed, came the response, as the two engaged in a silent exchange, both aware of what the other was insinuating. But what if their conversation were to take place in private? Would she vent her grievances and criticize her fellow artists? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Tang Yunling has certainly engaged in such behavior. To dissociate herself and bolster her credibility, Tang Yunling, after securing the allegiance of the team around Shi Zhi, enlisted an intermediary, Pineapple Entertainment. Renowned within the industry as a gossip media outlet, Pineapple Entertainment incites fear among numerous artists. Yet it is adored by netizens for its audacity to speak freely without concern for offending anyone. Their commitment to truth, despite their gossipy nature, is quite remarkable. Of course, artists are not entirely adversarial to Pineapple Entertainment. In the absence of scandal, the outlet also conducts interviews with stars.
Today,
Tang Yunling arranged for an interview with Pineapple Entertainment in the very room where Shi Zhi had retreated to rest. She instructed her agent to conceal the recording device from Pineapple, fully aware they would seek it out, thereby uncovering Shi Zhi's disparagement of other artists. Imagining that scene, Tang Yunling found it utterly delightful. She was certain of her success, as her agent concluded. I am eager to know what she said. Have we not reached that individual yet? Tang Yunling mused, reminding herself to relax and patiently await the outcome. The team aimed to exploit Shi Zhi's vulnerabilities, seeking to usurp her position entirely. Tang Yunling harbored some ulterior motives as well. She had long outgrown the persona of little Shi Zhi, and her financial backer had candidly expressed a willingness to invest in her, primarily due to her resemblance to Shi Zhi. Fearing that a desperate Shi Zhi might indeed become entangled with her benefactor, Tang Yunling wished for Shi Zhi to permanently exit the industry. Though she had not managed to contact the individual placed beside Shi Zhi, Pineapple Entertainment, true to its reputation as the gossip industry's frontrunner, swiftly obtained the recording device and, upon recognizing the voices within, reacted promptly by posting on Weibo. With millions of followers, Pineapple Entertainment's official account boasts a larger audience than many celebrities, attracting a vast number of gossip enthusiasts. Each announcement garners immediate attention, and this time, they explicitly named names. Even without releasing the audio, the engagement skyrocketed.
Ugh.
Why do I keep seeing Shi Zhi? She's practically finished, yet she hasn't withdrawn from the industry? I'm here waiting to see what trouble Shi Zhi stirs up next. I'm fed up. Just the sight of Shi Zhi's name provokes a visceral disdain within me. Just the other day, she attempted to showcase her acrobatics. And now she's parading in a down jacket on the red carpet. It's clear she has no good intentions. And here we are again. Does her agency not want to let her go? Wouldn't it be wiser to support other actors with that money? Previously, there were whispers of Shi Zhi's jealousy towards her peers, and now the audio serves as undeniable proof. I have witnessed her decline step by step. Indeed, there is a reason behind her downfall. Not only did netizens hurl insults, but the involvement of several artists incited their fans as well. Fans, emboldened by their loyalty, could hardly bear to see their beloved artist belittled and were fervently awaiting the release of the audio to launch their attacks on Shi Zhi. The atmosphere surrounding Shi Zhi, once devoid of favorable reviews, has now descended into chaos. Wherever there is a need to berate Shi Zhi, I shall be present. Why must women make things difficult for one another? After listening to the audio, I was infuriated. Individuals like you deserve to fade into obscurity. A certain Weibo account dedicated to disparaging Shi Zhi arrived punctually, and as it unleashed its typical fervent insults beneath Shi Zhi's posts, the number of likes and supportive comments was slightly diminished compared to usual. Some even attempted to intervene, saying, "Not yet, hold your insults. Have you truly listened to the audio?" The account, baffled by these remarks, admitted it had not listened to the entirety of the content. More accurately, it had not listened at all. Yet, was the content truly difficult to decipher? Surely, it must be Shi Zhi speaking ill of other artists. Fans of several female artists, sharing this sentiment, found themselves somewhat bewildered after listening to the audio released by Pineapple Entertainment. Were they still half asleep? They are all quite wonderful, each one a beauty. Bai Wu's eyes are notably enchanting, large and bright, akin to pearls washed by the snowmelt of Tianshan, with long eyelashes reminiscent of a Barbie doll. I even observed a small mole nestled in her double eyelid crease, visible only when looking down, yet hidden when gazing at others. It is truly a remarkable feature. Chun Lu is indeed an actress, but her singing is so exquisite that it rivals that of professional singers. Her sweet voice resonates deeply, cleansing my ears as if I were a mermaid princess in a past life. In the audio, Shi Zhi earnestly praises each female star without any mockery or disdain. The audience couldn't help but think, is Shi Zhi, in fact, a connoisseur of flattery? No one anticipated such a scene, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly tense. Of course, some voiced their skepticism in silence. Could it be that Pineapple Entertainment has been bribed by Shi Zhi? She truly possesses remarkable ingenuity in her method of whitewashing. However, this notion was promptly denied by a prominent figure. Please, are you mistaken? This is Pineapple Entertainment. Who could possibly bribe them? Do you not recall the male celebrity's infidelity that was met with a demand of tens of millions and promises of internal resource transactions, all of which were rejected by Pineapple Entertainment? Soon, this statement received a like from Pineapple Entertainment's official account. They proclaimed their commitment to avoiding false news and their refusal to bow to monetary influence. Thus, the audio is indeed authentic. The notion of Shi Zhi being a diva, unkind to her peers, is shattered by her genuine compliments behind the scenes, an enthusiast of praise, perhaps? Observe her level of flattery. Describing Bai Wu's eyes as pearls washed by Tianshan's snowmelt, praising Chenlu's singing, questioning whether she is truly an actress and not a professional singer, and cleansing ears like a mermaid princess. Each word is meticulously chosen. Perhaps, as her fame has grown, her team has meticulously concealed that mole. Bai Wu's fans exclaimed, "Do not hide our sister's mole. It is genuinely beautiful and distinctive." Chenlu's fans, upon hearing Shi Zhi praise her singing, felt their emotions shift. While Chenlu debuted as a singer, she is far more renowned for her acting. With the release of this audio, the narrative surrounding happy moments, which had been interpreted as Shi Zhi's frustration for not taking the stage, has now suddenly transformed. Shi Zhi observed intently. I sense no malice in her gaze, but rather an appreciation. It seems genuine, and I never anticipated that Shi Zhi could be so down to earth, so engrossed in admiring beauty. Such focus she displayed, to the extent of noticing a mole on the eyelid. How amusing. After all, she herself is a beauty. Indeed, a stunning one. Of course, the subsequent thoughts of some individuals remained unspoken, fearful of backlash. The fans of several female artists harbored no profound animosity toward Shi Zhi. They had merely heard of her reputation. Now, as they listened to Shi Zhi praising her own sister or brother, a sense of pride emerged, with some even taken aback by her effusive compliments. Such unabashed adulation, terrifyingly impressive. Could this be the prowess of a true luminary? Some fans of Bai Wu could not contain their excitement and sent Shi Zhi a private message, whereupon she introduced her fan characteristics and inquired of Shi Zhi. Politely, she asked, "May I have your permission to use your description?" Yet, 10 minutes later, upon viewing the private message, she covered her mouth and let out a sharp gasp. Of course. Chapter 8. The 8th Day of Not Desiring Fame. Fans of Bai Wu felt that Shi Zhi appeared somewhat different from the ongoing narrative surrounding her. A flurry of question marks filled the chat. Is it really Shi Zhi? Indeed, it is. The emotions were complex. After a while, the management of the fan club stepped in. We must conduct ourselves with dignity as Bai Gu fans, not to bring shame upon Wu Wu. Let us delete any vehement remarks made toward Shi Zhi and extend an apology. The fans of Bai Wu held no grievances against Shi Zhi, however. After inadvertently criticizing their own artist while misunderstanding Shi Zhi, some could not refrain from harsh words. Now, under the guidance of the management, they felt compelled to delete those fervent statements, each leaving messages of contrition. Not only Bai Wu's fans, but also those of Chenlu and other artists quietly erased their previous comments. Bai Wu's fans were further astonished to discover that perhaps their appeals had been acknowledged by Bai Wu's staff, as a new photo released by Bai Wu featured no mole on her eyelid. Tang Yunling, having completed her filming, finally found the time to pay attention to this matter. During the shoot, she had been preoccupied with the outcome, her mind wandering, resulting in numerous takes before achieving a satisfactory one. As soon as the director announced that the shot had passed, Tang Yunling eagerly approached her agent, a smile on her face. What's the news? Has it cooled down? Is Shi Zhi in decline? Her agent wore a mask of anguish. No, not only is she not in decline, but she has also soared to trending status. Tang Yunling's expression faltered, her smile fading. She requested her agent to hand her the phone. Let me see for myself. Shi Zhi had been propelled to the top of the trending list by netizens, proudly occupying the first position, accompanied by the explosive word viral. Upon delving into the details, she was surprised to find it devoid of the usual barrage of insults. Noticing a frequently used term, rainbow praise, she pondered what had gone awry. Pineapple Entertainment had released the audio. Logically, the situation should not have unfolded in this manner. Soon enough, after listening to the audio, Tang Yunling discovered the answer. Shi Zhi had refrained from disparaging any peers and had earnestly offered commendations. Tang Yunling even caught wind of Shi Zhi's assessment of her. What a slender waist. Having maintained her innocent demeanor while navigating the outside world, Tang Yunling found it increasingly difficult to suppress her frustration. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation enveloped her, particularly around her waist. While the atmosphere around Tang Yunling was fraught with tension, Shi Zhi basked in the warmth of a sunny day. Quan Ge joyfully sang, "Good fortune comes your way," exclaiming, "What benevolent soul has orchestrated this?" I am profoundly grateful for the unseen efforts that have allowed Shi Zhi to present a positive image at last. With a cheerful demeanor, Quan Ge declared to Shi Zhi, "I shall create a banner that proclaims, Shi Zhi, the rainbow of the human realm." Shi Zhi turned to her assistant, inquiring about the duration of her symptoms. "We must act swiftly. We cannot abandon treatment." Quan Ge interjected, "Truth be told, this trending topic has arrived at the most opportune moment. If circumstances were different, I might have suspected pineapple entertainment of collusion. You are quite the talent. I had no idea you possessed such a gift for flattery. Did you intuitively sense something amiss in that room from the outset?" Shi Zhi, in her innocence, merely expressed her thoughts, though Quan Ge and the surrounding staff appeared skeptical. "Shi Zhi, what course of action do you propose for my sister?" A timid voice emerged from the team, belonging to a female publicist accompanied by a visibly trembling young woman, the same one who had previously inquired about Shi Zhi's opinions on her fellow contestants in the lounge. The publicist, realizing the gravity of the situation, had swiftly brought the young woman over. She implored Shi Zhi, "Please, do not hold back. It is imperative that you take a firm stance. Otherwise, this individual will face dire consequences." The young woman looked up at her sister with a mixture of doubt and disbelief, as if questioning, "Is she truly my sister?" Her sister continued, "Perhaps we should involve the authorities," showing no inclination to plead for mercy, even suggesting a course of action to report the matter. The young woman felt utterly despondent, and even Quan Ge was taken aback, believing the situation did not warrant such severity. Shi Zhi turned to the pale-faced young woman and asked, "How much did they offer you?" 10,000. The young woman confessed, revealing that she had been momentarily swayed, the buyer having approached her cautiously through a pseudonym, without disclosing the full extent of the request. Her sole requirement was to utter a specific phrase in a designated location, and the sum would be hers. For someone yet to graduate and devoid of any income, the temptation was undeniably strong. "I did not think much of it at the time," she lamented, realizing her folly and fearing the prospect of arrest. Shi Zhi nodded in understanding, suggesting, "Let's consider this ill-gotten gain as a form of restitution to me, the victim. And a lesson for you. Let this serve as a reminder." With tears in her eyes, the young woman promptly transferred the money to Shi Zhi, repeatedly assuring her that she would never forget this lesson. In Shi Zhi's eyes, she appeared to radiate kindness, embodying the ideal of a compassionate soul. Shi Zhi replied,
"It is settled then."
The young woman, having come to in turn without a penny to her name, found herself regrettably out of pocket by 10,000. Quan felt a vague sense of unease, yet could not pinpoint a single flaw. Shi Zhi's handling of the situation could even be characterized as emotionally astute. So, he reassured himself that he was overthinking. Then, he heard Shi Zhi speak again. "Am I not doing well? Why is everyone trying to buy you off? First, a spy arranged by a male idol, and now this. Sister Shi, my loyalty is as vast as the heavens. Rest assured, I cannot be bought." Instantly, someone expressed their unwavering loyalty, speaking with great fervor. Even the spy chimed in, "Sister Shi, I have turned to the light. I too will not betray you." Shi Zhi shook her finger, adopting a disapproving tone. "Broaden your perspective. Do not be so narrow-minded. When others come to conduct business, rejecting them would only wound their pride. Agree to their proposals, then let me know. We can split the profits 50-50. This assuredly profitable venture not only enhanced the team's average earnings, but also augmented their side income. If a few more such opportunities arose, her share would be sufficient to cover employee salaries. Although she had acquired wealth, one can never have too much, can they? The others were left bewildered.
Quan interjecta.
Are we fishing for evidence? Shi Zhi's unconventional approach caught the team off guard, deviating entirely from the expected script. Yet, Shi Zhi was herself troubled. A concern stemming from the butler. Originally indifferent to the entertainment industry, the butler had begun to pay attention due to the young lady's efforts, naturally noticing the trending topics. Consequently, Shi Zhi received a message. Does the young lady have any admired male celebrities? Unfamiliar with male artists, Shi Zhi inquired why the butler was asking. If the young lady admires any male stars, inform me, and I can arrange for them to dine and reside with you. Shi Zhi stared at the message for a full minute before realizing the implication. Dine and reside together. The butler had so innocently framed what was essentially a proposal for a sugar arrangement. No need, Shi Zhi responded. The butler replied knowingly, female celebrities are also an option. Though Tang Yunling has a benefactor, which may require some time to manage. Now it was Shi Zhi's turn to be perplexed. I have no need for male celebrities, and even less for female ones. It appears that the butler of my father's generation harbors such peculiar notions. Is this the notorious life of the wealthy? However, Shi Zhi soon remembered that she herself was one of those so-called wealthy individuals. How delightful. As this thought crossed her mind, her mood brightened, and she declined the butler's suggestion, maintaining this sense of joy. Quan urged her to attend a book club event, to which Shi Zhi offered little resistance. The book club, as the name suggests, is a gathering of individuals passionate about literature, sharing and discussing books. Initially a niche and refined activity, it had somehow infiltrated the entertainment industry. Regardless of their status, stars felt compelled to attend, as if absence would diminish their prestige. Not only would Shi Zhi attend, but Tang Yunling would also be present. This circle is such that one often encounters familiar faces, and her previous performance had been quite commendable. Quan still considered Shi Zhi's strategy ingenious, as she had even managed to compliment Tang Yunling. Bearing humiliation and enduring hardship will surely lead to great achievements. In the backstage, Shi Zhi encountered Tang Yunling once again. The reason was that Shi Zhi and her entourage sought to enter the makeup room, which was currently occupied by Tang Yunling. Her manager firmly blocked Shi Zhi at the door. Apologies, Shi Zhi, we arrived early and Yunling hasn't finished her makeup yet. Would you mind waiting a moment? Tang Yunling, with her back to the door, remained silent as the makeup artist diligently applied cosmetics to her face, seemingly oblivious to Shi Zhi and her companions. Qian Ji's expression darkened. The makeup room was spacious enough to accommodate several teams, yet the other areas remained vacant. Tang Yunling's actions appeared to be a deliberate attempt to provoke and assert her dominance. Some assistants from Shi Zhi's team, unable to tolerate the bullying, were preparing to confront Tang Yunling's manager, questioning the fairness of such treatment. However, before Qian Ge could intervene, Shi Zhi had already taken the initiative to stop them. The system, reveling in the unfolding drama, issued a directive for confrontation, but Shi Zhi lazily disregarded it. It was not as if there was only one makeup room. There was an adjacent, even larger one. Shi Zhi hesitated not out of fear, but because she spotted barbecued skewers, particularly the grilled kidneys, which looked quite appetizing. Her stomach growled, and she yearned to inquire about where to purchase them. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Where did you buy those kidneys?" Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yunling, who had been feigning sleep, abruptly opened her eyes, her body tensing as she instinctively covered her midriff, which felt chilly. Dressed in a crop top, she had always been aware of her slender waist, a feature her team often highlighted. Today, however, she regretted it, her mind replaying Shi Zhi's comments from the audio recording. What a slim waist. I'm done with my makeup. Let us hurry, Tang Yunling declared, rising and leaving her bewildered manager behind as she swiftly made her way toward the exit, deliberately avoiding Shi Zhi's direction. Her retreat resembled a hasty escape, leaving Shi Zhi's team in a state of confusion. What just happened? Weren't we supposed to make things difficult for Shi Zhi? Why did she leave faster than anyone else? Tang Yunling's face turned pale as she muttered through clenched teeth. You don't understand. Shi Zhi is a weirdo. She covets my waist. Chapter 9. The reluctance to achieve fame on the 9th day, Tang Yunling finally understood why she felt uneasy after hearing Shi Zhi praise her in the recording. It was all a harbinger. Could it be that Shi Zhi, who is currently experiencing a slump, has morphed into a peculiar obsession during this downturn? Tang Yunling instructed her manager that if she were to share the stage with Shi Zhi in the future, she should refrain from wearing crop tops. After a moment of contemplation, she added, perhaps it would be best to avoid sharing the stage altogether. Prior to this unexpected revelation, Tang Yunling's team had taken pleasure in flaunting their success in front of Shi Zhi, who was grappling with a career low, often causing distress for Shi Zhi's team. However, after this startling realization, Tang Yunling suddenly felt apprehensive and desired to distance herself from Shi Zhi. Tang Yunling's departure was so swift that Shi Zhi's team was momentarily taken aback and unable to comprehend what had just transpired.
Huh.
Shi Zhi attempted to call out to Tang Yunling, but after she managed to utter a sound, Tang Yunling, who had merely quickened her pace, suddenly broke into a jog, covering her waist and disappearing around the corner of the corridor in the blink of an eye. Quan Ge, perplexed, wondered what was amiss. It was as if someone were pursuing her from behind. Shi Zhi shrugged, uncertain of the situation. Tang Yunling had left without sharing where she had purchased the roasted kidneys, a thought that left Shi Zhi feeling somewhat regretful. The room was filled with the lingering aroma of the delicacy, while the assistant had already taken away the roasted kidneys. Shi Zhi hoped to catch another glimpse of Tang Yunling soon, as her desire for the dish remained genuine. Stop standing around. Do sit down, aren't you tired? By the time Quan Go, engrossed in the notion that there were always schemers plotting against him, heard Shi Zhi's words, he noticed her striking a pose nearby. She was indeed a carefree spirit. Quan Go pulled a chair and sat beside her. Though Shi Zhi had little interest in the drama and confrontations, she admired the exquisite stylings of female celebrities. The highly paid makeup artist had indeed captured her beauty well. After finishing her look, Shi Zhi, adorned in a flowing white dress, could be aptly described by Quan Go as not merely a fairy, but a veritable goddess. To suit the occasion, the makeup artist had crafted a more ethereal appearance for Shi Zhi, subtly diminishing the boldness of her features in favor of a refined elegance. Her raven hair framed her porcelain complexion, accentuating her bright, expressive eyes as she held a book in her hands. Standing there, with sunlight bathing her, she embodied the most beautiful scene. A mere snapshot would suffice for a cinematic masterpiece, provided the goddess remained silent. Shi Zhi had been waiting in the preparation area, from where she could clearly observe the happenings on and off the stage. An unfamiliar man was reciting a passage there. Where is Tang Yunling?
Quan Germani.
Why are you looking for her? Shi Zhi pondered, as her relationship with Tang Yunling was far from close. Shi Zhi, I simply wish to inquire where she obtained the roasted kidneys. Quan Ge disregarded Shi Zhi's question and asked instead, have you chosen your book? Are you prepared to recite it? Shi Zhi responded vaguely, redirecting her gaze to the stage. Did he even comprehend what he was reading? The audience appeared on the verge of slumber. Quan Ge followed her gaze and observed the audience, who were evidently making a concerted effort to listen. Yet their eyelids were betraying them, with some even discreetly yawning. Surely, they were unaware. However, this was merely a matter of putting on a show, of pretentiousness. Do not worry, Quan Gu assumed that Shi Zhi was concerned about not measuring up to the others. In his eyes, she had always been a fiercely competitive artist. And although there had been an unsettling change recently, long-standing impressions are not easily altered. The book I selected for you is quite challenging. If you recite it, you will undoubtedly be the most impressive one in the entire room, the king of pretentiousness. Quan Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shi Zhi, thank you. Initially, she had intended to comply with Quan Go's plans and read diligently, but now she had a change of heart. Perhaps inspired by the roasted kidneys or simply desiring to bring joy, Shi Zhi informed Quan Go, I want to do something different, to awaken everyone. Quan German? Gratitude is extended to teacher Wang Ke for sharing such an exquisite book. Have you all mastered it? The host feigned a gesture towards the audience with a microphone, and the faces of the spectators were adorned with expressions of defeat. We've failed, they seemed to convey. Teacher Wang Ke has worked hard. Please proceed to the interview area. Now, let us welcome the renowned actress Shi Zhi to the stage. Truly, a professional host, maintaining composure while delivering nonsensical remarks, and reading through scandalous stories with unabated enthusiasm. However, the audience below stirred slightly at the mention of Shi Zhi's name. She S here? Was this arranged by the company? Perhaps a bid for redemption. Yet, Shi Zhi is indeed captivating. In fact, she appears even more stunning than in videos or photographs. Does she not resemble Tang Yunling? Hush, do not speak so loudly. A discussion arose regarding the beauty of Shi Zhi compared to Tang Yunling, but was interrupted by a companion, wary of the presence of Tang Yunling's fans nearby. On the other hand, Shi Zhi had already taken her seat, and the event was about to commence. While the audience at the book club harbored some resentment toward Shi Zhi, there remained an undeniable consensus regarding her beauty. She was indeed more enchanting in person than in retouched images, which seemed to conceal her allure. Clad in a white dress, she evoked memories of a first love, albeit one that most had not experienced in such beauty. Shi Zhi gracefully settled onto the long wooden bench at the center of the stage, placing the book upon her lap. Under the harsh lighting, her features appeared sculpted and flawless. At this juncture in the book club, having absorbed a wealth of profound knowledge, the audience had grown weary. Yet, Shi Zhi's striking appearance offered them a modicum of rejuvenation. With an intense gaze fixed upon the book in her lap, her slender, fair fingers shielded the pages from turning, her red lips parting gently. She began to read. The essence of barbecued meat lies in the pork belly. With a small amount of oil in a hot pan, Add the appropriately sliced pork belly. The high temperature releases the fat within the meat. A gift from nature to humanity. After several flips, the pork belly transforms into a delightful caramelized brown, seasoned with a touch of salt, releasing an aromatic essence. This perhaps validates the notion that the finest ingredients often require the simplest of preparations. The audience was taken aback, murmuring, "What? Is she reading about cooking?"
Below.
Kwanga covered his face, unsure if the audience was awake. As for him, he could not be more alert. Dressed in a fairy-like gown, Shi Zhi recited delectable recipes, dispelling the drowsiness that had begun to envelop the audience. A sense of absurdity lingered. Something felt amiss. Simultaneously, another feeling emerged: hunger. The book club had commenced at 8 in the morning, yet the audience had arrived even earlier, around 7. The event had been lengthy, stretching into the early afternoon. And they had not eaten. Their sustenance had been limited to a few sips of water. Before Shi Zhi took the stage, even if someone felt a pang of hunger, it was manageable. However, now, the enticing aroma of lotus root and pork rib soup, alongside grilled pork belly, stirred the most fundamental human desires, resulting in audible growls from some stomachs. Uncontrollable tears welled at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 10. The 10th Day of Not Seeking Fame. At this moment, the highbrow book club was permeated with the fragrance of food, albeit a product of everyone's imagination. The vocabulary Shi Zhi employed during her reading was devoid of complexity, entirely plain-spoken, captivating the audience who became engrossed in her narrative, their minds filled with visions of lotus root and pork rib soup, grilled pork belly, soup dumplings, and beef noodles. She even recited the recipes for the soup dumplings and beef noodles. The freshly steamed dumplings exuded steam, and upon biting into the delicate, translucent skin, a burst of savory broth flooded the palate. The beef noodles featured smooth, chewy strands, topped with tender, flavorful chunks of beef simmered to perfection. The audience craved more. "No more, master.
Please stop."
They implored internally, while outwardly maintaining composure. Yet, it felt as if a restless monkey resided within, pleading for Shi Zhi to cease. When Shi Zhi finally closed the book, a collective sigh of relief swept through the audience as they exchanged glances with their companions, silently contemplating, "What shall we eat next?" Lotus root and pork rib soup, grilled pork belly. Indeed, they yearned for everything Shi Zhi had just mentioned. Without exchanging a word, they shared an understanding, their faces brightening with agreement. Shi Zhi's unique reading style had inadvertently provided the audience with a menu for lunch. Even the seasoned and perceptive host exhibited a subtly bemused expression, yet he guided Shi Zhi toward the interview area for her segment. Qiango, unable to approach Shi Zhi directly, stood at a distance, anxiously waving his hand in a gesture that implored her to behave and be cautious. Shi Zhi noticed Qiango, recognizing his vigorous motions, and mimicked him with a wave, reminiscent of a star greeting fans on the red carpet. "Wow, Sister Shi truly has an aura," exclaimed an assistant beside Qiango. "What are they all doing? Shi Zhi isn't even here to hear the flattery." Since Shi Zhi had taken it upon herself to cover the salaries of several team members, she had become the proverbial benefactor, prompting her colleagues to shower her with praise that made Qiango cringe. He harbored serious doubts that Shi Zhi grasped his meaning. Upon arriving at the interview area, Shi Zhi found it was not yet her turn, so she settled into a chair nearby, listening to others engage in conversation. The actor, who had preceded her, sharing his literary interests, was currently conversing with reporters. With his hands clasped on the table, he exuded an air of a domineering executive in negotiations. "I have a profound love for reading. Nay, it would be more accurate to say an obsession, as I hail from a family steeped in literary tradition. Once, I became so engrossed in a book that I did not sleep for a full 3 days. When I finally finished the tome, I succumbed to slumber for 3 days straight. My assistant, during that time, genuinely believed I had vanished." The reporter feigned astonishment, inquiring if I truly had not awakened for 3 days. "Indeed." The reporter pressed further, asking what sort of book could captivate me for such an extended period without sleep. Shi Zhi perked up her ears, eager to discover the identity of this extraordinary literary work. Awkwardly, the male actor faltered, stumbling over his words and failing to recall the title of the book. Ultimately, it was the reporter who graciously provided him an escape, suggesting that perhaps the duration had led to forgetfulness, a perfectly normal occurrence. The actor wiped the sweat from his brow, affirming the reporter's assumption. Shi Zhi lowered her head, realizing that he was merely a pretentious individual. The reporter continued, asking about recent literary pursuits aside from those previously shared on stage. Unsurprisingly, 3 individuals ahead of him had already declared their favorite book as a brief history of time. As Shi Zhi approached to take her turn, the male actor exuded an air of intellectual superiority, his demeanor suggesting, "Do not idolize me, I am but a legend." Shi Zhi smiled politely, reminding him that the Nobel Prize does not encompass an art award. Upon witnessing his shocked expression, she gracefully sidestepped him, resembling a delicate white butterfly as she settled before the reporter. In a tone reminiscent of a mentor inquiring about aspirations, the reporter asked Shi Zhi about her personal interests and hobbies. The question was one he had posed countless times, with answers typically falling into familiar categories, perhaps a vote for dance, another for singing, or a suggestion that Shi Zhi appeared to have studied dance, leading to a dual endorsement. The reporter was left utterly perplexed, gazing at the stunningly beautiful actress.
Huh.
Shi Zhi affirmed with a nod. Indeed, her interests lay in retirement pursuits, fishing, chess, and gardening. Among these, her fondness for flowers prevailed, as they required financial means. Had the interview concluded? Quan Gu awaited her at the exit, observing her seemingly relaxed demeanor, his eyelids twitching slightly. It appeared she had exited rather swiftly, raising doubts about whether the interview had genuinely occurred. Shi Zhi nodded, confirming its completion. "What did you discuss?" She recounted the interview verbatim to Quan Gu, who, upon hearing about her retirement interests, stared blankly. It was indeed over. This star's trajectory seemed to be approaching its conclusion. Fishing, chess, gardening. What pursuits could a female celebrity possibly have that aligned with such hobbies? The company had adopted a semi-abandonment stance toward Shi Zhi, with recent layoffs within their team reflecting their attitude, leaving little hope for public relations or support. At the precipice of an end? As she pondered this phrase, a smile began to grace her lips. Reaching an end could be a blessing, an end to work equated to no longer having to be a star. If no one sought her out and the audience had lost interest, even if the system aimed to propel her into the role of a heroine in a feel-good narrative, it would be futile. No wonder she bore the weight of such thoughts. Her expansive 300-square-foot bed must have been nearly arranged for this eventuality. Guan. Initially, he was quite anxious, but now, due to Shi Zhi's unexpected behavior, his attention swiftly shifted. If he wasn't mistaken, was Shi Zhi actually laughing uncontrollably? Shi Zhi, are we all feeling a bit peckish? It was already 2 in the afternoon, and she hadn't eaten. Her team had also gone without a meal. The others nodded in agreement, and with a grand flourish, Shi Zhi declared, "Let's go, I shall treat everyone to hot pot." This team-building outing might very well be their last meal together. The only regret Shi Zhi harbored was that she did not see Tang Yunling until the end of the event, thus missing out on the grilled kidney. Question. In such circumstances, she still insists on treating everyone to hot pot. The child must have been severely impacted. She has gone mad. Once Q considered that Shi Zhi had endured a prolonged period of despair, suffering from online harassment that had wounded her spirit, he found clarity in all her actions. Even the most unyielding of managers could no longer fault her. In Q's eyes, Shi Zhi had become a tragic yet resilient figure, prompting him to tread carefully in their conversations. Fear not, for sunshine follows the storm. Believe in the promise of a rainbow. Have we been maligned for just a fleeting moment? No. We have endured this for a year and a half. Whatever we do invites scorn. Yet, I find joy in fishing and playing chess, just like my great-uncle. Shi Zhi perceived kindness in Q's expression. Is there something on your mind? She inquired. No, he replied. Then kindly move aside. You're blocking my access to the dipping sauce. Q stepped aside, allowing Shi Zhi to fill her bowl with a generous portion of sesame sauce, adding a sprinkle of crushed peanuts. This was her preferred dip for hot pot, and it was particularly delicious. Q was reluctant to dwell on the reactions from the online community regarding this book club meeting. Inevitably, they would not be favorable. It would be a blessing if people could overlook it altogether. However, to Q's astonishment, Shi Zhi's unconventional book club discussion actually led to a surge in popularity. Initially, a netizen posted on Weibo, "Did everyone see Shi Zhi's interview? I nearly laughed my head off." The name Shi Zhi was inherently sensitive, often accompanied by tumultuous controversy. Although many expressed fatigue and a desire to avoid her, instances like her appearance in a down jacket on the red carpet or her effusive compliments reignited interest in her. Similarly, as soon as the video accompanying the Weibo post was released, the viewership skyrocketed, with netizens begrudgingly clicking to watch. They were eager to see just how amusing it was. If it wasn't funny, they would take out their frustrations on the poster, just kidding. Ultimately, they found themselves laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 11. The Unwanted Fame on the 11th Day. Fishing, chess, gardening. Netizens. Someone commented, "I recognize every word. However, when they are put together, I find myself utterly bewildered. Is this truly the hobby of a female celebrity and not a submission from my grandfather, who has been retired for years?" This was quickly rebutted. "Ha ha ha, don't be absurd. My 80-year-old grandfather's current interest is scrolling through social media. He has no interest in fishing. Alright? Fishing, chess, and gardening, these pursuits hardly align with the interests of a modern celebrity, and one might argue they are not particularly appealing to the youth either. Beyond this, others have taken note of various other aspects. I had previously overlooked the awkwardness surrounding celebrities crafting their public personas. Apart from a brief history of time, can they truly find no other suitable book to share? Moreover, Wonka's claim of staying awake for 3 days and nights is utterly absurd, a blatant fabrication. Yes, I too have noticed that. Even through the screen, I felt a wave of embarrassment for them. They professed to be engrossed in reading for 3 days and nights. Yet Wonka could not even mention a single book title. It left me bewildered, with Shi Zhi acting like a completely normal person in that scenario. Speaking of which, is Shi Zhi truly that intriguing? Did anyone catch her expressions while listening to Wonka's ramblings? It was simply hilarious. Especially the part about the Nobel Prize lacking an art category. I couldn't help but laugh uproariously. The male actor, Wonka, has taken his persona manipulation too far, with videos continually contradicting his assertions, and the mention of a Nobel Art Award left netizens utterly perplexed. Observant viewers noted Shi Zhi's expression during the male actor's interview, mirroring their own confusion. When it was her turn, she simply stated, "There is no Nobel Art Award." Was that a subtle mockery? Yet, her understated sarcasm provided a delightful reprieve for the viewers who were cringing at the male actor's pretentiousness. On that Weibo post, everyone was joyously engaging with the memes, poking fun at the male actor's blunders, which is quite a rarity in Shi Zhi's posts. After all, her popularity among the general public has been quite poor, with previous posts bearing her name often resulting in a torrent of negativity. However, relying solely on this limited discussion would not elevate Shi Zhi to viral status. As discussions unfolded, someone pointed to another video. Wasn't that an interview of Shi Zhi at Today's book club? Everyone rushed to witness her performance at the book gathering, which promised to be even more entertaining. Upon hearing that there was something even more amusing, netizens quickly flocked to the mentioned Weibo, where they witnessed the goddess in a white dress reciting various delectable dishes with a rhythmic intonation. Netizens exclaimed, "Is it possible to present it this way? Slurp." Shi Zhi's delivery makes it sound so appetizing. As they savored the performance and prepared to express their amusement once more, they discovered a starkly different tone in the comments below. Why invite Shi Zhi to such a high-end event? There's a reason for being obscure. If you can't rise to the occasion, you simply can't. Did Shi Zhi not feel out of place? Could she not discern the appropriateness of the setting, revealing her lack of cultural refinement? Many comments echoed this sarcastic sentiment, insinuating that Shi Zhi was unsophisticated and unworthy of such an elite gathering, with the most upvoted comment garnering thousands of likes. Netizens joining the fray expressed confusion. Why do they not perceive Shi Zhi as lacking sophistication? Wasn't her reading quite commendable? It was enjoyable to listen to, so does that imply food is deemed lowbrow? This sentiment undeniably offended food enthusiasts, prompting some to step in. Isn't food the essence of life? Do you not partake in it? How can it be considered lowly? A book club is inherently a venue for sharing beloved literature. Shi Zhi's choice of reading does not warrant criticism. Others may favor poetry collections. While Shi Zhi revels in culinary culture, neither is erroneous, and there is no need for such mindless disparagement. The online users who arrived initially displayed a commendable demeanor, approaching the matter with a rational attitude. However, they were swiftly encircled. The fervent admirers of Shi Zhi? How unexpected it is to find individuals still advocating for her in this day and age. Are they mere trolls or genuine fans? Genuine fans of such a character are likely to possess questionable morals. Subsequently, the discussion devolved into personal attacks. Unjustly labeled as brainless supporters, they faced inexplicable familial insults. One user retorted, "No, I am your father." The comments escalated into chaos, with an increasing number of participants, including renowned food critics and literary figures, joining the fray, leading to an astounding volume of retweets and comments on Weibo. At this point, the discourse had transcended Shi Zhi, evolving into a debate about whether culinary culture is trivial and unworthy of respect. The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Culinary culture is far from trivial and holds its rightful place in any esteemed setting. The detractors of Shi Zhi met a dismal conclusion. The aftermath for Shi Zhi was that, Due to this heated discussion, she once again surged into the trending topics, her name prominently displayed, eclipsing the efforts of other celebrities who could not buy such attention. Kwon Ji's Good Days was released once more, and the entire team celebrated with the exuberance of a festive occasion, resembling rabbits frolicking in a moonlit field. Shi Zhi, we are on the brink of stardom. This is a sign of resurgence. You truly have a knack for this. With 2 consecutive appearances on trending lists, both portraying a positive image, it was undoubtedly a delightful surprise for Kwon Go. He attentively noted that aside from previous criticisms regarding Shi Zhi's perceived lack of sophistication, general sentiment towards her was rather favorable. If this could indeed materialize, they would undoubtedly be eager to listen daily. Kwon Go urged everyone to quiet down, revealing the good news that our village had extended an invitation to Shi Zhi. The others immediately inquired, "Is our village the slow-paced variety show I know?" Receiving a confirming nod from Kwon Go, he was genuinely taken aback by such an unexpected opportunity. He felt that Shi Zhi, seemingly self-destructive and driven to madness by her circumstances, had unwittingly garnered attention and secured a variety show. The principal, Shi Zhi, was taken aback. The team placed significant importance on her participation in the show, with Kwon Go even asking if she needed urgent training in fishing skills. He did not recall Shi Zhi being adept at fishing. What if she were required to showcase her fishing prowess? Shi Zhi quickly waved her hands, indicating that such training was unnecessary, skillfully deflecting the suggestion. Soon, the day arrived for Shi Zhi to report to our village. When her group arrived at the airport, they coincidentally encountered other artists boarding their flights, surrounded by numerous fans bidding farewell. Noticing that the young assistant in her team was frequently glancing in that direction, and seeing the stark contrast to their own lack of send-off supporters, Shi Zhi sought to comfort her, advising against comparisons. The young assistant replied, "I am not comparing. I am simply happy." Shi Zhi, puzzled, listened as the assistant continued, "Today, we didn't have a single hater blocking our way. How wonderful. During my last visit to the airport, we were besieged by thrice the number of detractors who insisted we vacate the entertainment industry. Thus, it is not sorrow over the absence of fans that burdens us. Rather, the assistant rejoices in the absence of these naysayers." At that moment, Shi Zhi deeply felt the arduous circumstances of her predecessor. As she sat in the vehicle, gazing through the window, she marveled at the picturesque village beyond. Rows of charming houses adorned the landscape, with cattle and sheep leisurely ambling about, creating an aura of tranquility. The beauty of the scenery uplifted Shi Zhi's spirits. She thought of it as a delightful excursion, one that might be difficult to replicate even on a personal journey. The program's director initiated a conversation with Shi Zhi, stifling laughter, which set off an alarm in her mind. Upon her arrival at the second-floor guest house, her apprehensions were confirmed. In the courtyard, a guest was wildly chopping wood with an axe, another lay motionless in a recliner, and yet another forced to smile, weakly welcoming her. "You are Shi Zhi, correct? I am Tian Hong. Welcome to the Weight Loss Variety Show." Weight Loss Variety Show? Shi Zhi raised an eyebrow at this revelation, sensing a misalignment with the promised leisurely format. Meanwhile, the live chat room erupted in chaos. What on earth? How could Shi Zhi possibly be here? Has the production team lost their minds? Why invite her of all people? Panic ensued as viewers speculated whether Shi Zhi would once again entangle herself with male celebrities. The atmosphere grew tense with the presence of such a controversial figure, though it remained subtly manageable for the time being. Among the permanent cast members of our village, 5 individuals were introduced. The oldest, Tian Hong, nearly 40 and a seasoned host, was the first to greet Shi Zhi. He gestured toward a handsome youth clad in athletic wear who was fervently chopping wood in the courtyard. This shy boy, upon meeting Shi Zhi's gaze, nervously addressed her as Sister Shi Zhi. The chat room exploded once more. No, don't call her sister. She doesn't deserve it. Please, Sister Shi Zhi. Spare Xiao Luo. He is still just a child. I held my breath, hoping that Shi Zhi would show some restraint. If she were to pursue Xiao Luo, I would have to resort to drastic measures. Yet, the call for Shi Zhi to show mercy fell upon deaf ears, as she seemed more inclined to dismiss the notion of entangling with the younger ones, especially in the case of Ning Jiaqi. Unlike the evidently youthful Xiao Luo, Ning Jiaqi was a confirmed adult. In contrast to the viewer's vivid imaginations of flirtation, Shi Zhi and Ning Jiaqi exchanged merely polite greetings. However, her attention was drawn to a female star in a blue leisure outfit who sparked a glimmer of recognition and warmth in Shi Zhi's tone. This individual was Bai Wu, petite and possessing a delicate beauty. After Shi Zhi greeted her, Bai Wu approached her side, surprised. I didn't expect you to come. Is this all the luggage you have? I will take you to your room shortly. The other guest, a woman named Xiong Baojia, is a professional actress. Interestingly, she has connections with Shi Zhi, as she is a member of the book club that interviewed enthusiasts of A Brief History of Time. The live comments raised questions. Why is everyone urging Shi Zhi to distance herself from Xiao Luo and Ning Jiaqi? Her demeanor seems quite normal. If there were any romantic entanglement, it would be more credible with Bai Wu. You might not be aware of Shi Zhi's sordid past. Allow me to enlighten you. She once had a fixation on Chen Baichuan, clinging to him until he was utterly exasperated, eventually having to communicate through his manager to escape her. Haha, time reveals true character. Shi Zhi is merely putting on an act, and her true nature will soon surface. Shi Zhi and Bai Wu settled their luggage in the room and soon learned from Tian Hong why he referred to this as a weight loss variety show and why everyone's behavior seemed peculiar. Tian Hong could not help but chuckle bitterly at the absurdity of the situation. But do you know how twisted the director is? To exchange 100 cabbages for a meal of rice sufficient for 4 people, one must transport them from afar, and we cannot even eat the cabbages. The discontent among the participants is palpable. Even in the director's presence, Tian Hong could not suppress his outrage. And the male laborers struggled, yet provided ample comedic relief for the audience. 100 cabbages for merely 4 portions of rice is indeed excessively harsh. The fear of being governed by cabbages is evident. In the end, we devised a strategy to remain as still as possible to avoid feeling hungry. After all, carrying cabbages a few times can be exhausting. The Go champion Wu Luo quietly added that chopping wood could also serve as a distraction. Shifting one's focus alleviates hunger. And chopping wood could also yield ingredients. Upon hearing Wu Luo's words, the live comments overflowed with sympathy. Viewers expressed their desire to provide the poor child with delicious food. The audience could clearly see that since their arrival on our village, all 5 guests had lost weight to varying degrees. Shi Zhi thanked Bai Wu while holding her water cup, curious as to whether there were no other means of procuring food besides harvesting crops. Aren't there other sources of sustenance in the countryside? Indeed, one can catch chickens or fish. However, despite fishing for 2 days, no one managed to catch a single fish. And the free-range chickens were exceedingly elusive. During their hunger-induced days, Tian Hong and Ning Jiaqi had indeed devised a plan to catch a chicken, successfully cornering one, only to be met with a flurry of wings and a profane clucking as it escaped. Tian Hong advised Shi Zhi to take a nap to conserve energy, suggesting they gather more cabbages in the afternoon. Where is the fishing spot? Is there a fishing rod? The live broadcast was ongoing, and naturally, viewers noticed Shi Zhi's actions. What is happening? Is Shi Zhi planning to go fishing? She seems eager to showcase her skills. How cunning of her. However, is it necessary to jump to conclusions so easily? As it stands, Shi Zhi's behavior appears unproblematic. Is her desire to fish truly a negative thing? Ning Jiaqi descended the stairs, holding a water cup, seemingly intending to fetch some water. He had not exchanged much with Shi Zhi before, and she had no intention of speaking to him either. However, Ning Jiaqi's gaze fell upon the fishing rod in her hand, prompting him to initiate conversation. Are you going fishing?
Yes.
It's quite difficult. The fish over there won't bite. After 2 days of fishing, their vigor had entirely waned. Shi Zhi reeled in the line, thinking to herself that she might as well give it a try. She had been observing closely. Was this merely a waste of energy? Ning Jiaqi, confronted with Xiong Baojia's complaints, displayed a hint of impatience. Why concern yourself with others? Xiong Baojia dared not voice her frustration. She knew Ning Jiaqi's reputation and his genuine connections. When Shi Zhi arrived at the pond, there were very few people around, only a handful of children playing. Upon noticing the staff carrying equipment, the children scattered in small groups, except for one little boy who squatted nearby, watching her intently.
Hey.
Are you the celebrity filming a variety show? Shi Zhi was amused by the childish words. She brushed the dust off her clothes and nodded.
Yes.
The little boy replied, then you won't catch any fish. Save your energy. Several big guys were here a few days ago, and not one of them caught a fish. Shi Zhi chuckled at the boy's teasing. She was not offended, merely glancing at him. You can just watch. The live chat erupted in laughter. Ha, a major flop scene. The kid speaks the truth. They wished to reward the boy, encouraging him to speak more. Shi Zhi, known for her passion for fishing, was expected to catch at least 1 fish to redeem herself. Her detractors had already gathered, and the live chat had become a hub for her critics.
Haha.
Claiming to love fishing? I doubt Shi Zhi has ever fished. Her stance with the rod is all wrong. If she catches a fish, I'll eat durian off my chest. Just as those words were spoken, the fishing rod twitched. The chat room fell silent. No way? They held their breath as ripples spread across the pond. Calmly, Shi Zhi reeled in the line, pulling a plump fish from the water, its scales glimmering in the sunlight. In less than 5 minutes, she had caught her first fish. The critics fell silent, while the staff and the little boy stared in disbelief. Some of the critics stubbornly claimed it was a fluke, attributing her success to luck, only to witness her catch a second, third, and then a fourth fish. The fish, which had eluded the other contestants, seemed to be offering themselves to Shi Zhi as if in tribute. Chapter 13. The 13th Day of Unwanted Fame. The barrage of question marks in the chat transformed into exclamations of astonishment. Is Shi Zhi some kind of fishing master? Amidst this peculiar display, some quietly awaited the promised durian feast. When will that happen? They were eager to witness it. Grateful for Shi Zhi and her critics, they delighted in the spectacle of human bewilderment. Durian on the chest. However, the onlookers in the live stream reveled in the spectacle. And the earlier skeptics who had derided Shi Zhi's fishing prowess swiftly retreated when she caught her first fish. Initially, the audience believed Shi Zhi would be humiliated, but the tables turned, and it was the naysayers who faced ridicule. The comments that insisted Shi Zhi had never fished before and that her technique was clearly that of a novice seemed to carry weight before her success. Now, in stark contrast, they appeared rather amusing. What of her technique? Not only did the onlookers fail to recognize her stance as novice-like, but with such an impressive catch. Shi Zhi's approach was nothing short of extraordinary. The barrage of comments in the live chat included, awkward, isn't it? Turns out Shi Zhi truly can fish. This hobby is remarkable. It transcends mere interest. I would consider her a master. I'm beginning to like Shi Zhi. With all these fish, everyone can enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Shi Zhi's fishing methods were steady. Each time she reeled in her line, it was with precision. And it wasn't too long before she filled nearly half a bucket with fish.
How about that?
She provocatively showcased her haul to the little boy who had mocked her, leaving him utterly speechless as he observed her consecutive catches. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his forehead and finally gave her a thumbs up. You're more capable than your friends. It seemed that not only did the father enjoy watching beautiful women, but the fish were equally entranced. They appeared to be captivated by her allure. The crew members erupted into laughter, realizing they had stumbled upon a rather amusing revelation.
Hey.
Shi Zhi. Wu Luo greeted her upon seeing her. Where are you off to? Shi Zhi felt quite fond of the small, well-behaved child. The chat was flooded with comments praising Xiao Luo for being exceptionally thoughtful. Shi Zhi stopped Wu Luo, declaring there was no need to go pick cabbage. What do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll make it for you. She raised the bucket in her hand, and at that moment, as the comments suggested, she radiated an aura of brilliance. At this juncture, her offer to cook for the 5 guests was particularly poignant. The group had not had a satisfying meal in quite some time. Tian Hong, who had risen earliest, remembered they were supposed to pick cabbage in the afternoon. After all, Shi Zhi was new and deserved a bowl of fragrant rice. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, he heard a commotion below. Is Xiao Luo not taking a nap? He wondered upon spotting Wu Luo's figure, only to be distracted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. What smells so good? He inquired. Wu Luo peeked out from the kitchen, a cheerful smile on his delicate face. Brother Tian Hong, Brother Jia Qi, Sister Shi Zhi are cooking. Hurry and wash your hands, and let us call the other 2 sisters down for dinner. No need to pick cabbage anymore. His voice brimmed with excitement. Behind Tian Hong followed Ning Jia Qi, who, upon meeting Tian Hong's puzzled gaze, let out a sound of exasperation. He informed Tian Hong that he had seen Shi Zhi recently stating her intention to go fishing. Could it be that she truly caught something? The rice simmered in the rice cooker while Shi Zhi had already prepared a dish of braised pork with cabbage and tofu, along with a stir-fried vegetable medley, and was currently working on a sauerkraut fish. Yet it seemed futile as the novice group, known as the 5, had not managed to catch a single fish before Shi Zhi's arrival. Now, with the fishing master Shi Zhi in action, she had extravagantly exchanged for a bountiful array of ingredients, leaving behind fish as the pièce de resistance. Dressed in an apron, Shi Zhi held a long platter in one hand and a spatula in the other. With deft movements, the beautifully colored sauerkraut fish was soon plated. You take a break. I'll serve it, Bai Wu volunteered, stepping forward to present the fish. Surrounded by several stars who gazed at Shi Zhi with the reverence one might reserve for a national treasure. Following her demonstration of fishing prowess and her culinary skills, the comments in the live stream grew markedly harmonious. I feel Bai Wu is about to cry from craving. Thank you, Miss Shi Zhi, for your hospitality. Bai Gua. A fan of Bai Wu, along with fans of various other artists, expressed gratitude in the comments for the sumptuous meal Shi Zhi prepared for their idols. Of course, naysayers and detractors were ever present, but they were quickly countered. How can you still find something to complain about? You think your cooking is so exquisite. Why don't you whip up a meal for them with your keyboard? Delicious. Shi Zhi, your culinary skills are worthy of a restaurant. After sampling a piece of sauerkraut fish with rice, Tian Hong gave Shi Zhi a thumbs up. The table was adorned with 3 dishes, each person provided with rice. This arrangement, once unremarkable, was now a feast for the 5, who struggled even to eat rice. They dined extravagantly, while the viewers could only see the appealing colors of the dishes and deduce their quality from Shi Zhi's adeptness in the kitchen. Those in the small house could directly experience the aroma and flavor. The braised pork with cabbage and tofu was fragrant, with the cabbage and tofu thoroughly soaking up the rich broth, even more appetizing than the meat itself. The tofu, known for its moisture-absorbing qualities, had nearly vanished. The fish, freshly caught, was tender and had been skillfully prepared by Shi Zhi, devoid of any fishy odor. Even Wu Luo, who had previously expressed a dislike for fish, had taken several bites. The stir-fried vegetables appeared simple but were anything but trivial, refreshing and light, making them particularly suitable for artists concerned about their figures. Apart from Tian Hong, everyone else echoed how delicious the meal was. In truth, even without verbal acknowledgement, their speed of consumption told a compelling story. The men on site finished 1 bowl of rice and requested another, a rarity in the image-conscious entertainment industry. Bai Wu quietly confided to Shi Zhi, "If it weren't for the fear of gaining weight, I would want to indulge too. This is sheer bliss. A true celestial savior." It was evident to all that Shi Zhi had managed to catch enough fish that afternoon to prepare 3 dishes. Thanks to this remarkable meal provided by Shi Zhi, the guests found themselves drawn closer to her, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Amidst the laughter and joviality, Xiong Baojie and Ning Jiaqi exchanged few words. Xiong Baojie appeared to be lost in thought, while Ning Jiaqi, known for his somewhat irritable disposition, was not particularly engaging. His fans understood that his verbosity fluctuated with his mood, leading to a lack of attention from most, with only a handful of fans sending comments. What is wrong with Qi Bao? Is he preoccupied? Is my brother unhappy? If so, he should refrain from participating in variety shows in the future. At that moment, Ning Jiaqi lifted his gaze and called out to Shi Zhi, his tone surprisingly solemn. Wu Luo and Bai Wu, who had been engrossed in conversation with Shi Zhi, fell silent, and all eyes in the room turned to focus on Shi Zhi and Ning Jiaqi. Sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere, Tian Hong attempted to diffuse it, asking what was amiss. Ning Jiaqi had already risen, his tall frame quickly positioning him before Shi Zhi, casting a shadow over her seated figure. Shi Zhi remained unfazed, responding with a simple, Is there something you need? The live stream audience sensed the charged atmosphere. What could Ning Jiaqi want with Shi Zhi? Hadn't they been strangers until now? Is Ning Jiaqi interested in Shi Zhi? Oh my gosh. Don't scare me. I want to allow it. 2333. I think a handsome man and a beautiful woman make a lovely pair. And I can attest that this has nothing to do with Shi Zhi. She hasn't pursued Ning Jiaqi. Even if something were to happen, it would be the boy taking the initiative. Ning Jiaqi retrieved 3 lollipops from his pocket and placed them on the table in front of Shi Zhi, further intensifying the ambiguity of the situation. Finally, with utmost respect, he spoke, Sister Shi Zhi, these are offerings. The others were taken aback. Offerings for what? And why do you refer to her as sister? Ning Jiaqi continued unabashedly, his demeanor surprisingly humble for a towering idol actor. Can I also call you Sister Shi Zhi? From now on, consider me your little brother. Feel free to command me, as long as you provide me with a meal. Though Ning Jiaqi's statement was incomplete, the peculiar nature of his expression and actions allowed everyone to fill in the blanks. Ning Jiaqi lamented, Whoa, I'm truly on the brink of starvation. A golden opportunity has finally presented itself. How could I let it slip away? He was not the typical suave young master. Rather, he was a playful spirit. Shi Zhi responded, That one be necessary. Chapter 14. The 14th day of not seeking fame. The rising star of a popular drama, in desperation for sustenance, acknowledges a sister on sight. What does this reveal about the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Notably, Shi Zhi was younger than Ning Jiaqi. Facing the astonished gazes of the staff and other guests, Ning Jiaqi appeared refreshingly candid, having already spoken his shameful words. From awkwardness to ease. Sister Shi Zhi. The lollipops are somewhat lacking, he paused, to be precise, they are exceedingly few. However, they are all I possess at present. I promise to make amends in the future. The audience in the live streaming room was utterly captivated by the unfolding drama, only to be jolted by the director's voice, filled with both astonishment and ire. Ning Jiaqi. How dare you hoard snacks? Remarkably, Ning Jiaqi had evaded their thorough search. She rejected his advances, leaving him bewildered. With a look of existential doubt, he grappled with the fact that Shi Zhi had turned him down. The guests present managed to maintain some semblance of composure, while Wu Luo scurried to the side, her shoulders trembling with laughter, and the viewers in the live stream erupted in even louder mirth. Ning Jiaqi was not jesting. He genuinely intended to cling to Shi Zhi's illustrious reputation, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Even though Shi Zhi refused to acknowledge him as her subordinate, he was determined to regard her as his elder sister. Fetching water and opening doors were mere trivialities. He even vied with Wu Luo to assist Shi Zhi with carrying the water buckets. However, in light of Ning Jiaqi's antics, no one would misconstrue any romantic sparks between them. Faced with the expansive fish pond, he boldly declared, "Sister Shi Zhi, I hereby announce that you shall take charge of this pond." Shi Zhi was taken aback. Truly, he was reminiscent of a leading man from a romantic drama, effortlessly reciting lines typical of a domineering CEO. However, while those characters often claimed the female lead under their dominion, Ning Jiaqi's declaration transformed into a plea for Shi Zhi to manage the pond for him. His fans could only facepalm, acknowledging the revelation of his true nature. I knew this day would come. His attributes are simply inescapable, though I did not anticipate such an early exposure. Take away the foolish, Ninggu. Unlike others who merely judged him by his princely exterior, his devoted fans, having followed him for a considerable time, were well aware of his playful disposition, which had long been apparent. It seemed that this time, the poor child was genuinely famished, and even passers-by were now aware of his plight. Ning Jiaqi reveled in the attention. His looks and personality were distinctly separate. He had previously found it cumbersome to engage, but his family background afforded him certain freedoms from his agency's constraints. He felt fortunate for not heeding his manager's advice to distance himself from Shi Zhi. Otherwise, he would still be enduring hunger. Moreover, while he may not have inherited a business acumen, he had acquired a modicum of insight into human nature. He found Shi Zhi to be quite amiable, contrary to the rumors circulating outside. There was no shortage of food. Shi Zhi could fish. Hungry? Shi Zhi could cook. And her culinary skills were exceptional. Xiong Baojia had learned from her assistant that Shi Zhi had faced far fewer criticisms in her recent live streams, and her reputation had seen remarkable turnaround. As a fellow female star, Xiong Baojia felt a tinge of envy. Her response was to elevate her own appearance, meticulously applying makeup, yet as she wandered around, she could not find her rival. The cameraman informed Xiong Baojia, "Are you looking for Shi Zhi? She left early this morning to go fishing." Xiong Baojia glanced at the clock in the living room. It was still not yet 7 o'clock. Just considering the hour struck her as absurd. Shi Zhi had set off at dawn with her stool, water bucket, and fishing rod, not only to sustain her livelihood but also because, as she had mentioned in an interview, it was her passion. "Shi Zhi is here. She arrived quite early. Have you eaten yet?" As soon as Shi Zhi's figure appeared beside the fish pond, a series of villagers greeted her warmly. These were familiar faces from the village, elderly gentlemen who were also her fishing companions. Over the past few days, Shi Zhi had encountered them while fishing, and despite the apparent incongruity between seasoned fishermen and a celebrity, she had seamlessly integrated into their circle. After the customary exchanges, everyone began to fish. Her angling skills remained impressively swift, with plump fish biting one after another. Even the gentlemen, who had witnessed her prowess before, could not refrain from expressing their admiration. "This girl is exceptionally skilled at fishing, even surpassing old Jiang," one remarked. "Do you sell fish?" "I have channels that can ensure they are sold." The audience in the live stream was amused by the gentleman's banter. Haha, asking Shi Zhi if she sells fish. Isn't she participating in a variety show? Previously, the spotlight had been on Ning Jiaqi and Bai Wu, who boasted significant followings. Although Wu Luo was considered a semi-celebrity, her understanding demeanor attracted a number of maternal fans. Yet none could rival the meteoric rise of Shi Zhi. In recent days, the viewership of Shi Zhi's fishing livestream had surged, even threatening to eclipse Ning Jiaqi's numbers. Many had developed a habit of waking up early to watch her fish and chat with the gentleman, often captivated for hours. The reason they didn't stay longer? Because Shi Zhi only fished for a short while each day. Recently, Shi Zhi had acquired a new moniker, Shi Zhi Grandpa, in a profession that primarily relies on looks. If dedication were measured by beauty, Shi Zhi would undoubtedly be a model worker. Even at her most notorious, her striking features rendered critics hesitant to speak ill of her. Remarkably, the unusual title of Grandpa seemed to suit her in an odd yet harmonious manner. The filming location of our village was in the south, where winter was not particularly harsh. For instance, Xiong Baojia was still donning skirts, and Bai Wu appeared quite fresh. In contrast, Shi Zhi's attire was devoid of any design flair. Her long shirt and pants in lackluster colors completely concealed her enviable figure. Her face, presumably bare of makeup, seemed to have only a touch of sunscreen, while she sported a straw hat identical to those worn by the elderly gentlemen. The hat was indeed a gift from them. Next to her lay a porcelain cup for drinking water, as she sat leisurely on a stool, fishing with an ease that mirrored the gentleman beside her.
Oh my,
I can't take it anymore. No wonder they call her Shi Zhi Grandpa. One viewer exclaimed. I'm laughing so hard. Where did that porcelain cup come from? Another added. Honestly, if I had a figure and looks like Shi Zhi, I would adorn myself beautifully every day, wearing the prettiest dresses. Lamented another. The despairing truth is, have you all noticed? Even in her unkempt state, Shi Zhi Grandpa remains stunning, someone pointed out. For a moment, there was a stillness in the comments. A silent acknowledgement of the truth. Even when Shi Zhi appeared disheveled, her beauty shone through as a natural charm, a testament to her carefree spirit. Shi Zhi was simply being lazy. Previously, a team surrounded her, with a makeup artist attending to her needs. Now, she finds herself alone in the countryside, where everyone adopts a similar appearance, and thus, one dresses as comfortably as they please. This time, Shi Zhi's plan to exchange fish has not gone smoothly, as the director has informed them that the exchange formula must be altered. The director, unable to avoid the situation, noted that while Shi Zhi initially showcased her remarkable fishing skills to great amusement, the novelty would wear off if it continued, leaving the others inactive. Thus, the only option was to revise the exchange formula, where one fish would yield a meager amount of ingredients, testing their willingness to compromise with reality. Naturally, the announcement of this change was met with unanimous opposition from all the guests. What is this? After finally enjoying a few hearty meals, now they must go and pick cabbage? The production team remained unyielding, asserting that the rules were theirs to establish, and with ingredients at hand, they held the power. Ning Jiaqi protested, questioning their lack of integrity. Tian Hong attempted to negotiate with the director, advocating for a higher value for the fish to secure more ingredients. Shi Zhi, however, remained relatively calm, inquiring, "Are you truly going to change it?" The director confirmed, genuinely curious about how Shi Zhi would respond. Would she employ her charm as the female guest did? That was uncertain. Shi Zhi merely nodded and reassured the worried Bai Wu that it would be all right. So, we won't exchange with them, she declared. Who will we exchange with, then? Quickly, Shi Zhi revealed the answer. She would barter with the elderly fisherman. The old man, driving a small tricycle, delivered various food items directly to their courtyard.
Joan.
Ning Jiaqi and Wu Luo huffed and puffed as they unloaded the provisions and helped the old man load the fish onto his vehicle. The young lady could request whatever else she desired from him. As the old man departed, he left behind a remark. Shi Zhi waved goodbye, expressing her gratitude. The production team was astonished by Shi Zhi's maneuver, and the live audience couldn't help but applaud her ingenuity. Who could refrain from exclaiming impressive? The director was left speechless, wondering if Shi Zhi could be given a bit more creative freedom. At noon, Shi Zhi prepared a delightful 3-dish meal with soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy chicken, accompanied by seaweed soup. Ning Jiaqi, savoring the fragrant rice, felt tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, the director recognized that aside from Shi Zhi, the others were becoming increasingly complacent. His already thinning hair seemed to shine even more due to Shi Zhi's presence. However, the director had not anticipated that trouble would arise in the afternoon, stemming from conflicts among the guests. Have you lost your mind? Why are you dumping the fish into the river? Hearing the commotion, everyone rushed out to witness Ning Jiaqi confronting Xiong Baojia. Ning Jiaqi, visibly enraged, held a bucket of water, apparently just wrested from Xiong Baojia, the fish inside thrashing in alarm, with one fish having fallen onto the sand, struggling to move. Ning Jiaqi, unable to sleep after lunch, had decided to take a stroll and coincidentally caught Xiong Baojia stealthily attempting to dump the fish into the small river in front of the door, prompting him to snatch the bucket away immediately. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiong Baojia experienced a moment of awkwardness, yet she quickly regained her composure. I feel pity for the fish and wish to release it, she declared. Shi Zhi's eyelids twitched. Xiong Baojia, Let us refrain from consuming fish, shall we? They are all lives. The fish are so adorable. I cannot bear to see them perish. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 15. The 15th Day of Not Seeking Fame. Confronted with the genuinely emotional Xiong Baojia, the audience did not immediately empathize or comfort her. Instead, they exchanged glances with one another, their eyes silently questioning, is she all right? Where did this naive saint come from? Sister, wake up. Has your character gone too far? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Wah, I support Xiong Baojia's sentiments. The fish are truly adorable. I covered my mouth in sadness, yet tears streamed down my cheeks. All right, I've decided. Tonight we shall eat fish. I just had boiled fish today. Friends tell me, did I do something wrong? Did I not show enough respect for life? But boiled fish is simply too delicious. I pondered. When Shi Zhi was preparing fish, you indulged without restraint. Now you feel pity for the fish? Sister, are you a bit too dramatic? Enough, I'm getting angry. Has Xiong Baojia played the saint too much? If you don't want to eat, then don't. What does it mean to release the fish that Shi Zhi worked so hard to catch? Did anyone notice Shi Zhi's expression? Her face mirrors my own feelings right now. The audience in the live stream was astounded by Xiong Baojia's outrageous antics.
Now.
While she feasted on Shi Zhi's fish, she still wished to release it. The viewers were genuinely enraged. Amidst this fury, someone pointed out Shi Zhi's expression, and the irate audience momentarily faltered. On the screen, Shi Zhi's lovely yet perplexed visage was a perfect representation of the audience's bewilderment, ripe for meme creation. Dear lady, while the fish may be pitiable, what about us? Ning Jiaqi was truly about to explode. Was that fish being discarded? It was his life. Ning Jiaqi was on the verge of cursing at the camera. Shi Zhi, however, interrupted him. Wu Luo, being younger and unsure of how to respond, simply picked up the fish that had fallen to the ground, rinsed it with water, and returned it to the bucket. Baojia, what you're doing is wrong. If you discard the fish, what shall we eat? Bai Wu was also overwhelmed by Xiong Baojia's stifling actions. Initially, she wished to distance herself from such foolishness to avoid lowering her own intellect, but among the 6 individuals present, barring Shi Zhi, she was the only one sharing the same gender as Xiong Baojia, thus she steeled herself to speak. Without fish, we can eat vegetables or rice. Xiong Baojia remained lost in her notion of benevolence. A kind-hearted girl garners favor from passers-by. Shi Zhi had been garnering quite a bit of attention lately, and she could not allow herself to be overshadowed. Hence, she sought to showcase her own kindness. Upon encountering the fish in the kitchen, Xiong Baojia was immediately struck by the thought of releasing them back into the wild. Ning Jiaqi scoffed, reminding her that the vegetables and rice had been exchanged for the fish. Xiong Baojia was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi, surely you cannot bear to see them perish. Our meeting is a stroke of fate, and there are but a few left. All living beings possess a spirit, and yet here we are, entangled in moral dilemmas. Shi Zhi advised her on the necessity of letting go. Xiong Baojia questioned, why are you not adhering to the expected script? Shi Zhi then sincerely inquired if she had enjoyed a satisfying lunch that day, implying that Xiong Baojia's emotional outburst stemmed from being overly well-fed. The director of the program was thrilled, exclaiming, let the conflict commence. No one seemed to comprehend Xiong Baojia's sudden display of compassion, yet her fans quickly began to defend her in the live chat. Come on, must everyone be so malicious? Baojia has done nothing wrong. She is merely a naive girl who felt pity for the fish without overthinking it. Her intentions are pure, and besides, the fish were not discarded, so let us not mock her. Others in the chat reacted, the fish were only spared because they were discovered before they could be discarded. How curious that there are 2 sides to this narrative. I feel a bit sorry for Shi Zhi. If she were to release the fish caught with great effort, she would likely receive far less understanding and be heavily criticized. There is nothing wrong with kindness, but one should not be so generous as to undo the labor of others. Respect their efforts. Shi Zhi maintained her composure. As if this incident had not stirred any ripples in her world, she continued to rest and prepare meals as needed. Xiong Baojia, despite her earlier emotional turmoil, was dismayed to find that none around her supported her stance. By dinner, she appeared as usual and indulged in her meal. Observers noted that not only did she consume a considerable amount of food, but she also quickly finished an entire fish. What is happening? Just this afternoon, she was crying over the fish, and now she is delightfully feasting? Who gave Xiong Baojia such audacity? If she had confidently declared that she would not eat, I would have respected her character. But now, Having consumed the fish, she is no longer endearing. Where have Xiong Baojia's fans gone? Come and see. This is your so-called kind girl, truly a paragon of kindness. The expressions of the other guests were somewhat ambiguous. Xiong Baojia's performance seemed less sincere. Ning Jiaqi tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his fists hardening. Before he could react, a sorrowful, choking sound suddenly filled the room. I am the fish, and my demise is tragic. I am so adorable. Alas, I have been reduced to mere bones. Xiong Baojia's hands, which had been picking at the fish, trembled slightly, freezing in place as she lifted her gaze. The one choking back tears was Shi Zhi, dramatically providing voice to the fish on Xiong Baojia's plate, even incorporating the endearing motif of the fish being so cute. When Xiong Baojia looked at her, Shi Zhi winked playfully. After a brief silence, the live chat erupted in excitement, the comments flying rapidly. Here, the term cheap is used in an endearing manner. Wow, haha, is Shi Zhi actually this entertaining? I'm in love. Ah, I feel so exhilarated. I thought it would end after Shi Zhi mentioned that Xiong Baojia was just full, but there are still such iconic moments. So mischievous, yet I adore it. I must say, Shi Zhi is truly a talent, haha. Originally, I was infuriated by Xiong Baojia, but now I feel utterly elated, even wanting to celebrate with a can of ice-cold cola. The guests were momentarily stunned, then Tian Hong apologized and dashed to the kitchen, while Wu Luo hurried to the restroom. Bai Wu had nowhere to flee. She tilted her head back, wiping away tears of laughter, explaining, Shi Zhi, your cooking tonight was exceptional. I am genuinely moved. It's tears of emotion, she clarified. Ning Jiaqi joined the chorus of admiration, pulling out a few tissues from the dining table to dab his eyes, increasingly impressed by Shi Zhi. The adage good things come to those who wait rang true. Indeed, this was a realm for the strong, and he was wholeheartedly willing to be her loyal follower. Devotee Ning Jiaqi was eager to present Shi Zhi with 300 lollipops. Xiong Baojia, under the teasing gaze, felt her face flush with embarrassment, her appetite for fish vanishing in an instant, casting a shadow over her perception of it. Shi Zhi, what are you doing? What do you mean? In response to Xiong Baojia's inquiry, Shi Zhi paused her sobs, wearing a smile and appearing remarkably at ease.
Oh.
Just practicing my acting skills. Ning Jiaqi confirmed, yes. Bai Wu chimed in, I want to see too. The live stream showcased everyone with wide eyes, laughing heartily at the absurdity. I want to see. This time, our village finally fulfilled the director's wishes, trending on social media, with Shi Zhi's name closely following. Yu is so adorable. The production team's director realized the previous attempt to boost engagement with hired support had failed solely due to the absence of Shi Zhi's name. Data speaks volumes, and Xiong Baojia was not of much interest to the audience. Upon seeing Shi Zhi associated with the topic, the netizens' immediate reaction was, has Shi Zhi caused trouble again? How is she invited back to a variety show? And calling you cute? Let us not misunderstand. The troublemaker is Xiong Baojia. How did Shi Zhi gain such loyal supporters? She was previously branded as Shi Biao across the internet, and now she is being referred to as grandpa and sister. What has changed? Shi Zhi, unencumbered by Xiong Baojia's moral constraints, continued to voice over for Yu, mockingly referring to Xiong Baojia and claiming she was practicing her acting. Undoubtedly refreshing to the audience. It was quite relieving. The Chinese value harmony, and celebrities often strive to maintain their public image, avoiding overt conflicts. Thus, Bai Wu, Tian Hong, and others overlooked Xiong Baojia's suffocating behavior, which is entirely understandable. However, Shi Zhi's direct confrontation brought joy to the viewers. Our village experienced a surge in viewership. The star behind this newfound traffic, Shi Zhi, continued her leisurely fishing by the pond, exuding a grandpa-like charm and showcasing her masterful angling skills, leaving the new viewers in awe, while the seasoned audience advised them to sit back, as this was just a customary occurrence. In a mere 5 minutes, Shi Zhi skillfully reeled in a plump fish, effortlessly securing it in her grasp. The fish thrashed in her hand, twisting gracefully in the air. Squinting at the fish, Shi Zhi marveled at its beauty. How exquisite! Neither too fat nor too lean. Look, its scales glisten under the sun. Nature is truly wondrous. Even the finest artist would struggle to conceive such splendor. Its eyes and head are perfectly round, exuding a festive charm reminiscent of traditional New Year paintings adorning the walls. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments erupted in admiration, praising Shi Zhi's flair for flattery, even for a fish. Yet, some began to worry. Could it be that Shi Zhi, influenced by Xiong Baojia, had developed a newfound affection for fish? Ning Jiaqi had previously learned from Bai Wu that Shi Zhi had once lavished her with praise, but witnessing it up close was an entirely new experience. His compliments were simplistic, merely exclaiming amazing, and thus, Shi Zhi's display left him utterly captivated. Indeed, the fish was strikingly beautiful. Shi Zhi cast a surprised glance at Ning Jiaqi. What was this luck? Such a stunning creature deserved to be preserved whole. It would be a shame not to braise it. Ning Jiaqi. Comments. One could only wish to address this stunning star, Shi Zhi, and ask, are you a devil? Chapter 16. The 16th day of not wanting to go viral. Shi Zhi lowered her gaze, gently stroking the fish as the wind tousled the wisps of hair by her cheek. A tender smile graced her exquisite face. If one were unaware of the impending fate of the fish, and if one could not hear Shi Zhi's words, it would indeed present a warm and serene scene. Shi Zhi remarked, meeting his fate, let it fill your belly. It was decided. This fish would be the one. Earlier, Xiong Baojia had spoken of fate and releasing the fish, but for Shi Zhi, fate meant this fish would satisfy her hunger. The viewers in the live stream fell silent once more. On one side, Xiong Baojia lamented the fish's cuteness, pleading not to eat it, while on the other, Shi Zhi praised its beauty, insisting that such loveliness deserved to remain whole. She was the devil who would braise the fish. Naturally, the audience unhesitatingly sided with the latter. They were right. Shi Zhi was indeed a fascinating character. Fish, I thank you. Fish, is it my fault for being beautiful? It seems that beauty truly is a burden. I laughed so hard that everyone within a 10-mile radius will rely on hearing aids for the rest of their lives. Oh, so this is how one selects a fish? I've learned something useful today. Thank you. I'll head to the seafood market to seek out the most beautiful fish to braise. This is the first time I've realized that being unattractive isn't necessarily a bad thing. Ning Jiaqi was equally unprepared for this turn of events and silently rejoiced that he had yet to voice his request for Shi Zhi to shower him with compliments. However, he had a deep affection for braised fish. The video opened with Xiong Baojia sobbing, lamenting the fish's cuteness, exclaiming how tragic it was. The scene quickly shifted to Xiong Baojia hastily devouring the fish at the dining table. In the next shot, Shi Zhi provided voiceover for the fish, saying, I am the fish. My death is so tragic. I am so adorable. As the scene transitions to the following day, Shi Zhi joyfully displays the fish she has just caught, its round and vibrant form exuding a celebratory aura. Ning Jiaqi inquires, Shi Zhi, shall we keep it separately? Shi Zhi responds with a gentle smile, braised. The video concludes here, with braise serving as the pièce d'assistance, encapsulating the essence of the entire footage. Though the video is relatively brief, it is laden with numerous elements, creating an overwhelming experience that experts commend as remarkable. Xiong Baojia hastens the footage of the fish segment, making the contrast strikingly evident, providing viewers with a sense of relief and satisfaction. Shi Zhi's devil-may-care persona is cemented through this outrageous video, earning her the title of the expert in tackling pretense, adept at addressing both the self-righteous and the overly sentimental. After all, at this juncture, how could Xiong Baojia still have the audacity to partake in the meals prepared by Shi Zhi? Remaining would only invite scorn. Following the fish release incident, their relationship garnered a new prefix, ordinary foolish peers. In our village, Shi Zhi has undoubtedly become the beloved figure of the group, a soul of the community. Her daily tasks revolve around fishing and preparing 2 meals, with breakfast being a shared responsibility among the others. While grand feasts are beyond their capability, simple dishes like fried eggs and boiled noodles are well within their means. Cleaning the rooms and attending to various other chores have been quietly taken on by the rest, ensuring that Shi Zhi can enjoy some respite. After lunch, Wu Luo beckons to Shi Zhi, who is lounging comfortably on the sofa. Sister Shi Zhi, do you play chess? Would you like to play a game? In response to Wu Luo's invitation, Shi Zhi rises effortlessly, sure. Tian Hong gives Shi Zhi a thumbs up, praising her. Well done. Shi Zhi, you can play chess. Ning Jiaqi, holding a cup of water, approaches Wu Luo and taps him on the shoulder, leaving behind a remark. Let us not forget about Sister Shi Zhi. Astute netizens have already deciphered Ning Jiaqi's words through lip reading, prompted by Wu Luo. The audience recalls that Shi Zhi had previously mentioned her hobbies during an interview, which included fishing, playing chess, and gardening. Initially, some viewers found her claims peculiar. Yet her fishing prowess has since been validated, establishing her as a master. Following this logic, it stands to reason that her chess skills should be commendable as well. The audience's curiosity is piqued. My heart races. Could Sister Shi Zhi even defeat Wu Luo? As Wu Luo refers to her as sister, and Ning Jiaqi follows suit, Many viewers begin to adopt this form of address, even simplifying it to sister. That is unlikely. Wu Luo is a professional player and an international champion. It would be quite the exaggeration for anyone to defeat a professional. However, our little angel, Wu Luo, might let her win, perhaps resulting in a tie or deliberately losing. Regardless, she must be a formidable player. I've discovered that Shi Zhi possesses hidden talents. I had never noticed she had such diverse skills. Now hailed as a treasure and recognized for her presumably impressive chess abilities, Shi Zhi finds herself seated opposite Wu Luo. She gazes at him with a smile. Do you know how to play Gamoku? If not, it's alright. I'll teach you. It's quite simple. Wu Luo responds, huh? The guests echo his confusion, and the audience is equally perplexed. What is this? Shi Zhi's prowess in the game of Go is indeed remarkable, having decisively bested Wu Luo. However, it is important to note that this contest was not in traditional Go, but rather in the game of Gamoku. The character of Shi Zhi remains unblemished, and her skill in the game is truly commendable. Wu Luo, thoroughly enjoying his time playing Gamoku, engaged in numerous matches with Shi Zhi until she grew weary, after which he reluctantly continued his play with Tianhong. Wu Luo, I've actually admired you for quite some time, he confessed, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he turned towards Shi Zhi. Sitting beside him, sipping tea from an enamel cup, Shi Zhi responded with a subtle The expressions of the other guests were somewhat nuanced, not to mention those watching the live stream. Wu Luo, realizing his words might have been misconstrued, felt his handsome face flush even deeper, hastily gesturing, that's not what I meant. I admire the characters that Shi Zhi portrays. Ning Jiaqi playfully ruffled Wu Luo's hair, teasing, your breath seems to be quite lengthy. The audience found this remark less persuasive coming from Ning Jiaqi, as he had once created a more intimidating presence. Shi Zhi remained emotionally detached. After all, it was not her performance being discussed, yet she graciously expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Xiao Luo. This elicited a stir among the viewers, with comments like, I secretly used to admire the characters portrayed by Shi Zhi, and I too, appearing in the chat. Many expressed confusion over Shi Zhi's sudden decline in popularity and the lesser quality of her recent projects, reflecting on the bittersweet nature of her career. Regardless, I only trust what my eyes see. I truly cherish Shi Zhi's role in our village. Shi Zhi's fishing skills are top-notch, and while she excels at Gamoku, her talent in gardening remains unobserved. The sole connection to her horticultural endeavors was when she unearthed a wilting, malnourished plant during her fishing escapade and casually planted it in an empty pot in the yard. Several guests had once gathered around to observe this peculiar act. Wu Luo, is this flower about to perish? Bai Wu inquired. I think so, came the reply from Tianhong. Can that even be called a flower? It looks quite dreadful, he remarked, accurately noting its unattractiveness. Ning Jiaqi, acting as a dutiful but unofficial assistant, swiftly offered, Shi Zhi, tell me what kind of flowers you like, and I will have my manager procure some for you. Shi Zhi, however, did not discard the wilting plant, neglecting to expose it to sunlight, occasionally watering it, albeit without much concern. Gradually, everyone grew accustomed to its presence, sometimes even remembering to water it with leftover rice water. Shi Zhi first reached out to the butler, inquiring, I find the environment of the village where I am currently filming quite pleasant, and the people are genuine. I am rather fond of it here. Would it be possible for me to purchase a plot of land to build a small house? This way, she could return to this lovely place in the future. The butler informed Shi Zhi that since she was so fond of the idea, they could construct an estate or a vacation villa exclusively for the young lady's enjoyment. Shi Zhi was taken aback. All she desired was a modest little house, yet the butler suggested an entire manor. This must be the simplicity of life for the affluent. The butler, with unwavering determination, set the plan in motion, and Shi Zhi envisioned her own estate while reaching out to her agent, Brother Quan. Brother Quan diligently sent her various updates daily, and upon her inquiry, he eagerly revealed that there was no filming equipment available. He then hastily launched into the promotion of good days, excitedly informing Shi Zhi about her remarkable performance and the positive reviews she received. Previously, she had been subjected to relentless criticism, and her face was the only redeeming feature left. She had not performed well, and Brother Quan was nearly frantic, wishing he could leap through the screen to assist her with makeup. To his astonishment, the audience surprisingly adored her, a reaction he had not anticipated. After listening for a while, Shi Zhi felt somewhat fatigued and intended to end the call, but Brother Quan had another piece of news. I am uncertain of its authenticity, but it has been leaked internally that Chen Baichuan will also be appearing on our village. Your reputation has improved somewhat, and now this shameless individual is eager to siphon off your popularity? I specifically purchased charms online, petitioning Chun Baichuan to refrain from participating. His management team is toxic, and his fans lack discernment. Shi Zhi recalled the name Chun Baichuan, associated with that sensational news and the infamous pink underwear. When she had just arrived here, it was indeed his fans who had cornered her, pelting her with 2 raw eggs, which she later boiled and consumed, relishing the rich flavor. Shi Zhi had previously overheard her team discussing the enmity between her original self and Chun Baichuan, and according to Brother Quan, he was a shameless leech. It was said that they created misleading interpretations through shared frames to fabricate the notion that her original self had an interest in Chun Baichuan. His fans and a segment of the public were thoroughly convinced. Now, Chun Baichuan was indeed on his way, currently outside, serving as a flying guest. Should Shi Zhi and the others successfully complete certain challenges through interactive games, they would be rewarded with precious ingredients. When Chun Baichuan's name was mentioned, regardless of whether he was a guest, the focus of the cameras, or the audience in the live stream, all attention inadvertently shifted to Shi Zhi. What did I just hear? Chun Baichuan? That means he will be sharing the frame with Shi Zhi again. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is quite the spectacle. Why call her Shi Zhi? She is clearly Shi Biao, and I wish she would keep her distance from my brother. My heart aches for my brother, having to endure the discomfort of sharing the frame with Shi Biao. Just thinking about being harassed by someone undesirable is distressing. Chun Baichuan's fans swiftly gathered, and the previously harmonious atmosphere of the live stream, which had gradually improved over the past few days, once again echoed with derogatory remarks about Shi Zhi. Longtime viewers felt uneasy, yet no one spoke up for the moment. Meanwhile, the subject of the vitriol, Shi Zhi, remained unfazed. She harbored 2 thoughts. First, Brother Quan had been duped by purchasing charms, effectively paying an intelligence tax. The distinction likely lay in the nature of the game, where he would lose ingredients instead of items. Chapter 17. The 17th day of not wanting to go viral. Shi Zhi felt a gentle squeeze on her hand from Bai Wu, who looked at her with a reassuring gaze, silently conveying her support and presence. Bai Wu's fondness for Shi Zhi stemmed from the latter's previous flattering comments captured in a recording. Initially, Bai Wu envisioned Shi Zhi as an exceptionally aloof and assertive individual, a perception shaped not only by her striking features but also by her solitary nature within their circle, where she was known for her relentless dedication. Bai Wu never anticipated any intersection between their lives. Although they occasionally attended overlapping events, interactions were minimal. This changed when Pineapple Entertainment released Shi Zhi's candid remarks about her fellow performers. Shi Zhi earnestly praised Bai Wu, complimenting the beauty of the mole on her eyelid. Bai Wu's team had consistently advised her to conceal the mole, especially in an era that glorified flawless skin devoid of even the slightest pore. Bai Wu had grappled with feelings of insecurity regarding the mole, even contemplating its removal, but the proximity to her eye had caused her to hesitate. To her surprise, Shi Zhi noticed the mole, and fans echoed her sentiments, declaring it lovely, transforming it into one of Bai Wu's distinctive traits. Later, during the filming of Our Village, the 2 crossed paths again, and Bai Wu found herself blissfully indulged by Shi Zhi, naturally fostering a pleasant rapport between them. Ning Jiaqi silently positioned himself beside Shi Zhi. The situation between Shi Zhi and Chun Baichuan had stirred considerable commotion. Although he did not follow entertainment gossip closely, he had caught snippets of discussions around him. Ning Jiaqi utterly disbelieved that Shi Zhi harbored any feelings for Chun Baichuan. Considering Chun Baichuan's demeanor, it was audacious of him to suggest that Shi Zhi might be interested in him. It would be far more sensible for her to like Ning Jiaqi instead. Shi Zhi, amidst her companion's silent concern and comfort, found herself somewhat perplexed. She genuinely felt fine. However, both her friends and the audience in the live stream remained unconvinced, unanimously asserting that Shi Zhi's emotions must be particularly complicated at that moment. In Ning Jiaqi's mind, he acknowledged that Chun Baichuan was indeed quite handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have garnered such a substantial fanbase. Dressed in a tailored suit, he possessed a striking face, though, from the live perspective. The foundation on his skin appeared excessively pale and thick, and the fragrance of his cologne was rather overpowering. Chun Baichuan greeted the camera and exchanged pleasantries with the original members in the room. The live stream chat was inundated with messages from Chun Baichuan's fans. "Ah, so handsome. I think I'm going to faint. Oh my, he looks even more charming. Surely this is the pinnacle of looks in the entertainment industry. Shi Zhi, don't look at Chun Baichuan, keep your distance. Is it just me, or does Ning Jiaqi seem more attractive? I can't quite appreciate this style. Also, Shi Zhi, didn't he actually get close to Chun Baichuan? It's impossible not to glance, let us be honest. Even a monkey would take a look. Ha ha ha, true monkey. My sister is amazing. What do you mean? You're the monkey. I never said Chen Baichuan was a monkey. Why are you assigning that title to your brother? Chen Baichuan was led to the second-floor room by Tian Hong, while Ning Jiaqi entirely aligned himself with Shi Zhi's faction, showing little inclination to engage with him, merely maintaining a perfunctory facade of social interaction. During this time, Shi Zhi and Chen Baichuan had virtually no contact. After Tian Hong left, having escorted him to the room, Chen Baichuan sat on the bed and discreetly sent a text message to his manager from an angle that the camera could not capture. He acknowledged that he had arrived, yet Shi Zhi was evidently avoiding him. The opportunity that would elevate his public recognition hinged upon establishing a connection with Shi Zhi. Initially, it was merely an ordinary event, with Chen Baichuan serving as a background figure, but his team had strategically focused their plans on Shi Zhi. Coincidentally, as Shi Zhi's popularity surged and she made several appearances on trending lists, it seemed as though the situation had been meticulously orchestrated for Chen Baichuan. Given their previous encounter, Shi Zhi would undoubtedly be evading him. Nevertheless, avoidance proved futile. He needed to be clever and subtly gravitate towards her, without being overtly conspicuous. They could concoct various narratives if need be. However, Chen Baichuan was unprepared for the reality that sharing a frame with her was not as straightforward as he had anticipated. It was as if Shi Zhi had vanished into thin air. Ultimately, in a moment of apparent nonchalance, he inquired with a staff member, who, well aware of the tension between the two, displayed a nuanced expression but still informed him that Shi Zhi had gone fishing. Chen Baichuan was perplexed. Fishing for what? Not only by Wu and Ning Jiaqi, but Wu Luo had also joined the protective squad for Shi Zhi. Ning Jiaqi referred to their trio in this manner, while Tian Hong, being older and a seasoned host, refrained from becoming part of the group, as 3 individuals sufficed. I'll assist by serving the dishes, Chen Baichuan thought. Having already been eager to help when he spotted Shi Zhi in the kitchen preparing a meal, serving dishes would also allow for a shared frame. Before he could make a move, Wu Luo had already dashed into the kitchen, declaring, "You're the guest. I shall handle it." Ning Jiaqi had also brought over the remaining dishes, smiling at the somewhat stiff-faced Chen Baichuan and saying, "Please, enjoy your meal." The perceptive audience in the live stream had begun to sense that something was amiss. Why do I feel that Chen Baichuan is acting strangely? His gaze fixated on Shi Zhi, as if he deliberately wishes to approach her? Exactly. Finally, someone has voiced what I was thinking. Chen Baichuan's fans are so fervent. I dare not say it, but isn't commonly said that Chen Baichuan detests Shi Zhi? I see no indication of Shi Zhi having any interest in him. Rather, it appears that Chen Baichuan is the one behaving oddly. This hardly resembles dislike. Chen Baichuan even inquired about where Shi Zhi had gone when speaking to the cameraman. What do you mean? The brother is merely polite. Is there anything wrong with helping to serve dishes? He is well-mannered, and does not overtly exhibit disdain towards the woman he supposedly dislikes. Chen Baichuan's fans firmly believed that such observations were mere fabrications. It was not a simple task for Chen Baichuan to encounter Shi Zhi. However, he had discerned her fishing schedule, and upon realizing that Ning Jiaqi would not accompany her this time, he arose early, seizing the pretext of going for a run to orchestrate a fortuitous meeting by the pond with Shi Zhi. In Shi Zhi's livestream, the familiar audience gathered daily to watch her fish, enthusiastically commenting on the beauty of the catch. I suggested transforming it into sweet and sour fish, questioning the lack of appreciation for my fish soup. After all, it would eventually be shredded anyway, and the appearance of the fish was inconsequential. Her remark, "Such a beautiful fish, what a pity not to braise it," had already garnered significant attention, and the viewers were thoroughly entertained. At that moment, Chen Baichuan, having polished what he believed to be a charming smile, greeted Shi Zhi, who was fishing at the foot of the slope. What a coincidence, Shi Zhi. This line was carefully crafted, meant to be both polite and distant, as he still harbored feelings of jealousy and disdain towards her. As for the greeting, it was merely a matter of courtesy. He felt no obligation to explain further. Chen Baichuan sensed a certain distance from Shi Zhi, deeming it inappropriate to engage further. So he took a step forward, intending to descend the slope. However, in his pursuit of elegance, he refused to bend down and grasp the stones for support. Suddenly, his foot slipped, whoosh.
Plop.
Only 2 cameramen were present on the slope. Shi Zhi inquired, "Did you call me? Out for a stroll? It's quite early today." The screen filled with a comment. Nothing happening. The 2 cameramen exchanged alarmed glances. "Oh no, Chen Baichuan," one cried, pointing at the water surface. Chen Baichuan had plunged into the pond, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water, and the splash had indeed been caused by his fall.
Now.
He flailed in the water, panic-stricken, completely devoid of any composure. "Chen Baichuan, help. I can't swim." One cameraman swiftly shed his shirt and leaped into the pond to rescue him. From Shi Zhi's perspective, it seemed Chen Baichuan should reconsider his makeup choices. Given his appearance upon emerging from the water, his waterproof foundation left much to be desired. The director of the program felt quite exasperated. Having reviewed the footage, it was clear that Chen Baichuan's desire to appear suave had backfired. He pondered, what kind of rational person would traverse such a steep slope while maintaining an upright posture without bracing themselves against anything nearby, as if they were in a romantic drama? He never expected an adult would slip into a pond. Yet, sensing the director's discontent, Chen Baichuan preemptively apologized to the fans, recognizing himself as a victim in this scenario, which rendered the director reluctant to pursue the matter further. To everyone's surprise, Shi Zhi initiated a conversation with him. Would you like some fruit? Just picked and already washed. This marked their first interaction beyond the customary greetings exchanged upon their initial meeting, with Shi Zhi taking the initiative. The comments exploded with reactions. I told you Shi Zhi couldn't keep up the act for long. It's been revealed now. How can anyone doubt that she likes our brother? Knowing this is live and still acting like that, how shameless. Pfft, who cares to eat your fruit? Shi Zhi, get lost. Our brother has hinted multiple times that he feels uncomfortable. Does Shi Zhi really lack for men? Please, spare Chen Baichuan. Some felt it was unnecessary to react this way. Shi Zhi was merely offering fruit to Chen Baichuan. She extended the same courtesy to others as well. You mentioned the importance of politeness, and Chen Baichuan's approach to Shi Zhi was indeed a polite gesture. The act of Shi Zhi giving him fruit could be interpreted as her having an interest in him. Upon receiving the fruit she had offered, Chen Baichuan was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly accepted it with a simple thank you. He felt the corners of his mouth wanting to lift into a smile, but he suppressed it, aware that many eyes were upon them. With just a few exchanged words, he sensed an opportunity to further capitalize on the situation with Shi Zhi. Are you not going to eat? Chen Baichuan assumed that the fruit was merely a gesture of goodwill, yet to his surprise, Shi Zhi did not leave but continued to gaze at him, raising an eyebrow and prompting him with her inquiry. Chen Baichuan hesitated for a fleeting moment, pondering her intentions. Was she perhaps captivated by his charm? Previously, he had never considered Shi Zhi in that light, as their statuses were vastly different. He had merely viewed her as a stepping stone. However, now, as he looked at the woman before him, it was undeniable that Shi Zhi was strikingly beautiful. During the competition's discussion night, many popular contestants had expressed their admiration for her. Even in casual attire, her exquisite features and remarkable figure were evident, causing Chen Baichuan to suddenly feel the fruit in his palm warm from her touch. His fans were in an uproar. How shameless. Is there still someone defending this woman? This goes beyond mere politeness. After handing him the fruit, why must she remain and watch him eat? What does that imply? The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed, questioning Shi Zhi's intentions and whether the previous rumors held any truth. Go on, eat, Shi Zhi urged, her gaze fixated on him. All right, Chen Baichuan replied, almost as if performing for an advertisement, elegantly biting into the bright red fruit. His expression briefly contorted in discomfort, but quickly returned to normal. Shi Zhi pressed further. So, how is it? Is it sweet? Chen Baichuan managed to respond with a single word, sweet. Really? Shi Zhi feigned disbelief, challenging him. If it's sweet, why not take another bite? Under her watchful eyes and the scrutiny of the camera, Chen Baichuan forced a smile and took another bite. His face then twisted into a mask of agony, his eyes squinting shut. The viewers, watching from their screens, shared in his discomfort. This can't be sweet. It must be sour. I can relate. My teeth are starting to ache. Observing Chen Baichuan's reaction, Shi Zhi nodded knowingly and, in a matter-of-fact tone, told Ning Jiaqi beside her, it seems it's sour. Don't eat it, and let Xiao Luo know not to eat either. The two departed, leaving a bewildered Chen Baichuan behind, who was now searching for tissues to dispose of the fruit. The audience was left in confusion. Were they really using Chen Baichuan to test the fruit's quality? To gauge its effects, one must stay and witness the outcome. In light of the truth, the earlier speculations from Chen Baichuan's fans about Shi Zhi's flirtatious glances at him now appeared rather comical. The live broadcast has become a source of uncontainable laughter. Chen Baichuan, Shi Zhi, are you a devil? Sister Shi, indeed, I am. I can hardly contain my laughter. As long as Sister Shi maintains her devilish persona, it is clear she is unlike anyone else. How could she possibly harbor any ambiguous feelings for Chen Baichuan? Surely, Chen Baichuan did not indulge in the fantasy that Shi Zhi might have affections for him. It reminds me of a saying, he is so ordinary, yet so confident. Shi Zhi, having sampled wild fruits with Chen Baichuan, concluded they were unpalatable and discarded them all. Poor Chen Baichuan, the unwitting guinea pig, was left sour and bewildered, unable to recover from the shock of Shi Zhi's ruthlessness. Shi Zhi mused, "If you are a brother, come and take me down." Nearby, Ning Jiaqi overheard and, avoiding the camera, leaned in, asking, "Sister Shi, what do you mean?" He failed to grasp her intention. Shi Zhi elucidated for Ning Jiaqi. "Have you not seen those web game advertisements? If you are a brother, come and take me down. If you do, there will be items dropped. If we succeed in the challenge, won't there be ingredients to collect?" In truth, Shi Zhi did not find this reference particularly amusing. It was merely passable in humor. Yet, Ning Jiaqi reflected on it and erupted into laughter, losing all semblance of composure, prompting Shi Zhi to wish to distance herself from him. In truth, the interactive challenge, according to the aspirations of the protective Shi Zhi fan club, would be best undertaken without her direct involvement. She resolved to have no interaction with Chen Baichuan, giving him not even a glance, thereby denying him any opportunity to shine. Shi Zhi declared to Ning Jiaqi, "I can do it." She flexed her wrists and ankles, tying her hair into a neat ponytail as a gesture of readiness. "Tonight, I shall prepare roasted meat for you." Presently, 2 pounds of meat lay before them, and some were already clamoring for Shi Zhi to hasten her pace. They had even ordered takeout in advance to synchronize their dining experience. Fans of Chen Baichuan and detractors of Shi Zhi began to emerge, as if they are guaranteed to win. Shi Zhi donned inflatable gear, and from a distance, Chen Baichuan donned the same attire. This round required them to collide with one another. The inflatable gear served to prevent physical contact while also providing a degree of protection. The incident with the sour fruits had completely dispelled any unrealistic notions Chen Baichuan might have harbored regarding Shi Zhi's interest in him. Nevertheless, he managed to smile for the camera as if nothing unpleasant had occurred between them. He remarked to Shi Zhi, "This activity does seem to disadvantage girls. Their stamina is inherently less than that of boys, making them considerably more delicate. I shall conserve my strength during the event." Upon hearing this, all of his fans in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments like, "What a gentleman." The normally easygoing Bai Wu felt the urge to roll her eyes. How pretentious. Even at this moment, he is still maintaining his persona. Earlier, Ning Jiaqi had wished to switch roles with Shi Zhi to face Chen Baichuan, but when the director refused his request, Chen Baichuan, standing nearby, did not actively agree to the swap either. Bai Wu cast a concerned glance at Shi Zhi. Although Shi Zhi was not particularly short among her female peers, indeed, she was considerably taller than Bai Wu, she appeared diminutive in comparison to Chen Baichuan. Chen Baichuan rambled on, but he did make a valid point. Girls are indeed at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Shi Zhi maintained a calm expression and even complimented Chen Baichuan. "Such a gentleman? It is only to be expected. Time Zhi, farewell. Please exert yourself fully and take this seriously, for I am not a good person." Chen Baichuan, the director of the program. The audience in the live stream erupted into laughter once again. "Sister Zhi, you're incredible. Not a good person. Time Zhi, I adore you." Time Zhi explained to Chen Baichuan that she was genuinely committed to completing the task since it involved 2 kilograms of pork, which determined whether the group could enjoy an extra meal that evening. Chen Baichuan smiled awkwardly. Time Zhi truly had a knack for humor. Having debuted earlier than Chen Baichuan, it was customary for her to address him in such a manner. Time Zhi could sense his indifference, yet she had spoken her mind, and it was up to Chen Baichuan to believe it or not. After their brief exchange, the competition commenced. Chen Baichuan prepared himself, claiming he would let Time Zhi win, while secretly harboring contrary intentions. Time Zhi threw him a sour fruit, embarrassing him. He had previously shifted the blame for his fall into the pond onto her. Chen Baichuan sought to teach Time Zhi a lesson. At the sound of a whistle, they both surged forward. "Sister Zhi, go for it," Wu Luo shouted. Bai Wu and Tian Hong echoed, cheering for Time Zhi. The guest team was fully spirited. As Time Zhi collided with Chen Baichuan, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He noticed the distance between them suddenly widen, and then he fell heavily to the ground, rolling twice. Chen Baichuan. Something felt amiss, yet a twinge in his neck confirmed his reality. He had been knocked aside by Time Zhi. He had indeed been knocked aside by Time Zhi. Both the staff on site and the audience in the live stream witnessed the scene clearly as Chen Baichuan collided with Time Zhi and was sent flying. Time Zhi, clad in a large inflatable costume, dashed forward like the wind, leaping over Chen Baichuan as an obstacle, sprinting toward the opposite finish line while muttering something. The director was momentarily dazzled by the sight of Time Zhi sending Chen Baichuan flying, only to be drawn in by her mutterings. He inquired about what she was saying. Upon hearing, the producer chuckled. She was talking about barbecued meat. More precisely, barbecued meat. As she ran, the wind distorted her voice, causing the final word to echo, as if on repeat. With a camera mounted on her head, the audience in the live stream was treated to a beauty shot. Even amidst vigorous activity, her charm remained intact. They witnessed Zhi's eyes sparkling and heard her chant, barbecued meat.
Wow.
Zhi is incredibly adorable. This sentiment echoed the hearts of many. How utterly charming. Suddenly struck, it felt as though one could shout 3 words at Zhi. I can. Warning. Fish is stunning. Warning. Braised meat. What can one do? The internet is wonderful, allowing dreams to flourish. Indeed, I too can. Zhi, notice me. Undoubtedly. In a spirited display, Shi Zhi emerged victorious, earning a reward of 2 pounds of pork. After being knocked aside by Shi Zhi, Chen Baichuan remained seated, unable to rise. By the time he stood, Shi Zhi had already secured the pork, suspended by a rope, to share her joy with her companions. While Chen Baichuan was of little concern, merely a prop in this theatrical endeavor, a multitude of fans, among the artists whose names resonate within their circle, radiated simple joy at the sight of the 2 pounds of pork. Ning Jiaqi remarked that grilling was an inevitable activity for the evening, while Wu Luo expressed a desire for braised pork as well. Shi Zhi weighed the meat and assured them that both grilled and braised dishes could be arranged. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Chen Baichuan stood behind them, unable to muster a smile, utterly astonished by Shi Zhi's unexpected strength. His fans began to voice their discontent, inundating the chat with accusations against Shi Zhi. Longtime viewers of the live stream were thoroughly displeased. Was it really so hard to accept the rules? Shi Zhi had already advised Chen Baichuan to take things seriously. A viewer quietly added that it seemed Chen Baichuan exerted considerable effort, yet he was still sent flying by Shi Zhi. Chen Baichuan finally achieved his long-sought presence on trending topics, garnering attention. But this time he and his team could hardly celebrate. The trending topic was labeled Chen Baichuan, a touch of insincerity. No man relishes being associated with insincerity. And, even in jest, it could provoke ire, especially for a popular idol like Chen Baichuan, who unexpectedly found himself trending. Before watching the video, viewers expressed disbelief. After viewing, they remarked on the evident insincerity, pondering how someone so young could exhibit such traits. Unexpectedly, they also discovered a transformed Shi Zhi, whose charm was undeniable. A blogger posted a tweet, providing examples of Shi Zhi's interactions with Chen Baichuan. Her first interaction involved offering him a sour fruit to taste. Was that affection? When playing a game, she sent him flying. Was that affection as well? If such behavior could be interpreted as fondness, perhaps a visit to the ophthalmologist was in order. Who could genuinely like someone in such a terrifying manner? Shi Zhi's affection for the 2 pounds of pork seemed to surpass any feelings for Chen Baichuan. Comments included comparative images, revealing a stark contrast. Shi Zhi gazed at the pork with sparkling eyes, brimming with emotion, while her regard for Chen Baichuan was devoid of any sentiment. Akin to observing a mere stone. Love? Harassment? It all felt misplaced. The origins of such messages were questionable. It seemed as though Chen Baichuan was dancing alone in his own narrative. A few photographs failed to demonstrate any genuine warmth from Shi Zhi towards him. Upon deeper reflection, an unsettling scent of opportunism began to emerge. The prevailing sentiment overwhelmingly favored Shi Zhi. The video showcased her demeanor, which hardly suggested affection for a beloved. The final straw that burdened Shi Zhi was gradually being washed away. The reasons for the overwhelming shift in sentiment are not solely attributed to Shi Zhi's conspicuous performance. Another factor lies in the absence of Chen Baichuan's fiercely devoted fans. With news of their idol's deteriorating health trending, many fans found themselves disengaging, as they were primarily enamored with Chen Baichuan's physique. Now that he appears weakened, they shed a few tears and seek new affections. After all, star-chasing girls often have multiple crushes, and the number of idols resembling Chen Baichuan is not particularly high, making it easy to find replacements. The allure of a new, more handsome brother with a well-toned physique and 8-pack abs, who frequents the gym daily, is simply too tempting. Chen Baichuan's female fans scatter, like sand in the wind. His team likely never anticipated that their plan to ride on Shi Zhi's popularity through the variety show would backfire, leading to a loss of support and a frenzy of chaos. Shi Zhi emerges as the clear victor. She bids farewell to the departing crew members, using the 2 pounds of pork she procured to prepare meals for everyone while our manor approaches its conclusion. The sentiment of parting weighs heavily on everyone, particularly due to Shi Zhi's culinary creations. Since they all circulate within the same social sphere, future encounters are inevitable. Yet the daily enjoyment of her cooking will be sorely missed. Within our manor, Shi Zhi showcased her culinary skills, leaving the audience salivating as they watched, wishing they could leap through the screen to taste her dishes. Any doubts about the delectable nature of her cooking have been quelled, as evidenced by the substantial appetites of the participants. Sister Shi Zhi, let us connect on WeChat, suggested Ning Jiaqi, who resided nearby and expressed a desire to frequently enjoy her meals. However, this was a one-sided wish, as Shi Zhi did not consent. Under Ning Jiaqi's insistence, Shi Zhi added him as a friend, only for an awkward moment to ensue. While Shi Zhi had Ning Jiaqi's WeChat, he had inexplicably blocked her. Shi Zhi stared at him, feeling she deserved an explanation. Ning Jiaqi, engulfed in a state of panic, genuinely could not recall when he had blocked her. Although he had a habit of blocking people, it was particularly embarrassing when it involved Shi Zhi. "Forget it, I won't add you. I will block you now," he declared. After repeatedly admitting his mistake, he finally regained the esteemed status of Shi Zhi's WeChat friend. The others also engaged with Shi Zhi, exchanging contact information and following each other on Weibo, prompting many viewers to remark on her seemingly excellent social standing. Bai Wu, before bedtime, questioned herself in front of the camera, "Have I gained weight?" Suddenly aware that her face appeared fuller. As the time for parting drew near, various managers arrived to collect their artists, with Ning Jiaqi's manager being the earliest. Ning Jiaqi, still groggy, yawned and called out to his manager. Ning Jiaqi. With that physique, the manager, initially calling out Ning Jiaqi's name, paused to scrutinize him, his tone wavering. Ning Jiaqi clicked his tongue, aware that they were live and that self-praise in front of everyone was unseemly. "Manager Ning Jiaqi, have you put on weight? Your facial contours seem less pronounced." Ning Jiaqi responded with a confused expression. "Who are you talking about?" He felt compelled to demonstrate his 8-pack abs. In the live streaming room, fans of Ning Jiaqi erupted in excitement as they witnessed him lifting his shirt, shouting fervently, "Qibao, hurry up, hurry up." The other viewers were taken aback by the generosity of Ning's fans, who, unlike others, did not admonish him. Instead, they expressed gratitude for not being treated as outsiders. As Ning lifted his shirt, revealing his 6-pack abs, 2 less than the expected 8, he was struck with panic. Initially skeptical of the situation, he counted his abs thrice in front of the mirror and, upon confirming the reality of his diminished physique, was compelled to accept the truth. 8 had become 6. His abs had indeed dwindled. A cry of despair echoed through the room. Upon hearing the commotion, Tian Hong arrived and, in a humorous gesture, lifted his own shirt to reveal his own expansive belly, proclaiming to the camera, "I still have abs, believe me." The audience, confronted with Tian Hong's display, reacted candidly, urging him, "Brother Tian Hong, it's cold. Put your shirt back on. We believe you." Chapter 18, the 18th day of not wanting to go viral. One by one, other agents arrived, and the first words exchanged with their artists were strikingly similar. "You've gained weight."
Indeed.
A comment in the live chat suggested that everyone seemed to have put on a few pounds, which was not entirely incorrect. Several had indeed gained weight, particularly Ning Jiaqi and Tian Hong, the latter facing the inevitable slowdown of metabolism with age, while the former simply succumbed to overindulgence. Not long ago, they had been shedding pounds on a weight loss reality show, and Tian Hong's welcoming remark to Shi Zhi was a playful reference to their shared goal of losing weight.
Now,
they had become Shi Zhi's 4 little pigs. Shi Zhi remained unchanged, leaving as she had arrived. The 2-story building was filled with wails and cries, with Ning Jiaqi's voice ringing the loudest. His fans exhibited no sympathy. After all, who could he blame for his predicament? On the bright side, his face had not yet rounded out, and the loss of 2 abs seemed trivial in comparison. Meanwhile, admiration for Shi Zhi was palpable, with some bestowing upon her the title of Abs Iron. "Abs, Iron Little Zhi, you deserve it." 8 abs becoming 6, and perhaps even 1 disappearing. Erasing abs is not a dream. Oh yeah. The audience, reveling in spectacle, suggested a new title for the program, Shi Zhi's Pig Farm. Such mischievous comments drew harsh critiques, though perhaps the critics would have been more persuasive had they not been preoccupied with their own tasks. Ning Jiaqi gradually reconciled with the unsettling reality of his lost abs, though a tinge of sadness lingered as he sought Shi Zhi. "Sister Shi Zhi, I've gained weight." Facing his playful lament, Shi Zhi responded straightforwardly, "How about swimming and fitness? Or else, I am at a loss to assist you." Ning Jiaqi hesitantly added, "Actually, I wanted to say, if you're cooking next time, please call me. Given that I've lost 2 abs, I think I deserve it. Shi Zhi, exasperated, retorted. After all that wailing, and with fewer abs, you still can't forget about eating. Ning Jiaqi seems genuinely inclined to recognize you as his sister. Shi Zhi expressed that Ning Jiaqi's intentions are solely driven by his stuttering. At that moment, he was famished and later approached her, even suggesting he could call her father. Quan Go engaged her in casual conversation, noting that she previously kept her distance from the industry, leading a solitary existence, which made him perceive her as somewhat withdrawn. As Shi Zhi listened to Quan Go recount his own experiences, she realized that the original protagonist, the former heroine of a lighthearted novel, embodied the archetype of a lone wolf, devoid of friendships. Quan Go, while speaking, tentatively remarked on Ning Jiaqi's considerable influence, implying that if she could align herself with him. His words trailed off as he noticed Shi Zhi's expression shift. Her smile faded into a serious gaze, stating, "I prefer simplicity and wish to avoid any impurities." Setting aside the question of friendship, she was unwilling to engage with acquaintances who had ulterior motives. "All right, I understand. That aspect of you remains unchanged," Quan Go conceded, choosing to abandon the topic and redirect the conversation to work, complimenting her recent performance in a variety show. An assistant from the nearby team chimed in, "It was truly remarkable." Shi Zhi responded, "I appreciate your friends." Quan Go playfully shoved the assistant to the side. "Recently, several variety shows have approached us. I believe you should seize this momentum and take on some projects related to your profession." Shi Zhi immediately envisioned acting-related variety shows. Quan Go shook his head, indicating that they had not yet been approached for such a genre, but he could certainly keep an eye out if she was interested.
No.
She was not interested, she replied. Then what is it that aligns with her profession? Quan Go opened a video platform, informing Shi Zhi that a particular variety show had premiered. As she perused the description, confusion washed over her. How is this connected to her profession? Our Village was presented in both live and recorded formats, garnering substantial viewership, especially as the rivalry between Xiong Baojia and Shi Zhi trended on social media, attracting a multitude of spectators. Do you know which star my grandmother adores the most? It's actually Shi Zhi. She claims Shi Zhi is simple yet capable, an excellent cook. If she were to support a celebrity, it would undoubtedly be Shi Zhi. I hesitated to tell my grandmother that I once criticized Shi Zhi, but it seems my opinion of her has changed. To speak candidly, Shi Zhi's recent performance has indeed been commendable. Her ability to avoid pretentiousness has truly captivated me. I watched Chen Baichuan try the sour fruit segment 3 times, still wanting to ask, Shi Zhi, are you a devil? Shi Zhi should participate in more variety shows. I never expected her to be so witty. Engaging in more shows rather than filming subpar movies would be more lucrative, wouldn't it?
Ah.
I have also come to adore the charming devil Shi Zhi, especially her grilled meat. During the airing of Our Village, Shi Zhi's name frequently flashed on trending topics. Although she did not reclaim the top spot this time, the comments were overwhelmingly positive. Even when Shi Zhi told Chen Baichuan that she was not a good person, a statement that would appear astonishing if made by another artist, netizens found it amusing and quite endearing. In a remarkably brief period, the narrative surrounding Shi Zhi has transitioned from an outpouring of profane curses at the mere mention of her name to a wave of predominantly positive comments. This remarkable turnaround is nothing short of extraordinary, a feat that even the most adept public relations professionals would find challenging to achieve. A specialized public relations team has already begun to analyze how Shi Zhi accomplished this transformation, firmly believing that she has enlisted the assistance of professionals in this endeavor. However, the confidentiality maintained on her end has thus far thwarted their inquiries. Shi Zhi's following on Weibo has also seen a significant increase. Moreover, the phenomenon stemming from Our Village has not merely stagnated. A horticultural expert recently shared a post on Weibo featuring a plant cultivated by Shi Zhi, inquiring whether netizens could identify it. The responses were rather dismissive, with one user quipping, "What else could it be but an unattractive weed?" To which the plant was humorously described as weak, pitiful, and helpless. In Chapter 19, titled The 19th Day of Not Wanting to Become Famous, the director monitoring Shi Zhi and Duo Chi's group was taken aback by the unexpected developments unfolding before him.
Ah?
Is Duo Chi frightened? He mused, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. I find this rather intriguing. Who would have thought Shi Zhi could be so compelling? Do you think she might manage to influence Duo Chi? He inquired of his colleagues. Duo Chi's notoriously difficult temperament had been well established during their time together, and it was evident that his formidable presence could easily rattle even an established adult performer. The director, however, posed the question more out of curiosity than conviction. Shi Zhi had no intentions of imposing herself upon the child. She was quite clear about her role, to participate in the program. If the arrangement mirrored that of our village, where a young guest cohabited amicably, she would happily prepare a meal or two without issue. Yet, it became increasingly apparent that this prospective roommate was far from easygoing, displaying behavior that starkly contrasted with Shi Zhi's own intentions. Upon her arrival, the child engaged in mischievous antics, such as deploying dolls to startle others and scattering balloons for unsuspecting guests to trip over, which likely left the remaining participants with minor psychological scars. Shi Zhi remained largely unaffected, merely contemplating the child's evident lack of discipline. Unbeknownst to her, Duo Qi's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had succumbed to fear. A mix of shame and anger surged within him, and he was reluctant to admit it. "I am not scared." He glared defiantly at Shi Zhi, tugging at the scarf around his neck. He yanked down the doll's long red tongue, casting it onto the ground with a dramatic flair befitting a brooding antagonist. Had the scarf not been excessively long, the display might have exuded even greater intensity. Shi Zhi maintained her composure as the director approached to retrieve the doll, admonishing Duo Qi before addressing him. She waved at him, greeting hello. Duo Qi was acutely aware that the previous sister had departed, yet he understood the situation all too well. It was not due to work obligations but rather because he had frightened her away, leaving her in tears as she left. His eyes rolled playfully, and this time he chose not to ignore her. He greeted Shi Zhi with a bright, sunny smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, yet his words were somewhat mischievous. "Aunt Shi Zhi," he addressed her, knowing full well the effect it would have. He instinctively understood how to provoke a reaction, particularly from women sensitive about their age. Each time he called her aunt, he could see her smile falter. Duoqi's intention was to unsettle this woman who had once intimidated him. However, the word aunt hung unspoken in the air, for Duoqi soon noticed that Shi Zhi held a large apple in her hands. With a swift motion, she effortlessly split the apple in two with a resounding crunch. "Is this woman a powerhouse?" Duoqi thought, astonished. Shi Zhi extended one half of the apple towards him. "Would you like to eat an apple? Fruits are beneficial for your health and supply essential vitamins." Duoqi, who had blushed in embarrassment and anger, now paled at her offer. He shook his head vigorously, like a rattle. "No, thank you, Sister Shi Zhi." The term aunt had been replaced by sister. As he gazed at the halved apple, he couldn't help but touch his own slender neck, concerned that if she were to apply the same force, it might snap like a twig. Shi Zhi had effectively put Duoqi in his place, leaving him feeling dazed. Although he sat amidst the toys, holding one in his hand, his mind was far from play. He frequently cast wary glances at Shi Zhi, particularly fixating on her seemingly delicate arms. Was there a hidden strength beneath her attire? When it was Shi Zhi's turn to take care of the children, Duoqi momentarily ceased his antics, intimidated by her presence. As mealtime approached, Shi Zhi prepared 2 dishes and a soup. Compared to our village, the Super Baby program offered the advantage of not requiring guests to toil for ingredients and ensured nutritious, hearty meals for the children. The aroma of the dishes filled the villa's living room, prompting the director to comment enthusiastically to the cameraman about the delightful scent. Having seen our village, she was aware that guests often praised Shi Zhi's cooking, yet witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. After completing the meal, Shi Zhi called for Duoqi to wash his hands and join her for dinner, but he dashed away, retreating to a distant sofa to fiddle with his toys, declaring loudly, "I'm not eating." Shi Zhi inquired about his refusal, but her question was met with a familiar defiance. The director and cameraman exchanged exasperated glances, fully aware of Duoqi's notorious habit of resisting mealtime. Each time it was his turn to eat, it felt like a battle, an arduous one at that. According to his family, mealtime at home was a struggle. His grandmother often had to chase him around with a bowl and spoon just to get him to take a few bites. The previous guest, Yuxuan, had faced similar challenges, finding it a headache to feed Duoqi. Shi Zhi, observing Duoqi sitting on the sofa, completely ignoring her and instead using his forehead to face her, repeated her question. "Are you really not going to eat?" Duoqi kicked his legs in annoyance, exclaiming, "How annoying. I said I'm not eating." Regardless of how many times she asked, his answer remained the same.
"Oh."
Duoqi. Director? Shi Zhi did not, contrary to everyone's expectations, incessantly urge Duoqi to eat, nor did she chase after him, cooing affectionate terms or attempting to feed him. After inquiring twice and receiving his firm refusal, she surprisingly ceased to concern herself with the matter. Duoqi, who had been engrossed in his toys, suddenly found his interest waning as he gazed intently in Shi Zhi's direction. Why was she behaving this way? Just like that, she had walked away. Did she truly intend to abandon her efforts to persuade him? The director, perplexed by this turn of events, hurried to engage Shi Zhi, who was now preoccupied with her meal. Shi Zhi, why aren't you inviting Duiqi to join you? I did call him twice, but he insisted he wasn't hungry. This was indeed true. Shi Zhi had made her attempts. However, the director, initially anxious, found herself at a loss for words after Shi Zhi's blunt assertion. What if Duiqi grew hungry? After all, others usually coaxed him into eating. Shi Zhi reassured the director, it's all right. At 6 years old, he is practically a little adult. He certainly understands his needs better than we do. We must not impose our desires upon children. We ought to respect their opinions.
Besides,
missing one meal won't harm him. He won't starve. The director, who had been wavering in her stance, was thoroughly convinced by Shi Zhi's reasoning. Previously, when Duiqi had cried and shouted about not wanting to eat, he had lamented the lack of respect for his wishes. It now seemed evident that they had acted incorrectly. Like Shi Zhi, they should afford Duiqi the respect he deserved. Are you hungry? Would you like to join me? Shi Zhi inquired of the director. The tantalizing aroma of the food had already caused the director to salivate, and she was pleasantly surprised to be invited to share a meal. Is that all right? Of course. There's plenty, and I can't finish it all by myself. Even the chopsticks were readily available. Those that Shi Zhi had prepared for Duiqi were now utilized by the director, as he continued to refuse food. Poor Duiqi, feeling neglected. He had been attentively listening to the conversation between the director and Shi Zhi, never anticipating that even the director would side with his decision not to eat. Time passed, and he received no further inquiries about his meal. The allure of his toys faded, and the delicious scent of food wafted persistently into his nostrils. Who cared? He felt wronged, deeply wronged. Duiqi lay on the soft bed, growing increasingly frustrated, his eyes reddening. He had always been the center of attention, and this was the first instance he encountered when no one coaxed him into eating. Wretched woman, he sniffled, covering his eyes with his hand to stave off tears, while his stomach began to rumble. He was hungry. Nevertheless, Duiqi maintained a positive outlook. He believed that the wicked woman could not bend him to her will. Naive. He had a secret weapon. The large drawer in the living room was crammed with an assortment of snacks, chips, finger biscuits, jelly, and more, resembling a mini supermarket. However, mindful of his previous declaration to Shi Zhi that he was not hungry, Duiqi approached the drawer with caution as he ventured out to procure a snack. Everything proceeded smoothly, as if fate itself were lending him a hand. The living room lay in tranquil silence, devoid of the presence of the wicked woman, which only heightened Duiqi's joy. He swiftly arrived at his destination, dancing with excitement before the drawer filled with snacks, eagerly awaiting the selection of his favorite treats to transport to his bedroom. However, upon opening the drawer, he was met with an emptiness that rivaled the accounts of many young people. What had once been a bountiful trove of snacks was now completely bare. The smile on Duiqi's face froze, just as a familiar voice resonated behind him. Duiqi. It was Shi Zhi, standing right behind him with a gentle smile. Startled and feeling guilty, Duiqi plopped down onto the floor. How did you fall? Shi Zhi helped him up and glanced at the open drawer, her understanding dawning. Are you hungry because you haven't eaten? Come to find some snacks? Faced with the woman's teasing gaze, the prideful Duiqi promptly retorted, Not at all. I'm not hungry. I was just playing around.
Oh.
If you're not hungry, that's good. I thought Duiqi was coming to find snacks to satisfy his hunger since he missed lunch. Shi Zhi affectionately ruffled the boy's soft hair. Duiqi. Where did all the snacks go? His little mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of treats, bewildered as to how they had vanished in the blink of an eye when he had just indulged in gummy bears that very morning.
Well,
the snack lady has relocated them. Too many snacks aren't good for your health. Shi Zhi lightly explained the fate of the snack cabinet. They've been hidden away, so don't dwell on it. Duiqi pouted, struggling to suppress his tears. His beloved snacks were gone, and with them, his plans had crumbled. The mischief before him was to blame. The director was delighted by Duiqi's change in demeanor, nearly wishing to provide him with something delectable to eat. It was a rare occasion indeed for this little one to express a desire for a meal. However, Shi Zhi did not rush to prepare dinner when Duiqi indicated he was hungry, instead taking her time with other tasks, only heading to the kitchen when mealtime approached. During dinner, she informed Duiqi that this situation was exceptional. Since he had skipped lunch, she had prepared dinner a bit earlier for him. However, this would be the last time. One must take responsibility for their actions. Duiqi's choice to forego lunch was voluntary, and from now on, even if he felt hungry, he would have to wait for dinner time, no exceptions. Duiqi nodded absent-mindedly while pushing his rice around, signaling his understanding, though he remained unconvinced. He requested a second bowl of rice, eating it cleanly as if to vent his frustrations. Burdened with unspoken thoughts, he remained quiet for the latter part of the meal, consuming a substantial amount of rice without much fuss, even when it came time for bed. The director was at a loss for how to express his astonishment. When the child was not present, he incessantly praised Shi Zhi. Sister Shi Zhi, you are truly remarkable. I've never seen Duo Chi behave so well. It's as if he's a different person. The following day, Duo rose punctually, struggling to awaken without fully opening his eyes. His first inquiry was directed at the director assisting him with his clothing. Has breakfast begun? Have I missed it? The thought of missing a meal, only to wait until noon for the next, weighed heavily on him. He recalled Shi Zhi's words from the previous day. Once the mealtime had passed, she would no longer prepare food. If any other adult had uttered such sentiments, Duo would have scoffed, doubting their capacity for cruelty towards a child as endearing as himself. Surely, even in their frustration and helplessness, they would indulge and coax him. Previously, Duo had always found this to be true, but Shi Zhi was different. She had genuinely neglected to encourage him to eat lunch, leaving him hungry throughout the afternoon. Reluctantly, he accepted the truth of the matter without wishing to verify it again. The director was charmed by Duo's innocent demeanor. As long as he behaved, the sweet, childlike voice remained delightful. Not yet. Your sister Shi Zhi is in the kitchen preparing it now. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Duo proceeded with the plan he had contemplated all night, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Unable to contain himself, he fidgeted in his seat and ultimately decided to peek at the soon-to-be victim of his prank from the kitchen doorway. He envisioned her startled expression, which made her appear even more endearing, prompting him to greet her cheerfully. Good morning, Sister Shi Zhi. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched violently. Shi Zhi was busy pressing sandwiches with the machine. The bread was stacked rather high, making it difficult to compress, and after 3 failed attempts, she suddenly slammed her fist down multiple times. With 3 resounding thuds, the sandwich maker finally accomplished its task. Turning her head, she noticed Duo standing there in a daze and smiled warmly. Good morning, Duo. Breakfast will be ready soon. In less than a second, she transformed from a feisty sister into a gentle star, leaving Duo feeling as if he had plunged into a freezing abyss. At that moment, thoughts of breakfast evaporated, replaced by a sense of impending doom. While orchestrating a prank may be simple, the challenge lies in its execution and conclusion. Duo spent several minutes struggling to detach the adhesive tape from the door frame. Once Shi Zhi completed breakfast and found him absent, the director expressed confusion as well. Duo, what are you doing in there? Open the door. Together, Shi Zhi and the director stood at the entrance of his room, the director knocking lightly. Inside, silence reigned, and after a moment, a muffled, distressed voice emerged. I can't open it. My hair is stuck to the chair, boo-hoo. The sobbing grew louder, culminating in a full-blown outburst. The director frowned in bewilderment. How could a chair ensnare hair? But it was entirely possible, especially with the addition of strong adhesive. After facing setbacks with Shi Zhi earlier, Duo was determined to execute a series of pranks that morning, intending to showcase the mischievous prowess of his inner imp. In a cunning maneuver, a wide strip of transparent tape was laid out in the path that Shi Zhi would traverse, serving as a treacherous obstacle that could easily cause one to stumble. Additionally, a thick layer of 502 glue was applied to the chair where Shi Zhi often sat. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene of Shi Zhi cooking with evident frustration, Duo felt a surge of fear and contemplated halting this prank by cleaning up the glue. However, in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently became ensnared by it, his hair caught fast. When the staff anxiously opened the door, they were met with the sight of Duo's head intimately bonded to the chair, his little face smeared with tears. Shi Zhi circled around Duo, playfully tousling his hair and remarking on the unfortunate stickiness of the situation. What can we do now? She mused. Finding a pair of scissors, she resolved to cut it off. Duo whimpered, obviously distressed. Concerns about his hairstyle were of little consequence. After all, Shi Zhi was not a professional hairstylist, and the primary goal was to liberate him from his predicament. As Duo sobbed, he repeatedly lamented, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Embracing his role as a little mischief maker seeking forgiveness. Upon catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, sporting a hairstyle crafted by a so-called professional, yet missing a substantial chunk of hair, Duo erupted into a fresh wave of tears. A heart-wrenching display that would compel any listener to cover their ears. The director, sensing urgency, inquired of Shi Zhi whether this was acceptable. Noting that the hairstyle indeed appeared rather unappealing, Shi Zhi nodded in agreement and suggested, why not cut it all off? If we remove everything, it will be uniform and harmonious. The howls from the restroom abruptly ceased, yielding to a serene silence. Moments later, the soft, tear-streaked face of Duichi emerged from the restroom, looking pitiful. His voice still choked with emotion, yet his demeanor remarkably amiable. Director sister, there's no need to trouble Shi Zhi sister. I have a hat. I can simply wear it. No need for such fuss. In an effort to prove his point, Duichi quickly donned a painter's hat, his eyes red and timid as he glanced at Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi flashed a deliberately warm smile, teasing, good boy, Duichi is growing up. Duichi sniffled, on the verge of tears once more. Growing up indeed required tremendous sacrifice. Being obedient was a daunting and exhausting endeavor. If only he could revert to being a mischievous little child. Yet he dared not. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of Shi Zhi, Duichi leaned in to whisper to the director, expressing his desire to have a turn as a guest. The director informed him that it was not possible. Then, she glanced over Duichi's shoulder, spotting Shi Zhi approaching. Duichi exclaimed, "What are you discussing?" As Shi Zhi drew nearer, her gaze fell upon the boy's apprehensive expression. Duichi quickly stood, feigning nonchalance, and forced a smile. I was just saying how much I admire Shi Zhi sister. Since that is the case, Shi Zhi replied, I shall help Duichi sleep tonight. I've heard that little ones struggle to sleep due to a lack of security. With me by your side, Duichi should feel quite safe, don't you think? Duichi's fabricated smile faltered, and he vehemently expressed his resistance, declaring, no, please don't. I'm just being troublesome. I don't want to sleep. I just want to cause a ruckus. In a bid to prevent Shi Zhi from lulling him to sleep, he even uttered such words himself. Is this not peculiar? The afternoon, following a hearty lunch, rendered everyone languid, making it the perfect time for storytelling. Shi Zhi recounted myths to Duo-chi, which included notions of heaven and hell. Suddenly, Duo-chi inquired of Shi Zhi whether, after her demise, she would ascend to heaven or descend to hell. The concept of life and death is rather nebulous for a child, and Shi Zhi did not delve into it deeply. Heaven, perhaps. But what prompted such a question? Nonetheless, the cameraman noticed him scribbling in his diary, and when the lens focused, it revealed Duo-chi's writing, I hope that after I die, I can go to hell. Due to his tender age, he could not write the character for hell, resorting to Pinyin instead. He wished for hell to be devoid of Shi Zhi. Chapter 20. Not seeking fame on the 20th day. Upon seeing what Duo-chi had penned, the cameraman nearly lost his grip on the camera, laughing to the point of shaking. They are professionally trained and typically refrain from laughter unless utterly unable to contain it. What sort of presence does Shi Zhi hold in the hearts of the children? Upon learning that Shi Zhi would go to heaven, Duo-chi surprisingly wished to descend to hell. As Shi Zhi flipped through the pages of the mythology book, she observed Duo-chi, who was quietly doodling. In his tranquility, he appeared quite endearing. He wore a painter-esque cap, concealing a tuft of hair, while his curls framed his face, which bore the cherubic roundness that seemed delightful to pinch. His long eyelashes resembled tiny fans. Shi Zhi felt a sense of satisfaction. This was indeed a commendable roommate. She did not underestimate the child's understanding. They possess a greater awareness than adults often assume, acutely perceiving the emotions of those around them. If they sense that someone is both exasperated and indulgent, they may become quite audacious. After all, one would tolerate them, wouldn't they? Shi Zhi wished to convey to Duo-chi that regardless of others, she was not one to indulge him. The results of this approach were evident. The production team's director privately inquired of the producer, do you think Shi Zhi is intimidating the child? To which the director retorted, do you have any evidence? What evidence exists? Is allowing Duo-chi to eat an apple considered intimidation, or preparing a sandwich for him? Shi Zhi was astute enough to leave no room for criticism. From a textual description alone, one might conclude she was a rather responsible caregiver, dutifully preparing meals and adhering to the standard procedures. Yet, upon viewing the video clips, a strange dissonance emerges. The director, an adult, was utterly bewildered by Shi Zhi's furious 3 punches while making the sandwich. Surely, this is magnificent. What good is a gentle approach? Can tenderness tame a little imp? Certainly not. There is no highlight in that method. Now, Shi Zhi's entire endeavor with the child is a highlight. The crew glanced at the director's unkempt visage, silently feigning immersion in their work, unwilling to claim that kiss. In the brief span of just 2 days, Duo-chi underwent a profound transformation. From a child who was once mischievous, stirring up trouble before bedtime and occasionally indulging in pranks, their demeanor transformed into one of delightful obedience. Now, at mealtimes, They don a children's bib and patiently await their meal while serenading themselves to sleep, radiating sweetness with every smile like an angel. This metamorphosis into a self-sufficient little one, even dressing themselves without assistance, was somewhat of a misunderstanding. On a particular day, Shi Zhi passed by Duo Qi's room and noticed the director helping him get dressed. This fleeting glance struck the young Duo Qi like a thunderbolt. Duo Qi, feeling a wave of embarrassment, hastily waved his hands, asserting that he no longer required help with dressing. Determined to master the art of clothing himself, he practiced multiple times in the quiet of night, grappling with his garments. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, and later, under the approving gaze of his companion, Shi Zhi offered a perfunctory compliment. "Wow, Duo Qi is so obedient and remarkable," dressing himself at the tender age of 6. With a blush, Duo Qi shyly traced circles on the floor with his foot, modestly downplaying his accomplishment. Following this change, his rapport with Shi Zhi blossomed harmoniously. The director found it difficult to pinpoint the nature of their interaction. Shi Zhi seemed less like a participant in a variety show and more akin to someone at home, dressed casually and comfortably, interacting with the children without seeking the limelight. The sofa became their favored sanctuary, the two of them sitting side by side in an orderly fashion.
Shi Zhi dopo intereshot.
Discovering that she possessed a similar one to Duo Qi's. In front of her lay a thermos filled with brewed green tea, while Duo Qi had his own beverage, a genuine milk tea. He had even begun to enjoy instant milk, the powder variety sponsored by his father. Observing Shi Zhi sipping her tea, Duo Qi expressed his curiosity, prompting her to offer him a few tea leaves to place in his bottle. As Shi Zhi savored a sip of her tea, she sighed contentedly. "Ah, this is life, leisurely and carefree." Mimicking her, Duo Qi took a hearty gulp from his bottle and echoed her sentiments, life. The director of the program raised an eyebrow, sensing an oddity in their dynamic. Despite Duo Qi being a child, certain interactions were essential, and his favorite activity was storytelling. Noticing the time, he eagerly approached Shi Zhi with a book in hand, making a request. "Sister Shi Zhi, can you tell me the story of the rabbit today?" His use of polite request was a result of Shi Zhi's guidance, as he had previously been indifferent to others' willingness, focusing solely on his own desires. Shi Zhi, aware of which story he referred to, recalled that they had already covered the tale of the rabbit the day before. She gazed at Duo Qi, who seemed eager to hear it again. "You still wish to listen?" she inquired, patting the space beside her on the sofa, inviting him to sit closer. "Do you really love the little rabbit, Duo Qi?" In recent days, she has observed that Duo Qi exhibits a profound interest in stories centered around rabbits. Not only does he occasionally mimic the hopping of rabbits, but he also enjoys drawing rabbit ears. Duo Qi shook his head vigorously, then hesitated before nodding. "I find it hard to articulate."
Why is that?
In truth, I have a fondness for rabbits, yet everyone insists that boys should not like rabbits. They prefer mighty tigers. If I were to express my affection for rabbits, I would surely be ridiculed, and I wish to avoid such mockery. Thus, I remain uncertain about my true feelings. The source of this pressure seems to stem from his classmates at the kindergarten or perhaps his peers in the vicinity. Concerned about the lack of grandeur in rabbits compared to tigers, Duo Qi carefully conceals his affection for these gentle creatures. His face is etched with distress, which, at his age, feels like an insurmountable dilemma. Zhi spoke up, questioning what there was to mock. "Duo Qi, he replied, blinking his round, sparkling eyes at the lovely celebrity before him. Zhi reassured him that there exists no decree forbidding boys from adoring rabbits. Is there a law against it? Certainly not. Affection is a deeply personal matter. While others may regard tigers as regal, rabbits possess a softness, and their fur is delightfully smooth to the touch. Not inferior to tigers in any regard. Is it necessary to belittle one's fondness for a small animal?" Duo Qi wholeheartedly agreed. His affection for the soft, furry little rabbit was genuine. With red eyes, long ears, and a mouth that nibbled on carrots, he found little interest in tigers. Zhi smiled, affirming that loving little rabbits is commendable and nothing to be ashamed of, reflecting the softness of Duo Qi's heart. "Really?" Duo Qi's ears flushed slightly, a blend of shyness and excitement washing over him. Even his parents were unaware of his fondness for rabbits. He had pondered this preference for quite some time, never expecting someone to affirm that it was perfectly normal and that he was indeed a tender-hearted child. Zhi suggested they create a rabbit plush toy together. This time, Duo Qi exclaimed with unhesitant enthusiasm, "Yes." Golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with warmth, as both the young and the old donned matching painters' hats while crafting the rabbit plush toy. The The production team, resourceful in their endeavors, provided all necessary materials, including exceptionally high-quality, fluffy fabric and sewing supplies. Naturally, Shi took charge of the more hazardous tasks while Duo Chi observed. The director of the production team had not anticipated such a development. Shi had perceptively uncovered something unknown to them all. After all, who could have guessed that the little imp would harbor a fondness for rabbits? The director felt a twinge of emotion at Xi's words, which, despite lacking overt sentimentality, were delivered in a calm tone. Yet, coupled with the image of the two, one large and one small, leaning their heads together to create a rabbit plush, it evoked a poignant sense of healing. It was both peculiar and utterly adorable. "Sister Zhi, you've made it so beautifully," Duo Chi exclaimed, his voice ringing out from within the scene. He was not lying. Shi Zhi's craftsmanship in creating the rabbit plushie was indeed commendable, appearing quite exquisite even on camera. The plushie was a fluffy shade of pink, a color chosen by Duo Chi, complete with 2 large drooping ears. Once again, Shi Zhi earned a skill point. Her talent was impressive. "I declare that the rabbit is my favorite animal." Duo Chi made this proclamation with a gravitas akin to that of a CEO investing billions. Shi Zhi acknowledged him with a nod. Children are full of energy, especially once they settle on an idea. They become ever more restless, chattering incessantly beside Shi Zhi. "Sister Shi Zhi, why are you so skilled at making rabbit plushies? Do you like rabbits too? White ones or gray ones? Upright ears or drooping ears?" He was curious to see if their preferences aligned. Shi Zhi blurted out, "Spicy rabbit head."
Duo Chi.
The cameraman? Do not presume he was unaware of what Shi Zhi was about to say. "Spicy rabbit head, is it?" The director urged into the earpiece, desperate to silence Shi Zhi. "Please keep quiet." Realizing that mentioning spicy rabbit heads in front of a rabbit-loving Duo Chi might seem a tad cruel, she swiftly halted her words. In truth, she did appreciate rabbits as well. Not just spicy ones, but also those stir-fried with 5 spices or in a dry pot. All were delightful methods. However, it was clear that her affection did not quite mirror Duo Chi's. Whether he failed to comprehend or simply chose to filter it out, Duo Chi bore no psychological burden and was overjoyed to carry around the soft, long-eared rabbit Shi Zhi had crafted, taking it with him even during meals and sleep. The production team felt that Duo Chi had been performing admirably, and thus there was no reason to keep Shi Zhi apart from the other guests. He should interact with the other children. Initially, Duo Chi had been isolated due to his numerous issues. The other 2 guests were both male. One was a former athlete, known for his handsome looks and witty conversation, garnering quite a following on Weibo. The other was a singer who had performed several hit theme songs for dramas and had previously studied early childhood education. Shi Zhi first encountered the athlete, who, taking advantage of Duo Chi's absence, inquired of her, "Is he difficult to manage?" His eyes reflected sympathy. They had all witnessed how the previous female celebrity had left. And the athlete was relieved he hadn't drawn Duo Chi in the lottery. Who could have predicted that such an adorable little boy would possess such destructive tendencies? Without mentioning the previous female celebrity who had been reduced to tears, he knew he might also crumble under the pressure. Shi Zhi reassured him, "Not difficult at all. Yes, actually quite manageable." The athlete nodded, "That's normal. Duo Chi's personality is indeed different from the other children." Just then, the singer arrived, and the athlete seemed to find an ally, gesturing towards him and sharing the curious tidbits. "Shi Zhi says Duo Chi is easy to manage." Was she jesting with them? Little did they know, they were quite familiar with Duo Chi's true nature. "Good morning, Brother Tang Li, Brother Guo." A sweet, childlike voice interrupted the conversation between the 2 men, melting their rough exteriors as they looked down to see a small boy with a fair, upturned face. Was it Duo Chi? The expressions of Tang Li and Guo were filled with shock as they simultaneously glanced around for any hidden weapons. Duo Chi rarely called out to anyone, and when he did, it usually heralded some mischief. Finding no weapons, Duo Chi sighed while pointing at Guo pants. "Brother Shuekai, don't rely on your youth to wear ripped jeans. You'll regret it with old knees in the future. You should wear thermal pants. If you don't have any, you can ask Sister Shi Zhi to mend your trousers." The 2 men transitioned from exclamation marks to question marks. Could such words, concerning old knees, thermal pants, and mending trousers, truly come from a 6-year-old? All eyes in the room converged on Guo jeans, which were indeed trendy, featuring large knee holes. Previously, Duo Chi had also sported ripped jeans, but after spending time with Shi Zhi, he had tidied up his wardrobe, subconsciously influenced by her. Sacrificing health for fleeting beauty was indeed inadvisable. Moreover, Sister Shi Zhi had remarked that anyone who looked good could wear anything beautifully, and Duo Chi, fixated on her face, temporarily adopted this as his personal truth. What was more striking was the seriousness with which Duchi spoke, prompting everyone to wonder if he had somehow transformed within. Surely, such wisdom was something only those of a certain age could utter. Duchi felt he had expressed everything he wanted to say. Whether it would be acted upon was up to Guishuakai. Under the astonished gazes of the two guests, he turned to Shi Zhi and declared, "Sister Shi Zhi, I am ready. I brought my water bottle and sun hat. The weather is lovely today. Shall we go out for a walk?" He patted his little backpack, indicating that everything was packed away neatly.
Ding.
"Your child has requested a walk." Shi Zhi glanced outside and noted the pleasant winter sunshine. "All right, but let me correct you. It's a stroll." Although the essence was the same, the phrasing altered the flavor of the request. Tang Li and Guishuakai had devolved into emoji-like expressions of shock. The production team had anticipated their astonishment, yet they were taken aback by the sheer hilarity of their reactions, unable to suppress their laughter. The cameraman focused on their faces, striving to capture the full extent of their responses. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi had already taken Duchi out for a stroll. A post-meal walk is said to add years to one's life. Two guests gazed at the silhouette of Shi Zhi. One of them inquired, "What transpired?" It seemed that the director and the crew found it amusing. "You all must think it is true, right?" The beauty of Shi Zhi was evident, yet her gentleness was a quality they could not quite decipher. Was it mere conjecture? Duo Qi had completely transformed the previous impressions the two male guests held of him. Not only had he exhibited remarkable politeness in the morning, but he also maintained that demeanor throughout. He was the first to arrive at the dining table, settling in without any rowdiness or laughter, his sole focus being on his meal. He adhered to his bedtime with punctuality. Unbeknownst to the two guests who were unaware of his fear that Shi Zhi would coax him to sleep, he even dressed himself independently. Astonishing. The two guests were unfamiliar with Shi Zhi and held no particular opinions about her, having only heard whispers of her past scandals. Had it not been for Duo Qi's transformation, they might have indulged in some lighthearted gossip, but now their thoughts were consumed by his changes, leaving them with a singular impression of Shi Zhi, a formidable woman capable of taming the little devil. They were in awe. Neither male guest was inclined to stir trouble, and each was preoccupied with their assigned child, leading to a harmonious coexistence. However, the recording did not continue seamlessly. The tipping point arose from Duo Qi's actions. What had transpired? The male vocalist looked at Shi Zhi, whose expression was grave, perplexed by the situation. When Shi Zhi and the two male guests arrived at the play area on the first floor, they encountered a little boy wearing an orange hat, sobbing as several staff members consoled him. Duo Qi leaned against the wall, receiving a reprimand. "Duo Qi, how many times must we go over this? Have you bullied your peers again? Look at what you've done to him. Do you not feel remorse? Apologize at once." Clearly, Duo Qi had no intention of complying, his face devoid of any smile as he regarded the reprimanding staff with an air of indifference. The more he displayed this demeanor, the more irate the staff became. Thus, when Shi Zhi arrived, it was as if they had found a savior. "Sister Shi Zhi," they seemed to implore, "please do something about this little troublemaker." This little rascal only heeded Shi Zhi's words. "Duo Qi," Shi Zhi called his name. He instinctively recoiled, his previously brazen demeanor evaporating as he lowered his gaze to avoid her eyes. Cowardice. Yet he remained silent. Shi Zhi approached Duo Qi, squatting down beside him. The director anticipated that she might sternly reprimand him, recalling how she had previously chastised him for clamoring to start the meal. However, to their surprise, Shi Zhi gently inquired, "Could you enlighten me on the current situation?" The director interjected, But Shi Zhi interrupted, "I wish to hear from Duo Qi." Feeling somewhat fatigued from squatting, and given Duo Qi's small stature, she shifted to sit beside him against the wall, her tone steady as she repeated her question. In an unexpected turn, Duo Qi, shedding his cool fade, reached out, seeking a hug. He clung to Shi Zhi, weeping uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his little face, his small body shaking with sobs. "I didn't bully him. I harbor no regrets. For I am not at fault. Woe is me." Duchi weeps profoundly, yet her message is unmistakably clear. A momentary silence envelopes the surroundings, as Shi Zhi gently pats the child who clings to her in utter distress, casting a glance at the previously sobbing child. Upon Duchi's utterance, the boy ceases his tears, his face unmistakably etched with anxiety and fear. Shi Zhi has already discerned the truth, but still gestures to the director, suggesting they review the surveillance footage. The most direct evidence lies therein, who among them is dishonest. Everyone has been conditioned to accept Duchi's mischievous nature, often dismissing her disobedience. neglecting even to review the available recordings. The flustered young boy voluntarily admits that Duichi has never bullied her peers. It was merely a fabrication of his own. One of the issues the director had previously addressed with Duichi was her alleged bullying of classmates, which had led to her isolation, only to now discover it was a falsehood. The director approaches Duichi to apologize, expressing regret for misunderstanding her and for the unjust criticism directed her way. Even as tears continue to stream down Duichi's cheeks, she displays remarkable grace. I hold no animosity towards you. Everyone makes mistakes. Just refrain from repeating them in the future. And as you covered Duichi with a blanket, I forgive you. Shi Zhi encourages. Oh, how generous. Duichi explains to Shi Zhi, I have no interest in bullying them. My mother says that fists are meant for protection, not for harming others. Shi Zhi gently wipes Duichi's tears, affirming, your mother is absolutely right. You are a wonderful child. And you have a good mother. Duichi blushes, and those around her seem to ponder this. Once Duichi's emotions have somewhat stabilized, Shi Zhi leans down to inquire why she did not defend herself. In the face of false accusations, why remain silent? I think it looks cooler this way. Perhaps akin to how boys behave? Shi Zhi smiles at her. That's rather foolish. Eagerly awaiting praise from a boy, Duichi's eyes widen in confusion. Shi Zhi, you possess a voice. And you often speak. In such a situation, why not express yourself? Don't you think that's rather foolish? Duichi contemplates this deeply, ultimately realizing with sorrow that there may be some truth to it. It dawns upon her that she is indeed a Navi child. Woe is me. As Duichi grapples with her existential doubts, the cameraman finds himself questioning the nature of his own existence amidst the emotional turbulence of the moment. If he is not mistaken, Shi Zhi's hand brushes gently against Duichi. The cameraman muses that this actress seems to possess an almost canine quality. I wish there were a door between heaven and hell, so that whenever I think of her, I could simply open it to see her. She undoubtedly refers to Shi Zhi. When Shi Zhi first arrived at Super Baby, Duichi had written in her diary that upon hearing of Shi Zhi's death, she hoped to descend to hell, now adding this poignant thought. It is evident to all that as Duichi becomes more obedient, she simultaneously develops a sense of reliance on Shi Zhi. Little man, do not cry. Duichi pouts. I cannot help it. Shi Zhi reassures, a brief parting is not truly a farewell. She playfully pinches Duichi's cheek and tells the cameraman, look how joyous the child is. She is almost speechless. Cameraman, are you certain this isn't a scare? Chapter 21. The Reluctance to Become Famous, Day 21. If Duichi could pen a diary now, he would likely add a note. The door must be locked, and I alone shall possess the key. He may visit Shi Zhi, but it would be better if she refrained from visiting him, let alone frequently. To put it in a more unconventional manner, you may enter my world, yet you cannot come and go as you please. Duichi once again found himself ensnared in the anxiety of watching the woman before him slice an apple and pound a sandwich. He truly wished to revert to being that headstrong Duichi, the one who had someone to dress him. Sister Shi Zhi, please focus on your work. I am a man now, capable of managing on my own. I absolutely will not cry this time. Initially, Duichi had firmly clutched Shi Zhi's garment, but now he not only released his grip but also kicked his little feet in the air, yearning to descend, having made a promise. He would not cry anymore. Sister Shi Zhi, please hurry and leave. Goodbye. His expression shifted in an instant. Shi Zhi set Duichi down, but contrary to his expectations, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she teased him. Perhaps you shouldn't leave after all.
No, you should indeed go.
Are you urging me to leave? As Shi Zhi raised an eyebrow, Duichi panicked, realizing his words may not have been the most prudent. He cautiously added, I am not worried about delaying Sister Shi Zhi's work. Work is important, and one must earn money. Still aware of the need to earn, are we? Shi Zhi persisted. It's fine, Sister's work isn't too demanding. She candidly admitted her struggles. Although Shi Zhi had transitioned from being a hot commodity to someone others speculated might rapidly become a major star, it was rare to hear her describe herself as struggling. Was she truly so comfortable making jokes that pierced her own heart? Duichi, he never anticipated this twist. The young boy, feeling cornered by the woman before him, looked at the camera with a pitiful expression. Everyone, please offer Sister Shi Zhi more work. Let her become more popular. She's truly wonderful. Whoa, rescue the poor Duichi from this sea of suffering. The director hadn't expected Duichi's little mind could pivot in such a direction. Even knowing to solicit work for Shi Zhi through the lens, she nearly laughed out loud. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Shi Zhi replied. However, Duichi's eagerness to send her away was evident. This time, Shi Zhi did indeed leave without shedding tears, smiling broadly and waving her little hands quite energetically. Children's emotions are fleeting. Shi Zhi recognized he was well now. The director pulled her aside, relaying what Duiqi had penned in his diary. And Shi Zhi could discern that he was reluctant to part with her. You get along well with children, don't you? I told you, there's no need for concern. Just be patient with them. You cook wonderfully. He will surely listen to you. Children are quite easy to manage. Qiango rambled on. Yet Shi Zhi felt that his imagination may diverge from her reality. With a calm demeanor, perhaps. There was a vague sense that something felt amiss. Before Qiango could delve deeper, others interjected, interrupting the discourse regarding the recording of the variety show. Qiango, it hasn't even aired yet. Look at this photograph. The marketing account claims you are secretly married with a child. The news of Shi Zhi's alleged secret marriage and motherhood has surged to the trending topics. Upon receiving the photo, Shi Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. In the image, she is holding a child whose features are somewhat indistinct. However, not long after filming Super Baby, both of them are wearing matching painter's hats, and Shi Zhi immediately recognized it was Duiqi. This is undoubtedly Duiqi. At 6 years old, it is evident that I am merely in my 20s, and anyone can see that this is a fabrication. Surely no one would believe it. What a ridiculous marketing ploy from these paparazzi, frantically pushing absurd narratives as the year draws to a close. Having debuted at a young age, I am still in my early 20s, roughly the same age as recent university graduates. How could I possibly have a 6-year-old child? A modicum of logical thinking should render this implausible. Yet, many have indeed believed it, Shi Zhi, haven't they? The public's perception of Shi Zhi has been rather unfavorable. It is challenging to rectify such a reputation quickly. Any negative news that surfaces can easily sway people's beliefs. A glance at similar posts on Weibo reveals an abundance of adamant comments. I previously suggested that Shi Zhi was involved with wealthy patrons. Otherwise, how could a student from years ago have access to such resources? Now the evidence is laid bare, with photographs capturing the moment. This is undeniable. It must be Shi Zhi's child, given their matching hats, parent-child hats. Moreover, the resemblance between the two is striking. It would be unreasonable to claim they are not biologically related. In the midst of these comments, speculation about Shi Zhi's connections to affluent benefactors resurfaces, suggesting that her dwindling resources are a result of a deteriorating relationship with her patron. The notion of matching hats. Shi Zhi mused that if the painters had had consciousness, it would surely be bewildered by the drama surrounding it, uncertain whether it could find joy in such antics. As for the assertion that she resembles Duiqi, it is worth noting that their likeness is debatable, akin to her resemblance to the former billionaire. Additionally, the photograph fails to clearly capture Duiqi's face. Some netizens have expressed skepticism about the claims, questioning how anyone could see a resemblance between Shi Zhi and the young boy when they cannot even discern the child's features. She was effectively overlooked. Unable to see the child's face? That is your shortcoming, not theirs. Why can they perceive it while you cannot? Not only is the online discourse buzzing about Shi Zhi's alleged secret marriage and motherhood, but even those around her seem to believe it. For instance, Ning Jiaqi, who hails from a wealthy background yet possesses a rather naive disposition, confronted Shi Zhi after learning from Qiango that she was trending.
Ning Jiaqi, Shi Zhi.
Your child has grown so much, he exclaimed. That child is mine. No, I mean, don't treat me as an outsider. You are like a sister to me. So, I must be the child's uncle. He playfully declared himself an uncle. As the newly appointed uncle, I regrettably haven't prepared any gifts for the child. So today I shall make amends by presenting all the gifts I owe. Initially, Shi Zhi expressed her astonishment that even industry insiders were susceptible to rumors. Her gaze then fell upon the opportunity of redeeming gifts into cash. It seemed as though she had stumbled upon a pathway to wealth. The butler, overhearing her musings, quietly interjected, "Miss, you possess wealth." Shi Zhi found this statement utterly delightful. She was indeed affluent, reveling in her fortune. However, there exists a distinct joy in possessing wealth compared to extracting it from others. The former brought happiness, while the latter offered a different kind of exhilaration. Thus, she experienced a dual joy, a duality of sensations. Meanwhile, Qiango continued his incessant chatter on the phone. Having not heard a word from Shi Zhi for quite a while, he presumed she was bothered by the scandal of a secret marriage and childbirth. This news held little significance for them. They merely awaited a clarification and official announcement from Super Baby. It was not a genuine concern. Soon thereafter, Qiango was taken aback by Shi Zhi's newfound perspective on amassing wealth. His heart nearly skipped a beat. Shi Zhi's silence was not out of anger, but rather a contemplation of leveraging this situation for profit. He ought to commend her entrepreneurial genius. Whoever conceived this brilliant plan should step forward for a round of applause. They had already secured 2 kisses. Super Baby announced that the previous episode bid farewell to the gentle and kind Yu Xian, while the new episode welcomed Shi Zhi. What exhilarating interactions would unfold between the adorable children and their new sister. Not only did they tag Shi Zhi on Weibo, but they also shared several photographs. Among them was a delightful image of Shi Zhi and duo Qi donning matching painter hats, sitting closely on a sofa, their expressions strikingly similar, exuding immense cuteness. Shi Zhi's studio promptly retweeted the post. Initially, the critics who had been vocal about her secret marriage and childbirth were left bewildered. Some netizens remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this outfit resembles what Shi Zhi was seen wearing during the rumors of her secret marriage and childbirth. And this, a parent-child hat? Is Shi Zhi with a mischievous child?" The nature of the situation was unclear. Prior to Shi Zhi's appearance, netizens speculated on how she would handle the children. This commentary mirrored the thoughts of many. Participating in such a parenting variety show would undoubtedly allow her to portray herself as kind-hearted and compassionate. As an actress, especially amidst controversy, she would strive to present herself favorably. Nonetheless, the sudden appearance of a mischievous doll startled the audience. At that moment, they resembled the directors on screen, gasping in shock. Unfazed by the surprise, Shi Zhi effortlessly caught the doll with her bare hands. The audience reacted in disbelief. The doll was merely an appetizer. Duo Qi's pranks continued with a balloon attack, catching even adults off guard as they inadvertently stepped on balloons. Shi Zhi, however, skillfully evaded the balloons. The comments flooded in, "I am beginning to lose my patience. This celebrity life is not for me. Faced with such a mischievous child, I cannot remain gentle. I want to give him a good thrashing." Quietly, someone remarked, "I suddenly find Shi Zhi rather charming. The way she caught that doll was quite impressive. She would be well suited for a martial arts drama." The art of barehanded object catching has once again emerged. Do you recall the time when Shi Zhi was besieged by Chen Baichuan's fans, catching eggs and mirrors with her bare hands? I was utterly impressed by her skill. Duoqi's initial prank had already immersed the audience in the experience, inciting a desire to leap through the screen and chastise the mischievous child. Shi Zhi's dexterity was truly astonishing. Subsequently, when Shi Zhi remarked that Duoqi was feeling cold and playfully wrapped a toy's red tongue around his neck, the unexpected explosion of a balloon in front of him took the audience by surprise. It was exhilarating. From this moment, the audience began to sense something amiss. Shi Zhi's actions were decidedly not aligned with the archetype of a gentle and virtuous wife. Clearly, she did not adhere to this archetype thereafter. From barehandedly breaking apples to Duoqi's refusal to eat, after inquiring twice without further concern for his appetite, and witnessing Duoqi's intent to continue his pranks, Shi Zhi emphatically struck the sandwich maker 3 times in the kitchen. Each scene was iconic. Coupled with Duoqi's expression of despair, the audience not only felt no sympathy, but also found themselves laughing heartily. Mischievous children must be disciplined. They should not be indulged. When the little demon finally yielded, it brought joy to the viewers. Who among us has not suffered at the hands of such children? Simultaneously, another thought arose. How intriguing. Shi Zhi is, in fact, quite entertaining. Her behavior contrasts sharply with her appearance, and one wonders how she possesses such strength and can change her demeanor so swiftly. Duoqi, in his diary, expressed a wish to descend to hell upon his death, as it would spare him from interactions with Shi Zhi, reaching a peak in audience emotions. What compels the little demon to willingly embrace the underworld? What transforms the mischievous child into an obedient, self-soothing angel? It is Shi Zhi. Super Baby aired 2 consecutive episodes. The first showcasing the little demon gradually yielding to Shi Zhi, while the second had viewers clicking on the video with laughter, only to be met with unexpectedly heartwarming moments. Shi Zhi discovered Duoqi's fondness for rabbits and engaged with him. It is perfectly normal for a boy to like rabbits, free from embarrassment. She even crafted a rabbit toy with him, capturing a particularly beautiful scene of the 2 rabbits, one large, one small. Had Shi Zhi not later mentioned spicy food, or called Duoqi foolish, or used his clothing to wipe her tear-stained hands, the audience's sentiments would have aligned with the director and cinematographer. Shi Zhi is indeed admirable. Yet she has a tendency to speak at critical moments. Could she not simply refrain from talking? Furthermore, Shi Zhi, might one suggest that you are somewhat inconsiderate? What does it signify to wipe your hands on a child? If you possess the audacity, why not wipe them on her instead? Instantly, the audience's attention was drawn. Little brother, I find your thoughts rather perilous. Are you seeking a reprimand from the devilish Sister Shi?
Indeed.
She is a seasoned admirer of beauty, willing to take risks for the sake of appearance. Super Baby featured Shi Zhi in 2 episodes filled with laughter and warmth. I genuinely did not anticipate that a parenting variety show could evoke such tears. My tears seem inconsequential. Every time I feel on the verge of tears. Shi Zhi has a remarkable ability to pull me out of that moment, and for that, I am immensely grateful. Otherwise, my makeup would have surely run on the subway. Truly the master of atmosphere disruption. This comment instantly garnered countless likes and exclamations. To my astonishment, there was such a hidden gem. Duo Chi, due to a prank, had his hair glued down with 502 adhesive and was forced to cut it, thereafter donning a hat to conceal his appearance, while Shi Zhi also wore a hat. Initially, they thought little of it, merely finding it aesthetically pleasing. Shi Zhi even attracted paparazzi attention for wearing the same style hat as Duo Chi, sparking rumors of a secret marriage and child. Was Shi Zhi simply being considerate of Duo Chi's feelings? How warm-hearted she is. When faced with a mischievous child refusing to eat, Shi Zhi could sternly deny him food, contributing meaningful dialogues with the rabbit character and showcasing various iconic scenes. However, the highlights included moments such as Shi Zhi's sandwich machine antics, her fondness for spicy rabbit heads, and her interactions with Duo Chi. The most talked about topic, however, was the question, could we enlist Shi Zhi's help in child-rearing? Following the title of Ab's Machine, Shi Zhi acquired yet another moniker, the nemesis of mischievous children. There are simply too many unruly kids. Who wouldn't he want a Shi Zhi, the sovereign capable of taming even the little demon Duo Chi? Quan Go, filled with joy, had hoped that Shi Zhi would win everyone's affection through her patience and culinary skills. In parenting variety shows, female celebrities typically exhibit their gentler sides. Yet, unexpectedly, she transformed into the bane of rambunctious children. Guanzheng? The animated gif of her vigorously hammering the sandwich machine had circulated widely, despite his reluctance. He had seen it countless times. After watching, Quan Go could only conclude that he might have never truly understood the artist he was managing. Shi Zhi. He adopted a serious demeanor and addressed her. Shi Zhi, he began, sensing she was anticipating something significant, perhaps even a reprimand. However, upon meeting her gaze, his expression softened into a smile, and he cheerfully inquired, have you had breakfast? If not, I can fetch you something. Skipping breakfast is detrimental to your health. The assistant nearby whispered, brother, are you experiencing early onset dementia? Didn't we all have breakfast together? Shi Zhi couldn't help but advise Quan Go. If you're feeling unwell, please take a break and visit a hospital. Don't push yourself too hard. She had a favorable impression of Quan Go. He was a good person. I'm fine. Quan Go waved his hand dismissively. He had initially intended to admonish Shi Zhi, suggesting she tone it down a bit, as her current trajectory was rather wild, indeed, very wild. Yet, upon encountering her gaze, an image of her angrily hammering the sandwich machine flashed through his mind. He reassured himself that a bit of wildness was acceptable, as the audience seemed to appreciate Shi Zhi's unconventional path, which was far more favorable than the previous criticisms. Quan Go, ever diligent, informed Shi Zhi that resting was not an option. He would never rest in his lifetime, for he cherished his vocation until his very last breath. There is no need for such dedication, Shi Zhi. Quan Go flipped through his notes and informed Shi Zhi that she had an upcoming audition for a beverage advertisement. You see, you are not as obscure as you think. Do not belittle yourself. Quan Go's voice carried a comforting tone. How could you claim to be without work? Look, you are indeed receiving opportunities quite smoothly. At the very least, among the fallen starlets, you are the most aesthetically pleasing, and affordably so. No, rather, you possess great value. If we cannot buy for fame, we may as well compete on cost-effectiveness. A strategy of thin profit and high sales. Shi Zhi. Do not presume she did not catch the remarks about being inexpensive or being the most attractive among the fallen stars. Is that truly a compliment? It is indeed. Chapter 22. The Desire for Fame, Day 22. The entire Shi Zhi team was engulfed in the ecstatic belief that she was the most beautiful among the fallen starlets. Sister Shi is the most stunning. Sister Shi is simply captivating. It is hard to disagree. If anyone does, let them present a starlet who can rival Sister Shi's beauty, and the crowd will happily engage in a spirited debate. Pride filled the faces of the team, each adorned with confident smiles. This exuberance persisted until they arrived for the beverage advertisement audition. In fact, Quan Go believed she was not as obscure as perceived. Shi Zhi had been trending frequently on social media lately. The beverage brand inviting Shi Zhi was not an old name but rather a rising star in the past 2 years, enjoying commendable sales, with advertisements flooding the market. Subways, taxis, buses, elevators. There was no place that escaped their reach. Quan Go recognized this potential, hence he was willing to let Shi Zhi audition, even if their initial proposed fee was below market value. As he put it would be a shame for such beauty to go uncelebrated. Even if she could not grace the red carpet or dazzle the foreign press, having her image plastered across the nation on beverage packaging would still be quite splendid.
Shi Zhi responded, "All right then."
When Shi Zhi's team arrived at the audition venue, they found themselves there quite early. The waiting area was a spacious room filled with numerous people, the atmosphere quite noisy. Why was there not a single staff member to greet them? They stood there, occasionally drawing the attention of extras who recognized Shi Zhi, pointing in their direction, making everyone somewhat uncomfortable. Xing Feifei, a second-tier actress, known for her supporting roles, often played likable characters. Quan Ge frowned, not because of Xing Feifei auditioning, as he was already aware that auditions were necessary for securing the advertisement, but he was primarily irritated at the apparent neglect from the brand representatives, as the assistant had mentioned. They had been waiting for some time without seeing any staff. Were they to have Shi Zhi wait alongside the extras? Shi Zhi was indifferent. It was fine as it was, and there were seats over there. Where she sat mattered little to her. The group settled down, and after about 10 minutes the staff finally arrived, explaining their tardiness due to being busy and that there were no available waiting rooms. Thus, Shi Zhi and her team would have to endure a short wait until it was her turn to audition. It was a rather empty statement. Shi Zhi assured them it was all right. This circle is exceedingly pragmatic, where individuals elevate some while belittling others. Would the same attitude prevail if a popular star were to take the stage? Quan Go interrupted his assistant, fearing that Shi Zhi might feel somewhat uncomfortable after such comments. However, Quan Ge discerned that Shi Zhi maintained her composure. She was a person of formidable mental strength, capable of concealing her emotions. In truth, Shi Zhi was merely letting the words flow in one ear and out the other, reflecting instead on how delightful mobile phones could be. The wait felt interminable, and the rest of the team also took out their phones to pass the time. After playing a game for a while, Shi Zhi heard Quan Ge exclaim beside her and set her phone down. "What's the matter?" The extra from the crowd appeared somewhat familiar, seemingly a minor internet celebrity who often photographed stars. "I just saw her aiming her phone in your direction. I must go and intercept her." The assistant volunteered. "Should I go?" Shi Zhi questioned. "Why should we stop her?" Quan Ge and the assistant were momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. "Why stop her?" "Because all celebrities do." Quan Ge offered an explanation. "It might interfere with the artist's schedule." "Oh, but here at 1T affect the schedule," Shi Zhi replied. "The primary concern is that candid shots can be quite unflattering. Unedited images uploaded online would undoubtedly invite ridicule. They certainly 1T retouch any photos of you." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhi shook her head. "Never mind, she isn't disturbed me, and besides, isn't everyone saying I'm beautiful? Among the faded starlets, I am the most striking. It would be a pity if my beauty didn't adorn every street corner on bottles." Shi Zhi was not narcissistic. She was genuinely content with her appearance, which was quite striking, and therefore, she was indifferent. Quan Ge was swayed by Shi Zhi's reasoning. He hadn't anticipated that she would invoke his own sayings, yet her logic was undeniably sound. "You're beautiful, and you are right." They decided to let the matter rest for the time being, with Quan Ge only adding a few words, advising Shi Zhi not to be overly kind-hearted.
Festi.
Shi Zhi shifted the topic. However, when faced with the assistants offered to fetch her bottled water from downstairs, having spotted a convenience store on the way up, Shi Zhi shook her head. "Let us not bother. It's not nearby. Isn't this a beverage advertisement? Aren't the stacked drinks props for the shoot?" There were several boxes of drinks in the room. "Can we drink them?" "Of course, they are provided for everyone's enjoyment." The drinks were new, vibrant in color, yet the fruity flavor appealed to Shi Zhi. She twisted off the cap and took a large swig. Then, her lovely face contorted into a frown. "Let us go," Shi Zhi declared, placing the drink down. As she rose, Quan Ge, perplexed, asked, "Where are you going?" Quan Ge was taken aback, believing Shi Zhi was jesting, but her expression conveyed her seriousness. She truly intended to forego the audition for the advertisement. "How can you not audition?" Quan Ge thought the chances of her securing the advertisement were quite high. "My goodness, what madness is this? Since we've come this far, why not audition? You didn't resist before. We've discussed it for quite some time, anticipating that you would land this advertisement, and soon your face would be on drinks across the streets. Are you really going to give that up?" Shi Zhi, to speak candidly, if that day truly arrives, the streets will echo with my scorn. This beverage is utterly repugnant. Those who partake will surely comprehend its repulsive nature. At that juncture, who will care about its aesthetic appeal? The only memory that will linger is that Shi Zhi endorsed something truly distasteful. Quan, still skeptical, insisted that no drink could possibly be that terrible, suggesting perhaps I was merely evading the issue, discontent with the low prestige of the advertisement or the meager proposed fee. Yet, with the current momentum, Shi Zhi's prospects appear increasingly bright. She had already procured another bottle of the drink for Quan, unscrewing the cap and urging him to sample it. The truth speaks louder than words. With a dubious expression, Quan took a sip, reasoning that as a beverage, it must be palatable. Even if it did not suit his taste, it should not be offensive. However, his expression soon morphed into one of profound dismay. My heavens, what is this? He was genuinely astounded. Had the situation allowed, he might have spat it out. Even after forcing it down, the lingering taste in his mouth was an unnatural sweetness, saturated with synthetic flavoring. It was indeed dreadful. He would prefer water over this. Or rather, why would one resort to such a poorly concocted imitation when genuine water is available? Shi Zhi shrugged her shoulders, revealing a look that seemed to say, at last, you comprehend my sentiments. Do you believe it appropriate to advertise such a beverage? Beyond the ethical implications, this verges on deceit. What transgressions have the fans committed to bear the burden of financing such a campaign? Shi Zhi quickly remembered that she had no fans, only detractors. Thus, it was the ordinary public who would unwittingly subsidize the promotion of this beverage. Let it be. She could not feign enjoyment, and a semblance of dignity must be preserved. This time, Quan did not attempt to deter Shi Zhi. Had he abstained from tasting the drink, it might have been inconsequential. However, having sampled it, he recognized it was hardly a worthy endeavor. It would be wise to depart swiftly. Even a generous fee would not justify it. Perhaps he should be grateful for not having signed a contract. Quan sought out the on-site supervisor, fabricating excuses. For it would be inappropriate to state that the product was subpar, prompting their departure. After all, they had already incurred a loss, and even without the audition, the beverage brand would suffer no significant harm. They had invited more than just Shi Zhi to cast a wide net. As they exited the building, Quan lamented that he must investigate products more thoroughly in the future. He had assumed this was a reputable product, one that could afford extensive advertising. How could it be so atrocious? Shi Zhi concluded that they were earnest in advertising yet negligent in product quality, a complete inversion of priorities. Although they did not secure the beverage advertisement, Quan felt a tinge of disappointment, albeit slight, recognizing the importance of the product being advertised. Soon enough, he was invigorated, energetically scheduling additional tasks for Shi Zhi. The entire team had forgotten about the beverage advertisement, unaware that the incident was beginning to gain traction. Initially, the vice president of the beverage company made cryptic revelations on Weibo. Every year brings forth its share of eccentricities, yet this year seems particularly abundant. The company is currently seeking artists to shoot advertisements for their new products and has extended an invitation to a certain well-known actress. However, this diva has been incessantly causing disturbances with her relentless demands, seemingly under the impression of her own stardom. It is no wonder that the industry holds her in such low regard. There is certainly a rationale behind the criticism, prompting her immediate dismissal. As the gossip swirled, curious netizens and various marketing accounts swiftly converged. Although this Weibo post did not directly reveal her identity, it was effectively tantamount to an exposure. During auditions for a beverage advertisement, it soon became apparent that the actress in question was none other than Shi Zhi. To the astonishment of those who had recently watched her in 2 variety shows, many expressed disbelief and sought clarification, pondering whether there had been some misunderstanding. Shi Zhi, at present, appears remarkably serene, a demeanor that seems genuine rather than feigned. Moreover, not long ago, there were rumors spread by paparazzi alleging that Shi Zhi had secretly married and given birth. The truth, as many are aware, was merely her participation in a parenting variety show. While Shi Zhi continues to lack a substantial fanbase, she has begun to receive some vocal support. After experiencing setbacks, detractors of Shi Zhi have emerged, asserting that her calmness could indeed be a fade, as the internet possesses a notoriously short memory. They argue that her actions are entirely plausible. Otherwise, why would she have departed without even auditioning? It was confirmed that she indeed left without participating in the audition. Upon learning of the beverage brand's underhanded tactics against Shi Zhi, Quan Gu could not contain his expletives. He was taken aback by the brand's audacity to fabricate a story for the sake of attracting attention, especially when everyone had initially appeared amicable. Quan Gu quickly discerned the brand's intention. to capitalize on Shi Zhi's reputation without incurring any costs for promoting their new product. He had previously praised the brand's marketing strategies. But now the tables had turned. How could they act in such a deceitful manner? This is nothing short of fabrication. The team's makeup artist also expressed outrage upon seeing the news. Quan Ge shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that this was not the first time Shi Zhi had encountered such slander. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi, amidst the fervor, was engaged in a live stream not far away. Clad in a complete blue denim ensemble, with her hair styled in a ponytail and her delicate features on display, she resembled a vibrant university student, albeit an extraordinarily attractive one. Today, her stylist had slightly altered her look, and to their surprise, she adapted to the change quite well. Although the live stream was not primarily centered around Shi Zhi, she had been invited as a co-host, a trend that has become popular with live commerce, often involving various artists. Quan Ge hoped that Shi Zhi would learn of the situation later, preferably after it had been resolved. He had already reached out to the beverage brand for clarification, but had yet to receive a response. "Assistant, they are clearly playing dead," he remarked, a scenario he had anticipated. The makeup artist chimed in, "I've taken to using 5 different accounts to comment. We cannot tolerate any disparagement of our Shi Zhi." The rest of the team also joined the fray, employing their alternate accounts to target the beverage brand's vice president on Weibo, determined to defend their beloved star. Qian Ge was profoundly moved by the actions of those around him. However, he pondered how a mere handful could possibly stand against such a multitude. The company seemed to be in a state of semi-abandonment towards Shi Zhi, reluctant to invest further resources. Resolute, Qian Ge decided to reach out to the public relations department, hoping to enlist the assistance of the company's online army. Though Shi Zhi was engaged in a live stream, she remained closely attuned to the happenings around her. Having been informed by someone who rushed into the streaming room, flooding the screen with comments, the online trolls had arrived uninvited. "Dear ones, take a look at this butterfly pastry. It is truly delectable, infused with a rich, milky flavor. It makes a splendid gift for family, friends, or teachers," the host urged, prompting Shi Zhi to showcase the product. With remarkable speed, the host guided Shi Zhi to lift, lower, and unbox the merchandise, transforming her into a stunning display of goods. Shi Zhi felt a slight ache in her arms. Amidst the chaos, a comment appeared. Shi Zhi's face is so prominent that even the beverage company's vice president has criticized her. How can she still have the nerve to stream? Another remarked, "I came rushing from Weibo just to witness this." A third taunted, "I heard someone caused a ruckus and angered the beverage VP. Was it you, Miss Star?" And yet another quipped, "Didn't he expect to encounter a tough opponent? What's it like being told to scram, huh?" What on earth had transpired? A figure nearby cast furtive glances at her, hesitating to speak. Shi Zhi was not oblivious to this. She turned her gaze towards the comments, reading aloud. "I heard someone caused a ruckus and angered the beverage VP. Was it you, Miss Star?" The host gasped, and Qian Ge was equally stunned. Even the provocateurs in the streaming room were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated Shi Zhi would feign ignorance, but instead, she boldly addressed the comment. "Is that referring to me?" Shi Zhi inquired, her beautifully arched brows knitting together. "Yes, of course.
Who else could it be? Don't you know?"
The troll replied, their tone dripping with sarcasm. Shi Zhi appeared genuinely perplexed. It seemed she truly was unaware. She informed the host that she needed to set the product aside for a moment to investigate the situation, asking if that would be a hindrance. Quickly compensating for the lost time, she promised to make it up in double. The host replied, "No, it's not a problem. With permission granted." The audience watched as Shi Zhi deftly picked up her phone, her delicate fingers dancing across the screen as she opened Weibo to search for relevant news. Inputting the keywords, she swiftly uncovered the truth, as the topic was already trending. The comments in the live stream surged once more. "Does Shi Zhi have anything to say? They've already exposed you. It's time to lie flat and accept the ridicule. Shi Zhi, please commence your performance. Will you cry, pleading for forgiveness? I bet she'll clarify that the beverage VP is lying, attempting to tarnish her reputation." Previously, Qian Ge had gestured from afar, urging Shi Zhi to remain calm. But at this juncture, he could no longer bear to watch, covering his eyes with his hand. Shi Zhi set her phone down, her striking black and white gaze fixed on the screen as she uttered 2 words, "It's false." In alignment with the speculations circulating in the comments, individuals began to inundate the chat with sarcastic ha-ha-ha reactions. However, Shi Zhi remained unfazed by the mocking laughter and continued her discourse. "Did he truly tell me to leave?" She mused. "I was the one who endured the burden of purchasing the earliest train tickets and made a hasty escape." The laughter abruptly ceased. giving way to a cascade of question marks. It appeared that Shi Zhi's focus diverged from that of others. Why did she direct her attention towards the vice president of beverages who had instructed her to depart? Furthermore, her choice of words was quite amusing. The imagery of carrying a train ticket while fleeing overnight was quite vivid. What on earth transpired that led her to flee in such a manner? Therefore, it was evident that the vice president of beverages had not been the one to send Shi Zhi away. It seemed that Shi Zhi indeed conveyed this notion. I failed to comprehend. If Shi Zhi was not causing a ruckus, why did she leave without even auditioning? Surely, it cannot be that she suddenly lost interest in the advertisement, one commenter remarked, perplexed. Many inquired whether she had departed without auditioning, and indeed, that was the truth. Regarding the reasons behind it, Shi Zhi suddenly leaned closer to the screen, her face dominating the entire frame. After slamming her palm onto the table, she bellowed the vice president's online handle, exclaiming, "Do you not have the slightest inkling of how dreadful your beverage tastes?" The levity in her demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness as she shouted across the digital expanse. The live chat erupted in astonishment. The streamer is astonished. The revelation of Shi Zhi's audacity was indeed unexpected. Yet, she did not pause, continuing her tirade. It's one thing for the advertisement fee to be meager, but the taste of the beverage is entirely intolerable. It takes a unique talent to craft a drink so unpalatable, she quipped, raising a sarcastic thumb of approval. Shi Zhi paid no heed to the chaotic backdrop. Her lack of a public persona was inconsequential. The drink's poor quality was the original sin, and their failure to reflect and improve, coupled with the spread of false information, warranted no leniency from her. The chat had reached a fever pitch, far more fervent than discussions during a frantic sale. Observing Shi Zhi boldly rebuking the beverage brand was a scenario one could scarcely imagine. Her dismissal of the audition due to the drink's atrocious taste began to resonate with the audience. Haha, this is absolutely hilarious. I initially felt drowsy while watching the live stream and contemplated sleep, but now I am wide awake. Please, Sister Shi, continue to share. Another user exclaimed. Sister Shi, a force to be reckoned with, both beautiful and fierce, another added. I wholeheartedly agree. The beverage is horrendous, particularly dreadful. Friends, do not purchase it.
Ah.
So, it was indeed the beverage. It makes perfect sense that Shi Zhi would not endorse it. The marketing is overwhelmingly heavy, while the product itself is subpar. Those who have tried it lamented the experience, deeming it a waste of money and sentiment. The comments section flooded with individuals sharing their grievances about the beverage. The detractors fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Zhi's tenacity was undeniably formidable. She had even taken on the beverage company, leaving many bewildered. Some expressed their concerns about the unfolding situation. Sister Shi speaks the truth. Will she be blacklisted by the beverage company? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. Shi Zhi has candidly declared the drink to be unpalatable, thus the brand is likely to blacklist her. Upon seeing this remark, Shi Zhi maintained her composure, stating, "It matters not. I have already blacklisted them myself. I shall never spend a single penny on their products. They cannot hope to extract even a coin from my pocket. A mutual blacklisting. How equitable." This concept of reciprocal blacklisting is a novelty to many. Laughter erupted in the comment section.
Shi Zhi.
How does she manage to be so charming amidst her fierceness? She is truly a treasure. The last time Shi Zhi checked her notifications, she noticed someone praising her for not bending to monetary temptations. Shi Zhi humbly declined this flattery, pondering, if someone offered me billions, I would likely comply. Who does not appreciate wealth? Even now, with my financial stability, I would never scoff at more. Imagining the sweet scent of money, she mused, acting is still an option. After a flurry of exclamation marks from the audience, they expressed their fondness for her candidness. Sister Shi, please continue speaking. We are eager to hear your musings. However, Shi Zhi interrupted, stating she could not continue chatting as they were live. She urged the audience to focus on the host while she resumed her role as a merchant. In truth, she felt a twinge of guilt towards the host. Regardless of the reason, she had inadvertently attracted trolls who posted irrelevant comments, wasting precious time that could have been spent clarifying matters. Now, she had to double her efforts. Yet, the host was exhilarated and encouraged Shi Zhi to engage further, suggesting that selling products was not of utmost importance. They had time to spare. Should she converse a while longer, her viewer count would surely swell. Although the broadcast was nearing its end, she had already instructed her assistant to restock, seizing the opportunity to capitalize on the momentum. How could she not be elated? She was nearly beside herself with joy. Shi Zhi. Chapter 23. The Reluctance to Achieve Fame. Day 23. The sales host claimed that selling products was not of great significance. Shi Zhi displayed a disapproving expression. Was this not, in fact, about selling goods? She picked up a piece of butterfly pastry, intending to mimic the host's introduction, only to realize she had forgotten how the host had articulated it. She became momentarily speechless, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by the audience. If I am not mistaken, Shi Zhi seems to want to introduce the butterfly pastry, but is at a loss for words. Host, what are you waiting for? Assist Sister Shi, show some awareness, will you? Dog emoji. Say something more, anything. I will place an order immediately. Please, Shi Zhi, say a bit more. I'll place 10 orders. It's too delightful. I can't stop laughing. How does Shi Zhi manage to switch from fury at the beverage to her work in an instant? I am still immersed in her earlier tirade about the drink's taste, and she seamlessly resumes her duties with the most adorable fluster. Just as the comment suggested. The viewers had yet to recover from Shi Zhi's quick-witted rebuttal of the beverage brand when she dutifully resumed her role as a merchant. The host quickly picked up on the advertisement, having previously referred to Shi Zhi by name throughout the stream, influenced by the comments. She too began to call her sister Shi. I was utterly unprepared for the tenacity displayed by Shi Zhi. Her enthusiastic call of sister was indeed heartfelt. Shi Zhi noticed the barrage of comments urging her to speak a few more words in exchange for a multitude of orders, with some even bidding as high as 100 items. Yet, she chose to remain silent. Those remarks were tangential, irrelevant to the essence of her work. Ultimately, the crucial point was that, regardless of how many items sold, it bore no significance for her. The butterfly pastry was not her brand, and she would not receive any commission. Nevertheless, Shi Zhi took a moment to clarify matters and, subsequently, she earned double the time, much to the surprise of the host, who never anticipated such a lucrative outcome near the conclusion of the live stream. A flood of viewers rushed into the live stream, drawn by the unexpected clarification from Shi Zhi. However, some only caught part of it, while others missed it entirely, each feeling a sense of urgency. What did Shi Zhi actually say? They lamented. Why were those who had seen it raving about her? Logically, this news should have been detrimental to her image. From the video, it was evident that Shi Zhi was initially engaged in promoting the products earnestly until the trolls arrived, spouting commentary that she noticed and subsequently read aloud, even taking the initiative to look it up on her phone. Thus followed a cascade of memorable quotes. Carrying a train to buy the earliest tickets and fleeing overnight. Why did she leave without auditioning? Surely, she must have some awareness of how dreadful her drink is. If the advertising fee was low, that could be overlooked. But the taste was unbearable. Being blocked is inconsequential. I have blocked him as well. Mutual blocking, quite fair. The netizens were in stitches, the comments section buzzing with excitement. Shi Zhi's descriptions were both vivid and endearing, absolutely brilliant. Running with a train? The imagery was palpable. Her remote address and the forceful slap of the table left me astonished. Sister Shi is remarkable, and I couldn't help but recall the animated gif of her fiercely hammering a sandwich. Recently, it seems Shi Zhi has truly liberated herself, perhaps having given up on conforming? I adore this unrestrained version of Sister Shi. If the ad fees are low, that's one thing, but the drink's unpleasantness is intolerable, and as a foodie, I wholeheartedly agree. Before watching the video, netizens wondered why everyone was raving about Shi Zhi. After viewing, they exclaimed, Shi Zhi is incredible. It could not be more agreeable. She is remarkably audacious. Nowadays, even top celebrities hesitate to offend various brands, accepting any advertisement. Yet Shi Zhi boldly abandoned the audition due to the drink's terrible taste. No one could have predicted such a rationale, and she evidently prepared for potential backlash from the brand, even humorously suggesting a mutual blocking. You block me? Ha. I blocked you too. Quite charming, indeed. When others sought to criticize Shi Zhi for not bending to financial incentives, a netizen cited her subsequent remarks. Sister Shi rejects flattery. As long as the money is right, everything is negotiable. This perspective resonated, leaving everyone feeling more authentic. The human experience is genuine. As long as the payment is sufficient, anything is possible, not really. Currently, there are not many celebrity teams adept at selecting quality products. Numerous products are subpar, yet companies opt for high-profile endorsements, readily reaping the financial rewards from fans and bystanders alike. Some stars even endorse products with dubious credentials, leading unsuspecting consumers to suffer adverse effects with no avenue for recourse. In this prevailing atmosphere, Shi Zhi emerges as a refreshing anomaly, refusing to endorse a beverage she finds unsatisfactory, something typically uncharacteristic of most celebrities. Critics reflect the growing apathy among consumers. Is a poorly tasting beverage truly a concern? As long as the endorsement fee is secured, it seems irrelevant. which makes Shi Zhi's stance appear somewhat theatrical. Immediate counterarguments arise, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. If the drink is unpalatable, how can it be marketed? After all, consumers have invested their money. Furthermore, what merit does Shi Zhi possess? It was not until the beverage brand's vice president made veiled comments online regarding a certain female celebrity that the backlash ensued, prompting Shi Zhi to clarify her position. Nevertheless, those who have fallen victim to inferior products find themselves envious of Shi Zhi's fans. As this artist insists on stringent quality control for the products she endorses, being a supporter of such a star must be quite gratifying. Soon, they were reminded that, notoriously, Shi Zhi lacks a significant fanbase, only attracting detractors. The vice president of the beverage company was quite disheartened. As a brand built on marketing, he had initially envisioned a gimmick upon inviting Shi Zhi, but at that time, his only thought was of her potential elimination. He never anticipated that her team would refuse the audition. Consequently, he devised a more astute strategy, taking to Weibo to voice his grievances. To his astonishment, this backfired when Shi Zhi went live, declaring their beverage to be unpalatable. The topic of their drink's poor taste has gained considerable traction on Weibo, reaching a point where it threatened sales. The vice president was met with fierce reprimands from his superior and, fueled by indignation, wondered if Shi Zhi and her team had lost their minds, indicating they had no intention of conducting business. Thus, he decided to hold nothing back. Eager spectators, drawn to the unfolding drama, had already settled in on Weibo, almost prepared to take residence. The excitement was palpable. Let the confrontation commence. Let them witness who shall emerge victorious. Under the scrutiny of the public, the beleaguered vice president took to Weibo, maintaining his cryptic tone while directly addressing Shi Zhi. He insinuated that Shi Zhi was cunningly maligning their product, leveraging this as an excuse to depart, claiming her perspective was entirely one-sided. Who could substantiate her claims? He concluded with a commendation of his own product, touting its delightful taste and health benefits, inviting all to partake. I can provide evidence, he claimed. The onlookers perked up, ready to pounce. Excitedly, they flocked to the Weibo page of a user who claimed to have proof for Shi Zhi. The blogger recounted, I too attended the beverage audition, but I was merely there to be an extra, hoping to encounter other stars. To my surprise, I encountered Shi Zhi. Her team and ours shared a large room. As I often engage in filming, I couldn't help but speak up. I can attest that Shi Zhi fled solely because the beverage was intolerably bad. She then released a video. As netizens delve into the scene, they discover a spacious room filled with a cacophony of sounds, yet their gaze is immediately drawn to Shi Zhi. Initially, she holds a beverage, twirling the bottle to examine its packaging, while a person resembling her agent converses with her. Her demeanor exudes tranquility until she unscrews the cap, raises her wrist, tilts her head back, and takes a generous gulp. In an instant, her exquisitely crafted visage contorts into a frown, her expression one of utter disbelief as she glares at the drink in her hand. The juxtaposition from her earlier nonchalance to this moment of stark contrast is palpable. Through the screen, onlookers can almost sense her despair. One might wonder how such a beverage could elicit such a reaction. It is undeniably delightful. Oh, how charming she is. A beauty indeed. Is it truly wise to express such emotions with her countenance? A slight grimace on her delicate face presages disaster. This video is one I could watch thrice over. Others might even view it 30 times. The footage conveys the essence of the situation. After sampling that seemingly unpalatable drink, Shi Zhi exchanged a few words with her agent before departing the scene. It was akin to a train fleeing under the cover of night. Indeed, there is a certain flair to it. Curiosity piqued, some inquired if the blogger was close enough to Shi Zhi to recount her experience. Did Shi Zhi truly make numerous unreasonable requests? What is her true nature after all? In a moment of impulse, I attempted to record a video, only to be noticed by her agent. Shi Zhi intervened, and my heart nearly ceased with anticipation. Thankfully, she was quite amiable and did not exhibit any peculiar demands. Most importantly, she is breathtakingly beautiful, infinitely more stunning in person than in retouched images. Her allure is simply unmatched. Shi Zhi even showered compliments upon the other ladies present, despite her own remarkable beauty and slender waist. Ultimately, the discourse nearly transformed into an adoration thread for Shi Zhi. However, it must be conceded that her on-screen beauty remains impeccable, perhaps even more captivating in motion than in photographs. The animated clip of Shi Zhi's beverage encounter gained traction, accompanied by humorous captions. Phrases like, "Some malicious individuals wish to harm me," paired with her disheartened expression resonated with viewers, leading to further animated renditions of her fleeing scene. The playful internet community revels in such merriment. Meanwhile, the beverage company faced backlash. Complaints about their product's unpalatability had already emerged. As their spokesperson defended the drink, the release of Shi Zhi's animated clip exacerbated the situation, propelling the drink's poor reputation into the spotlight. A simple search yields numerous remarks denouncing the beverage as both distasteful and overpriced, advising against its purchase. Consequently, the product suffered significant damage, with sales plummeting. Overzealous marketing had backfired spectacularly. Shi Zhi, through her incredulous expression while consuming the drink, garnered alternative monikers. Your sister sure never lies. While one may choose to disbelieve advertisers, one can certainly trust Sister Shi. Shi Zhi's team assistant passionately recited netizen comments, addressing Quan Go. This time, Sister Shi has escaped criticism. Why not allow her some peace? Sister Shi has managed to avoid criticism. It is time to set aside good days. Shi Zhi feels genuinely unfortunate for her original self. As those who can escape reproach are elated, Brother Quan sits there, sighing, unable to move forward. Although the matter is in the past, I worry that Shi Zhi may find it challenging to secure endorsements in the future. Brother Quan never anticipated that Shi Zhi would take the initiative to resolve the situation herself. While it is gratifying, he harbors other concerns. If Shi Zhi is so audacious as to confront a brand directly, what will other brands think? Might they be apprehensive as well? Other celebrity teams seem to take a perverse pleasure in the situation, feeling that Shi Zhi's directness could lead to her being blacklisted by brands. Or perhaps she would blacklist them in retaliation. Brother Quan, initially filled with lament, suddenly shifts his gaze to Shi Zhi's clenched fist, instantly changing the subject. Ahem. Thank goodness you stopped me from seeking out that influencer. Otherwise, we would have truly found ourselves in a convoluted predicament. They were also taken aback by the numerous antics of the beverage company, much like the vice president's underhanded tactics. Indeed, it was impossible to prove that the drink was unpalatable. Thankfully, the small influencer documented it. Shi Zhi then glanced at her phone, emitting a sound of confusion. Oh. She looked up at her team and announced that a cola brand had tagged her, inquiring whether she was interested in their product, stating that if she was satisfied with the tasting, they would like her to shoot an advertisement. Upon revealing the brand name, the entire team erupted into screams after a brief silence. This is a major player. Emerging beverage brands cannot compare to this one. And this is an opportunity that both rising stars and trending celebrities vie for. Could it truly fall into their hands? And as for tastings, who hasn't already sampled it? But the surprises did not end there. Not only did the cola brand tag Shi Zhi, but also its fierce competitor, extending an invitation to her as well. Brother Quan's frown disappeared, excitement causing him to slap his thigh. Now we can set aside good days. Shi Zhi has almost developed an aversion to that song.
Can we change it?
Brother Quan agreed, opting for a different tune. The God of Wealth has arrived. The God of Wealth has come to my doorstep. Not much of a difference. Weibo is currently abuzz with activity. Netizens first noted Shi Zhi being tagged by the two major cola brands, followed by numerous renowned beverage companies reaching out to her with offers. The beverage merchants brim with confidence, knowing they are not merely those who rely on marketing to achieve mediocre sales. Their drinks have been meticulously filtered through the market, the finest selections remaining, and the flavors are undoubtedly exquisite. Upon witnessing Shi Zhi's fierce rebuke of the beverage's poor taste, their initial reaction was that this celebrity is truly formidable, quickly followed by a keen sense of opportunity. After the involvement of the two major cola brands, other beverage companies could no longer remain passive. Netizens proclaimed that while one may doubt advertisers, they can trust Sister Shi. This woman, Shi Zhi, must be secured. Initially, everyone approached Shi Zhi with decorum, tagging her respectfully. But soon, the tone shifted dramatically. In an endeavor to promote her own products, Miss Shi Zhi enthusiastically invites everyone to explore their new offerings, freshly squeezed juice infused with authentic Hainan coconut. However, this soon escalates into a disparagement of competing beverages, asserting that their drinks are not only economical but also of superior quality, significantly more affordable than certain popular brands. The latter, feeling challenged, retaliates swiftly. If our products are priced higher, there is a valid reason behind it, they argue, emphasizing the premium quality of their milk sourced from cows serenaded with music and their imported coffee. The online community finds the situation utterly amusing, initially expecting Shi Zhi to engage in a conflict with the vice president of beverages, only to witness a surprising clash among several major beverage brands instead. The unfolding drama leaves many astonished. They had anticipated a downfall for Shi Zhi, convinced she would no longer secure any endorsements, yet she finds herself inundated with offers. Is this the new trend among brands? Do they now favor Shi Zhi's audacious approach? Speculation arises about whether others might dare to confront brands for similar critiques. Though many acknowledge the risks involved, the consensus remains, The first to pioneer an idea is a genius, while the subsequent imitators are merely foolish. The industry is increasingly intrigued by the mysterious forces propelling Shi Zhi's success, while she remains blissfully unaware of the machinations at play. As anticipation builds for her response, Shi Zhi finally takes to Weibo, sharing a humorous meme featuring a screenshot of her appearance on our village, donning a wide-brimmed hat by the river, captioned, "Please, no more fighting." The online audience erupts in laughter, taken aback by her cleverness and the addition of a formidable meme to her repertoire. At present, Shi Zhi has yet to finalize her beverage partner, and various companies have earnestly sent samples for her evaluation, allowing her to make an informed decision based on taste. The atmosphere is rife with competitive spirit. Quan Go, buoyed by this turn of events, encounters colleagues from other entertainment agencies in the elevator while delivering beverage packages. Previously, they had mocked him when Shi Zhi's career faced challenges. This time, they just, "Oh, Quan Go, are you personally handling the deliveries? Doesn't your team assist you?" Prepared for this moment, he feigns a sigh, stating, "Alas, these are samples sent by various beverage brands for Shi Zhi to taste. I must oversee the process myself." His rivals are rendered speechless, watching him depart with a self-satisfied grin, unable to utter a word in response, only managing a frustrated exclamation. Quan Ge is well aware of the frenzy surrounding Shi Zhi, secretly envious of the attention she garners. They had sought to feature one of their artists in an advertisement but were turned down. Now, Shi Zhi has the luxury of choice. As she is presented with an array of beverages, every time she twists open a bottle, onlookers eagerly gaze at her face, their eyes alight with anticipation. Transform, if you will. Through Shi Zhi's expression, one can gauge the palatability of the beverage. Shi Zhi's assistants and staff have become increasingly frenetic, even before she raises the drink. Several phones are thrust into her face to capture her every nuance, all in the name of faithfully documenting her expressions. On this occasion, Shi Zhi wore a blank expression. Her assistant observed for a moment and muttered to herself, "So, does this mean the drink is neither particularly good nor bad? I shall take note." Such moments of indifference are rather rare. Shi Zhi interrupted, "No, I am merely drinking water." "You've become quite obsessed." Shi Zhi and her team were diligently conducting a beverage evaluation, this time with reputable brands that indeed offered delightful flavors, sweet, sour, and carbonated, all present. Enjoying the delectable drinks brought Shi Zhi joy, yet one day, she sensed something amiss. She rarely posted on Weibo. Previously, it mattered little, as any content would be met with scorn. However, with fewer criticisms recently, Kwanga urged her to share more frequently and even assigned her a task of daily posts. Naturally, Shi Zhi paid little heed. Yet, on this particular day, she did share a post. "No matter how delicious the drink is, remember to brush your teeth afterward." Netizens reacted with confusion. Why such a sentiment? What has transpired? The truth was that Shi Zhi's teeth had suffered from the beverages, and quite severely. A visit to the dentist revealed the need for a root canal. Some female celebrities may appear glamorous, yet they too can suffer from cavities. Resourceful netizens quickly uncovered the truth, sharing images of Shi Zhi exiting the dental clinic. A look of bewilderment on her face, prompting laughter from all. How could one conduct beverage evaluations to the detriment of their dental health? Apologies, Sister Shi Zhi. But it was simply irresistible. In the name of culinary enthusiasts, may this camaraderie be cherished. Laughter must prevail. Chapter 24. The Reluctance to Become an Internet Sensation, Day 24. Initially, the public's impression of Shi Zhi was rooted in her distant confrontation with the beverage company's vice president, boldly criticizing the lackluster drinks. Now, however, their minds are flooded with the image of Shi Zhi emerging from the dental office, a dazed expression on her face. The contrast is striking, indeed. The excessive consumption of carbonated drinks has led to tooth decay, revealing that even celebrities are not immune to such afflictions. Shi Zhi even took to Weibo to remind everyone to brush their teeth. Toothache is not merely an inconvenience, it can be excruciating. Previously, with exposed dental nerves, even drinking water elicited sharp gasps. Friends with cavities should promptly seek dental care. Do not delay. The sooner, the better. If left too late, extraction may be the only option, a painful lesson learned. As netizens laughed, they shared their experiences with one another. Yet, one thing was confirmed. While one may doubt advertisers, they can trust Shi Zhi. Previously, some questioned whether the beverage brands truly sent samples for her to taste. Would Shi Zhi genuinely sample them all? It seemed implausible. Which celebrity has such leisure? Moreover, excessive consumption poses risks of weight gain and skin issues due to high sugar content, as most stars are currently refraining from sugar. Regardless, it was never taken seriously. It felt like a mere gimmick, yet now it must be regarded with earnestness. At this juncture, Black Toothpaste issued a Weibo post, tagging Shi Zhi. Black Toothpaste, dear, brush diligently to prevent cavities. Would you like to know more, Shi Zhi? Netizens. Seriously, this is laughable. Is Shi Zhi back at it again? What a bizarre cycle this is. Shi Zhi, in her quest for a beverage advertisement, ended up damaging her teeth with the very drinks she consumed. Now, with a toothpaste advertisement lined up, she finds herself brushing her teeth, only to resume her beverage consumption. Brush, drink, brush, drink. No nesting dolls allowed. Netizens flocked to Shi Zhi's Weibo to inform her of yet another toothpaste gig while eagerly anticipating a possible beverage brand rivalry for her endorsement. And indeed, it manifested. Ling Lung and a series of Yunnan medicinal toothpaste brands extended olive branches to Shi Zhi, prompting spontaneous humor among the audience. Embrace my lovely Yun Yun. She stands out beautifully, while the rest should mind their own business and refrain from moonlighting. Thank you. A Ling is indeed a top influencer, a force to be reckoned with. Go, little Ling, go. Stop declaring yourself a top influencer. Prove your worth through sales instead. Avoid self-deprecation. Dog emoji. Shi Zhi's previously shared memes resurfaced, depicting her in a straw hat by the river, exclaiming, "Please stop the fighting." The playful antics of the netizens created a carnival atmosphere. Yet Shi Zhi, the source of joy, found herself devoid of that same delight, her calm demeanor from the memes now absent. After enduring dental drills, she felt as though she were on the brink of death, suspecting she might never find joy again. Dejected, she sighed. The physical torment of visiting the dentist was trivial compared to the psychological strain. The mere anticipation of the appointment left her cold with fear. After completing a treatment, Shi Zhi sighed. Life is hard. Chiang'a comforted her. It's not hard, it's sweet. Shi Zhi responded, are you joking with me? The toothpaste brands also wished for her to star in their commercials. Would she conjure something new to entertain them? Observing Chiang'a and the team reveling in excitement, she maintained her composure. If I were to die on the spot, would I receive a coffin advertisement? Her assistant, laughing heartily, remarked, Sister Shi, you truly are remarkable. I can already envision it. There you lie in the coffin, with a caption proclaiming your peaceful departure. Goose, goose, goose. His playful banter trailed off as he sensed Shi Zhi's intense gaze upon him. A nearby companion pulled him back. Beware of a salary deduction. Shi Zhi did not issue a warning. Her spirit was dampened, and she merely wished to retreat into solitude. Never mind. It doesn't matter, as long as everyone is happy. Chiang'a chuckled awkwardly at Shi Zhi. You are quite humorous. Yet, such remarks should be approached with caution. Let's keep it cyclical. Performing a death scene is best left aside. Shi Zhi should prioritize her health. With a mountain still standing, why fear obscurity? Shortly after her dental visit, she received a message from Bai Wu. Bai Wu, darling. Are you there? In this digital age, everyone is online. Shi Zhi's dental woes due to her beverage indulgence were certainly known to Bai Wu, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shi Zhi conveyed to Bai Wu that her condition did not interfere with her daily life, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if she were not the same person who previously inquired multiple times about the pain involved in her treatments. Fortunately, Bai Wu did not press further and swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Bai Wu, I have taken on the project the actor's principal and require an assistant actor. It just so happens that the recording will take place in your city. May I inquire if you have any availability? Shi Zhi was eager to assist, yet she could not make an immediate decision without consulting Brother Quan regarding the upcoming work schedule. After hearing Shi Zhi's relay of the request, Brother Quan expressed no objections, wholeheartedly supporting her participation in the recording, as she happened to be free that day. He could discern that Bai Wu also intended to lend a helping hand to Shi Zhi. Such a favor was indeed a commendable opportunity. Thus, it was settled that Shi Zhi would serve as an assistant actor for the actor's principal, through Shi Zhi's relentless efforts, even at the expense of her dental health. She finally selected her favorite beverage and secured a collaboration with the brand. Her team issued a statement clarifying that while other brands were equally enjoyable, there was no issue with them, and everyone could indulge without reservation. Her partnership with this particular brand was purely a matter of personal preference. To the surprise of netizens, Shi Zhi even released a statement, and her assistant's personal Weibo account shared a meticulously organized chart detailing the sweetness and acidity ratings of the beverages, making it easy for everyone to make informed choices. Netizens remarked, fantastic. The assistant is so considerate. In an era where few are willing to create charts outside of work, this effort was particularly commendable, especially as it was crafted by Shi Zhi herself. Shi Zhi, such a thoughtful woman, using her own dental experiences to benefit countless food enthusiasts. Due to the meticulous and professional nature of Shi Zhi's beverage reviews, several brands inquired with her team and subsequently showcased their products on their public accounts. Additionally, her team began evaluating toothpaste options, allowing everyone to vote for their preferred experience. In a lighthearted exchange, a team member whispered to Shi Zhi, "Sister Shi, I feel like we resemble a professional review team more than a star group." To which Shi Zhi replied, "Do you enjoy that?" The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. How delightful it was that each individual now had a unique taste in toothpaste, ranging from traditional mint and watermelon to strawberry and orange. Shi Zhi mused that should they ever depart from the entertainment industry, they could pivot towards that direction, having already laid out a plan to ensure that her team would not be left without work. Passing by, the manager, Brother Quan, interjected with confusion. "What do you mean by not being in the entertainment industry? Think carefully before you speak." The public relations team, ever diligent, chimed in, "Sister Shi, I have printed the script from Bai Wu's side. You should take a look." Despite her playful distractions, Shi Zhi still had to attend to her responsibilities as a star. With the recording of the actor's principal approaching, she, as an assistant actor, needed to practice, even though her role was minimal. As they neared the television station, two members of Shi Zhi's team expressed a craving for jianbingguizi, while another recalled a nearby stand that they could visit. Shi Zhi, initially engrossed in her phone, lifted her head upon hearing this. "Are you all planning to buy jianbingguizi soon?" Her interjection was quite abrupt, and her usually leisurely demeanor was notably serious this time. The two staff members exchanged a glance, a hint of trepidation evident in their expressions. Nearby, Quan Ge had long grown displeased with their incessant chatter. As soon as Shi Zhi spoke up, he continued her line of thought. "What jianbingguizi? The ones sold outside are unclean. Just imagine how much dust will blow in on such a windy day. And what if people near the television station recognize you? A whole team of food enthusiasts squatting there eating jianbingguizi? Let's not buy any. I want to buy some," Shi Zhi interjected. As Quan Ge was in the midst of his lecture, he paused, questioning who dared challenge his authority. The two staff members shook their heads, indicating it was neither of them.
It was Shi Zhi.
"How can such a delightful opportunity to buy jianbingguizi not include me? I want to partake as well." Contrary to Quan Ji's assumption that Shi Zhi intended to lecture them, she actually wished to join in the jianbingguizi purchase. This time, it was not just Shi Zhi's team that would be indulging in jianbingguizi. She would lead her entire team in this culinary adventure. The collective yearning for the treat resonated throughout the group, rendering Quan Ji's agreement inconsequential. The majority ruled. Thus, when the van halted in front of the jianbingguizi stall, a jubilant throng disembarked, racing towards the stall like schoolchildren rushing out of school to the snack street. Quan Ge, visibly exasperated, turned to the elderly vendor and said, "Please give me 2 jianbingguizi with eggs." The vendor, an elderly man with graying hair, misinterpreted Shi Zhi's order for jianbingguizi with eggs and sausage, preparing 3 eggs and 3 sausages instead, resulting in a rather plump jianbingguizi that was nearly impossible to wrap. "Sir, you've made a mistake," Shi Zhi gently pointed out, believing he had misunderstood her order. Yet the vendor insisted, "This is for you." "Then I shall pay extra," she offered. "Extra is fine, but I still think you miscalculated," she replied. The vendor shook his head, declaring, "I'm your fan," and resolutely refused to accept her money, displaying a mock annoyance at the notion of payment. The team members were utterly astonished. "A fan, alive and well," they exclaimed, with few people around, and Shi Zhi not wearing a hat or mask. Her appearance was quite distinctive. Who would have imagined that the vendor selling jianbingguizi would be a fan of Shi Zhi? Quan Ge, equally surprised, noted that it had been quite some time since Shi Zhi had genuine fans. He even gifted the vendor several signed photos of Shi Zhi. After expressing her gratitude, Shi Zhi returned to the van, while Quan Ge couldn't help but continue the discussion. "Have you begun to attract the elder generation now? It used to be predominantly young men." "Well, having an elderly fan is still a win," she chuckled. The vendor even mentioned that she would gain many more fans in the future, a rather poetic sentiment. Shi Zhi took a hearty bite of her jianbingguizi and, gazing out the window at the vendor, remarked, "Consider this a visit to Bai Wu." Quan Ge agreed, adding, "Indeed, it's not easy for the old gentleman. I'll have Xiao Zhang wait here to pack up." As Quan Ge observed from a distance, a group of robust men clad in tailored suits and dark sunglasses approached with an intimidating demeanor, prompting him to ponder who they might be confronting for debt collection. His assistant gasped, finding the sight rather frightening. However, maintaining his composure, Quan Ge concluded that it was of no concern to them. They could simply steer clear of the men. The team unanimously nodded in agreement, only to soon realize, to their dismay, that it appeared these individuals were indeed heading towards them. Each man, broad-shouldered and fierce-eyed, scrutinized them as a hawk would a chick. The members of Shi Zhi's team fell into disarray. Did any of us owe them money? It seemed their gaze was fixed predominantly on Shi Zhi. Was there a possibility they intended to target her? A closer inspection revealed that the entire team was in their sights. Yet it was evident that the primary focus remained on Shi Zhi. It appeared they were a band of fervent detractors, the kind who could instigate serious trouble. Hadn't Shi Zhi recently garnered positive attention? Why then did such radical sentiments persist? Shi Zhi, danger. Protect Shi Zhi. With a piercing and tragic cry, the team sprang into action. Shi Zhi, come hide behind me, someone shouted, though he himself sought refuge behind her. Others began to enact a drama reminiscent of palace intrigue. Come on, Quan, it's time for you to shine. Didn't you pledge to sacrifice for Shi Zhi? Lise, you're ruthless. It seems there are no friends when interests are at stake. My loyalty to Shi Zhi is unwavering, and I would gladly lay down my life. But I fear for my safety. Those with lesser courage suggested, perhaps we should flee. If we can't fight them, we should at least be able to outrun them. Shi Zhi, however, found herself at the forefront, having recently encountered another fan group as assault. Initially, everyone sought cover, prioritizing their own safety. Yet, irrespective of their motivations, whether for monetary gain or otherwise, they still aimed to protect Shi Zhi. Should the young lady standing before her not have trembled with fear, she might have appeared more formidable. Shi Zhi gently pushed the quivering girl aside, offering a promise of a raise, before confidently confronting the imposing figures before her.
What do you want?
Quan Go, with an anguished shout, urged everyone to remain calm, reminding them of the rule of law and the presence of security. The group of burly men exchanged puzzled glances before erupting into a chorus. Shi Zhi, the universe's sweetheart. The day cannot exist without the sun, and life cannot endure without Shi Zhi. May you eat well and sleep soundly. We shall accompany you through the ages. Their fervent chants echoed powerfully, the men not only exuding an air of ferocity, but also producing a thunderous sound akin to a passing train, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. Shi Zhi's team stood in bewilderment. Originally drawn to the scene by the sight of the advancing men, passers-by were now equally perplexed. Was this a brawl? A verbal confrontation?
No.
It seemed they were rallying in support. After their disjointed yet passionate calls, the men unexpectedly produced colorful light boards from seemingly nowhere, hoisting them above their heads, swaying gently. Each emblazoned with Shi Zhi's name. The kawaii light boards starkly contrast with their image, radiating an array of colors. One burly man clad in black held up a light board that emitted a vibrant green glow, which led to a somewhat amusing situation. For instance, the light cast a delightful green hue upon his hair. Goodness, this is quite absurd. What a peculiar form of support. It's astonishingly energetic. Given this peculiar beginning, anyone might assume it was an attempt to collect debts or that someone was sent to confront Shi Zhi. Who would have thought this was a show of support? Absolutely remarkable. This video has been shared countless times, with many suggesting it be preserved in the collection of uplifting videos. Has Shi Zhi garnered fans already? And to come out so strong? It's undeniably creative. If Shi Zhi were to see the netizens' comments, she would clarify that they are not fans. After sending the burly man away, she discreetly called her butler. How did you allow the bodyguards to come here? She had a fleeting sense of familiarity with those men in black, and when they all began chanting slogans in unison, her eyelids fluttered as she recognized a few faces. They seemed to be the family's bodyguards. The butler cheerfully confirmed, "Are you satisfied, miss? We've arranged quite the spectacle." He wondered how well they had performed. If it wasn't satisfactory, he had several alternative plans, perhaps hiring hundreds of extras. What do you think? Extras would surely be more professional. Although Shi Zhi had asserted that she didn't require her butler's intervention in her entertainment career, he couldn't help but brush up on these matters behind the scenes, even speaking of spectacles. Shi Zhi was certain that the cheering phrases were concocted by her butler. The butler proclaimed, "If others have it, our young lady must have it too. Who says we have no fans?" Arranged.
Shi Zhi,
while grateful for the butler's good intentions, felt this was entirely unnecessary. Hundreds of extras were superfluous. She would rather indulge in candied chestnuts instead. Suddenly, the craving for chestnuts struck her. "Butler, please, urgently seek out the best chestnuts in the country and arrange for air transport." After enduring the chaotic yet spirited support, Shi Zhi finally arrived at the television station building. Stars frequently entered and exited the station, and the staff had grown accustomed to it. However, upon seeing Shi Zhi, They couldn't help but steal a few glances, considering her recent surge in discussions. Eventually, someone in the elevator couldn't resist striking up a conversation. Shi Zhi, I've always been curious. If the drink was so unpleasant, why did you go for the advertisement if you didn't want to shoot it? The question came from a young woman, a working professional. She had been following Shi Zhi's fierce critique of the drink, as she too had fallen victim to its misleading advertisements and catchy slogans, ultimately discarding it after a single sip. She was utterly repulsed by the beverage. So when Shi Zhi stood up to voice her opinions, she wholeheartedly concurred. At last, a public figure had the courage to speak out. To her surprise, she found herself encountering Shi Zhi in the elevator and, in a moment of spontaneity, blurted out her thoughts. The office worker, upon asking, felt a twinge of regret. Surrounded by numerous members of Shi Zhi's team, each cast a wary gaze in her direction. Had they not been acquainted, Shi Zhi would surely have ignored her. I'm so sorry, the office worker stammered, her eyes darting towards the elevator display, silently praying for it to reach her floor swiftly and rescue her from her embarrassment. To her surprise, Shi Zhi spoke up, There's no need to apologize. It's quite all right. It was the beverage that sent me on this errand, and only after arriving did I realize it was rather unpalatable. This revelation was too relatable. The absurdity of being sent to audition because of a drink would undoubtedly amuse many once the office worker shared her experience online, eliciting laughter from all. Even those who had not witnessed it firsthand could vividly imagine Shi Zhi's tone and expression. Among the comments, one garnered the most likes, lamenting how, after hiring Shi Zhi, their product's poor taste had become firmly established. If only they could have another chance. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Shi Zhi had already donned her costume. The qipao, being the most figure-enhancing garment that accentuates a woman's allure, showcased her assets splendidly, a graceful bosom, a slender waist, and a shapely posterior. The high-slit skirt revealed her long, delicate legs, her hair styled in elegant waves, lips as red as fire, and her eyes brimming with charm. She resembled a socialite from the opulent era of the Republic of China, radiating beauty. Her team could no longer contain their admiration. Sister Shi, you are simply stunning. Truly breathtaking. The qipao was red, and though it was not made from luxurious fabric, it could easily appear vulgar. Yet Shi Zhi's striking features elevated its elegance. A perfect blend of coolness and allure. Bai Wu wore a crescent-colored qipao, embodying the composed and dignified image of the original character in the play. A classic portrayal of red and white roses. The physical exertion was significant. Soon, it was Bai Wu's turn to perform. With ample acting experience, both she and the male actor had rehearsed together privately, which made the entire sequence proceed seamlessly. Quan Go observed as Shi Zhi and Bai Wu engaged in a heated exchange. While he may not have discerned the nuances of their performance, he felt assured that it was satisfactory. After all, Shi Zhi was not a pivotal character. His focus remained on Shi Zhi's undeniable beauty. Even in the midst of an argument, her presence on screen was surely a feast for the eyes. They could afford to be bolder. Shi Zhi was not merely the most attractive among the lesser-known stars, but she could easily stand alongside the renowned. As a supporting character and prop handler, Shi Zhi's role concluded after a brief scuffle with Bai Wu. She merely needed to maintain an imposing demeanor from the sidelines. However, during a scene between Bai Wu and the male actor, an unexpected incident transpired. Their rehearsals had primarily occurred in private, with little stage exposure, and in a moment of heightened emotion, their positioning faltered. Unbeknownst to them, they edged dangerously close to the stage's edge. As the audience gasped in alarm, Shi Zhi instinctively reached out. Thud! Someone had fallen from the stage. It was the male actor. On the stage, under the radiant lights, Shi Zhi, adorned in a crimson qipao, gracefully held the slender waist of Bai Wu, who wore a crescent-hued qipao. Bai Wu's waist arched backward in a precarious stance, her delicate face still bearing the remnants of shock. Her hands clung tightly to Shi Zhi's arm, resembling a fragile vine, while Shi Zhi, considerably taller, gazed down at her with an expression rife with concern. The stage, though not exceedingly high, posed a potential hazard. A misstep in high heels could lead to disaster for the female performers, while the male actor, clad in leather shoes, remained unscathed. He observed the unfolding scene on stage as a lyric flashed through his mind. I should not be in the car. I should be beneath it. Chapter 25. The Reluctance to Achieve Fame, Day 25. Just a moment before the male actor tumbled off the stage, he was in a state of blissful embrace, caught in the pinnacle of a life filled with red and white roses. In the next instant, he found himself falling, while the two women who had been grappling for his headpiece embraced each other instead. The disparity was staggering. The male actor felt as though he were an extraneous presence, "Hey, should I go back up, or is it better to just stay down here?" he inquired, leaving the staff momentarily bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, one replied, "Sir, you are a contestant. Contestants must take the stage." Although a significant mishap had occurred due to misalignment, the mentors still needed to provide their critiques, necessitating his return to the spotlight. Despite both he and Bai Wu emerging unscathed, the recording had to proceed. Thus, he ascended the stage once more. The staff observed the trio on stage, feeling a hint of awkwardness. They were unsure why they initially harbored no such sentiments, but sensed that the male actor's return had somehow diluted the harmony of the scene, as if they wished to remove him altogether. This sentiment was not unique to him. Even the mentors shared similar thoughts. Nevertheless, as esteemed figures in the industry, they swiftly cleared the unsettling image from their minds. Shi Zhi guided Bai Wu to a safe area, where the three awaited the mentors' evaluations, with Bai Wu and the male actor being the primary subjects of critique, while Shi Zhi merely played a supporting role, albeit a striking one. As the accident transpired, the scene was nearing its conclusion, maintaining some semblance of completeness. The male actor took the initiative to apologize to Bai Wu, the mentors, and the audience. "I sincerely apologize. This was my oversight, and my partner is not to blame. I allowed my emotions to escalate, bringing my partner perilously close to the edge of the stage. Had this been filming, it would have meant pulling someone out of the frame entirely." His proactive apology, delivered with genuine sincerity, significantly improved the audience's perception of him. Following this incident, the production team realized that the stage itself harbored safety risks, as that particular area was somewhat uneven. The mentors rendered their critiques. The male actor did not advance, a conclusion that felt entirely reasonable, and he accepted the result with grace, bowing to the audience. Bai Wu received 3 votes from the mentors, thereby advancing. Shi Zhi garnered a comment from one mentor: "You are well suited for period dramas. Would you consider exploring this genre?" She was deemed beautiful, a quality that transcended time, and it seemed that Shi Zhi had transformed in a way that was distinctly different from before. After narrowly avoiding a fall from the stage, Bai Wu's complexion turned slightly pale, yet she remained remarkably composed overall. However, as the 3 of them took their bows and began to descend, Bai Wu grasped Shi Zhi's arm. Shi Zhi responded. Bai Wu's expression was one of impending tears as she admitted, "I was so frightened that my legs went weak. I can hardly walk. I was just holding it together." A testament to my professionalism as an actress. "Could you lend me a hand?" "Of course," Shi Zhi replied, understanding her friend's plight. Not only did she offer support, but she nearly lifted Bai Wu off her feet. Quan Ge and Bai Wu's manager hurried towards the exit, both visibly shaken. Though Quan Ge was nearly in the same state. "Bai Wu, are you alright?" Bai Wu's manager's voice trailed off upon witnessing the scene of Shi Zhi displaying remarkable strength and support. Most of Bai Wu's weight rested on Shi Zhi, and her expression conveyed a sense of reassurance as she informed her manager, "I'm fine. I just can't walk for the moment." After the recording concluded, the male actor who had shared the stage with Bai Wu privately apologized to her. Bai Wu accepted his apology and expressed understanding, acknowledging that the situation had been convoluted but ultimately resolved well. Shi Zhi, reflecting on the incident, also extended an apology to the male actor. "I didn't mean to let go while on stage. I simply couldn't hold both of you at once. It was instinctive for me to hold on to Bai Wu," she explained. The male actor, taken aback by Shi Zhi's unexpected apology, felt his face flush as he chuckled wryly. "There's truly no need for an apology. You were right to hold on to Bai Wu. She was in high heels. As a sturdy man, I suffered no loss. And I certainly wouldn't expect a female actress to catch me," he thought, feeling slightly embarrassed by the imagined scenario of Shi Zhi holding him with one arm while embracing Bai Wu with the other. Bai Wu, after a brief respite backstage, returned to her usual self. Following the recording, Bai Wu's manager insisted on treating Shi Zhi and her companions to hot pot, citing 2 reasons. First, for Shi Zhi's care of Bai Wu during their previous collaboration on Our Village, and second, for her assistance in saving Bai Wu this time. Shi Zhi shook her head, downplaying the situation. "It was nothing. The stage wasn't that high, and a fall wouldn't have been too serious. It's just a matter of helping a friend." Bai Wu's manager remained adamant, declaring it a matter of life and death. Bai Wu had recently secured a new role in a production with an exceptional team, set to begin filming soon. If she were to sprain her ankle, the production would not wait for her. Missing the next episode of the actor's roles would be a minor issue compared to the potential loss of her new role, and even the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Beyond his role as her manager, Bai Wu's uncle maintained a familial connection, serving as her maternal uncle. Bai Wu came from a relatively comfortable background, and her aspirations to enter the entertainment industry were met with disapproval from her family. Ultimately, it was her uncle's connections that eased her family's concerns, leading to his personal involvement as her manager. Over the years, Bai Wu had indeed been well protected by her family. Initially, her manager struggled to comprehend the depth of Bai Wu's affection for Shi Zhi. The entertainment industry is often rife with deceit and treachery. It is perhaps best for them to maintain a certain distance. Now, he has finally come to this realization. Bai Wu's manager expresses such sentiments, indicating that she does not regard Shi Zhi as an outsider. Quan Ge, having heard about Bai Wu's new production team, understands the rarity of such opportunities. Missing out would indeed be a significant blow to any actor. Have you considered what might happen if you had not managed to hold on to Bai Wu, and she had taken you off the stage? After parting ways with Bai Wu's team, Quan Ge could not help but ramble on. While Shi Zhi's act of saving someone was undoubtedly commendable, she was also wearing high heels. What if she had fallen alongside Bai Wu? Shi Zhi remained composed, confident in her abilities. Since she extended her hand, she was assured she could catch Bai Wu. The team members once again fell into a mode of flattery. Sister Shi is truly magnificent today, radiating an aura of 2 meters tall. She is loyal and valiant, a heroine among women. In such a scenario, there was little room for Quan Ge to interject. Shi Zhi perceived it as a trivial matter, while Bai Wu expressed immense gratitude, yet neither party anticipated the subsequent developments. Viewers noticed something amiss. Was Shi Zhi appearing on the actor's role? Was she a mentor or a contestant? To their surprise, she truly participated. Speculation arose that Shi Zhi's role as a mentor faced skepticism, as mentors are typically award winners and not easily replaced. It remained uncertain whether Shi Zhi's performance would meet expectations. With this thought in mind, netizens turned to the actor's role. Upon viewing, they realized how naive their earlier assumptions were. In the end, who truly cared about acting or the quality of performance? Was it that Shi Zhi lacked beauty, or Bai Wu lacked charm? In a moment of crisis, as Shi Zhi wrapped her arms around Bai Wu and held her hand, their gazes met. Was this not enough to convey their connection? The juxtaposition of white and red roses was simply delightful. Concurrently, discussions surrounding Shi Zhi and Bai Wu intensified. A profound dilemma arose. If both one's father and mother fell into a river, or if one's mother and wife were in peril, whom would one save? Not considering the plausibility of such scenarios, those questioned might themselves be non-swimmers. Now, another question emerged. If a rival and a lover fell into the river, stage, whom would you save? The initial reaction from everyone would be to save the lover. Yet, Shi Zhi chose to save her rival. Li Zhu, an ordinary university student with ample free time, often indulged in variety shows, and this time she tuned into the actor's role. Having previously watched Bai Wu's dramas, she held a certain admiration for her. Moreover, Shi Zhi's appearance was striking. Li Zhu gazed at the screen, captivated by the enchanting woman with curled hair, crimson lips, and a red qipao. Leaning lazily against the table on stage, Shi Zhi showcased her long legs beneath the high-slit qipao. Delicate fingers held a cigarette, and as she brought it to her lips, she inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. Her exquisite face, shrouded in mist, wore a playful smile, undeniably the smile of a bad girl. As the narrative unfolded, Li Zhu watched Shi Zhi and the male actor share a scene, presuming that Shi Zhi's role would soon conclude. Then, the male actor faltered in his positioning, and with a sudden jolt, he stumbled towards the edge of the stage, taking Bai Wu with him. Oh my goodness! Li Zhu's heart tightened in her chest as she witnessed Shi Zhi extending her hand, embracing Bai Wu in a breathtakingly harmonious display of red and white. Li Zhu immediately captured this exquisite moment, her mind flooded with images of the scene. The two figures resembled red and white roses blooming amidst thorns, the red rose standing taller and more regal, while the delicate white rose entwined itself around the red. Leaning in close for support, Li Zhu felt like she was part of a cult, yet the entire barrage of comments echoed her sentiments. I'm utterly captivated. The excitement was palpable among the audience. What a remarkable twist. This was an utterly delightful pairing, with the red and white roses locked in their embrace. Who needed a male lead? Could you two please just be together? Shi Zhi's intervention was swift and decisive, exhibiting a fierce elegance. The atmosphere was electrifying, as if a new realm had been unveiled, intoxicatingly fragrant. Shi Zhi maintained her gentlemanly demeanor. Even if one were to consider it from the perspective of the actors themselves, it radiated warmth, now transformed into a different kind of sweetness. Forgive my imaginative digression, but what if the supporting female character and the leading lady were the true lovers? maneuvering around the male lead merely to draw closer to one another? After all, she even advised the leading lady to steer clear of the cat. The audience had long grown weary of the familiar trope of two women vying for one man. This script felt somewhat antiquated. The male lead indeed had issues, vacillating and perpetuating misunderstandings that left the female lead in emotional turmoil. In an unexpected turn, the male and female leads found themselves in a predicament, while the supporting character chose to abandon the male lead, embracing the female lead instead. Netizens were invigorated, their creative juices flowing, and they began crafting edits. The vibrant red rose had always been aware of the existence of the white rose. The trajectory of the white rose's life contrasted starkly with her own. She had pursued education, married her childhood sweetheart, and lived simply, her face perpetually adorned with a joyful smile, seemingly untouched by troubles. Each morning, she would pass beneath the window of the red rose, heading to the market to select the freshest vegetables to prepare for her husband. The red rose often regarded her from a lofty vantage point, failing to comprehend the white rose's life, as her childhood sweetheart was anything but faithful. Frequently surrounded by various women, the red rose thought to herself how foolish she is. Meanwhile, the red rose continued to revel in her social butterfly existence, indulging in a life of excess, with men willingly becoming her admirers, all the while observing the white rose, who seemed to inhabit an entirely different world. Until one day, the white rose vanished, and the red rose began to feel a sense of loss, even inquiring about the white rose's family, yet lacking the courage to intrude. She could only gaze from a distance at their home. When the white rose reappeared beneath the red rose's building, her innocent smile had faded. She was no longer naive. Having finally recognized the issues with her husband, the red rose felt a pang of empathy and resolved to take action, urging the white rose to release the husband who showed her no concern. The climax unfolded with Shi Zhi holding Bai Wu's waist on stage, while the bewildered male actor remained below, the voiceover for Shi Zhi resonating with the words, "Let him go." It is quite perplexing how some internet users manage to source such exquisite material, seamlessly edited with the original audio intact. Indeed. It is time to set aside distractions and embrace the warmth of companionship with Sister Shi, steering clear of toxic relationships. Sister Shi will cherish you. How delightful and sweet it is. Wouldn't you agree? I had mentioned its sweetness. It is overwhelmingly so. At that moment, Shi Zhi lounged in a rocking chair, squinting in the sunlight, when she overheard the staff members nearby chattering incessantly. Shi Zhi inquired, "What is the matter? Why are there tears? Please, let us communicate clearly." She continued. An assistant approached Shi Zhi, sharing that the broadcast of the actor's rules had sparked a flurry of reactions following her embrace with Bai Wu. This particular video, expertly edited by netizens, has garnered an impressive number of views. Who hasn't he been moved to tears by the breathtaking love story of the red and white roses? The assistant mused, actually, there is an even sweeter real-life version. The performances on stage no longer satisfied the fervent hearts of netizens, who have now compiled footage of Shi Zhi and Bai Wu in real life. Bai Wu possesses strikingly beautiful eyes, large and bright, reminiscent of a pearl washed by the snowy waters of Tianshan, adorned with long lashes akin to a Barbie doll. In the throes of romance, they appear quite enchanting together. Despite it being a trio-esque performance, the male actor, though nameless, maintained a positive demeanor, having witnessed the birth of this grand spectacle. His bewildered expression from the audience was transformed into a meme, and he even inquired if he should take the stage, which was also broadcasted. Netizens remarked on his understanding of the situation. Upon viewing the two videos, Shi Zhi found everyone rather amusing. She and Bai Wu shared nothing beyond friendship, yet it seemed to bring joy to the audience. It didn't affect her in any significant way, and that was perfectly fine.
Guan Germani,
who says it has no impact. You have fans now, Shi Zhi. Quan Go released Good Days, and finally, Shi Zhi has gained genuine fans, not merely detractors. The words of the elderly pancake vendor have proven to be quite prescient. Although they are not personal fans, they are indeed supporters. The duo of Shi Zhi and Bai Wu has spawned a super topic, with fans affectionately dubbing them Bai Zhi, where Bai refers to Bai Wu and Zhi to Shi Zhi, symbolizing their purity akin to pristine white paper. Indeed, Bai Zhi has become a reality. They even formulated a support slogan, "Holding your hand, growing old together." The fans of Bai Zhi have naturally formed a community, contributing numerous splendid edits, leading to a notable increase in the Weibo followers of both Shi Zhi and Bai Wu. The fans of Bai Wu do not harbor any resentment towards this new fandom. In fact, many have become part of it. Shi Zhi has consistently looked after Bai Wu in our village and has assisted her in the actor's roles, preventing her from a potential fall from the stage. The agency's internal group revealed that had it not been for Shi Zhi, Bai Wu might have lost her chance at a new drama. They are grateful beyond measure, and thus, there is no reason for any animosity. Moreover, this represents a mutually beneficial situation. Bai Zhi has transcended their previous confines, and Bai Wu's popularity has soared significantly. In other circumstances, such a situation would typically prompt continuous interaction and promotion, yet Quan Go merely made a casual remark. Time Zhi was straightforward, expressing her refusal. Quan Go was not angered. He understood that she, too, believed it was best to keep things moderate and not overindulge. Their interaction was entirely serendipitous, and it was precisely this unexpectedness that made their exchanges particularly delightful. Anything contrived would lack charm. However, Time Zhi, I sense you are lacking a touch of youthful exuberance typical of your generation. Although she debuted early, she is merely in her early 20s. Just look at the labels affixed to her now. Time Zhi the Elder, which normal artist, let alone a female one, is referred to as the Elder. As soon as Quan Go spoke, Time Zhi displayed an expression of understanding.
Go on. What task have you arranged for me now?
Let us get straight to the point and dispense with the frivolities. Quan Go chuckled. You are quite perceptive. Here's the deal. I've signed you up for the Celebrity Sports Festival. Definitely a display of youthful vitality. Just imagine a gathering of handsome men and beautiful women, vibrant young ladies and lads. How invigorating. Are there any events you wish to participate in? The festival offers a variety of options, such as archery and sprinting, which are quite popular. While there's no guarantee of securing a spot, I will certainly make an effort on your behalf. Archery is particularly impressive, akin to filming a drama, while sprinting is bound to evoke excitement and passion. Is there a fishing event? Time Zhi inquired. Quan Go responded, no, there isn't. If not that, perhaps mahjong or cards. None of those either.
Quan Germani exclaimed.
This is a celebrity sports festival, not a gathering of elders. Can you envision a group of youthful idols and actors sitting by a pond fishing or calling out 3 sticks to win? Time Zhi frowned. Then this is hardly complete. How can it be considered comprehensive? Fishing and playing cards would be splendid. Quan Go promptly provided Time Zhi with a list of available events for her to choose from, reiterating that this time it was about the vibrant, youthful Time Zhi. After perusing the options, Time Zhi finally settled on one. This one will suffice. It certainly embodies youthfulness. Quan Go looked at the event she selected with delight, only to be taken aback when he read the 3 words inscribed. Discus throw. What kind of throw? He queried. Bewildered. Discus, exactly that, Time Zhi asserted confidently. She surveyed the events and concluded that this particular activity was straightforward and decisive. A swift spin and a toss would conclude the endeavor, leaving ample time for relaxation thereafter. Thus, it was settled. Discus throw. This time, she had no room for improvisation. Having merely selected from the options presented, Quan Go could already envision the scene. Other artists would be engaging with high-definition cameras, capturing their archery prowess or showcasing their figures through rhythmic gymnastics, while Time Zhi, with vigor, would launch the discus, showcasing her biceps as she sent it soaring. Sweat beaded on Quan Go's brow as he wiped it away. Such youthful exuberance is practically overflowing. Unable to dissuade Time Zhi from her choice, he decided to enroll her in several additional events, as participants typically registered for more than one. After 2 days of respite, Shi Zhi returned to her villa and reclined upon her expansive bed, measuring 300 square feet. For the duration of her break, not merely was she unable to extricate herself from its embrace. Once situated in the center, it would take considerable effort to descend. Shi Zhi felt fortunate that her bladder was quite resilient. Her ability to endure the urge to relieve herself was exceptional. Otherwise, if she indulged in too much water during the night and suddenly found herself in desperate need, it could lead to quite a disheartening predicament. Gazing at the enormous bed, which could easily accommodate a group of revelers, she marveled at its size while simultaneously pondering the logistics of maintaining such luxury. How does one manage to clean the sheets? It surely could not be a simple task. The butler, smiling, informed her that the sheets were disposable, akin to the way affluent individuals wear designer clothing only once. Without concern for the convenience of tidying up, Shi Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment for her ignorance. This opulent lifestyle of the wealthy could indeed be quite bewildering. Thankfully, she was one of those fortunate individuals. Soon, the day of the Star Sports Festival arrived. It was a sunny day, but given that the event was indoors, there was no need to fret about the weather. Before even reaching the arena, she encountered numerous fans brandishing support signs emblazoned with the names of various celebrities. This time, Shi Zhi's team members felt no envy, still recovering from the energetic support provided by several imposing figures clad in black. Surely, those formidable men would not make another appearance? The female promoter remained anxious, scanning her surroundings. Sure, are you certain? The promoter inquired. Absolutely, for it is the butler's arrangement, and she has already given her instructions. Shi Zhi replied, although she could not disclose the details outright, opting instead for a vague intuition. Indeed, no further men in black appeared, leading the promoter to give Shi Zhi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your intuition is remarkable." Shi Zhi felt a hint of guilt, albeit a minor one. "Sister, you are here too. Best of luck." One of the fans, a petite girl, called out to Shi Zhi as they entered the venue. Shi Zhi turned to look, and the girl shyly retreated to her companions. Quan Ge mentioned that she appeared to be a fan of Ning Jiaqi, who was also participating in the festival. Shi Zhi had learned of Ning Jiaqi's involvement through WeChat on the day Quan Ge registered her. Upon discovering that Shi Zhi would also attend, Ning Jiaqi was particularly excited, initially planning to meet Shi Zhi outside the arena. However, he arrived a bit too early, causing that plan to be abandoned. Although Shi Zhi had not intended to cheer, she appreciated the girl's kindness and offered a smile in response. "Thank you." Much like with Bai Wu, a bond had formed through their shared affection for our village. Ning Jiaqi's fans held a favorable view of Shi Zhi. Regardless of others' opinions, she had consistently supported Jiaqi. After Shi Zhi departed, the crowd began to express their admiration. "Incredible. Sister Shi is truly beautiful." Indeed, even in a straw hat and haphazard attire, her beauty shone through. "I didn't see her. I was too timid to make eye contact with Sister Shi, alas," lamented the fan who had initially called out to Shi Zhi. "I can't believe Tang Yunling isn't participating." As Quan Ge scrolled through his phone, he uttered a soft exclamation upon noticing an announcement from Tang Yunling's side, stating that due to health concerns, she would be suspending her participation in the celebrity sports games. Shi Zhi sighed, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Quan Ge, however, was perplexed, wondering what was so regrettable about it. In fact, he felt rather pleased. Every time Tang Yunling and Shi Zhi appeared together, she would engage in petty antics, constantly seeking to provoke Shi Zhi. Recently, such antics had diminished. In Quan Ji's view, it would be best to avoid any entanglement with Tang Yunling altogether. Shi Zhi, what a pity for her waist. During their conversation, they did not shy away from the presence of others, as they had not directly slandered anyone. Someone quietly stepped aside to send a message to Tang Yunling. Shi Zhi had already arrived at the gymnasium, and her manager remarked that she seemed a bit disappointed by Shi Zhi's absence. "What a pity for her waist," was uttered, leaving much to be pondered. I merely brushed past them, not daring to approach further, as Tang Yunling's assistants were particularly vigilant, casting numerous, wary glances in my direction.
Tang Yunling,
having lost interest in the comments made beneath her eyelids, tossed her phone aside and murmured, "Perverse. Truly perverse." After all this time, Shi Zhi is still fixated on her waist. Since hearing the recording of Shi Zhi praising her behind her back and their subsequent encounter at the book club, Tang Yunling had been acutely aware of Shi Zhi's gaze on her waist, leaving her feeling uneasy. Following the trending topic of Shi Zhi and Bai Wu, Tang Yunling became increasingly convinced of certain truths. Although she was indeed unwell, she could have mustered the strength to attend the celebrity sports games. In retrospect, it seemed wise that she chose not to go. Shi Zhi remained oblivious to her long-standing rival Tang Yunling being thoroughly intimidated. Quan Ge found it curious. "Why are you still thinking about that grilled kidney?" To which Shi Zhi replied, "It's quite fragrant." Ever since she caught a whiff of the grilled kidney Tang Yunling had purchased, Shi Zhi found herself constantly reminiscing about it, feeling that nothing else could compare. Upon entering, Shi Zhi could no longer remain with her team, as the event organizers had distributed matching attire. Male celebrities donned blue outfits, while their female counterparts were dressed in pink, which looked rather appealing. Inside the venue, Shi Zhi spotted Ning Jiaqi, who had actually noticed her first and rushed over. Sister Shi. Previously, amidst a crowd of idols, Ning Jiaqi had embodied an air of noble aloofness, but now his true self was revealed. Shi Zhi greeted him in return. "Ning Jiaqi, what do you have in your hand?" She raised her thermal cup. Ning Jiaqi, of course, recognized the cup, but was surprised that Shi Zhi had brought her own water. They exchanged a few casual words, but Ning Jiaqi was soon called away by a staff member as he had an upcoming event. Thus, he had to leave her for the time being. Shi Zhi opened her cup and took a sip of water, as she too had her own event. The first event was the women's swimming relay. Quan Ge had argued fiercely for her place, as swimming remained a popular sport, regardless of gender. Shi Zhi strolled toward the swimming area, where numerous young actresses and idols were already gathered, conversing animatedly and presenting a visually pleasing sight. In the absence of familiar faces, Shi Zhi initially intended to find a secluded spot to sit quietly, but unexpectedly, someone called out to her. "Sister Shi Zhi, come over here." A girl had risen and approached her with familiarity. "I'm Gung Can, a member of the group. Just call me Can Can." Perhaps feeling her enthusiasm was a bit overzealous, she added in a hushed tone, "I'm Bai Zhi." The truth of her identity as Bai Zhi was evident. Gung Can had seen the trending search and was utterly captivated by the pairing of Shi Zhi and Bai Wu, which was undeniably sweet and delightful. Thus, upon seeing Shi Zhi, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Shi Zhi recognized Bai Zhi as a fan of her and Bai Wu, but she hadn't anticipated encountering her here. She was indifferent to where she sat, so she willingly joined Gung Can. As the competition approached, Gung Can also pulled Shi Zhi along to change into their swimsuits. Gung Can entered the changing room a bit later and was halted by a teammate. Can, are you close with Shi Zhi?" The teammate, Lena. Wasn't he someone Gung Can particularly cherished due to her demeanor, yet it was rare for Lena to approach her. Thus, Gung Can briefly explained Bai Zhi to her. Once Gung Can finished changing, she found Shi Zhi waiting outside. Gung Can was somewhat surprised. "Sister Shi Zhi, is this what you're wearing?" Shi Zhi responded, Is there something wrong?" Gung Can hesitantly shook her head. Logically, there was nothing amiss, yet it seemed rather ordinary. The swimming area was crowded. Not just with spectators, but also with artists from other competitions taking a moment to glance over, for who wouldn't he appreciate a splendid physique? The stars emerging from changing rooms did not disappoint expectations. As they shed their towels, their long legs were on full display, showcasing their physical advantages in revealing swimsuits. Even those opting for a more innocent look had substantial skin exposed at the back of their swimwear, offering a refreshing yet eye-catching sight, which sparked discussions among the audience. "Is that Shi Zhi?" one remarked. "Her figure has always been impressive. That Cheongsam in the actor's role was simply stunning. I wonder what she's wearing now. Could it be that?" Following the direction of the pointing finger, a collective sound of confusion arose. As others speculated that Shi Zhi would undoubtedly flaunt her figure, she unveiled her modest, solid-colored one-piece swimsuit, complete with a skirt and sleeves. It was tightly fitted, suitable even for a casual outing without appearing out of place. The audience reacted with bewilderment. "This swimsuit style looks so familiar. I think I have a similar one." Amidst the array of cleverly designed swimwear, there was Shi Zhi, dressed in a more conventional style. Yet she felt entirely at ease, standing confidently. This outfit is quite comfortable. Despite her understated appearance, Shi Zhi inevitably drew considerable attention, with her long, fair legs and the snug fit accentuating her figure. One might wish to tell Shi Zhi not to regard them as outsiders. It was perfectly acceptable to wear something more revealing. At the venue, dedicated journalists conducted interviews with everyone before the competition. Given the competitive nature of the event, the female celebrities were eager to showcase their talents. When asked about her swimming skills, Shi Zhi contemplated her response, recognizing that swimming was not her forte. "I was left speechless. If she was not proficient in swimming, why was she even here? It was exasperating, as my sister was likely to be dragged down by this." She had initially expressed her intention to secure a first place for her fans. If swimming was not her strong suit, she should not have signed up. One bystander noted that there was no fishing event. Most of the team, having heard about Shi Zhi's lack of swimming prowess, were concerned that she might hinder their performance. The expressions of her teammates reflected a momentary subtlety, yet they maintained a cordial demeanor. She was assigned to the third leg of the relay. While the first and second legs boasted commendable swimming skills, one was a regular swimmer, and the other had grown up by the sea. "It's all right, Sister Shi Zhi. Just rely on us," they reassured her. However, as the race commenced, the first leg of Shi Zhi's team faltered. The second leg, despite claiming to be a coastal dweller, swam like a novice, struggling to reach the end and placing their team in last position. Shi Zhi was genuinely under the impression that everyone was performing well. The fourth leg closed her eyes, resigned to accepting the ridicule. As the second leg finally reached the finish line, the fastest team's third leg had already covered half the distance. Shi Zhi donned her goggles and leaped into the water. My goodness, what was happening? Spectators were already rising from their seats. The commentators noted the striking figure of Shi Zhi in the water. Was that really Shi Zhi? She swam with remarkable speed. Nearly overtaking the competitors ahead of her, she did it. Both the cameras and the audience could clearly witness Shi Zhi, clad in a modest swimsuit, gliding through the water like a flying fish. The splashes were not large, yet she swiftly closed the gap with the leading swimmers. 1, 2, 3, within moments, she surpassed all the competitors, including the team that had begun their leg before her. It was exhilarating to watch. The celebrity sports event was not a professional competition. Everyone mainly participated for the spectacle, and a lackluster performance from a brother or sister would not detract from the experience. No one anticipated that someone could swim so swiftly. Especially not Shi Zhi, who had claimed to be an unskilled swimmer. After the fourth leg finished, the judges announced that they had secured first place, leaving the fourth leg feeling incredulous. Is this the joy of a fortunate victory? Those who had previously lamented Shi Zhi's swimming abilities, fearing she would drag down their idol, were now dumbfounded. One person, feeling disgruntled, suggested that Shi Zhi had feigned her lack of skill to attract attention. Their idol had been the second leg. Finally, a bystander could no longer contain themselves. Was it not acceptable for Shi Zhi to feel she had performed poorly? She herself had not expected to outperform others despite her self-doubt. Could they not simply enjoy the competition? However, the onlookers were also pondering. When compared to others, Shi Zhi's swimming skills were indeed commendable. In contrast to those who had just competed, she appeared to be a true champion. Surely, she wasn't comparing herself to her fishing prowess? In that case, fishing would undoubtedly take precedence. After completing her relay, Shi Zhi humbly concealed her accomplishments, changing her attire in preparation for the next event. Sister Shi Zhi, Lena, Gung Kan's teammate, affectionately approached her, exchanging knowing glances with the other members of their team. Lena was the type of person with a clear agenda. She befriended those who were popular, treating them with kindness only when she had a favor to ask or desired something in return. Gung Kan felt a pang of anxiety, realizing why Lena had inquired about her familiarity with Shi Zhi in the changing room. Lena had secretly scrutinized the edits of Bai Zhi's videos and was astonished to discover the considerable audience and positive feedback, which sparked her ulterior motives. She moved closer to Shi Zhi, hoping to cultivate a connection, as even if that failed, Shi Zhi's impressive performance in the swimming relay would likely garner her more screen time. Gung Kan, feeling urgency, called out, "Lena, let us go grab something to eat." Lena replied, "You all go ahead," then turned back to Shi Zhi, shifting from aloofness to familiarity. "Sister Shi Zhi, I'll accompany you." Shi Zhi responded, "I need to participate in another event." Lena queried, "What event?" "Perhaps there's an overlap. Is it rhythmic gymnastics? Your figure is splendid. You would surely excel in that." Shi Zhi opened her mouth, "Discus." Lena was taken aback, her reaction mirroring that of Shi Zhi's manager at that moment. "Discus? What on earth is that?" Shi Zhi smiled. Looking at Lena, "Is there an overlap? Do you also throw discus?" The answer was unequivocally negative. Lena would certainly not be engaging in discus throwing. As Shi Zhi wandered into the triathlon area, she was surrounded by robust male athletes who initially thought she had ventured into the wrong place. Shi Zhi clarified, once more, "I'm here to throw discus." The staff confirmed her participation, admitting they too had questioned whether she had mistakenly signed up for this event, inquiring with her manager multiple times. Today, the team had designed a vibrant look for the spirited Shi Zhi, featuring a youthful bun hairstyle and a nearly barefaced makeup that highlighted her natural beauty. Initially, she had applied a delicate layer of blush, which had faded, yet the physical exertion revealed a healthier glow. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her lips were soft and dewy. Upon seeing her in this light, everyone's immediate reaction was, "Wow, she is truly adorable. This petite darling is so charming, one feels compelled to call her daughter and shower her with affection." As anticipated by the team, this new image allowed Shi Zhi to shed her previous persona. At this moment, she was neither the formidable angler nor the frightening figure that terrified children. Instead, she radiated sweetness, effortlessly eliciting smiles from those around her. If only this sweet darling weren't holding the heavy discus, which was so incongruous with her enchanting appearance. Sweetheart Shi Zhi held the discus, poised and ready. With a graceful spin and leap, she closed her eyes, not really, as she executed a perfectly synchronized rotation, her feet gliding, body twisting, and arms whipping in harmony. The camera subtly captured the gentle arch beneath her pink athletic attire. If one was not mistaken, that would be her biceps. "Here we go." Shi Zhi hurled the discus, and the crowd collectively held their breath, gazing upwards as the discus traced a stunning arc through the air, landing heavily on the grass. The referee announced her score, which was commendable. Shi Zhi exhaled, concluding her exertion with a clap of her hands. The audience gasped in astonishment. What a powerful Barbie! The contrast was simply overwhelming. While her face could be called sweet, this display of strength was enough to evoke a desire for paternal guidance. The male celebrities, initially captivated by Shi Zhi's appearance and physique, found their fleeting fantasies instantly dispelled. Lena was also observing from a distance, having retreated further after witnessing Shi Zhi's impressive throw. She felt that lingering near might result in the discus landing upon her head. Running away seemed futile, as Shi Zhi had thrown it quite far, capable of tracking her down.
It was terrifying.
Shi Zhi preferred the swift conclusion of the discus event. After it ended, she sought a comfortable spot nearby to watch the remaining events. Once again, she claimed the prime viewing position. Shi Zhi was thoroughly enjoying herself. With only one event left, she then engaged in Tai Chi. With movements like the wild horse splitting its mane and the white crane spreading its wings, she realized her thermos was missing. The celebrity sports meet offered more than just athletic competitions. It also attracted attention with interviews of various stars. The host had just seen off a popular idol when a voice from the audience called out, "Shi Zhi, quick, catch her before she runs away." Preventing her escape was no simple task. Shi Zhi stood not far from the interview area. Although there were no fans present, the crowd was exuberant about this enigmatic woman. The host had long wished to interview Shi Zhi, but had struggled to locate her. Each time her figure was spotted, she seemed to vanish, as if deliberately evading capture. Now that she was in sight, it felt almost like she was walking into a trap. The host called out, "Shi Zhi, may I interview you? Since you're here, don't run off." Shi Zhi cooperatively stepped forward. First, the host congratulated her on achieving a collective first place and 2 individual firsts, asking for her thoughts. The host listed her accomplishments before handing her the microphone. Shi Zhi pondered. Thoughts. The indoor temperature today is quite pleasant. It's not cold, and swimming 1 be chilly either. She recalled the scene of everyone dressed in formal attire amidst falling snow. It was rather daunting. Audience. Host. Is there anything you would like to say to the audience here? Thank you to my fans, thank you everyone, thank you to my parents, blah blah blah. With tears of excitement glistening in her eyes, Shi Zhi finally awaited this moment. She gazed directly into the camera, her visage illuminating the largest display screen in the venue, causing everyone to feel as though they were under her scrutiny. Shi Zhi spoke, "Hello everyone, may I inquire if anyone has seen my thermos? It has a white base, gray edges, and is made of stainless steel." Chapter 27. Not seeking fame on the 27th day. White base, gray edges, stainless steel. To ensure her audience recognized it, Shi Zhi gestured to indicate its height, approximately this big. "Thank you. If anyone has spotted it, please let me know." Initially, Shi Zhi had no intention of participating in an interview. After discovering her thermos was missing while practicing Tai Chi, she recalled the massive screen in the venue. Her team was also seated among the audience, and when Shi Zhi's face appeared on the big screen, her assistant excitedly exclaimed to the nearby Guango, "Wow, look, it's Sister Shi Zhi." The makeup artist marveled, "Sister, your makeup today is unbeatable. You radiate vitality." Even under the scrutiny of a high-definition close-up, she remained flawless. Quan Ji's emotions were complex, a sentiment stemming from the juxtaposition of Shi Zhi's discus throw and Tai Chi the discus was undeniably hardcore. So much so that Quan Ge overheard someone nearby remarking that Shi Zhi was quite the tomboy. He never intended to associate Tai Chi with her, considering it a more feminine pursuit. However, Shi Zhi's interest lay solely with the discus, and he had observed that Tai Chi possessed a certain elegance.
Now,
Shi Zhi was being interviewed under the auspices of 3 prestigious titles, prompting Quan Ge to sit up straighter. Yet, upon hearing her words, he nearly strained his back. "Shi Zhi, what did she just say?" The makeup artist tugged at Quan Ji's ear, exclaiming loudly, "Sister's thermos is missing. She's issuing a lost item notice." Quan Ge felt overwhelmed, his back ached, his ears rang, and discomfort pervaded every part of him. Host. Audience. What is happening? The host's expression was subtly perplexed as she regarded Shi Zhi. "Is that it?" Shi Zhi nodded, affirming, "Yes, that's it. What else could it be? I can't recall the brand of the thermos, only its appearance." The host's professionalism faltered, her forced smile dissipating as she faced an unexpected professional setback with Shi Zhi. Noticing the host seemed disoriented, Shi Zhi kindly inquired if she was all right and needed a moment to regroup. Meanwhile, a fellow female idol awaited her turn for an interview. Observing the host's distraction, Shi Zhi took the initiative to salvage the situation, mimicking the host's tone and asking the idol, "What are your thoughts? Is there anything you wish to convey to the audience?" She remembered those 2 essential prompts. The female idol glanced at the host, then back at Shi Zhi, ultimately choosing to follow Shi Zhi's lead. Grasping the microphone, she expressed her great fortune in participating in this year's Star Sports Games alongside various esteemed seniors. "Host, Shi Zhi, do you genuinely consider yourself quite thoughtful?" "Thank you." Shi Zhi's hosting was quite impressive. The host even felt she could retire. Fortunately, Shi Zhi had no intention of usurping her position. After exchanging a few words with the female idol, she graciously returned the stage to the host, who finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after Shi Zhi sought her thermos through the large screen, an announcement echoed throughout the stadium. Lost item announcement. Lost item announcement. Has anyone found Shi Zhi's thermos? It is white with gray edges, made of stainless steel. If any artist or staff has found it, please contact the logistics department upon hearing this announcement. Thank you. The broadcast reverberated through the entire venue, its repetitive nature starkly contrasting with the vibrant atmosphere of the youthful sports event, making it utterly impossible to ignore. By the end of her events, Shi Zhi, having rejoined her team, felt exhausted. Despite having a prime seat in the front row, it still drained her energy. Guanggu also felt fatigued, unsure of what to say. So, he left it to Shi Zhi to provide an explanation. Sister Shi, I took a picture of you. You look stunning. The assistant leaned in to show Shi Zhi the photo, and as the two flipped through the images, Guanggu stole a glance. She was indeed beautiful. Yet the discus she held was hard to overlook. Is this when I was throwing the discus? Shi Zhi recognized the moment. Yes. The assistant confirmed. Observing the image made Shi Zhi crave some pastries. She was hungry. Sugar cakes, sesame cakes, and savory pancakes all sounded delightful.
Huh.
Guanggu was taken aback. He never expected Shi Zhi to associate a discus with food, and it was clear she felt no need to explain herself. The entire team, oblivious to Quan Ji's slight discontent, began exuberantly discussing dinner plans. With Shi Zhi's mention of wanting food, everyone chimed in about their cravings for pastries. Sister, you must be famished after exerting so much energy on the field. Let us have some pastries, my treat. Someone suggested. How about the pancakes we had last time? The old man makes them just right, and he's a fan of Sister Shi. We must support him. And they were conveniently nearby. Shi Zhi had no objections. She adored all pastries, but this time she wouldn't go down. Running a small business was no easy feat after discussing their meal. Shi Zhi realized her manager had been silent. Is Guanggu going to eat pastries? She inquired. Guanggu squeezed out. I'll have the discus. The assistant was taken aback. What kind of problem is that? Shi Zhi added. Perhaps he's lacking some trace elements. However, the discus was in the stadium, and he couldn't take it out. Otherwise, we should at least let you take a bite. Everyone's minds conjured the image of Guanggu licking the discus in the winter. Surely, it would stick to his tongue. The makeup artist chimed in. The same principle applies to the iron pot, right? Brother, do you need one? Guanggu, wanting solitude, thought to himself, please don't ask who solitude is. Shi Zhi and her team indulged in pancakes once more. This time, Shi Zhi stayed in the car, still enjoying the version with added sausage and egg. The assistant remarked on her dedication as a fan, noting that the old man even recognized her, but while he wasn't looking, she discreetly slipped him extra money. The tickets for the celebrity sports event are notoriously difficult to acquire. Beyond the fortunate attendees, a multitude eagerly awaits to witness the charm of the beautiful and handsome. Soon, videos related to the event began to emerge online, capturing the attention of many, particularly that of Shi Zhi. It is hard not to notice her. After all, amidst a sea of elegantly dressed, alluring girls, Shi Zhi stood out in a swimsuit that could easily grace the streets. Upon seeing this swimsuit, I felt a surge of frustration. How I longed for her to don something more refreshing. I must confess, after seeing Shi Zhi in a qipao, I found myself quite enamored. It seems such a beautiful figure should not be obscured in such attire. Oh, I wish I could possess that physique. Yet, it is not entirely surprising given that this is a variety show where one can sport a straw hat with flair. However, once Shi Zhi entered the water, she exhibited remarkable prowess, propelling her team from last place to first, leaving everyone in awe. Attendees shared that fellow fans in her group were quick to criticize Shi Zhi for participating despite her supposed lack of swimming skills, worried she would hinder their performance. How amusing. In truth, Shi Zhi was merely modest about her abilities. The others were genuinely lacking. Even those not present could almost visualize her expression, likely one of existential contemplation. My heart ached for Sister Shi. When Shi Zhi changed into the signature pink attire reserved for female artists, her hair styled in a bun, and her face tilted upward, everyone was utterly captivated. Oh my, how could she be so adorable? What a sweet darling Shi Zhi is. The sweetness is almost overwhelming. Netizens reacted similarly to the live audience, acknowledging her beauty, yet her usual aura is that of a flawless model, exuding an air of sophistication. Who would have thought that such a sweet style would suit her so well? I must shout at Sister Shi, look at you, dear girl. The audience was eager to wave their glow sticks, chanting her name. Shi Zhi, Shi Zhi, Shi Zhi. Then came the sight of their beloved sweetie, Shi Zhi, effortlessly tossing a discus far into the distance, her toned biceps catching everyone's eye. The next video showcased her executing a graceful set of Tai Chi movements, complete with the classic hand gestures. Such strength from this sweet darling? Is she a real-life Barbie? And her Tai Chi was impressively professional. My grandfather, an avid Tai Chi practitioner, would surely applaud. Honestly, while she exudes charm, I never anticipated Shi Zhi would partake in Tai Chi, just as one might not expect her to throw a discus. In the realm of Shi Zhi, there exists only higher and higher energy. During an interview, as she searched for her thermos, the ensuing broadcast had netizens in stitches. The chants transitioned from Shi Zhi to Shi Zhi, Shi Zhi, Shi Zhi. So, has Shi Zhi found her thermos? Who has taken the thermos of our dear elder? Someone must return it to her. The urgency is palpable, as if a lost and found notice has been issued. The statement that garnered the most likes, has the Shi Zhi thermos cup been found? Has once again ascended to trending status. The Shi Zhi thermos cup, characterized by its white base and gray accents made of stainless steel, has captured the attention of countless amused netizens who are left wondering whether it has truly been located. Each artist participating in the celebrity sports event prepared extensively, hoping that this exposure would win over the audience. Those with athletic prowess aimed to excel in their respective sports, while those less athletically inclined sought to leverage their physical appearance. However, despite their meticulous planning, they could hardly have anticipated being outdone by a mere thermos cup. The amused netizens not only inquired with Shi Zhi Studio about the thermos cup's whereabouts, but also approached the organizers of the celebrity sports event. Is there any news regarding the Shi Zhi thermos cup? The event organizers responded positively, assuring that they would make every effort to recover the cup for Shi Zhi. Ultimately, after relentless endeavors, the mystery was unraveled. Initially, a cleaning staff member claimed to have spotted a thermos cup with a white base and gray edges in the trash bin. However, mistaking it for refuse, she discarded it, and it is likely now residing in a waste processing facility. Shi Zhi's thermos cup is on the verge of becoming an internet sensation. Netizens reacted with incredulity, questioning whether a certain artist had deliberately discarded it. A boy's mother, who was also a staff member at the celebrity sports event, revealed that her son, upon hearing about the Shi Zhi thermos cup, speculated that he might have been responsible for its loss. He believed it was merely litter, and she expressed a desire for Shi Zhi's team to contact her so that she could compensate for her son's mistake. The cup was not intentionally discarded by a fellow artist, but rather was lost by a young boy. How could it have been mistaken for trash? The boy's mother subsequently shared a video of her son, in which he earnestly apologized to Shi Zhi. Dear Shi Zhi, I didn't mean to throw away your cup. I'm a second-grade student and just became a proud young pioneer. My teacher says that if we see litter on the ground, we must pick it up and dispose of it properly. While helping my mother at the gym during a break, I mistook your cup for someone else's trash, especially since it was floating in water with decaying leaves and petals. I was wrong, and I am willing to compensate you for your cup. My mother will cover the cost now, and I will repay her when I grow up. At the end of the video, the boy leaned closer to the camera, speaking in a hushed tone. Sister Shi Zhi, I have a question that has troubled me for a long time. My mother always forbids me from asking, but I couldn't help it, and she couldn't resist me. I watched Super Baby, where you took care of Dwitchy. Will you really eat children? Are you truly a devil? Netizens reacted with astonishment, noting how deeply ingrained Shi Zhi's devilish persona has become, even evoking confusion in a child. Nevertheless, what could possibly lead to the notion of eating children? Through this video, the netizens gleaned a clearer understanding of the events. The boy acted out of kindness, unaware that his good intentions would lead to unintended consequences. As he tossed Shi Zhi's thermos cup into the trash, perhaps with the bright notion of his red scarf fluttering in the air. The children are undeniably adorable, though the contents of the cup, decayed grass and wilted flowers, remain a mystery. It is unlikely that the celebrity would be involved, given their busy schedule. Shi Zhi learned about the matter through her assistant, who, while scrolling through her phone, suddenly adopted a serious tone. Sister Shi, she said, I have some unfortunate news for you. Shi Zhi inquired, what is it? Your thermos has met its demise. It has perished rather pitifully, alas. Shi Zhi realized that the individuals around her were quite theatrical. Having them as assistants felt like an underutilization of their talents, as they should have pursued acting instead. After her assistant recounted the entire story, she mentioned that the little boy's mother had privately messaged their studio to inquire about the price of the thermos. Moreover, many netizens were eager for the thermos link. The little boy was quite amusing, even asking Shi Zhi if she was a devil. Following her assistant's guidance, Shi Zhi watched the entire video and instructed her assistant, come, help me record a response. Shi Zhi posted the video on her Weibo homepage, first greeting the little boy from afar. "Hello, dear child. This is your sister Shi Zhi. I have received and accepted your apology. I saw you picking up the trash and throwing it in the bin. You did wonderfully well. You even mentioned repaying your mother when you grow up, which makes you an exemplary young pioneer. Therefore, knowing that you did not intentionally throw my thermos into the trash, I have decided to waive your compensation." She continued, "The contents of the cup are not decayed flowers and leaves. They are chrysanthemum and honeysuckle, which are beneficial herbs that clear the liver and brighten the eyes. As for your question about whether I would eat children, and if I am a devil." In the video, Shi Zhi paused, leaned closer to the camera with a gentle smile. "Sister would certainly never consume children, nor am I a devil." She concluded with a gift prepared for the little boy, wishing him joy and good health as he grows. Upon viewing the video, netizens finally pieced together the mystery. It turned out to be chrysanthemum and honeysuckle, how amusingly misinterpreted as decayed flowers and leaves. So, indeed, Shi Zhi's thermos contained chrysanthemum and honeysuckle. Marvelous. What could possibly lead a female celebrity to carry a thermos filled with such concoctions? If memory serves right, Shi Zhi is merely in her early 20s. Shi Zhi, an eccentric young star, braves the red carpet in a down jacket to ward off the cold, indulges in fishing, chess, and gardening, and has now made another intriguing discovery. She has a penchant for warming her hands, often steeping chrysanthemum in her thermos. I laughed heartily. Shi Zhi is simply delightful. Moreover, the video radiates warmth. The interaction between the two is charming and heartwarming. Shi Zhi even took the time to clarify that she is not a devil, though it remains unclear what gift she has prepared for the boy. Everyone found the interaction delightful and heartening, while curiosity about the gift grew. What could it be? The anticipation is palpable. However, Shi Zhi's side did not reveal anything to the netizens, merely posting the thermos link. While the boy's mother stated that she too is unaware of what the gift entails, having only provided Shi Zhi's studio with their home address. "Sister Shi, I have sent you a thermos." This message originates from the Go prodigy, Wu Luo. "Shi Zhi, have you received the thermos?" This inquiry comes from Bai Wu, who has already joined the group. "Sister Shi, look, which thermos do you prefer? Perhaps I should purchase all of them for you, a whole bunch."
Poor child.
How can one manage without a thermos, especially for steeping honeysuckle? Thank you all for your kind intentions, but she truly cannot utilize so many thermoses. She possesses but one mouth. What purpose would all those thermoses serve? They could even set up a street stall. The butler, in a display of exaggerated remorse upon learning that Shi Zhi had misplaced her thermos, expressed his deep self-reproach. "Master, it is my fault. I have not cared for the young lady adequately." He then turned and swiftly arranged for Shi Zhi to receive a solid gold thermos. Shi Zhi was utterly astonished. Is this truly permissible? Such an extravagant item, she hardly dared to use it. Later, while carrying the gold thermos to the office, her assistant even remarked upon its beauty, saying, "Sister Shi, this thermos is quite exquisite. No one genuinely perceives it as gold, even though it is indeed made of gold." Quan Go has gradually begun to accept this reality. He initially wished for Shi Zhi to embody a more youthful and vibrant persona, to dilute the essence of the esteemed Shi Yi and create the image of Shi Xiaoji. Following the celebrity sports event, Shi Ye's reputation soared even higher. At least she made the trending searches without any expense. Quan Go comforted himself with this thought. Oh, the thermos manufacturer has also approached us. Following the beverage and toothpaste advertisements, the thermos company has sought Shi Zhi to be their spokesperson. However, Quan Go ultimately declined. If Shi Zhi were to be emblazoned on the thermos, that label of her esteemed grandfather would be forever attached to her. Although, as Quan Go glanced at Shi Zhi, sitting in a recliner with her thermos, exuding an air of tranquil contentment, he felt that perhaps it would be difficult to shed that label now. Shi Zhi had other commitments as well, including filming a beverage advertisement. The drink in question was a particular carbonated beverage that Shi Zhi favored, and the contract had been signed with favorable terms. Upon her arrival, the advertisement director handed her a thermos, explaining that it contained soda. This idea was inspired by recent trending searches. Placing soda in a thermos seemed to carry a hint of health consciousness. Shi Zhi was impressed, recognizing the ingenuity behind such a concept. What a novel approach to health. Who could conceive of putting soda in a thermos? The thermos, it seems, is inescapable. Nevertheless, Shi Zhi remained indifferent. She could manage, as long as the beverage was delightful. The soda selected through her valuations was indeed delicious, though she felt a slight discomfort from her recently repaired tooth during the shoot. Not to worry, she had brought mouthwash, toothpaste, and a toothbrush, and would promptly brush her teeth once filming concluded. The filming of her beverage advertisement proceeded smoothly, and the mother of the little boy who had accidentally misplaced her thermos updated her Weibo, revealing the answer to a question that had lingered in their minds for several days. What gift had Shi Zhi truly given to the little one? The mother of a little boy shared a photograph, revealing not toys, nor nutritional supplements, nor the speculated chrysanthemum or honeysuckle, but rather a neatly arranged collection of tutoring books for various subjects, an English vocabulary notebook, and a book of model essays. The boy's mother further added that from elementary to high school, all tutoring materials were covered, and upon entering high school, he would be provided with an entire set of resources for the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations. Tutoring materials from childhood to adolescence. The 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations. Netizens responded with confusion. Who could see this and not feel a sense of trepidation, as if transported back to those days of hair-pulling study sessions? Coupled with the innocent smile of the boy at the time and the well-wishing, netizens could only imagine that the child might not be as elated as anticipated. What a fierce woman she is, truly remarkable. Thankfully, they still found the distant exchange between the two to be heartwarming, which it indeed was, if it weren't for such a grand gift. How on earth did she come up with this idea? Yet, as long as it wasn't a gift intended for them, it was all quite realistic. Some netizens were even curious about the child's expression, questioning why the victim couldn't pose for a family photo with the tutoring books, laughing emoji. During a break from filming an advertisement, an assistant approached with a phone, informing her, "Sister Shi, the child's mother has already received the gift you sent." Shi nodded. That's good to hear. That was quite fast. However, now all the netizens were calling her a devil, accusing her of holding a grudge against the child for misplacing her thermos and questioning whether she had a penchant for consuming children as a form of revenge. It wasn't only the netizens with such opinions. The assistant harbored similar thoughts. Covering all tutoring materials and tests, this really doesn't seem like an act of revenge. Shi sat in her chair, displaying a disapproving expression. Am I truly that kind of person? Furthermore, how could matters of education be considered revenge? Knowledge is power. My intention is to help the child traverse the path of learning more broadly and further, ultimately becoming a pillar of society contributing to its advancement. The assistant was persuaded by Shi's words. In comparison, her perspective was rather narrow. Sister Shi was clearly acting in the child's best interest. How could she perceive it as retaliation? Shi's beverage advertisement was filmed smoothly, as the director consistently emphasized authenticity, a realm in which Shi excelled. Consequently, they completed the shoot promptly, with both parties expressing satisfaction. Shi initially intended to set down the thermos, but the brand representatives insisted. Hold it. It's custom-made for you, featuring our beverage, simple yet stylish, and the interior is specially designed to accommodate both chilled soda and honeysuckle, resistant to both hot and cold. Generally, it's advisable to avoid placing carbonated drinks in a thermos for prolonged periods, as it can corrode the interior. But the beverage brand has created a customized version specifically for Shi. It can be deemed exceptionally considerate. Shi replied, "Thank you very much." Very well. Her thermos cup has gained a formidable ally. At the celebrity sports event, Shi Zhi misplaced one of her thermos cups, yet countless others came rushing towards her. In that moment, Shi Zhi felt as though she were truly a vendor of cups. Soon, she would head over to Director Shi Tao's location to see if she could secure the lead role. After several individuals boarded the vehicle, Quan Ge briefed Shi Zhi on the upcoming agenda. A couple of days prior, Quan Ge had already mentioned this matter to her, so Shi Zhi was not surprised. As a manager, Quan Ge proved to be quite responsible. Only through work can one stand tall. Why was Tang Yunling so audacious? Was it not simply due to good fortune from landing a successful fantasy drama? Director Shi Tao had previously directed several blockbuster series, and his reputation was well established. The casting call for the new television series was open to the entire entertainment industry, and the lead role had yet to be determined. Upon hearing the news, Quan Ge felt it was worth taking Shi Zhi to audition. Assistant, what kind of drama is this? Shi Zhi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Quan Ge shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. He truly did not know. Despite his efforts to inquire, he had only learned that it was a contemporary theme. But the script had not been shared with them. Those interested in the new drama would need to go there in person to unveil the answers. Assistant, what are Shi Jia's chances of landing this lead role? Quan Ge pondered before estimating a mere 10%. This 10% was indeed a testament to Quan Ji's optimism regarding Shi Zhi. It was said that director Shi Tao had high standards for the characters. And considering the lead role remained unfilled at this stage, It was evident that his expectations were indeed stringent. Regardless, they were merely testing their luck. Who knew what might happen? Quan Ge, there's no need to feel overly burdened. It's fine if we don't get chosen, Shi Zhi remarked, confidently dismissing any notion of pressure. Thus, the team, albeit perplexed, set off to audition for this enigmatic drama. The audition took place at director Shi Zhi's studio, and upon their arrival, the staff guided them to a private room and handed the script to Shi Zhi. Miss Shi, please take a moment to review this. When Director Hong calls for you, I will come to knock on the door. Once the staff exited, the assistant whispered in astonishment, the atmosphere here is rather tense. I just saw Feng Shui, she is also vying for this role, and it seems she has failed. Quan Ge noticed the surveillance cameras installed within the room and instructed the assistants to speak less. It was not out of fear that someone would be watching them, after all. Most people were not that idle, but merely a precaution. Nevertheless, it became increasingly clear that Director Shi Zhi was indeed serious and meticulous. Feng Shui, regardless of her appearance and popularity, had also been eliminated. Thus, their chances of securing this drama seemed even more elusive. With the script now in hand, Shi Zhi settled down, as idleness was not an option. She opened the document and began to read the story. Quan Ge was taken aback to discover that someone was indeed monitoring the surveillance footage of each room, observing the reactions of every actress vying for the lead role, none other than director Shi Zhi himself. As Shi Zhi perused the script, she noted the title, Inheriting the Rich Man's Fortune. This name caused her to raise an eyebrow, as it seemed to resonate with her. After skimming through the character descriptions, she exclaimed, "This is precisely my role." Quan Ge, What play has captivated Shi Zhi so deeply that she boldly made such a declaration? Naturally, Quan Ge was left in a state of confusion. And he was not the only one. Shortly thereafter, the door to Shi Zhi's room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, Director Shi Zhi. He regarded Shi Zhi with curiosity in his eyes. So, Shi Zhi, you claim this play is yours? Quan Ge was taken aback. He wished to clarify for Shi Zhi, but Director Shi Zhi soon began to commend her. The youth possesses confidence, which is indeed essential. A young person without a touch of audacity is a missed opportunity. If one cannot be confident in their profession, where else can they find it? While you may not resemble the female lead in appearance, this can be altered through styling and makeup. It's not a significant issue. Why don't we discuss your thoughts on the play? Director Shi Zhi scrutinized Shi Zhi, eager to uncover the foundation of her confidence. Quan Ge was left in disbelief. Did this imply that the female lead might still be a possibility? He felt as though fortune had favored him. After regaining his composure, he longed to burst into song. Not good days, but rather fortune comes. Shi Zhi, too, was filled with uncertainty. Her eyes were laced with skepticism. Was this truly the meticulous director that Quan Ge had described? Director Shi Zhi was indeed intrigued by Shi Zhi's assertion that it was her play. In his view, an actor must possess a certain audacity. And his misunderstanding of Shi Zhi was far from trivial. However, when faced with the olive branch extended by Director Shi Zhi, while Shi Zhi's entire team was brimming with excitement, she chose to decline. Director Shi Zhi, if you truly wish for me to star in this production, as she spoke, she realized that she was rejecting the offer. Her intention was to turn it down. Director Shi Zhi was perplexed. What purpose do you have in coming here if you're not interested in this play? Are you merely seeking warmth from the heating? Quan Ge, with a forced smile, interjected, Director Hong, Shi Zhi doesn't mean it that way, while desperately signaling to Shi Zhi. What was she doing? After such a promising opportunity had emerged, she was intent on extinguishing it. Her fear stemmed from a lack of confidence in her abilities. The smile faded from Director Shi Zhi's face as he observed the young and beautiful actress, urging her to articulate her thoughts. Speak the truth. Tell me why you declared earlier that it was your play, only to now express reluctance to act in it. Shi Zhi, feeling compelled to speak candidly, replied, "To be honest, it's rather cliché and formulaic." Her tone was sincere, emphasizing the word rather to heighten her critique. Quan Ge nearly collapsed in shock, and Director Shi Zhi was taken aback by her audacity. Could you elaborate? Thus, Shi Zhi engaged in a detailed discussion with Director Shi Zhi. The plot had all the elements of sisterly rivalry and betrayal over a man, a collection of tropes. Shi Zhi pointed to the script, questioning why anyone would compete for such a boyfriend. Was it trash they were vying for? The character portrayed as the best friend's boyfriend was both miserly and lecherous, flirting with countless women despite having a girlfriend, indulging in promiscuity, and possessing no redeeming qualities. Yet somehow, this despicable man incited conflict among two accomplished professional women. Shi Zhi found the situation utterly unreasonable. Shouldn't such trash be kicked away immediately? How could one possibly stoop to picking it up? The assistant beside her was amused by Shi Zhi's choice of words and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. After receiving a fierce glare from Quan Ge, she took a deep breath, covered her mouth, and apologized, though she couldn't deny how hilariously accurate it was. Shi Zhi continued her discourse.
Why?
After the female protagonist acquires wealth, does her best friend exhibit such hostility and jealousy? It seems to surpass the bounds of normal envy. Shouldn't they be hoping for their sister to become wealthy and lead them towards a better life, perhaps to a club? Director Shi Zhi listened intently, suddenly catching the last two words. Club? Unfazed, Shi Zhi replied, you misheard. It's actually about going for a fruit platter. One might ponder. Who engages in late-night conversations with friends without expressing a desire to avoid hard work, hoping that the other will strike it rich and take them to admire male models at a club? In reality, everyone seems to rely on each other, each reluctant to toil for monetary gain. A wealthy friend should bring joy to the bestie, shouldn't it? Director Shi Zhi remarked. It appears today's young women enjoy indulging in fruit platters. I confess, I do not quite grasp this fondness. Shi Zhi added, moreover, after inheriting wealth, the protagonist's troubles seem excessive. She ought to feel elated rather than distressed. Director Shi Zhi chuckled, as if she had insider knowledge. Shi Zhi replied, indeed she knows. However, such sentiments cannot be shared with others. Times have changed. I speak solely for myself when I express my disinterest in narratives where female friends inevitably clash and vie for one another's boyfriends. In reality, when normal women gather, there is far less drama. They simply enjoy food, laughter, and camaraderie. When a new film is released, they watch it together, and in times of joy or sorrow, they treat each other to a nice meal, providing mutual encouragement and support. Shi Zhi had long held this belief. She could withstand one or two tales of conflict, but after watching countless such stories, her patience would surely wane. With this opportunity at hand, she decided to express her thoughts to the television director, hoping for a storyline that was more palatable. Positioning herself as the audience, she mused that surely no news would come. Could one still hope for it? After departing from director Shi Zhi's studio, Quan Ge finally found his voice, having nearly suffocated in silence. Each moment spent inside had become an agonizing ordeal. How could Shi Zhi speak so freely? Initially, there had been some potential for the protagonist, but after Shi Zhi's scathing critique of the script, all hope seemed lost.
Quan germanis emotions fluctuata dramatically.
Shi Zhi, that storyline is truly cliché. I certainly wouldn't watch it. To which Shi Zhi replied, not quite. Yet. Quan Ge himself had little confidence in the protagonist. It was merely that director Shi Zhi had expressed interest in Shi Zhi, leading him to feel a sense of opportunity slipping away. He quickly regained his composure, determined to continue sifting through scripts for Shi Zhi, when he received a phone call. Hello, is this Shi Zhi's agent? I am an assistant to director Shi Zhi. Brother, are you really okay? The team observed Quan Ge with palpable tension. Shi Zhi, we must hurry him to the hospital. We cannot afford to miss the critical window for rescue. Quan Ge, however, called out to Shi Zhi and the others, reassuring them.
I am perfectly fine.
I am simply elated. He then informed Shi Zhi that director Shi Zhi had sent over a new script for her review, stating that if all was well, she should proceed to audition. As long as her performance met expectations, she would secure the lead role. Quan Ge's emotions oscillated dramatically. He had never anticipated that director Shi Zhi would not only refrain from anger, but would genuinely heed Shi Zhi's suggestions and modify the script, ultimately granting her the leading role. He was nearly ready to give his immediate consent, yet Shi Zhi still needed to examine the new script. This time, Shi Zhi had indeed taken a bold step. He had directed several successful series in the past, earning a commendable reputation, yet those triumphs were years behind him. In recent years, his productions had received increasingly dismal ratings. As a director with aspirations and visions, he certainly did not wish to be labeled as a has-been. Upon encountering the script for Inheriting the Wealth of the Tycoon, Shi Zhi found it intriguing. He had purchased it years ago, assembled a cast, but suddenly felt that the script was amiss, until Shi Zhi's words resonated with him. Times had changed, and so had the preferences of the audience. After a sleepless night of contemplation, he resolved to revise it. Shi Zhi would portray the heiress to a vast fortune. I shall embody my own character, she declared. The initial step involved capturing her character's promotional images. Inheriting the Wealth of the Tycoon is a contemporary drama, bridging college life and society. Shi Zhi posed in a short skirt with her hair in playful twin tails, radiating youthful exuberance. Shi Zhi, the cinematographer called out, please refrain from holding the thermos. It is simply inappropriate. Understood, Shi Zhi replied. An assistant rushed in to relieve her of the thermos. Days later, inheriting the wealth of the tycoon was officially announced on Weibo, releasing several promotional images of the main and supporting cast. Shi Zhi's Weibo account and her studio shared the news, igniting a flurry of discussions online. Is Shi Zhi filming a new series? It was widely recognized that her previous works had been lackluster, particularly within the girlfriend genre, which was notoriously poor. But perhaps not. I am quite familiar with this director. His historical dramas were exceptionally captivating. Yet, Shi Tao's recent television ratings had been unimpressive. Most viewers held a strong aversion to the girlfriend series. As soon as they saw multiple female friends in the lead role, their interest waned. Shi Zhi's new look is quite appealing. I feel compelled to cheer her on again. Oh, what have I discovered? Zhong Jiesin is also in the cast. Isn't she a close friend of Tang Yunling? Shi Zhi and Tang Yunling. Oh, this promises to be quite the spectacle, albeit in reality. As Shi Zhi entered the production, purported insiders began circulating urgent reports. Rumors suggested that Shi Zhi was rather delicate on set, unable to open even a bottle of water cap and requiring assistance from her assistant and male co-stars. However, this time, unlike previous instances, netizens directed their outrage not at Shi Zhi, but rather at the public accounts. This information is utterly preposterous. It seems you are insulting my intelligence. You claim that Shi Zhi cannot open a bottle cap of mineral water. Are you jesting? I have unfollowed you. He appears to be eagerly awaiting the backlash against Shi Zhi, yet it has instead backfired upon them, resulting in the post being flagged for misinformation and subsequently dealt with by the platform. This is not how it used to be. No netizens believe this so-called information. The image of Shi Zhi throwing the discus at the celebrity sports event remains vivid. Furthermore, let us not forget her impressive prowess with the sandwich-making machine, a meme still residing on many phones. When Shi Zhi filmed a beverage advertisement, she effortlessly opened her own bottle, as well as her manager's. To now suggest that she is too delicate to open a bottle cap is truly an affront to their intelligence. Is this the best they can come up with? It would be more believable to fabricate a story of Shi Zhi intimidating actresses with a discus, although it seems that she tends to shower her peers with compliments. Brother Quan has already prepared counterarguments against the slander. Based on past experiences, every time Shi Zhi joins a project, a wave of defamatory rumor surfaces, with baseless accusations thrown at her as if they were free. It is said that while gossip flows freely from the mouth, dispelling rumors requires one to run tirelessly. However, upon encountering this latest slander, before he could even respond, netizens had already taken charge. Brother Quan, oh, my feelings are somewhat mixed. I never anticipated that your discus throwing would serve such a purpose. Shi Zhi, what? Brother Quan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. He was merely feeling unexpectedly cheerful. However, this time, Zhong Jiesin will be playing your close friend. Given her good rapport with Tang Yunling, she might try to sabotage you. So we must remain vigilant. Shi Zhi, with so many people around, how could she possibly sabotage me? She was still trying to grasp who Zhong Jiesin was, having only heard Brother Quan and the team discussing her incessantly, which had allowed her to untangle some of the interpersonal dynamics. Zhong Jiesin flexed her hands. As Tang Yunling's plastic sister flower, she was well aware of the past grievances between Shi Zhi and Tang Yunling, both of whom were aligned on the same side. Engaging in a rivalry with Shi Zhi felt like second nature to Zhong Jiesin, as they were on the verge of a public fallout, projecting their real-life animosity into their roles, which could make for an exhilarating performance. Zhong Jiesin's eyes sparkled with eagerness. She was ready to unleash chaos. Director Shi Tao raised an eyebrow. What is all this bickering about? Have you not seen the revised script I sent you? The scene has changed. There is no argument. Zhong Jiesin? Faced with Director Shi Tao's skepticism, she felt slightly bewildered. Indeed, she vaguely recalled receiving a later version of the script. But she had been too busy indulging in a shopping spree during her vacation to pay attention, assuming the changes were minimal since she had thoroughly read the earlier draft. Now, Zhong Jiesin attempted to brush off Director Shi Tao's concerns and urgently began perusing the new script, her expression darkening with each line she read. What on earth is this revised script? No conflict? She was meant to portray a close friend of a nation alongside her sworn enemy, Shi Zhi, the very person she had no affection for? This was utterly absurd. While she was undoubtedly adept at feuding with Shi Zhi, how on earth was she to convincingly portray a best friend? The first scene has commenced. If the cycling is too fast, one might struggle to maintain balance. Zhong Jiesin, she said, no, it's unnecessary. She laughed lightly, as if jesting. Shi Zhi remained indifferent, as she didn't mind. She would follow the lead of her companion. Director Shi Tao called out to Zhong Jiesin, urging her to smile. You're in the back seat of a good friend's bike. Why the long face? Zhong Jiesin forced a commercial smile, yet ultimately, no one embraced Shi Zhi's waist while riding. The director requested they cycle faster, but it seemed excessive. If no one held her, she felt she might tumble. The scene involved not only cycling but also playful camaraderie, attending classes, and sharing meals. The four of them were inseparable. Inevitably, Zhong Jiesin had to engage in physical contact with Shi Zhi, and she needed to convey sincerity. Otherwise, they would face repeated interruptions. Zhong Jiesin became the actress most frequently called to halt. Director Shi Tao held high standards for himself and for his actors. He could be amiable in daily life, but transformed entirely during filming. Zhong Jiesin struggled to keep up, enduring a barrage of critiques from director Shi Tao. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. I can't think straight. During the break, Zhong Jiesin stared vacantly at Shi Zhi, perplexed by how effortlessly she performed. Surely, she was aware of her relationship with Tang Yunling. She was formidable. Shi Zhi was enjoying roasted chestnuts, their sweetness wafting warmth, when she sensed an undeniable gaze directed at her from Zhong Jiesin. The girl was clearly tempted. After a moment's thought, Shi Zhi extended her hand. Would you like to have one?
I have plenty.
Zhong Jiesin, her mouth filled with the flavor of candied chestnuts, had just taken a few from Shi Zhi. Everyone was performing admirably, and Zhong Jiesin believed her acting was commendable. She didn't wish to hinder the production. It was merely interaction.
Come on.
Who's afraid?
Indeed.
Zhong Jiesin transitioned from awkwardness to proficiency. Initially resistant to contact with Shi Zhi, she grew accustomed to it. After filming concluded, she took the initiative to link arms with Shi Zhi. Let us go to the restroom together. Girls should always go hand in hand. You smell wonderful. What perfume are you wearing? Shi Zhi raised her hand to sniff. I haven't used any perfume. Perhaps it's the scent of laundry detergent. She awaited Zhong Jiesin's commentary on Shi Zhi. Yunling, you should have your company address those online articles claiming you resemble Shi Zhi. You two are nothing alike. As expected, skipping pleasantries, Zhong Jiesin promptly addressed Tang Yunling. The articles were originally intended to capitalize on Shi Zhi's popularity. But now Tang Yunling was more famous than she was, rendering them unnecessary. Stirring her coffee, Tang Yunling displayed a troubled expression. I have no desire to ride on anyone's coattails. I'll have my agent handle it later. There are just too many to manage. How do I not resemble Shi Zhi? Is it because I am far more attractive than her? Tang Yunling has been doing quite well lately. It is said that being in the limelight can be quite nourishing, and upon her arrival at Zhong Jiesin's place, she had just indulged in an extravagant facial treatment, rendering her complexion radiant. However, despite a slight resemblance in photographs, the disparity becomes apparent in real life. Shi Zhi is undoubtedly more beautiful than you. As she awaited compliments, Tang Yunling suddenly turned her gaze towards Zhong Jiesin. Her friend had just remarked that Shi Zhi was prettier than her. Was there a mix-up? Are they foes or allies? Chapter 29. Averse to becoming an internet sensation. Day 29. Zhong Jiesin remained blissfully oblivious to the emotional dagger she had thrust into her plastic sister's heart, continuing to speak unabated. Shi Zhi's skin is truly impeccable, even up close. She appears nearly poreless without makeup. She exudes a delightful fragrance. I've even requested the link for her laundry detergent, which I find far more pleasant than perfume. With a hint of sarcasm, Tang Yunling thought to herself that knowing her scent was one thing, but was it really necessary to seek out the laundry detergent link? After all, they had merely spent a few days filming together. Tang Yunling tightened her grip on the stirring spoon, which was of such fine quality that it did not bend under pressure, yet her hand felt the strain. Why do you keep praising Shi Zhi? She finally interjected, unable to contain her frustration. Before Zhong Jiesin joined the cast, they had shared a common disdain for Shi Zhi, even vowing to teach her a lesson.
Now,
what had changed? Eventually, Zhong Jiesin emerged from her reverie of adulation, summarizing, Yunling, I am merely speaking the truth. Shi Zhi is genuinely impressive. Given our relationship, she must be aware of it, yet she harbors no animosity towards me and even shares her chestnuts. Tang Yunling quipped, so a handful of chestnuts has won her over. Has it? Ultimately, their conversation did not reach a satisfying conclusion, as Tang Yunling had no desire to hear praise for her rival. This encounter left her feeling that Shi Zhi was indeed formidable. Perhaps she had successfully brainwashed Zhong Jiesin. As they parted ways, Zhong Jiesin reminded her, don't forget to have your agent handle those scripts. Soon, there would be a horseback riding scene. Would Shi Zhi be able to ride? Director Shi Tao, script in hand, glanced at the upcoming scenes with some trepidation. If Shi Zhi couldn't ride, Adjustments would be necessary. Rising from her rocking chair, Shi Zhi confidently stated, "I can." She mounted the horse, gently stroking its neck, and began with a cautious trot. Once she felt comfortable, she accelerated, the horse galloping gracefully around the set, creating a stunning tableau of a radiant woman atop a magnificent steed. Gone was the image of the elderly figure from earlier. Not only could Shi Zhi ride, but she also spiritedly executed several complex maneuvers atop the horse, prompting even the horse trainer to exclaim, "Impressive." This was no mere riding. It was a display of remarkable skill. "Sister Shi, you're amazing. I want to have your children," the assistant of the team shouted at Shi Zhi, while Quan Ge gazed at the woman still showing off on horseback, murmuring to himself, when did she acquire such a skill? Shi Zhi could indeed ride. A fact Quan Ge was aware of, given her previous role in a period drama where she had taken the trouble to learn. Yet, she had only reached the level of basic riding. She was not adept at performing acrobatics atop a horse. The stunts she had just executed appeared perilous. Yet Shi Zhi remained remarkably stable in her seat, as if she were one with the horse. And what was going on? Quan Ge looked at the assistant, realizing that Shi Zhi was a woman.
Get a grip.
He inquired of the nearby cameraman, "Did you capture that?" The cameraman nodded affirmatively. Zhong Jessen, whose equestrian skills were somewhat lacking, was leisurely leading her horse nearby, accompanied by a male actor who had volunteered to assist her. Observing Shi Zhi's elegant riding, Zhong Jessen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. However, she had barely mastered walking, let alone running. Zhong Jessen understood that progress required patience. Suddenly, an incident unfolded swiftly. As others practiced nearby, the horse that Zhong Jessen was riding grew startled and let out a loud neigh, raising its hooves high. The male actor, positioned beside Zhong Jessen, instinctively called out in alarm, attempting to grasp the reins. However, he failed to secure them. The moment belonged to Shi Zhi. Those watching could clearly see that after the male actor's initial unsuccessful attempt, Shi Zhi had already galloped over to Zhong Jessen's side, extending her hand to deftly seize the reins. "Be careful," she said in a calm tone. Zhong Jessen, startled, turned her head to find Shi Zhi's exquisite profile, her heart racing, unsure if it was a natural reaction to fear or something else entirely. At that moment, she wholeheartedly agreed with Shi Zhi's assistant. She too wished to give birth to a child with Shi Zhi. Why was she so breathtakingly magnificent? Zhong Jessen could not fathom why Tang Yunling harbored such animosity toward Shi Zhi. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of genuine interaction. She felt an overwhelming urge to serenade Shi Zhi with a song. "Oh, Shi Zhi, you are valiant and grand." Fortunately, Shi Zhi intervened early, averting a potential catastrophe. Had Zhong Jessen's horse truly bolted, she would have surely fallen, risking injury. Nevertheless, Zhong Jessen's heart proved resilient. She was not traumatized and dared to continue practicing, albeit this time resolutely refusing to let the male actor assist her. "I want Shi Zhi," she declared, her face beaming as she fixed her gaze on Shi Zhi. "Can you teach me to ride?" She then turned to the male actor, stating, "You may log off early. Your presence is no longer required here." The contrast was striking. One radiated the warmth of summer, while the other bore the chill of winter. The male actor portrayed a miserly, despicable character, oblivious to the fact that Shi Zhi had deemed his role to be utterly contemptible upon reading the script. The director later revised the script, eliminating the subplot of the best friend turning against the scoundrel, leading to his character's direct dismissal. The male actor was aware that his role was unappealing. Even his agent had taken to berating him lately, but he believed it was not yet his time to exit. The actor playing the scoundrel, no, he would not leave. He still intended to savor a few more meals from the catering. Besides, he was still a handsome man. Yet it was the first time he had been entirely overlooked by the ensemble of female actresses. Not only did Zhong Jessen express her desire for Shi Zhi to teach her horseback riding, but the other actresses portraying the female protagonist's friends also echoed similar sentiments. Director Shi Tao, observing this camaraderie, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "My greatest fear as a director lies in the potential for discord among the cast. This is, without a doubt, the most harmonious crew I have ever worked with." When actors engage in petty rivalries, their antics can be endlessly inventive, from slapping each other under the guise of performance to more insidious schemes conducted in private. Director Shi Tao disapproves of such behavior not only because it disrupts the workflow, but also due to its unscrupulous nature. The current crew, however, is exceptional. The actors, naturally portraying close friends, maintain a genuine rapport off-screen, and this translates beautifully into their performances. Take Zhong Jessen, for instance. When she first joined the crew, Her interactions with Shi Zhi were quite stiff, but now she has completely relaxed. Director Shi Zhi believes he made the right choice in casting Shi Zhi. She is not only beautiful and talented, but also a pivotal element in fostering harmony within the group. The assistant director concurs, affirming that the crew is indeed remarkably harmonious. Yet, he inexplicably senses a hint of jealousy lurking beneath the surface. Of course, this is merely the assistant director's personal thought, which he refrains from sharing with director Shi Zhi. He decided to message Tang Yunling instead. Yunling, I sense some hostility towards Shi Zhi on your part, perhaps due to a lack of understanding. How about I arrange a private dinner for the two of you? Then you might comprehend why I praise Shi Zhi so highly. She is truly remarkable. She can cook, shower you with compliments, fish, play chess, and, oh, she can ride horses too. Zhong Jiesin felt she had unearthed a treasure. Why did Tang Yunling harbor such disdain for Shi Zhi? After all, hadn't Shi Zhi complimented her slender waist? Tang Yunling only saw Zhong Jiesin's message after a long day of filming, dazed and fatigued. She initially thought she had misread it. Then, she felt compelled to vent her frustration. Was her friend out of her mind? How could she even consider pairing her with Shi Zhi? It wasn't merely a matter of misunderstanding. They were in a state of perpetual conflict. A terrifying thought crossed Tang Yunling's mind. Have you now become a fan of Shi Zhi? Watching Shi Zhi online discipline unruly children was a scene worthy of repeated viewing for mental and physical well-being. Tang Yunling, a fan of Shi Zhi, mused that Zhong Jiesin's fervor was beginning to resemble that of a devoted follower, almost as if she were trying to promote her idol. Jiesin, by the way, do you know how to join Shi Zhi's fan club? I wish to be a part of it. Tang Yunling retorted, what the heck? Is this for real? She contemplated blocking Zhong Jiesin. The world felt like it was collapsing around her. Her friends were becoming fans of Shi Zhi, and not long ago. Shi Zhi had been the target of widespread criticism. Do I even have a fan club? Shi Zhi had only mentioned it after overhearing Bai Wu and Ning Jiaqi discussing fan clubs in a group chat. Her assistant remarked, there used to be a fan club, but it disbanded. Now there's a club for detractors. The makeup artist added, the detractor club has quite a number of members. Few groups are as organized and sizable as ours. Shi Zhi, a woman burdened with millions of detractors, found herself the recipient of efforts to console her from Quan Ge, who urged everyone to refrain from teasing her. He attempted to reassure her, stating that she had garnered a following, those who had begun to follow her on Weibo. While not necessarily die-hard fans, were nonetheless supporters. He offered to assemble a fan club for her, assuring her that even if no one joined, the team members would still be her admirers, providing a guaranteed base of support. The team nodded in agreement, but Shi Zhi graciously declined their kind offer, asserting that she was merely speaking casually and had no need for a fan club, observing her genuine lack of desire for such things. Quan Ge decided to temporarily set aside the notion of a fan club, opting to wait until Shi Zhi's popularity surged further. He had other matters to discuss with her. The production team was taking a break, granting everyone a few days off, during which the company had arranged for her to participate in a variety show. Previously, when Shi Zhi was facing universal criticism, the company had nearly given up on her, which was understandable as every company prioritizes profit. The subsequent variety show engagements she received were orchestrated by Quan Ge.
Now,
with the signs of Shi Zhi's resurgence becoming increasingly apparent, the company had recognized her potential and was now offering her a spot on the show. Though the details of the new variety show were yet to be clarified, the production team appeared promising, with all proposed guests being popular artists. Lu Yingying had been vying for this opportunity, only to have it snatched away from her. Her agent was understandably furious. Quan Ge relished in her frustration, reveling in the irony of her previous disdain towards him. Initially, he maintained a professional demeanor while explaining the new show's production team to Shi Zhi. But as the conversation progressed, he transformed, embodying the role of a triumphant underdog, much to the amusement of those around him. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of Shi Zhi's observation regarding his change in demeanor. Quan Ge declared, "This is my moment of vindication." Lu Yingying, being a junior artist from the same agency, had previously taken delight in Shi Zhi's misfortunes, even going so far as to poach Shi Zhi's makeup artist. The makeup artist, sensing the shift in allegiance, expressed his loyalty, proclaiming, "Sister Shi, I have turned over a new leaf. In life, I am yours, and in death, I will remain yours." To which Shi Zhi replied, "That is a bit excessive." As the filming wrapped up and the crew enjoyed their break, Shi Zhi and her companion set off for another city. This time, she was accompanied by Ning Jiaqi, who was also participating in the new variety show. Upon learning that Shi Zhi would be part of the show, Ning Jiaqi immediately formed a camaraderie with her. Ning Jiaqi had a considerable fanbase, being a popular male lead in a trending idol drama. When his fans spotted Shi Zhi, their enthusiasm for her surpassed even their admiration for him, as they eagerly pressed gifts into her hands. Both Shi Zhi and Ning Jiaqi were taken aback by the unexpected fervor. What's going on? Have you all betrayed me upon seeing Sister Shi? Ning Jiaqi jested, treating Shi Zhi as one of their own, indifferent to whom they supported. His fans shouted in unison.
Exactly.
Before shifting to a request, sister, please take good care of Qi Bao. Thank you. In our village, Shi Zhi exhibited an admirable reliability, while Ning Jiaqi seemed wholly dependent on her support. As the two reunited, Ning Jiaqi's fans hoped that Shi Zhi would lend a hand to their beloved big fool. To their pleasant surprise, Shi Zhi signaled her willingness to assist, acknowledging their heartfelt request. Regardless of the fans' encouragement, Shi Zhi would undoubtedly care for Ning Jiaqi, as they were friends. However, she declined to accept any gifts. Ning Jiaqi, feeling somewhat indignant, protested, "Am I perceived as so feeble in your eyes? Previously, it was an accident, but this time, I shall take care of Sister Shi." The fans, wearing skeptical smiles, replied, "As long as you're happy, pool treasure." Dressed in a complete set of work attire, Shi Zhi radiated confidence. Ning Jiaqi had booked their flights together, and upon boarding, he retrieved a large bundle of lollipops from his bag, pushing them onto Shi Zhi's small table. "Sister Shi, enjoy." There's a plethora of flavors. Shi Zhi was taken aback, questioning the need for so many lollipops. Her gaze fell upon Ning Jiaqi's bag, leading to an unsettling suspicion. His subsequent actions only confirmed her fears. The promised tribute of 300 lollipops was indeed hidden within. A gentleman's word is his bond. It was now time for him to fulfill his promise. Forgetting to bring them to the previous celebrity sports event, Ning Jiaqi had meticulously made a note this time and finally remembered. Shi Zhi found herself at a loss for words, utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Ning Jiaqi's mind. I just had dental work done. Is he truly expecting me to undergo another root canal treatment with 300 lollipops? Silently, she apologized to Ning Jiaqi's fans, realizing she would have to go back on her word. The new variety show, titled Full Force Impact, indeed promised high-caliber guests, as Quan Ge had suggested. Among the 8 participants were not only Ning Jiaqi, but also established stars, pop singers, and familiar faces from television dramas. Aside from knowing Ning Jiaqi, Shi Zhi recognized Gung Can among the other 7. "Sister Shi, what a surprise to see you again," Gung Can exclaimed, approaching her. A member of a girl group and a fan of both Shi Zhi and Bai Wu, they had interacted during the recent celebrity sports event. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 8 guests completed their self-introductions, at which point the staff prepared to blindfold them. "Why must we wear blindfolds?" one queried. "Surely, we should be informed about the situation. We can't just proceed without any knowledge, can we? How can I walk if I can't see?" The guests expressed their unease, as donning blindfolds meant facing the unknown, resulting in a cacophony of voices. The director merely explained, "You'll understand once we arrive at the destination. Staff will guide you, and you certainly won't fall." Shi Zhi remained remarkably composed, drawing the attention of the staff member who placed the blindfold on her, as they felt she appeared almost on the verge of slumber. Although she was indeed a little tired, sleep eluded her due to the loud outcry from someone nearby. "Director, please arrange for me to be with Shi Zhi. I promised my fans I would take care of Sister Shi, and I cannot go back on my word." "Director, did you hear that?" A simple acknowledgement would suffice. Each individual had their own staff leading them, and Shi Zhi followed the guidance of her attendant. She could sense everyone ascending the staircase before entering a modest room. Perhaps out of concern for Ning Jiaqi's incessant chatter, the director indeed chose not to separate him from Shi Zhi, as she could still hear his murmurs. "I'm here." Ning Jiaqi finally exhaled in relief. "Shi Zhi, as long as you're here, everything is fine." "Shi Zhi, I'm here too." This was a girl's voice. Shi Zhi deduced it was Gung Can. Besides Gung Can, Ning Jiaqi, and Shi Zhi, there was also a male singer present. "Please remove your eye masks," a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the room. Shi Zhi promptly yanked off her eye mask, finally revealing the entire scene. They found themselves in a relatively small chamber, designed to resemble a space capsule, with dim and obscure lighting. Only the 4 of them occupied the room. The other 4 were likely divided into 2 groups. Ning Jiaqi. "I've played escape rooms before." Gung Can stood before 2 large doors, pushing against them. Naturally, they did not budge. They were firmly shut. The male singer suggested, "Let us seek a clue or hint." As the only member of their group with past experience in escape rooms, Ning Jiaqi was already professionally analyzing a nearby display screen. asserting that they must start there, as it was filled with numerous numbers. Gungkan leaned in, while the male singer scanned the surroundings for suitable clues before joining Ning Jiaqi in deciphering the numbers. Which group do you think will exit the first room? The program's director observed both groups' actions through a large screen, amused by the flurry and eventual earnestness of the celebrities as they began to tackle the puzzles. He took a sip of water, his demeanor relaxed. The first room was not overly challenging, but neither was it straightforward. It would likely take nearly half an hour to escape. Some speculated that the veteran group would excel, featuring a model who had graduated from a prestigious university but had switched careers. Others guessed Ning Jiaqi's group would prevail, considering his previous experience and apparent familiarity. The director noticed Shi Zhi intently studying the door and shook his head, pointing at the screen displaying her figure, proclaiming, "She clearly knows nothing." There was neither a code on the door nor an answer. They still had to solve the puzzle. Suddenly, the director's exclamation was cut short as he leaned forward in astonishment, exclaiming, "No way." Indeed, there was no code on the door, and it couldn't be solved. Yet Shi Zhi had dismantled it. "Shi Zhi has taken down the door." "No need," Shi Zhi replied. "It's already open." Chapter 30. Averse to Sudden Fame. Day 30. Ningyati. The others echoed. Upon turning back, they confirmed the door was indeed ajar, leading seamlessly to the next room. Shi Zhi had composed herself and explained to her bewildered companions, "The quality of this door seems rather poor. I hardly touched it. I merely grazed it, and then it just fell off." She held it aloft, a frown creasing her brow. "I find myself questioning whether this is merely a staged act. What poor quality this door possesses." The prop master of the production team, upon hearing this, could no longer remain silent. Touching the door, he asserted that Shi Zhi's words were overly casual. With a clear conscience, he affirmed that their props were indeed robust. This door was exceptionally thick and sturdy, far beyond the strength of even a large man to dismantle. How could Shi Zhi be so adept at disassembly? Perhaps she harbors a hidden strength within. The other three were equally astonished by her actions, though they soon erupted in elation. The male singer inquired, "Can we proceed to the second room now? No need to solve any more puzzles?" Ning Jiaqi replied affirmatively, "Of course, the door is already open. We must be able to access the next room." With that, he confidently strode forward. The director of the production team, now anxious, could no longer maintain the leisurely demeanor he had earlier. Calling out to the quartet in the escape room, "What do you mean can? This is against the rules." The door was indeed quite easy to dismantle. They had not specified the rules, as no one had anticipated that someone could dismantle a door with their bare hands. What exactly is Shi Zhi? Thus, Shi Zhi burst through the door, truly breaking free. She could discern the director's exasperation and, with an admirable sense of responsibility, addressed the camera, saying, "Fear not. I shall cover the repair costs, simply deduct it from my labor fees." Although the door bore signs of potential tampering, she accepted her accountability for its damage. The director was at a loss, unsure whether to feel despair or gratitude, yet after hearing Ning Jiaqi's subsequent remarks, he leaned towards the former. Ning Jiaqi mimicked Shi Zhi's earlier gesture, speaking to the camera, "Just deduct it from my labor fees." It was as if he were rushing to pay the bill. He then turned to Shi Zhi and suggested, "Sister Shi, could you perhaps dismantle the doors to the remaining escape rooms? I'll cover the costs." A wealthy heir, he had no shortage of funds. Solving puzzles is so troublesome, it's far more exhilarating to do it like Sister Shi. Gung can join the conversation, Sister Shi. Go ahead, I can share the expenses. The male singer added, and I too. 3 of them. How much could the repair fees possibly be? Exiting sooner would be preferable. The director nearly fainted at their audacity. They wanted Shi Zhi to dismantle all the doors, rendering the game pointless. A mechanical voice urgently announced, "Players are prohibited from damaging props, including doors." They had specifically highlighted the door, nearly calling out Shi Zhi by name to caution her. Shi Zhi responded, "All right then." The director felt it necessary to escalate the situation. Observing the quartet still immersed in their puzzle solving, he gestured to his staff. It was time to let them experience a thrill. The staff, understanding the cue, prepared for the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the lights, which had barely illuminated the escape room, vanished, plunging the space into darkness, rendering faces indistinguishable. The darkness itself signified the unknown, instilling fear. Gungkan stumbled, exclaiming, "Oh my." The male singer and Ning Jiaqi simultaneously offered words of comfort. "Fear not. We are 2 strong men here." Yet Ning Jiaqi's bravado was abruptly silenced as an indistinct shape hurtled toward him, nearly toppling both him and the male singer. What on earth? Ning Jiaqi felt as if a clump of hair was smeared across her face when Shi Zhi reached out to remove the object from her visage. Upon inspection, she confirmed it was indeed hair, though it seemed somewhat thin, leading her to wonder if it belonged to the earlier faux doll. Nearby, a male singer's soft voice broke the silence, apologizing, "I believe that might be my wig." Shi Zhi and Ning Jiaqi exchanged looks of surprise, the former taken aback by the singer's youthfulness despite his apparent baldness. The singer covered his head, on the verge of tears, a common plight of the young under immense pressure. Hair loss. The director of the show could hardly contain his laughter, astonished by this unexpected twist, a popular male singer resorting to wearing a wig, and it had inadvertently landed on Ning Jiaqi's face. Shi Zhi intended to return the wig to the singer, but at that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically with an array of eerie sound effects and bizarre elements springing to life. Shi Zhi was perplexed. Wasn't the set supposed to have a futuristic theme? Why were there zombies emerging? She pointed to a zombie prop that had unexpectedly popped out from the sleek, modern wall, her expression one of utter confusion. Is this a fusion of genres? She pondered aloud. This is utterly ridiculous. Isn't that the essence of fusion? It's the trend of recent years, is it not? The director might have retorted, though he was more intrigued by Shi Zhi's calm demeanor in the face of the looming zombie prop. Why was she unperturbed, displaying no trace of fear, and even questioning the absurdity of the situation? In the meantime, Ning Jiaqi brandished a door as a makeshift weapon, desperately searching for Shi Zhi while muttering reassurances. "Sister Shi, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Hey, all you malevolent spirits, stand back. Sister Shi, I promised my fans I would take good care of you." The production team, unfamiliar with Ning Jiaqi's character, was taken aback by this unexpected display from the idol actor known for his domineering roles on screen. Why does he talk so much? They wondered, as he chattered incessantly. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi remained the most composed person in the room, eliciting laughter from the director, who found the scene utterly delightful. Shi Zhi cleared her throat, addressing the now chaotic group. "Everyone please quiet down and listen to me." With no one else to rely on, she knew she had to take charge. She was indeed unafraid. Darkness and ghosts held no terror for her. Not only were the props poorly made, but even if they were real, she wouldn't flinch. The high-pitched singer's voice fell silent, and Ning Jiaqi, still holding his door, complied and ceased his incessant chatter, leaving only the chilling sound effects in the air. Shi Zhi calmly assessed their predicament, asserting, "Our primary concern is restoring the power. We must reconnect the electricity." Upon entering the second room, the group discovered a message on the wall: unstable voltage. This explained the sudden power outage. Navigating the darkness proved challenging, and solving puzzles in the dim light was nearly impossible. Illumination was essential. Shi Zhi's reasoning was sound, and the director nodded in agreement. To my astonishment, Shi Zhi emerged as the leader among the four, displaying a calm, analytical demeanor that bore a striking resemblance to that of a wise sage. The other three had no objections. "To optimize our time, let us proceed separately, as it would be swifter." The second room was quite expansive, or more accurately, it was subdivided into several chambers, accompanied by a lengthy corridor. Shi Zhi believed that splitting up would enhance our efficiency. However, she called out to Gung Kan.
Can you hear me, Kan?
"I'm here, Sister Zhi," Gung Kan's voice echoed from nearby after a brief moment. Following the extinguishing of the lights, Shi Zhi had scarcely heard Gung Kan speak, save for a few initial screams. After a moment's contemplation, she followed the direction of the voice. Can join me?" she suggested, sensing that Gung Kan might still be frightened. "All right, thank you, Sister Zhi." Gung Kan was on the verge of tears, nearly jogging to Shi Zhi's side. Although she could barely discern Shi Zhi's silhouette, it did not diminish her perception of Shi Zhi as ethereal, radiating a luminescent glow. Among the group, Gung Kan held the least prominence. As a member of a girl group, her recognition paled in comparison to that of actors and singers, and her seniors had debuted before her. Gung Kan participated in the variety show to leave a lasting impression and to showcase her appeal to fans. Thus, even in such a daunting situation, she was terrified yet endeavored to soothe herself, determined not to inconvenience others. In a hushed tone, Shi Zhi reassured Gung Kan. "It's all an illusion. Just follow behind me. Do you wish to hold on to my hem?" "Yes." Yet this voice did not belong to Gung Kan, but rather to a deep male voice that resonated powerfully. "Shi Zhi." Gung Kan. Production team. It was, in fact, the male singer who had just hit the high notes. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the others, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, albeit a slight one. "Sister Zhi, I am genuinely scared. I cannot traverse alone. It is too dark over there. May I accompany you?" The male singer, older than Shi Zhi, had now taken to calling her sister as well. "I fear the darkness. I cannot be left alone. He seemed to have cast aside any pretense, eager to follow Shi Zhi, realizing she was the most composed among them, thus worth holding on to for support. Ning Jiaqi, buddy, are you even capable? His tone was laced with disapproval. Then Ning Jiaqi turned to Shi Zhi, saying, Sister Zhi, I shall accompany you. I must protect you, he declared earnestly. The male singer scoffed. Pfft. He had thought Ning Jiaqi was genuinely fearless. The notion of splitting up was utterly infeasible. There was no way it could happen. This was the collective sentiment of the three cowards in the escape room. Consequently, the four of them proceeded together, which indeed would decrease efficiency, but it was unavoidable. Thus, Shi Zhi took on the role of leading three. She held onto two hands. One belonged to Gung Kan, and the other to the male singer. While Ning Jiaqi continued to exclaim, could you make some space for me? With no space for Ning Jiaqi to seize, he grasped Shi Zhi's sleeve, proclaiming, Sister Shi, I shall stand guard beside you, holding the door. Shi Zhi replied, the door is rather heavy. You ought to set it down. Ning Jiaqi retorted, Sister Shi is truly considerate. She cares for me. To which Shi Zhi responded, no, I am concerned about the door. From an omniscient perspective, the scene appeared almost toxic, with Shi Zhi seemingly burdened by three individuals, causing her pace to slow compared to usual. The director had already envisioned this scenario, planning to label Shi Zhi as safe and reliable. As for Ning Jiaqi, who had been vociferously insisting on protecting Shi Zhi since entering the escape room, his bravado was quite ironically undermined. Shi Zhi, indeed, exuded an aura of safety and reliability, unfazed by any terrifying sound effects or sudden props. When a prop resembling a skeletal claw unexpectedly emerged from the otherwise smooth floor, one would reasonably expect it to either startle or trip someone.
Yet,
Shi Zhi stepped upon it, producing a distinct creaking sound. The director overheard whispers among several individuals. Shi Zhi paused. Did I step on something? Ning Jiaqi quickly dismissed it. No, it's merely an illusion. Sister Shi, let us hasten. I truly wish to leave this dark place. All right, Shi Zhi agreed. Thus, the group continued on, unperturbed, under Shi Zhi's guidance, leaving behind a shattered array of skeletal claws. The prop master, observing the monitor, felt his heart break. His meticulously crafted claws had met a tragic fate, yielding not a single cry from this world before shattering entirely. Oh dear, he lamented. Is Shi Zhi the harbinger of destruction for props? The director, wiping his brow, had just remarked on Shi Zhi's perceptive nature, only to realize she was, in fact, a formidable force. Shi Zhi swept through every frightening scenario with ease, while Ning Jiaqi, though somewhat timid, demonstrated sharp problem-solving skills, leading their group to become the fastest to escape the room. Upon exiting, apart from Shi Zhi, everyone appeared somewhat disheveled. The male singer and Gung Kan, after catching their breath, expressed their gratitude to Shi Zhi. Thank the heavens, thank the earth, thank Shi Zhi for saving my life. Ning Jiaqi, with a knowing expression, remarked, this is the joy of relying on someone powerful. Sister Shi, our eternal deity. At that moment, Shi Zhi retrieved a hairpiece from her pocket. In a moment of urgency, the male singer's hairpiece had fallen onto Ning Jiaqi's face, startling him. In the escape room, Shi Zhi had lacked the time to return it to the singer. But now the opportunity had arisen. Being considerate of the singer's dignity, she intended to discreetly hand it over. The male singer, however, remained unperturbed. What can I say? When inspiration eludes me, I tug at my hair, and when that fails, I require a hairpiece. Shi Zhi looked at the patch of baldness with sympathy, thinking to herself, let me provide you with a remedy for regrowth. The filming for Full Impact had commenced early in the morning, and Shi Zhi's group emerged relatively early, around 10 o'clock. The veteran stars team did not exit until nearly noon. Lunch was provided, but both groups were to engage in a lighthearted game before their meal. The victorious team shall be rewarded with a sumptuous feast, while the defeated shall settle for a mere snack. The guests expressed their discontent. Why engage in such games? Why must we differentiate between a grand meal and a meager one? Despite the collective grievances, the director remained cheerful and unyielding. The game must be played, otherwise, there will be no food. The staff then brought forth boxes draped in cloth, previously prepared, inviting each group to send a member to feel the contents within and guess based on the shapes they disowned. The team that correctly identified the most would emerge victorious. Inside the boxes were a plethora of living creatures, sea cucumbers, loaches, fish, and octopuses. The stars, who had only just emerged from the confines of a tense escape room, found themselves once again overwhelmed by the unknown entities before them. A multitude of pale faces filled the room. Must I reach in? I withdraw. I shall forgo the meal. It bit me. How can it still bite? Ning Jiaqi found his hand ensnared by an octopus, which clung to him as he raised it. Gum can quietly inform Shi Zhi, my father is a seafood wholesaler. Having seen these creatures since childhood, I fear them not. Shi Zhi's team scored high, securing the opportunity for the grand meal. The director's team initially provided the king team with simple fare, a mere half of a minuscule pancake. The seasoned king team was taken aback. Is this a jest for children? The production team truly lacks consideration. Ning Jiaqi's group felt a pang of compassion for the other team, who, despite their impending grand meal, had professional chefs poised to prepare their dishes. They decided to share a little. All four agreed. However, they could scarcely have anticipated that the professional chefs, while indeed cooking on site, served portions that were hardly substantial, steaks the size of a child's palm, and desserts that could be consumed in 2 bites. They themselves struggled to comprehend the meager offerings, let alone share them with the other team. Isn't this excessive, dear director? The highest-ranking individual present held the most influence. In truth, the guests did not necessarily require an extravagant meal. They were accustomed to fasting for appearances in pursuit of fitness. Yet, having expended considerable mental and physical energy in the morning, they found that such scant sustenance could not sustain them through the remaining afternoon activities. Others had long harbored grievances, echoing their discontent. The director, evidently anticipating the situation, maintained his smile. This is indeed a grand meal, prepared by a 5-star chef. Yet, regardless of the chef's accolades, the portions were insufficient to satiate hunger. The production team seemed to be shifting the narrative. The atmosphere grew tense, and the guests were reluctant to confront the issue directly, aware that public discontent could mar their reputation. Even the venerable king team, with furrowed brows, contemplated accepting this slight. Yet they resolved silently that they would not participate in such new variety shows again, regardless of compensation. Shi Zhi cast her gaze towards the ominous box, filled with sea cucumbers and octopuses, and inquired of the staff, what do you intend to do with these creatures? The production team had no established plan, having merely acquired them. Thus, Shi Zhi rolled up her sleeves and declared with a flourish, prepare yourselves, we shall feast on seafood for lunch today. There was no need to trouble the 5-star chef any longer. She was fully equipped to cook on her own. The director was taken aback, never having anticipated that Shi Zhi would still be concerned about the props and even take the initiative. Shi Zhi was online, stirring up the props. It was a miscalculation. However, the director dared not intervene this time, as further interference would surely incite public outrage. Ning Jiaqi was overjoyed, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. As he could once again savor Shi Zhi's culinary skills, he dashed over to the terrifying box containing an octopus and retrieved one.
Here.
This one was just clinging to me. Let us stir-fry it. The production team staff remarked, who would have thought you'd hold a grudge like that? Others followed suit. Another female artist from a different group held up a fish, saying, Shi Zhi, could you turn this into fish soup? It bit me earlier. Only by making soup could she vent her frustrations. She had been frightened to tears earlier, but was now eagerly awaiting the delightful fish broth. 8 people would be more than enough to feast. What was intended as a psychological refuge had turned into a complete reversal of mental assault. Someone emerged from the psychological station, removing their earpiece and grumbling to Shi Zhi and the others. Although there were cameras nearby, he could no longer contain himself. The production team's original plan had already been rather unscrupulous, and this psychological refuge was even more so, invading personal privacy, inquiring about the number of past girlfriends, and incessantly poking at others' vulnerabilities by reading out negative comments. Those who were more sensitive emerged from the room with red eyes, claiming they were going to the restroom when, in truth, they were heading off to cry.
Here.
Next up was Shi Zhi, already beckoned by the staff for a solo experience. Ning Jiaqi looked on with concern. How about I go first? He thought it best to delay the inevitable. Gung can. I want to go too. I'd like to experience it first. This was merely an excuse to allow Shi Zhi to go later. Shi Zhi, you don't need to, she replied, already walking calmly alongside the staff toward the psychological station. The director, desperate for a moment, had previously instructed the personnel within the monitoring room. Shi Zhi's outstanding performance had significantly eased her group's passage, so it would be fitting for her to shed a few tears, allowing her to experience the helplessness and despair they had felt earlier. The internal theme of full force impact was to continuously stir up drama and create spectacle, exhausting the guests both physically and emotionally. Did she cry? Has Shi Zhi cried? The director smiled, pleased with the team's efforts. The scriptwriter hastily waved his hand, clarifying, Shi Zhi didn't cry. It was our people who cried. Shi Zhi had brought them to tears. Chapter 31. the 31st day of not wanting to go viral. The staff at the psychological station were completely unprepared for the formidable challenge presented by Shi Zhi upon her entry. She was strikingly beautiful. Not merely a female artist, but one with a notorious reputation. Just moments ago, even seasoned stars had been visibly affected by the information they had gathered about her. Given that women are often more vulnerable, the staff, upon hearing the director instructing them to make Shi Zhi cry, did not perceive it as a particularly difficult task. The staff member offered a smile to Shi Zhi, gesturing for her to take a seat. Please, make yourself comfortable. The room was furnished with a sofa, and a table stood before him, allowing them to sit opposite each other. Shi Zhi expressed her gratitude and settled down. Relax, the staff member reassured her. We're merely engaging in casual conversation. Would you care for a drink? Perhaps some red wine? Soft, melodious music floated through the air. The staff member even poured Shi Zhi a glass of red wine, which could easily lead an uninformed observer to believe it was an ordinary chat, were it not for the pallor of the faces of the artists who had exited the room before her. The production team had gone to great lengths to create a convincing atmosphere. Shi Zhi shook her head, declining the wine, and inquired, "Do you have tea?" The staff member hesitated momentarily, but, in a bid to alleviate her wariness, complied, presenting her with a steaming cup of tea. Clearing his throat, he began the conversation differently. Many outside have referred to you as a mere ornament. Today, however, I have the privilege of seeing you in person. He paused deliberately. Shi Zhi indicated her attentive listening with a simple, He grinned at her, declaring, "You truly are an ornament." The staff member awaited her reaction. Recalling a previous incident with another actress who had reacted dramatically, her eyes welling with tears the moment she heard the same comment. They anticipated either tears or fury, both of which would satisfy their expectations. Cameras within the room focused on Shi Zhi's face, striving to capture every nuance of her expression. "Thank you for the compliment," she replied, genuinely appreciating her own beauty. The wish she had made had been fulfilled exceptionally well. There were times she found herself admiring her reflection in the mirror. The staff member's smile faltered, as her response deviated entirely from his expectations. "Thank you?" he repeated, perplexed. He had called her an ornament, yet she expressed gratitude. Was that a commendation? He felt as if she might next thank the nation, the audience, and her parents. Most bewildering was the absence of any pretense. She sincerely perceived it as praise. However, he thought, she was not being praised. "Wake up." As a strand of hair fell in her face, Shi Zhi tucked it behind her ear, her fair and delicate skin glowing under the sunlight. The staff member couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. "I can't recall your name," he admitted, though Shi Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. "And what of it?"
she asked.
The staff member continued, "I watched over 20 episodes, but I simply could not continue. It was dreadful." He shook his head emphatically, a cheeky smirk suggesting he deserved a reprimand. Critiquing her work, he thought, this time, it must yield some reaction. Shi Zhi, however, wore a disapproving expression. Over 20 episodes? If it were unappealing, why endure more than 20? Wouldn't one typically turn it off upon realizing it was bad? Though she refrained from articulating the sentiment, the staff member discerned her unspoken thoughts. Isn't that foolish? He found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, why would one watch over 20 episodes of something unworthy? Surely, a rational individual would. No, that could not be right. This is not merely a question of normalcy. Does he not wish to embarrass Shi Zhi? His reaction is something he could never have anticipated, as Shi Zhi appears to be operating on an entirely different wavelength. Despite his successive attempts to dazzle, he finds himself thwarted, resulting in a significant blow to his confidence. The subsequent inquiries he poses fail to make any impression on Shi Zhi, who leisurely sips her tea, seemingly unfazed. Instead of provoking tears from her, she maintains an unwavering composure. It is the staff who seem utterly exhausted. Shi Zhi's psychological resilience is astonishing. One must acknowledge that these questions are rather pointed, meticulously selected to elicit a response. Even seasoned interviewers would struggle to conceal their emotions under such relentless scrutiny. The crew begins to suspect that they might not extract anything further from Shi Zhi today and contemplate moving on to the next victim. While she engages in what appears to be a pleasant conversation, holding her teacup, she leans slightly toward the staff, suggesting, "Aren't we just chatting? Let's not focus solely on me. How about you? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? Do you have children? Are you considering a second child? What about your house? Where did you buy it?" With a calming smile, she assures the staff, "Don't be nervous. It's just a casual conversation. Relax a bit. Would you like something to drink?" The director in the monitoring room observes that Shi Zhi has effectively mirrored the staff's previous approach towards her. Unbeknownst to the staff, danger is looming. He suddenly perceives the celebrity before him as reminiscent of an elder in his own family, causing him to instinctively become more reserved. He is not young anymore, already married with children, and has no intention of having a second child. The first one is already a financial burden, a veritable money pit. Naturally, he has not purchased a house. He rents, reflecting his limited means. As Shi Zhi converses with the staff, she notes that his child is already in elementary school, a considerable age. Isn't it challenging to teach children? She inquires, striking a chord with the staff. He gradually forgets the nature of their setting and wipes his face. Not merely challenging, it is exceedingly difficult. Each time I teach my child, I teeter on the brink of despair. Why are elementary school questions so arduous now? They are far beyond what we learned in our own primary years. Moreover, the child does not absorb the information. No matter how many times I repeat it, he remains oblivious. I can't just yell at him. It never helps. I just want something to drink. Shi Zhi pours a glass of herbota for the staff, even managing to locate a place to change the music from a sentimental tune to a melancholic one, evoking an immediate sense of desolation. The staff downs the herbota in one go, feeling increasingly overwhelmed, and confides in Shi Zhi. Listening to this music makes me want to cry. Shi Zhi hands him a tissue, ready to listen. Go ahead and cry. It's all right. There are tissues. Thus the staff, who moments ago relished in provoking the artist's vulnerabilities and deriving amusement from her discomfort, now finds himself weeping, lamenting the difficulties of work, the challenges of earning a living, the struggles of family life, the trials of raising children, and the complexities of social relationships. He truly finds life unbearably difficult. A towering man, nearly 6 feet tall, was on the verge of tears in the room, completely immersed in his emotions. Regardless of the director's incessant calls through his earpiece, he paid no heed, allowing the director's words to drift past as if they were mere whispers. It was finally Shi Zhi who led the staff out, as he remained inside, expressing discomfort at merely looking at the room. I must go in and see, he insisted. Ning Jiaqi was entirely oblivious to the events transpiring within. As Shi Zhi entered the so-called sanctuary of the soul, he began to fidget restlessly, pacing back and forth. The more he learned from the artist's earlier experiences, the more anxious he became for Sister Shi Zhi. She has been in there for quite some time now, he remarked, attempting to enter, only to be restrained by the male singer. Why does this not sound like Sister Shi's voice? The sobbing, indeed, had a different tone. Just then, the door creaked open, and Shi Zhi emerged, sauntering out with the gait of an elderly gentleman. With her hands tucked into her pockets, her eyes were unread and her complexion remained untroubled. Noticing Ning Jiaqi and the others staring at her, she inquired, "What is the matter?" "Ning Jiaqi, sister, you haven't," he cried. At that moment, both Gum Kan and the male singer fell into contemplation. Who was it that cried? The answer revealed itself as a staff member, wailing pitifully with tears and snot, emerged from behind Shi Zhi. The guests gasped in astonishment. Shi Zhi hadn't he been the one to weep. Instead, she had caused another to break down. Apologies, but it was hard to suppress a chuckle upon witnessing someone else's tears, especially after they had shown no mercy while probing at their scars moments earlier. It was unexpected to see such strength from someone as young as Shi Zhi. One could almost join Ning Jiaqi in calling her sister. Due to Shi Zhi's unsettling of the staff member, they were compelled to replace her with another, who lacked the emotional intensity of her predecessor. While the questions posed were similar, the manner in which they were delivered had softened considerably, providing a measure of relief to the guests following Shi Zhi. They looked at her with gratitude. Had she not caused the staff member to weep, they might have faced a similar fate. As the program neared its conclusion, the director announced a feast for all, and not a single guest chose to linger. A sumptuous banquet awaited. The memory of the previous meal still lingered, leaving some feeling quite unwell. However, Shi Zhi's seafood feast was undeniably delectable. Shi Zhi found the entire experience rather amusing, despite the props being somewhat contrived and of poor quality. She recalled how the door had come off its hinges with little effort on her part, reminiscent of a staged accident, and she felt compelled to demand compensation. The prop master, overhearing her comments from a distance, nearly choked on his own frustration. The filming location resembled a quaint film studio, bustling with activity. Shi Zhi's scenes had progressed smoothly. However, when it came time for the supporting roles, they faced delays. Finding herself bored while seated, Shi Zhi decided to take a leisurely stroll. Spotting an elderly gentleman engaged in a game of chess, she ambled over, hands behind her back, to observe the match. The elderly gentleman possessed modest chess skills, yet they derived considerable joy from the game. Shi Zhi observed with keen interest, remaining silent until she caught the attention of the older men, being the sole young lady among them. How should I proceed with my next move? One elder inquired. Lao Lu, do you have no shame? Are you truly relying on the assistance of a young girl? As soon as he spoke, another elder began to scold him. Lao Lu bore it with humor, chuckling provocatively. Are you afraid? To which the other retorted, afraid of you? Come on, young lady, let us see what you can do. I can best anyone in this film city, you know. Initially, Shi Zhi had no intention of intervening. She perceived that Lao Lu was indeed at a disadvantage, while his opponent exhibited a steadier approach to the game. However, with everyone's gaze upon him and his opponent seemingly unbothered, Shi Zhi decided to offer a few strategic moves to assist Lao Lu. Miraculously, he emerged victorious. The young girl truly had a talent for the game. It is rare to find young people willing to engage in chess these days. The defeated player bore no ill will. Instead, the group offered Shi Zhi a small stool to sit and chat. Why stand? Have a seat, they urged, and she complied. The gentlemen were residents near the film city, long retired, with their children busy with work. To pass the time, they frequented the film city as extra actors, not expecting to earn much, but rather seeking companionship and conversation. Are you an actress? They asked, not recognizing Shi Zhi and naturally assuming her to be another extra. Yes, she replied. I have acquaintances here. Once the elders introduce you to some opportunities, with looks like yours, you're bound to shine. Shi Zhi responded, all right. Thank you, gentlemen. As their conversation meandered, they inquired about her relationship status. No partner? We can introduce you to someone, they offered. Shi Zhi admitted, I actually don't have anyone. When the topic of finding a partner arose, the elders exhibited a vigor rivaling that of their own spouses, insisting that Shi Zhi was beautiful and attempting to set her up with their relatives, persistently asking what qualities she sought in a partner. Conditions aren't paramount. What matters is mutual attraction, Shi Zhi asserted, to which the elders nodded in agreement. Their banter was amusing, and Shi Zhi found herself enjoying the conversation thoroughly. Meanwhile, Quan Ge and his team were searching for Shi Zhi, and as they approached, they overheard her lively exchange. Realizing that her turn for filming was imminent, Shi Zhi waved goodbye to the gentlemen, who encouraged her to join their WeChat group, comprised of local elders. They promised to introduce her to suitable young men, if any came along. In just half an hour, Shi Zhi had become one of their own. Assistant, Sister Shi, your social skills are remarkable. You even have common ground with the elders, they remarked. But what is the use of joining their group? Can Sister Shi truly integrate with those seniors? Just then, the crew's stage manager was chatting nearby. I'd like to buy some fruit. I'm unsure where to find fresh and affordable options. I visited a chain fruit store recently, and it was exorbitantly priced. Shi Zhi interjected. Try the Western Vegetable Market. It's less than a kilometer from here. Thank you, Sister Shi Zhi. Once the event concludes, I shall venture over there. Shi Zhi, no need for thanks. What is the purpose of joining a group? There always exists a collective that is well informed about where the freshest fruits and vegetables are found, and which supermarket is offering discounts. Ultimately, your uncle remains your uncle. Upon joining the group, Shi Zhi was greeted with a flurry of emoticons, vibrant and colorful. A splendid day commences from the morning. Golden hues greet as one enters a group that feels like family, and the open lotus blossoms convey wishes for unending joy among dear friends. The assistant noticed that Shi Zhi also contributed an emoticon, depicting an ant raising a cup in celebration of their friendship. The assistant remarked, Sister Shi, does this style not seem slightly off? This integration could not be more perfect. The roster of participants is indeed illustrious. However, it was notable that Shi Zhi garnered the most interactions on Weibo, even attracting comments from the legendary king of pop himself. Did anyone observe the king's comment directed at Shi Zhi? It is rare for him to engage in such interpersonal exchanges. Why did he leave a message for her? I saw it, and his demeanor was quite amiable. Detractors insinuated that Shi Zhi's allure had captivated the king. But this was swiftly countered by both passers-by and the king's fans. The fans asserted, the king and his wife share a strong bond. You must have no friends, right? He is already married with children, and they maintain a particularly close-knit family. The king is renowned as an exemplary husband and father. One cannot sustain a fade for decades. Fans are generally quite at ease regarding the king. This indeed warrants contemplation. When did Shi Zhi's social connections become so robust? At the onset of the program, Ning Jiaqi and Shi Zhi delivered an abundance of humor, with Ning Jiaqi expressing his desire not to part from her. His fans enthusiastically shared that at the airport, they requested Shi Zhi to look after Qi Bao, who remarked that this time, he would be the one caring for Shi Zhi, as he has matured. It seems Qi Bao has become more reliable. If cooking is not required, he can certainly be depended upon. Shi Zhi and Ning Jiaqi indeed did not separate, as they all entered a confined space, leading to a memorable scene. While everyone was earnestly engaged in solving puzzles, Shi Zhi tinkered at the door, which subsequently fell apart, resulting in a dramatic escape. Netizens exclaimed in disbelief. Shi Zhi's bewildered expression juxtaposed with the astonishment of others was utterly hilarious. Goodness, everyone, do not sip any water while watching this. Do not inquire how I know, for the screen has been rendered useless. Shi Zhi remarked that she merely fiddled with it. Could it be that the spirit of a mischievous husky has truly possessed her? Even after dismantling the door, she remembered to consider compensation. It is commendable that she recalled to address the damages. She has always been this way. Previously, she clarified matters with other hosts, taking a bit of time, but compensating double. Ning Jiaqi declared at the airport that he would protect Shi Zhi and initially appeared to be quite earnest in his role, leading his fans to believe he was genuinely stepping up this time. Then, there were shrieks of excitement, especially as Shi Zhi did not forget about Gung Can, calling her over to join her, pulling at her clothing as if she had been endowed with 2 meters and 8 centimeters of effect. Shi Zhi truly seems to possess a wonderful character. In such moments, if it were me, I would call out to Shi Zhi, "Oh, how I weep. Thank you, Sister Shi, for being there for Can, who was genuinely terrified and dared not trouble others, enduring her fears in silence." The fans of Gung Can are all expressing their gratitude towards Shi Zhi. The plight of small artists is such that they seem to have no rights. Although it may appear on the surface that there is no special treatment, Gung Can is evidently much more cautious. During the recording, the dimly lit room obscured everyone's expressions, yet the broadcast captured every reaction. Gung Can trembled in the corner, and while it seemed she might be overlooked, it turned out that Shi Zhi had not forgotten her. The moment a woman in work attire spoke, urging Gung Can to hold onto her clothes, it was utterly heart-wrenching. Then came a powerful demand that left Shi Zhi momentarily bewildered. A male singer expressed his desire for Shi Zhi's guidance, swiftly addressing her as sister, while Ning Jiaqi also set aside his pride, joining in the chorus of requests for her support. Ning Jiaqi's fans exclaimed, "Qi Bao, can you manage?" And the male singer's fans chimed in, "Thank you, Shi Zhi." Shi Zhi, bearing the weight of 3, was adorned with the trembling hands of her companions, striding forth with confidence, sweeping all before her. The production team indeed labeled Shi Zhi as a safe and reliable presence. You may doubt yourself, but you can always lean on Sister Shi. Chapter 32, The 30th Day of Not Desiring Fame. After a brief viewing of Full Force Impact, netizens quickly grasped why Shi Zhi garnered such popularity, with participating guests checking in with their comments. She is simply extraordinary. In the dim room, leading 3 while confronting sudden props that startled not only the guests, but also the more timid audience members. Yet, Shi Zhi pointed out the absurdity of the situation, questioning the rationale of having zombies emerge in a space-themed setting. Her unabashed critique momentarily drew the startled viewers back into reality. "I was so frightened I nearly screamed. Thank you, Sister Shi, for saving my life. Now I'm laughing so hard I could hiccup. Zombies in a space setting? Truly absurd, director." Shi Zhi's wit lightened the terrifying atmosphere. And the director retorted, "Just you with a voice, just you who can speak." The sudden emergence of bony claws from the ground was nothing short of inhumane. Had it been any other artist, there would have been screams aplenty. Yet, with an impassive demeanor, she stepped on the prop, shattering it to pieces. Shi Zhi, realizing only after the fact, inquired if she had stepped on something. Thanks to Shi Zhi's presence, the horror elements evaporated completely, severely challenging the dignity of the props team. Not only in the dim room, but after exiting, Shi Zhi also shone brightly in the terrifying box, even seizing the opportunity to prepare a sumptuous seafood feast for the 8 participants. Netizens concluded, Sister Shi is unconcerned with whether it is terrifying, as long as there is food. Just moments before, the octopus and sea cucumber in the horror box were toying with the guests' nerves, but in the blink of an eye, they became pitiful beings in Shi Zhi's pot. The barrage of comments is entirely filled with fans expressing gratitude towards Shi Zhi, drowning out any voices of doubt regarding her. The audience possesses the capacity for critical thought. They are fully aware of each individual's performance. Fans who have come over from our village are equally exhilarated, affirming that Shi Zhi is indeed exceptional. The production team failed to provide a satisfying meal for the guests, and regardless of whether it was a simple lunch or a grand feast, disappointment began to surface in the comments. With smiles, the staff inquired about the artists' past relationships, delving into their romantic histories, reading aloud the derogatory remarks directed at them online, and even prompting the artists to read them themselves. The guests' expressions shifted dramatically, with some already on the verge of tears. While some viewers found the spectacle thrilling and sensational, a larger portion deemed it excessive. Isn't it a bit too much? Why should they read the hateful comments? It truly is inappropriate. The forced expressions on everyone's faces reveal their discomfort. If I were in their position, I would likely break down in tears. Shi Zhi stood up. Given her previous remarkable performance, many fans felt a sense of solidarity with her, and concern for Shi Zhi grew as well. She has the most detractors online, with some of the harshest insults directed at her. I have occasionally ventured into her fan community, only to be repulsed by the vile language used there. I wonder if she can endure it.
Can you hold on?
Shi Zhi, the woman on the screen, clad in a stylish work outfit, held a cup of tea, her demeanor relaxed. When a staff member referred to Shi Zhi as merely a pretty face, she genuinely expressed her gratitude. When informed that her drama was unwatchable and that they could not bear to watch beyond 20 episodes, Shi Zhi retorted, questioning why they had to endure watching 20 episodes at all. Netizens chimed in, affirming her point. Exactly. If it's not good, why watch over 20 episodes? Shi Zhi is right. Calling her sister was not without merit. The staff's attempts to challenge her seemed trivial in her presence, as the earlier discomfort of the guests was now mirrored by the staff's expressions, suddenly reversing roles. She spoke no falsehoods. Shi Zhi's beauty is renowned, with a flawless visage that is often described as model-like. If one were to perceive her as merely a pretty face, she would undoubtedly rank among the highest echelon of that category. Shi Zhi leaned slightly forward and the comments flooded in. Please note, this is not a drill. The counterattack begins now. Initially, viewers were puzzled by the term counterattack, but they quickly grasped the situation. Holding her teacup, Shi Zhi smiled and began.
Why talk only about me?
Let's discuss you as well.
How old are you?
Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? Do you have children? Are you planning to have a second child? What about your house? What district is it in? A striking blow. Although Shi Zhi maintained the appearance of a glamorous star, the audience, much like the staff, suddenly became tense, as if facing relatives during the new year. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you married? Do you own property? Stop the insults, please, master, stop. The heart is pierced. Shi Zhi is indeed a formidable force. The counterfeit devil's staff, when confronted with the genuine devil, disintegrates like grains of sand, scattering without the need for a gust of wind. Observers, devoid of any emotional investment, witness the staff's tearful lamentation, yet it is evident that they have derived a perverse delight from the situation. The staff's sorrow is palpable, yet I find myself laughing heartily. Had I not witnessed the sister's emotional collapse, I might have felt sympathy, but now I can only commend Shi Zhi for her splendid performance. Is this what they mean by evil begets evil? The online community quickly clarified that they did not intend to label Shi Zhi as a villain. It can be said that their survival instinct is remarkably high. After all, Shi Zhi had already issued a stern warning regarding the sandwich machine.
Now,
an additional warning echoes in your ear. With no house, no car, and no savings, I must ask, are you afraid? Once the show aired, it swiftly dominated several trending topics. The production team garnered attention, yet they also faced backlash. Unable to withstand the ire of the guests' fans, they promptly apologized, assuring that they would improve after this lesson. If they fail to adapt, they may find guests unwilling to participate in the future. Most notably, Shi Zhi captured the spotlight, appearing in various iconic scenes. She has once again become a treasure trove of memes. The image of her holding the door has undoubtedly been transformed to a visual representation of a dramatic exit. In a locked room, 3 individuals grasp at Shi Zhi, prompting a cheeky observer to jest that she has, at a young age, already acquired 3 children. Makeup artist. Sister Shi, you have endured much. Upon hearing this, Quan Ge felt an urge to loudly protest. You sycophants, could you not flatter excessively? After all, she had reduced the staff to tears. Overall, Quan Ge remained quite pleased. The buzz around Shi Zhi is positive, and he is eager to deepen the audience's impression of her. The notion of a dramatic exit can also be interpreted as vibrant and youthful exuberance. As Quan Ge contemplated ways to enhance the concept of Shi Zhi, her co-star, Zhong Jiesin, approached her, expressing genuine admiration and having completely transformed into one of Shi Zhi's devoted fans. After Zhong Jiesin departed, Shi Zhi's team felt a lingering sense of disorientation. As if caught in a time warp, they discussed how Zhong Jiesin was a friend of Tang Yunling. Moreover, Zhong Jiesin had posted on her main account, praising Sister Shi. A collective gasp filled the room. Had Zhong Jiesin not lauded Shi Zhi on her main account, speculation could have arisen regarding her ulterior motives, but with such praise, it was evident that she had succumbed to Sister Shi's charm, abandoning her previous allegiances. Marvelous! The enemy's ally has defected, deserving of celebration. Shi Zhi did not perceive her experience as suffering. She genuinely relished the playfulness of it all. However, since everyone claims she has endured hardship, Shi Zhi decided to echo their sentiment. Indeed, she has suffered. Her face remains unflushed, and her heart steady. Yes, she has suffered. Male singer. Sister Shi. What are you saying? Shi Zhi? Oh, nothing. The one who suffers is the other party. She recalls the flamboyant tenor that the male singer had produced in Fright, and she wonders how his voice has fared since then. After the recording concluded, the male singer exchanged contact information with Shi Zhi. In truth, it was not solely the male singer who reached out. Many others sought to connect with Shi Zhi, even surpassing the popularity of established superstars. Shi Zhi was somewhat intrigued, aware that the male singer would not have approached her without reason, especially since their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Sure. Do you need something from me? The male singer inquired directly. Indeed, I require the hair growth formula you mentioned. Following the airing of Full Throttle, numerous individuals found themselves in fits of laughter at the sight of the male singer's dislodged hairpiece. In response, Shi Zhi could only lament the difficulties faced by many. Baldness had emerged as a significant concern for the youth. How could a blossoming young lady find herself balding? Everyone expressed sympathy for the male singer, with some recalling Shi Zhi's earlier remark about providing him with a remedy. The question arose, did she truly give him a formula, or was it merely a casual comment? People began to verify this on the male singer's Weibo. Surely, it must be false. It feels like mere bravado. However, if he had indeed received the formula, and it proved effective, he shared a photograph that showcased a remarkable transformation. The previously bald area where he had worn the hairpiece now sprouted fine fuzz, akin to the tender shoots of wheat emerging in a spring field, an uplifting sight indeed. Before long, a bountiful harvest of hair seemed imminent. Netizens exclaimed, "This result is simply astounding. I wish to call Shi Zhi's sister and beg for a hair growth formula." It turned out that Shi Zhi had genuinely provided him with a formula, which indeed proved efficacious. However, he lamented that even the fine hairs on his face had thickened. He sought the wisdom of the omniscient internet community. Does anyone know how to manage these facial hairs? The positive hair growth made him elated, yet the development of coarse facial hair brought him distress. He feared that if this continued, he might transform into a creature resembling a furry monkey. When Shi Zhi noticed the thickening of the male singer's facial hair, her mind was filled with questions, prompting her to ask directly, how could a hair growth treatment cause even facial hair to thicken? Shi Zhi reassured him that her formula was safe and devoid of side effects. The male singer sighed. Wasn't it simply a matter of washing my hair? Sometimes I am lazy and, finding the foam delightful, I wash my face with it as well. Ultimately, the fault lay not with the formula, but with his own actions. I see, Shi Zhi replied. Faced with the male singer's predicament, she felt helpless. Perhaps you should consider cosmetic procedures? There must be laser hair removal options available. Her assistance could extend no further. The male singer responded affirmatively and promptly reached out to his manager in search of a reliable clinic, eager to address his hair removal needs. The male singer's Weibo post inadvertently illuminated a path for countless individuals within the industry grappling with baldness. Just wash your face, and even the facial hair may thicken. In no time, Shi Zhi's WeChat was inundated with messages as everyone clamored for her formula. Even those unfamiliar with her sought to indirectly request it through her acquaintances. Through this experience, Shi Zhi came to fully realize the formidable strength of the balding community. Among them, there are numerous celebrities known for their voluminous hairstyles, who have sought assistance. This time, they no longer pretend. It is unavoidable that they are all wearing wigs, having lost their hair long ago, or resorted to hair transplants. How astonishing is that? What are they discussing? Tang Yunling, while having her hairstyle done, overhears a whispered conversation nearby. The stylist attending to Tang Yunling mentions a hair growth formula of Shi Zhi, which is said to be effective. As the stylist speaks, his voice gradually diminishes, and his expression turns slightly awkward, for he recalls the rumors circulating between Shi Zhi and Tang Yunling. It is common knowledge that these two starlets are at odds, a secret well known within their circle. The stylist is unaware of Shi Zhi's feelings towards Tang Yunling, but it is evident that Tang Yunling harbors no fondness for Shi Zhi, as her smile vanishes at the mere mention of her name. The stylist deftly shifts the conversation to another topic, as he needs to fetch a bottle of mousse. Once the stylist departs, Tang Yunling opens her phone to compare before and after photos of a male singer's hair. She runs her fingers through her own hair, discovering 3 strands in her palm,
causing her heartache.
She emits a sound of desperation for hair growth. Though Tang Yunling desires to restore her hair, she cannot bring herself to seek help from Shi Zhi. She would rather endure the struggle than ask for the formula. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Zhi is entirely unaware of Tang Yunling's plight. As she is engaged in a conversation with Bai Wu has become a sensation, garnering immense fanfare. And the unexpected collaboration of the red and white roses has proven to be remarkably splendid. Consequently, a magazine has approached Bai Wu and Shi Zhi, eager to arrange a photo shoot featuring the two. This magazine is quite renowned domestically, known for its high-quality covers. Upon receiving this invitation, Guo once again proclaims his good days. Shi Zhi does not rush to accept. She primarily wishes to hear Bai Wu's thoughts. Do you want to accept? Bai Wu responds affirmatively. Why not? This is a rare opportunity for her, and it would be delightful to reunite with Shi Zhi, a good friend. Hence, Guo observed Shi Zhi, who had just been insisting on waiting, and, after finishing her call with Bai Wu, turns to her. Go ahead. Since Bai Wu wishes to accept and finds it suitable, Shi Zhi agrees.
Guanzheng.
Shi Zhi truly has no intention of reaping any benefits for herself. The photography session requires little time, and Shi Zhi's shoot proceeds smoothly, even allowing her to forego taking a day off. Once her scenes are captured, she can head directly to the magazine office on the agreed day. Arriving early at the shooting location, Shi Zhi finds Bai Wu still in the car. As she walks, she messages Bai Wu, I bought you milk bread. Bai Wu had casually mentioned earlier that she had no time for breakfast. Bai Wu is moved to tears, exclaiming, Oh, Zhi, you are too kind. Perhaps due to their early arrival, the others are caught off guard. As Shi Zhi and her team reach the entrance of the shooting venue, they overhear a lively discussion happening inside. A person with braids, resembling a photographer, has their back turned to the door, engaged in conversation with the staff. Shi Zhi thinks to herself, I know her. Today has proven to be rather unfortunate for you, as you have encountered the formidable Shi Zhi. Some may wonder what the fuss is about. I've always found Shi Zhi quite delightful. Her presence on variety shows is rather entertaining. However, the petite photographer scoffs, variety shows? Aren't they all scripted? Perhaps you've been in this circle for too brief a time to realize this. Shi Zhi is notorious for her difficult demeanor and capricious nature, relishing in her star power. Suddenly, whispers of disparagement toward Shi Zhi arise from the crowd, prompting her team to bristle with indignation. The assistant surmises that Shi Zhi must be feeling rather disheartened upon overhearing this, yet when glancing over, they find her countenance remarkably serene. Guo taps the doorframe, interrupting the photographer's grandiloquent discourse, at which point the individuals inside become aware of Shi Zhi's arrival. Teacher Shi Zhi is called out, but the petite photographer, caught in the act of disparagement, feels a tinge of embarrassment and mumbles her name. Shi Zhi, however, pays him no heed, as the other staff members hasten to assist her. After a short while, Bai Wu arrives on the scene, first indulging in the breakfast Shi Zhi has brought before they commence the magazine cover shoot. Draped in a sumptuous red gown that sways elegantly, Shi Zhi contrasts with Bai Wu, who is clad in a refreshing white dress. With her hand resting gently on Shi Zhi's shoulder, the two adjust their poses according to the photographer's directions. It remains unclear whether the photographer's earlier remarks were overheard or if it was simply that he was not the principal photographer and was relegated to a supporting role. The shoot proceeds relatively smoothly, and during a break, the two engage in animated conversation. Shi Zhi nods in agreement, affirming her companion's words. Their voices are subdued. Yet Guo, positioned nearby, captures every syllable. His talent is truly remarkable, he muses. Bai Wu presents Shi Zhi with a gift, a new thermos. Although she had previously gifted her one, she couldn't resist purchasing another. While Bai Wu chats merrily, Shi Zhi's attention drifts, her brow furrowing as she gazes toward a distance. Strike a pose over there. Why do your hands seem so stiff? Allow me to guide you, like this. As Shi Zhi and Bai Wu pose for the cover, amidst the crew, several young models are present as well, as the magazine intends to capture a group shot featuring various pairs of friends. During a lull in the shooting, one model remains unoccupied, as the petite photographer is instructing her nearby. This young model harbors a fear of him, having collaborated on several occasions, during which he leered at her and made inappropriate requests. Thus, she has tried to minimize her presence but has still caught his attention. Using the excuse of the shoot, the photographer encroaches upon her, his hand resting on her arm. The model feels as though a cold, repulsive serpent is entwining her, his gaze unabashedly roving over her form, making her stomach churn. You're too close. I compose myself, unable to tolerate his advances any longer. She musters the courage to escape his unwarranted touch. Yet, his hand remains obstinately affixed to her arm. As the model instinctively shrank her neck, she dared not utter a word this time. Her professional demeanor felt like an imposing mountain weighing heavily upon her. With wide eyes resembling a marionette, she reminded herself to endure, to bear it a little longer. Surrounded by so many onlookers, she reasoned that he would not dare to truly harm her, likening the experience to being nibbled by a dog. Yet despair flooded her thoughts. Why, in front of all these witnesses, did he feel emboldened to engage in such petty antics? "Come here, you. Take a picture for me." A voice rang out, as sweet to the model as a celestial melody. Shi Zhi stood a short distance away, her gaze fixed upon the photographer with a small braid, who appeared momentarily taken aback by her summons. "Is it me, Teacher Shi?" he stammered. Impatiently, Shi Zhi snapped, "Yes, you. Hurry up." The photographer, reluctant to offend her, reluctantly left the model's side and approached Shi Zhi, while the model swiftly joined her acquaintances. Quan Ge had also noticed the photographer's inappropriate behavior and found it distasteful, a disgrace to the male gender. Yet, he thought to concoct an excuse to send the photographer away. To his astonishment, Shi Zhi rose with surprising speed, leaving him no chance to intervene. Shi Zhi addressed the small braid photographer, saying, "I've been struck by inspiration. This spot is perfect. Take my picture here, and be sure to elongate my legs." Holding a scarf she had casually appropriated, she posed amid the chaotic backdrop, leaving the photographer baffled. "Teacher, perhaps we should relocate? The lighting over there is far more flattering," he suggested. Shi Zhi, already dramatically posing with the scarf, insisted, "No, I want it here." The photographer, grumbling internally, complied, knowing that he had to appease her. She reiterated, "Make sure to elongate my legs. Why don't you lower your position? I've seen others lie on the ground and shoot from below to achieve that effect." The photographer glanced at the ground, which was sullied with mud and water. They were near an indoor swimming pool, and the area was indeed filthy from the many passers-by. How could he possibly lie down there? Sensing his reluctance, Shi Zhi raised an eyebrow, dismissing the concern as trivial. "Could you exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Is it too much to ask?" The model, still shaken, felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Shi Zhi advocate for the photographer's professionalism. Was Shi Zhi actually helping her? The photographer, now aware of Shi Zhi's intentions, cursed silently in his mind, thinking she was meddling in others' affairs. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not allow himself to be branded as unprofessional. Therefore, he feigned a smile and begrudgingly knelt in the filthy mud to capture Shi Zhi's image, attempting to elongate her legs in the process. His sleeves were soaked with the frigid water, and the ground was littered with sand, causing further discomfort. "Teacher Shi, I'm done," he announced after taking a few shots. "I don't think they're satisfactory. Let's take a few more," she replied. He took a few more shots, feeling quite fatigued. "Shi Zhi, I wish to change poses. Let us wrap a scarf around my head." The little braid exclaimed, "What the hell? It's been years since I took photos like this." Upon noticing the little braid frozen in place, Shi Zhi cast a disapproving glance her way, yet she remained unfazed, an amused smile adorning her face.
Ah.
"I can be quite difficult and stubborn, always improvising and relishing in my flair for the dramatic. You were well aware of this beforehand, weren't you?" Shi Zhi articulated the little braid's previous criticisms with precision, preemptively leaving her no escape. The little braid thought Shi Zhi wouldn't dare to overstep, considering her own reputation. It would be evident to all that she was being bullied. Little did she know, Shi Zhi had already assessed her own disposition. Indeed, she acknowledged her nature. Encountering her was merely misfortune for the little braid. She wouldn't just let it go. She would demonstrate just how challenging and obstinate she could truly be. The little braid, at a loss for what to do, continued to shoot. Quan Ge and Shi Zhi's team struggled to suppress their laughter. Being undermined behind one's back was indeed infuriating, and the little braid likely regretted her earlier remarks.
Exhausted.
The little braid's face had turned pale from the relentless shooting, finally prompting Shi Zhi to concede to view the images. "Did it make my legs appear longer?" The little braid replied, "Shi Zhi, your legs are quite long." Upon reviewing the photographs, Shi Zhi was displeased. They were unappealing and did not enhance her legs at all. "My assistant could capture a better shot with her phone." The little braid was taken aback. "Are you joking? Perhaps we should let your assistant take some photos instead." His temper was visibly fraying, teetering on the edge of collapse. Shi Zhi shot a glance at the little braid. "Not convinced? Excellent. I shall triumph over all dissent." She instructed her assistant to bring her phone over. The assistant hesitated. "Sister Shi, I'm not sure I can do it. While she found the situation exhilarating, she feared her own capabilities. How could she match the prowess of a professional photographer? Shi Zhi adjusted the settings on her assistant's phone. Just crouch and shoot. The assistant's eyes widened, and upon viewing the screen, her confidence surged, along with her admiration for Shi Zhi. Sister Shi, you're remarkable. The little braid awaited the final shots, while the assistant crouched to capture an image of Shi Zhi, which turned out to be quite casual. Handing the phone back to Shi Zhi, she expressed her satisfaction. Now, let us show the little braid what true long legs look like. Bai Wu, intrigued, leaned in closer, nearly bursting into laughter. In the photograph, Shi Zhi's legs extended endlessly below her neck, not an exaggeration, but a genuine portrayal. She had applied special effects, rendering her legs astonishingly elongated, almost otherworldly. Chapter 33, the 33rd day of reluctance to go viral. There's a poignant saying of youth. Is it gentle? It's a life exchanged. Shi Zhi now mused. Are my legs long? It's all thanks to the special effects. Grateful for the myriad of whimsical effects available today, there's nothing you cannot imagine or observe. Moreover, the little braid's skill was only mediocre at best. Shi Zhi continued, my assistant can capture even longer leg images. Would you like to see? The special effects have only reached 70%. There remains potential for a full 100. The photographer with the small braids has utterly collapsed. Can this possibly be the same? Nearby, fragmented laughter has begun to emerge, as everyone is somewhat aware of the underlying situation. The small braided photographer, relying on a bit of background, does not possess commendable interpersonal relationships. Many harbor disdain for his inappropriate advances towards the female models, yet they prefer to avoid confrontation. To his astonishment, Shi Zhi has unexpectedly taken the lead in this matter. Small braided photographer, teacher Shi Zhi. He was abruptly interrupted by Shi Zhi. There is no need for your evasions. In summary, not only are you morally bankrupt and of poor character, but your professional standards and skills are equally subpar. The woman in the red dress, her high heels clicking audibly, gazes at him with a mocking expression. You cannot even capture heavenly long legs. How dare you speak of professional integrity? Trash, trash, trash. The words cut deeply. The small braided photographer's mind is now consumed with the thought that he is indeed worthless. He had initially intended to ask Shi Zhi if she was deliberately making things difficult for him, but it has become painfully obvious without him uttering a word. Teacher Shi Zhi, it's time to continue shooting. The main photographer weakly calls out to her from a distance, visibly shaken by Shi Zhi's earlier confrontation, his voice involuntarily lowering. Shi Zhi nods in acknowledgement, signaling her readiness. The shoot must proceed. One cannot squander the normal working hours of others. She gestures for the model who had just experienced workplace harassment to join her side, offering her a measure of protection. However, even if Shi Zhi had not attended to her, the small braided photographer is currently devoid of the inclination to harass the model. After enduring this humiliation and anger, he has seemingly vanished. Having dirtied his clothes while lying on the grimy floor for an extended time, he now needs to change. Initially apprehensive after witnessing Shi Zhi's treatment of the small braided photographer, the main photographer is relieved to see that Shi Zhi has transformed into a different person. While she does not explicitly express a positive attitude, she follows instructions without any intention of causing him difficulty, which alleviates the main photographer's worries. With both artists cooperating, the shooting progresses smoothly, aside from the earlier incident. As they exit the shooting location, Bai Wu expresses her indignation towards the cameraman's inappropriate behavior. Using the guise of filming, how shameless. Having traversed this path without encountering many repugnant individuals, thanks to her uncle's role as her manager and her favorable family circumstances, she has nevertheless heard of such matters and feels a mix of anger and helplessness. Shi Zhi, it seems she is waiting for you over there. Following her assistant's voice, Shi Zhi looks up to see the model who had been harassed by the small braided photographer. Now devoid of makeup and clad in a down jacket, she appears even smaller, possibly still a university student. Upon noticing Shi Zhi and her group, she stands up, hesitating slightly, and calls out, Teacher Shi Zhi. She has something she wishes to convey to Shi Zhi. Bai Wu deems it inappropriate to remain, bidding farewell to Shi Zhi as she has other commitments. Quan Ge, however, is reluctant to let Shi Zhi approach, observing the model's wary demeanor. His primary concern is that Shi Zhi might become entangled in further complications. There are numerous instances where well-meaning assistance has led to unwelcome entanglements. He tugged at Shi Zhi gently and whispered, Don't. Shi Zhi reassured Quan Ge with a glance. Rest assured, she is a woman. I will not do anything to her. Quan Ge was perplexed. Is that really what I am worried about? By then, Shi Zhi had already approached the female model. Do you need something from me? The female model, a senior and a fashion performance major, had yet to graduate. Students in her field often struggled to find employment, necessitating early planning for their careers. She had experienced harassment from photographers before, but never imagined someone would come to her aid, especially not Shi Zhi. The model recalled how striking and flamboyant Shi Zhi had been earlier. Although the woman before her now exuded an inexplicable air of authority, it did not diminish the brilliant image Shi Zhi held in her heart. Shaking her head, she replied no. She wished to express her gratitude to teacher Shi Zhi and added, "This is a gift." The female model felt a bit shy, but swiftly handed Shi Zhi the item with genuine sincerity. "It's a local specialty for my hometown. It doesn't cost much." Shi Zhi looked down to find a well-packaged assortment of multigrain cakes. The model was actually concerned that Shi Zhi might refuse it, given its lack of value, but Shi Zhi accepted graciously, thanking her and placing the cakes into her Hermes bag, completely oblivious to any sense of incongruity. "Do you need my assistance further?" Shi Zhi inquired thoughtfully.
No.
"That's not necessary," the model replied. "If you enjoy them, let me know next time." However, her voice trailed off, as if she were hinting at wanting to establish a connection with Shi Zhi. She waved goodbye, feeling delighted that Shi Zhi had accepted her gift. As Shi Zhi settled in with the multigrain cakes, the group boarded the van, all feeling quite moved. "Assistant, she is quite thoughtful," remarked Quan Ge. "You think too poorly of people, Quan Ge." "It's not that I think poorly of them, it's just that there are too many bad ones," he retorted. "But this young lady is quite nice. You should refrain from eating those cakes, as their origin is uncertain. Who knows if they might cause any issues." Quan Ge, seated in the passenger seat, directed his comments toward Shi Zhi in the back. Shi Zhi replied confidently, "No problem." Quan Ge turned to look back and was astonished to see Shi Zhi holding a multigrain cake larger than her face, already taking a sizable bite. After swallowing a chunk, Shi Zhi began to critique the delicacy. "Delicious, quite fragrant. If only they added some scallions and a bit of sauce, it would be even better. It's genuinely delightful, chewy and sweet." Quan Ge was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond to Shi Zhi. He had assumed she accepted the cake merely out of politeness, not wanting to disappoint the other person. But it turned out she genuinely intended to eat it. No wonder she had been so quiet since getting in the car. After all, her mouth was occupied with the multigrain cake. She seemed unperturbed by the idea of adding extra ingredients, showcasing her carefree spirit. Moreover, adding scallions? Quan Ge could hardly fathom the image of a female artist eating a pancake wrapped around scallions being captured on camera. Shi Zhi continued to share. "Would you like to try some? It's really quite good." Qian waved his hand to indicate his refusal. He was not hungry. The rest of the team had long since taken an interest in the multigrain cakes, and after hearing Shi Zhi declare them delicious, they were eager to try them, awaiting her cue. As soon as Shi Zhi spoke, they eagerly expressed their desire for the treat. Qian had grown weary of lecturing Shi Zhi. Today was not the day for that, as he understood that such words would fall on deaf ears. However, he suspected that the model might soon find herself in a precarious position. Shi Zhi paused in her nibbling of the multigrain cake.
Why?
What more could it be? That little braid was familiar to her, inherently lacking in talent, yet possessing some connections within the photography circle. He was not easily dealt with. But the lesser-known models without any backing were another matter. Qian's words trailed off, yet Shi Zhi grasped his meaning. A model without connections was indeed an uncomplicated affair. Thus, even in front of so many people, despite the model's evident reluctance, she maintained her composure. Qian shifted the conversation to another topic. "Damn, I almost forgot. He may be hard to handle, but he can certainly tarnish your reputation online. I need to keep an ear out for any whispers on the internet. It took a while to improve my public image. I cannot afford to be unjustly blamed again." Shi Zhi gazed at the multigrain cake in her hand and spoke. "Who says there is no background?" Qian did not catch her words clearly. Shi Zhi shook her head, indicating it was nothing. However, she was contemplating that since she had already involved herself in this matter, she had no reason to let it go. Who claimed the model act connections? She herself was the background. Shi Zhi directly approached the steward and inquired, "Who is the wealthiest person in this village?" The steward, unfazed by Shi Zhi's description of the village, smiled and cooperated. "It is you, Mississippi." Shi Zhi spread her hands, feeling a sense of relief. That phrase was simply exquisite. She almost wished to record it, a daily affirmation against melancholy. Shi Zhi informed the steward, "Someone has offended me." The steward's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming from a kindly elder to a figure of authority. "Who is it, miss? Shall I make him disappear?" Shi Zhi replied. "Not to that extent. We are law-abiding citizens." She briefly recounted the situation to the steward, facilitating his assistance. The steward understood that no harm had come to Shi Zhi and reverted to his amiable demeanor, assuring her that he would handle the matter appropriately. Disappearance was not merely a physical absence. Shi Zhi felt assured in the steward's capabilities and entrusted him with the entire matter. Meanwhile, the little braid photographer muttered angrily, typing furiously on his keyboard. Just as Qian had surmised, the braid wearer was vengeful by nature. Humiliated in front of his colleagues, he harbored resentment towards Shi Zhi. Unable to retaliate against her in reality, he instinctively turned to the internet, drafting a post that painted Shi Zhi as an oppressor of the poor, beleaguered photographer. In the guise of another, I shall portray myself as a diligent and earnest photographer, inexplicably subjected to the whims of the arrogant star, Shi Zhi, who relishes in tormenting me with various trials, compelling me to kneel upon the frigid ground to capture her likeness. With a blend of truth and embellishment, I have painted a portrait of Shi Zhi in a rather unsavory light, all the while refraining from mentioning my own misdeeds. Do you presume I am easy to trifle with? Shi Zhi, your time is up. Prepare to face the consequences. With satisfaction, I gazed upon my lengthy diatribe, envisioning the moment when Shi Zhi would be vilified on trending platforms. I elegantly pressed the send button, only to witness my post vanish into thin air.
What sorcery is this?
In disbelief, I realized I had neglected to save a backup. After confirming the disappearance of my post, I was filled with anguish and resentment, hastily rewriting the entire piece. This time, I was certain of success, yet prudently created a backup. Yet it vanished once more. To be precise, my posts seemed to evaporate the moment they were shared, not merely on one platform, as I believed the forum was conspiring against me, but across all platforms, Weibo, forums. Any mention of Shi Zhi resulted in my words disappearing without a trace. It felt as though the world itself had conspired to silence me. Had I encountered a ghostly presence? Exhausted, I murmured to myself, only to be startled awake by an icy chill at my neck. While my schemes against Shi Zhi seemed futile, I pondered turning my attention to a young model. Just as I resolved to reach out to a relative to orchestrate a ban on the model, I received a call from that very relative. Uncle, I was just about to contact you. That model from the fashion department is rather ungrateful. Perhaps she should consider another path. My relative, not a true uncle but a distant one, had always taken me under his wing. Yet now, he delivered the grim news that the magazine had decided my services were no longer required. As I sought to blacklist the model, Shi Zhi had effortlessly orchestrated my own exclusion from the industry, leading not only the magazine but the entire photography community to shun me. The reach of her influence was expansive. Beyond photography, opportunities in other fields evaporated as well. My posts met with instant deletion. Not a supernatural occurrence, but rather the result of financial power. With wealth comes the ability to dictate terms, and silencing me was a trivial matter. Thus, I was left to serve the whims of the young mistress. Meanwhile, the model busied herself packing her belongings in the dormitory, her roommate peering down from the upper bunk. So, you're leaving the modeling world? She inquired. Facing her roommate's curiosity, the model masked her bitterness with a facade of nonchalance. My family has found me a job. I'll be interning as a middle school teacher at a private school. I do possess a teaching qualification after all. Teaching is a stable choice. In her final year, few remained on campus, with most venturing out for internships. But you truly enjoyed this profession, her roommate remarked. A casual remark from her roommate nearly caused her to falter. Indeed, she harbored a deep affection for modeling and aspired to pursue it rather than a career in teaching. Yet, what could she do? She had offended someone influential, and henceforth, opportunities would elude her. The model did not perceive Shi Zhi's assistance as meddling. On the contrary, she felt immense gratitude. For Shi Zhi had come to her aid during her moment of humiliation. Even without Shi Zhi's intervention, she would have inevitably succumbed, as her reluctance bordered on distaste. As she packed her belongings in preparation to leave the dormitory, her phone rang. It was a friend with whom she often collaborated on shoots. Darling, why haven't you arrived yet? Have you forgotten that you have work today? Work? The model, still somewhat dazed, managed to complete a magazine shoot and subsequently received several invitations. Contrary to her fears of being blacklisted or troubled, everything unfolded smoothly, and she even garnered the attention of an editor from a particular magazine. Curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired about the photographer known for his distinctive braids, only to learn that he had vanished. Who could be aiding her? The image of a woman in a red dress immediately sprang to her mind. What is this? Shi Zhi pondered as she gazed at the assortment before her. A jump rope, a shuttlecock, and a sandbag. Qiango, she mused. You truly possess a sense of childlike wonder. Despite your age, you retain a youthful spirit. Are you planning to jump rope now? Shi Zhi was genuinely intrigued, for it had been ages since she had witnessed anyone skipping rope. If you do, I shall move the chair aside to avoid being hit. Facing Shi Zhi, who lounged in her rocking chair, seemingly indifferent and merely an observer, Qian Ji's smile faded. He informed her, "It is not I who will be jumping rope, but you." Shi Zhi replied, "No, I shall not jump." "Qian Ge, are you truly refusing to jump?" "Indeed. Do not pressure me. If you genuinely won't jump, I shall kneel and beg for your compliance." Shi Zhi was taken aback. Qian Ge, with a playful glint in his eye, seemed to relish the surprise. "The knees of a man are worth gold, yet I am indifferent, as long as I achieve my objective." Shi Zhi, half-jokingly, wondered, is there a cat treat involved? Had it been anyone else, she might have told them to kneel freely, but Qian Ge was not a stranger, and Shi Zhi feared for her longevity. Thus, she symbolically jumped a few times, while Qian Ge recorded her antics on his phone. Such scenes had become frequent. Qian Ge often stood by, filming moments, hoping for Shi Zhi's curiosity to compel her to inquire about his activities, allowing him to turn the tables. However, Shi Zhi did not ask. Today, she donned her costume, a short skirt and twin ponytails, her skin shimmering under the sunlight, making her every jump a captivating sight. Qian Ge silently chanted her name, Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi. Yes, this was precisely the image he wished to cultivate. Yet, after only a few jumps, Shi Zhi was drawn to the other props. Pointing at a box, she exclaimed, "Is this a top? It looks quite entertaining." These props were borrowed by Qian Ge, an eclectic mix he had gathered, and he was surprised to discover a top among them. Watching the ponytailed Shi Zhi cease her rope skipping, he observed her with intrigue as she engaged with the top. The recorded hand trembled slightly, making it all the more difficult for Shi Zhi to maintain her composure. After all, how many young girls engage in the art of spinning a top? Brother Quan reassured himself that he had accumulated a wealth of material, allowing for ample editing opportunities. He was determined to ingrain the concept of Shi Zhi into the public consciousness. Even if she was a tad older, portraying a youthful persona was not unreasonable for someone in her early 20s, was it? During the star-studded sports event, Brother Quan had introduced the Shi Zhi concept, but to no avail. Yet he remained undeterred. The dual cover featuring Shi Zhi and Bai Wu, titled Red and White Roses, had already hit the shelves. Both women were strikingly beautiful in their own right. Bai Wu possessed a delicate visage and refreshing aura, embodying the quintessential oxygen beauty, while Shi Zhi, with her striking features and model-like face, exuded an exquisite allure that was almost surreal. They had taken numerous photographs that day, and the magazine ultimately selected one where Bai Wu sat gracefully on a chair, while Shi Zhi leaned against its edge, her cascading waves of hair framing her face as she gazed down at Bai Wu. Bai Wu's petite stature made it appear as though she were nestled within Shi Zhi's embrace, showcasing Shi Zhi's enchanting curves. The image radiated beauty and charm, imbued with an air of elegance. It was a scene of remarkable tension, achieving a perfect score in fashionability. Unbeknownst to all, prior to capturing this stunning shot, Shi Zhi had donned a silk scarf, adopting a rather unflattering tourist pose, while her assistant utilized special effects to elongate her legs dramatically. Since that fateful accidental embrace, the duo had amassed countless admirers, with numerous influential figures contributing their creative edits. Yet it was still insufficient. Why were these two stunning women not more active in promoting themselves, as if they were silently craving sweetness? Neither Shi Zhi nor Bai Wu intended to profit from this collaboration. Thus, despite its static nature, Bai Wu charged ahead without hesitation. The sales were astonishing, with everyone purchasing 5 or more copies, as the price was reasonable, perfect for beautifying one's home or as gifts. Fans were enamored, proclaiming that red and white roses were the perfect match. Bai Wu's performance exceeded the magazine's expectations, and the sales figures were not solely bolstered by her presence. The excellence of the photographs drew in the general public as well. During the magazine shoot, Brother Quan had recorded videos of Shi Zhi, having obtained the magazine's consent. Once the magazine was released, he could utilize this material, including her looks from various television dramas, which director Shi Tao was particularly accommodating about. It was time to promote vigorously. If the drama could gain traction, it would be even more splendid. Brother Quan tirelessly recorded, all in hopes of showcasing Shi Zhi. In today's industry, capturing a glimpse into a star's daily life was quite popular, providing a relatable perspective that allowed audiences to connect with the artist's private and professional demeanor. Brother Quan released a montage through the official account, featuring Shi Zhi skipping rope with twin ponytails, dressed in a red dress while earnestly filming, continuously adjusting her movements in response to the photographer's cues, and sharing laughter with the extras. Editing was indeed a form of art. Even though Shi Zhi had only skipped a few times, it was inconsequential, as the footage could still be compelling. Set to cheerful youthful music and adorned with a gentle filter, the video quickly garnered an influx of comments from viewers. Ah! How utterly adorable. Twin ponytails are the pinnacle of cuteness. To think that Shi Zhi secretly indulges in skipping rope. How delightful. I yearn to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Her smile is irresistibly sweet. I am ready to leap into action. Quan Ge beamed with satisfaction, convinced that this time, Shi Zhi's concept would surely resonate with the public. For the moment, he chose not to intervene, allowing time to work its magic. Should the outcome prove favorable, he might consider investing in some promotional support to see if they could propel her into trending discussions. Later that afternoon, the team unexpectedly called out to Shi Zhi. "Sister Shi, you're trending." Shi Zhi responded with mild surprise, while Quan Ge was both astonished and elated. "Is it because of what I posted?" He hadn't anticipated such success without any promotional assistance. It had blossomed far beyond his expectations. "No, it's actually Shi Zhi who is trending," clarified the assistant. Quan Ge was taken aback. "What do you mean by Yi? She is clearly the youthful Shi Zhi." However, he had to accept the reality that between Shi Zhi and Shi Yi, the latter was garnering more attention. In the trending photos, Shi Zhi stood with her hands behind her back, engrossed in observing a group of elderly gentlemen playing Go. Netizens exclaimed, "Charge forward." Yet halfway through, upon seeing the photo, they found themselves kneeling in disbelief. Their enthusiasm deflated entirely. "I can't go on. I'm sorry." Chapter 34. The reluctance to become an overnight sensation. Why was Shi Zhi watching a game among the elderly? What made her blend in so seamlessly? By what serendipitous twist did she find herself trending? The situation unfolded as follows. Reporters occasionally visited the film city, and this time, local journalists aimed to observe the spiritual and cultural lives of the elderly. The gentlemen playing Go perfectly aligned with this theme, and the reporters filmed from a distance without suspecting anything amiss. It was only after the broadcast that netizens keenly noticed something unusual. Amidst a crowd of elderly men, there appeared a young girl with her hands behind her back, intently watching the game. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Shi Zhi. With her hands clasped behind her, Shi Zhi was thoroughly engrossed in the match, while the background featured the host passionately narrating the scene. One corner of the film city buzzed with life as several elderly gentlemen engaged in their game. "Help! I think I'm going mad. I've watched this video 10 times and can't stop laughing. My stomach hurts," exclaimed one viewer. "I never imagined Shi Zhi would appear in such news. Had I not been informed, I wouldn't have recognized her, as she blended so perfectly with the elderly. That pose, with her hands behind her back, is strikingly reminiscent of the gentleman, creating no sense of incongruity. Once I entertained that thought, I couldn't escape it. Of course, some skeptics questioned the authenticity of it all. Could it be that Shi Zhi is orchestrating this publicity? This sentiment was not only held by netizens, but also echoed among industry insiders. Was there a creative mastermind behind Shi Zhi's elderly persona? Such a concept is indeed rare among young actresses, catching everyone off guard. In reality, Quan Ge, Shi Zhi's manager, simply wished to convey a different image. His intention was to cultivate a youthful persona, not that of an elderly figure. A netizen stepped forward, exclaiming, "I was blissfully amused for quite some time," only to suddenly realize that one of the elderly gentlemen in the video bears an uncanny resemblance to my grandfather. The startling revelation that her grandfather was engaged in a game of chess alongside the celebrity, Shi Zhi, prompted a wave of astonishment. The netizen promptly pursued the opportunity to inquire whether her grandfather frequently observed Shi Zhi's chess matches. Here is the latest. "Dear friends, I showed the video to my grandfather and he spoke of Shi Zhi with such familiarity, recalling, that little one." She continued, "I never imagined that the little one referred to Shi Zhi. You may not be aware, but the name the little one has been mentioned in our household countless times over the past month. My grandfather has consistently praised her beauty, eloquence, and skill at chess, leaving me feeling utterly diminished in comparison. I was initially skeptical, questioning the existence of such a celestial being, but I concede I was mistaken. Moreover, my grandfather, along with the surrounding elderly ladies and gentlemen, is eager to introduce potential suitors to Shi Zhi, who, remarkably, doesn't seem to mind. In fact, she even joined their chat group, which I shall share with you. The group has drawn swift conclusions. It appears that Shi Zhi indeed often observes the elderly playing chess, forming amiable relationships with them to the extent that they wish to introduce her to suitable partners. Who among us hasn't faced introductions from our elders? Yet, the notion of them attempting to matchmake for Shi Zhi, without her being irked, is quite extraordinary. Is she truly a celebrity? A netizen acquainted with my grandfather has shared screenshots from the group, omitting the group name but highlighting Shi Zhi's WeChat contact. It is evident that amidst the vibrant array of elderly emoticons, Shi Zhi seems to thrive, fitting in seamlessly, boasting an even greater collection of expressive stickers than the elderly members themselves. One gentleman even remarked, "This emoticon of the little one is delightful. I've saved it." Netizens are curious. How did Shi Zhi acquire such an abundance of elderly emoticons? Truth be told, I find myself somewhat envious. Were it not for this incident, observing Shi Zhi would reveal her duality as both a youthful maiden and a glamorous star. However, now the internet is filled with images of her observing elderly chess matches alongside those lively emoticons, leading to delightful discoveries. For instance, in a recent magazine shoot, one might notice a thermos cup beside the glamorous star, an ever-present companion wherever she goes. Kwon Go filmed a jump rope video of Shi Zhi on set, a bustling environment, which resulted in her jumping rope one moment and spinning atop the next. Shi Zhi appeared far more joyful while playing with the top. The charming girl with twin ponytails seamlessly embodies youthful exuberance. Upon seeing the trending topic, Shi Zhi quickly grasped the situation. Her presence at the chess matches had been captured. While it is not a significant issue, she does wonder if it might cause any discomfort to the elderly gentlemen who still believe themselves to be mere extras.
Juan Germani.
Why are you so focused on the elderly and oblivious to my own feelings of isolation? She mused, feeling somewhat dejected. Thus, Shi Zhi's plans have once again been thwarted. When Shi Zhi inquired, "Do you often isolate yourself?" Since the moment Kwon Go appointed her as his manager, the only other frequent occurrence aside from good days had been his bouts of solitude. Guanjun? Shi Zhi felt perhaps she was being a bit too heartless, so she rephrased her statement. "I will provide you with an environment of solitude, without intruding." Kwon Go? Thank you. Ultimately, they had made it onto the trending searches. Regardless of how it happened, they were now the most talked about team in the industry. The thought of this brought a smile to Kwon Ji's face as he waved his hand, indicating that Shi Zhi need not concern herself with him. He intended to post on social media, showcasing to those in the company who belittled them that they could trend without spending a dime. Who else? Shi Zhi communicated with the older gentleman, who assured her they were not troubled by it. Appearing on television delighted them, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Director Shi Tao held immense confidence in this drama, growing increasingly convinced as filming progressed that it would undoubtedly succeed, at the very least achieving a minor breakout. Please, Shi Zhi, make the right calls. With the filming schedule lightening, Kwon Go had stumbled upon another opportunity. Shi Zhi observed her manager, saying, "You needn't say more. I have already heard you." It was, in truth, a matter of seeking a bargain, wasn't it? The assistant and makeup artist chimed in that they too had heard. Shi Zhi declared, "I need to raise my fees. Since I can't go anywhere now, it must be done. Earn a little more." Suddenly, Kwon Go became animated. "Ambition is key. Let's work hard, and once we hit it big, we can raise our prices." Shi Zhi replied, "Then perhaps we should not raise the prices." The ease of this job led Kwon Go to see no reason to refuse. He had even reviewed previous episodes of the talent show, which had turned out quite well, prompting Shi Zhi to sign on for the subsequent episodes. Upon signing Youth, My Style, Shi Zhi began promoting it on Weibo. Ning Jiaqi was the first to retweet, followed by Bai Wu and other guests from our village, along with Geng Ken and the balding male singer who had spent time with Shi Zhi in the escape room. There was a playful banter surrounding Shi Zhi, with speculation about whether old Master Shi would perform a spinning top act live. "How do you know Shi Zhi 1T? Someone pointed out, promptly identifying her as Shi Zhi. News spread quickly. Shi Zhi was quite principled. She would only accept payment for her role as a judge, refusing to engage in any complimentary performances. She attempted to dissuade the online viewers, but the playful netizens only became more intrigued. "You claim you want to perform? Then I must go see." However, the focus remained on dancing, singing, and instrumental performances. With Shi Zhi, there were 5 guests in total, none of whom she recognized. Fortunately, they were merely colleagues brought together temporarily, so no special effort to socialize was required. A nod would suffice. The program commenced swiftly, likely to ensure fairness and enhance audience engagement. Youth, My Style featured both recorded and live segments, and the barrage of comments began to flourish. Is it about to start? I wonder if there will be any outstanding contestants today. They really did change judges. I must say, Shi Zhi is truly beautiful. What Shi Zhi? Clearly. It's old Master Shi. Will old Master Shi praise the spinning top live? Where did old Master Shi's thermos go? Please disregard that cup. Shi Zhi was quite engrossed in watching the competition, seated in the super VIP section, providing a direct view of the stage. However, as she continued to watch, her brows began to furrow in discontent. Ultimately, what difference did it make whether the view was direct or not? While there were indeed a few commendable performances, they were but a minority. It seemed that Quan Go was viewing a pre-recorded version that had edited out the better moments, leaving a chaotic display of mediocrity. Shi Zhi was bewildered as she witnessed contestants, who vocally declared their exceptional singing abilities, struggle to stay in tune, while one individual, brandishing a violin, exuded an air of sophistication only to produce sounds akin to chopping wood. The most disheartening aspect for Shi Zhi was the transformation of the event into a grand spectacle of lamentation, where every participant seemed to possess a tragic backstory. It was as if one could not be deemed credible without a tale of suffering. One contestant, whose singing was consistently off-key and on the verge of elimination, seized the microphone. "Mentors, could you please hold on for a moment? May I have a few words?" This was merely a prelude to his impending sob story. Shi Zhi then took the microphone as well, signaling the commencement of her own performance. The contestants stood momentarily stunned, while the audience, caught off guard, erupted into laughter. Shi Zhi added with a smirk, "Please, commence your self-introduction." This did little to quell the wave of amusement flooding the comment section. "Absolutely brilliant. Shi Zhi is phenomenal." I'm clapping my thighs in admiration. No wonder they call her Sister Shi. I finally understand why everyone chants her name. The audience merely sought to witness a genuine talent show, hoping to discover truly gifted individuals, rather than enduring tales of woe and dreams of grandeur. As Shi Zhi confronted contestants lacking professional standards who persisted in their lamentations, she delivered sharp, memorable remarks. After one contestant had recited a lengthy, passionate soliloquy akin to a motivational speech, he turned to the judges and inquired about areas of improvement in his performance. Shi Zhi retorted, "Compared to youth in my style, you would be better suited for stand-up comedy. If you devoted half the time you spent writing your little essays to your talent showcase, the results would likely be significantly better." The audience felt that Shi Zhi had eloquently voiced their collective thoughts. This description was hauntingly accurate. That little essay must have contained at least several thousand words. Indeed, channeling that energy into the performance would have been far more beneficial. Stumbling over his words upon starting his act was hardly acceptable. Shi Zhi's suggestion was genuinely sincere. This contestant had a knack for stirring emotions, and perhaps he should hasten to join the neighboring stand-up comedy show, where he might find a different realm of success. Yet, others continued to express their desire to share their sob stories. Shi Zhi advised, "Hurry up, leave some time for the remaining contestants to perform. Your storytelling has already encroached upon the time allocated for other deserving performers." The program team had initially anticipated that Shi Zhi would quietly assume her role as a mascot, as did the audience, but they were taken aback by her emergence as the ultimate counter to pretentiousness. 5 minutes a day, surely that's sufficient? The production team was not angered. Rather, the director was positively delighted. In his eyes, Shi Zhi could afford to be even more exuberant. However, Shi Zhi's approach is not one of antagonism. Rather, she addresses the concerning trend among contestants who rely solely on evoking sympathy to advance. Both the live audience and the online viewers can observe Shi Zhi's cautiousness in casting her votes, as she refrains from voting indiscriminately. Her role as a judge has proven unexpectedly commendable. After witnessing the event, this sentiment resonates with most attendees. The host enjoys stirring the pot, even going so far as to interview the eliminated contestants, inquiring about their thoughts on Shi Zhi's comments. Contrary to his expectations, the contestants do not express grievances against her. One contestant remarked, "Does it bother you?" The host, taken aback, wondered why it mattered to him. The contestant continued, "Teacher Shi Zhi is truly beautiful. Had I known she would be here, I would have prepared more thoroughly. Can I return to compete in the future if she is still around?" When asked for his opinion, he affirmed, "Teacher Shi Zhi is correct." What further objections could there be? The host found no fault with this, agreeing that Shi Zhi's stance against sympathy-driven performances was valid, albeit noting the contestant's rapid change of heart. As the atmosphere shifted to that of an ardent admirer, the host encountered a contestant who had approached him unprompted, expressing a serious demeanor towards the camera. He declared, "I should not have participated in Youth My Type. I should have joined a stand-up comedy competition." The host felt reassured, believing this contestant harbored genuine grievances against Shi Zhi. However, He soon learned that the contestant possessed considerable verbal prowess and emotional depth, ultimately succeeding in the preliminary rounds of the stand-up comedy auditions. Shi Zhi had not anticipated such an outcome, but it is indeed commendable when a contestant discovers a path suited to them, leading her to congratulate him and wish him well. In an unexpected turn, Shi Zhi eliminated a contestant who relied on sympathy, suggesting he would fare better in stand-up comedy, which he took to heart, eventually advancing in the auditions. What an extraordinary narrative this is. The audience found it utterly hilarious, and netizens online were left bewildered, perhaps affirming Shi Zhi's remarkable presence. Quan Go expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "I actually thought you would praise the contestants. A price increase is imminent." Quan Go, not hearing Shi Zhi's response, turned to see her nearly obscured by a large, dark green hat. Given her petite features, the hat nearly concealed her entirely. Where did this hat come from? Was it a new piece from Dior or Chanel? It struck him as rather fashionable. The more he looked, the more it felt familiar. Yet, he reminded himself that fashion items often share similarities, which is quite normal. Shi Zhi leisurely spoke up, "I got it on Taobao for 19 yuan and 9 mao with free shipping. Buy 2 and get 5 off. Would you like the link?" Its warmth is exceptional, enveloping even the ears. Quan Ge finally understood the sense of familiarity. It reminded him of a certain uncle from northeast China who adored such items. The team erupted in laughter. Just as they were enjoying the moment, the door of the van swung open abruptly. The promotional team assumed it was the makeup artist and began to call out, but upon seeing the person's face, their voices trailed off abruptly. An unfamiliar girl, at ease and quite familiar, settled herself beside Shi Zhi, exclaiming that it was freezing outside. Shi Zhi studied her, suspecting she had boarded the wrong vehicle. Before anyone could alert the girl, she began to chatter incessantly. Finally, she had found her group. Shi Zhi? The atmosphere shifted subtly among the others. The recording location was situated in a relatively remote new district. A member of the team cautiously inquired, "Are you here specifically to follow Shi Zhi? A fan? Could she be a fervent admirer of Shi Zhi, so devoted that she ventured to this obscure area?" The girl eagerly affirmed, "Yes, a hater." Chapter 35. Reluctance to become an overnight sensation. Day 35.
Qian.
The team members were taken aback. How could she be a hater of Shi Zhi? Shi Zhi took note. This was an unexpected encounter with a hater who had mistakenly boarded the wrong vehicle. She had always been aware of the existence of detractors, but this was her first encounter with a small one. Previously, she had been besieged by the fans of a male idol. Thus, she regarded the girl with curiosity. The hater had yet to recognize Shi Zhi. This was understandable, as Shi Zhi was wearing sunglasses and a large hat that concealed her ears. Had she not been mingling with everyone, even the team members might not have identified her. The girl continued her complaints. Exasperated that she had arrived early and waited for hours without catching a glimpse of Shi Zhi, only to hear that she had already left. "My hands are frozen stiff," she said, rubbing them together. "However, ladies, you all seem unfamiliar.
Why are you staring at me?
Aren't you Shi Zhi's detractors?" Finally, she sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the vehicle, and her voice gradually diminished. The hater's expressions shifted dramatically, revealing her thoughts with clarity. The assistant retorted, "You are the hater. Your whole family are haters." The assistant found the hater's audacity utterly ridiculous. Wasn't this akin to a mouse infiltrating a cat's lair? She thought to herself, why hasn't she frozen to death yet? And get out of this vehicle, pronto, before she could voice her thoughts. A voice interjected with certainty, "It's a hater of Shi Zhi." Everyone turned, surprised. Who just spoke? To think there was someone with such traits hidden within the team. A traitor among us. Stop the transaction. We must expose that traitor. The group glared angrily towards the source of the voice. It was Shi Zhi herself. With utmost seriousness, Shi Zhi addressed the hater beside her. "We are all haters of Shi Zhi. You dislike her too?" The hater, relieved that she need not exit the vehicle, felt a wave of comfort upon seeing Shi Zhi and exclaimed, "Yes, I absolutely detest Shi Zhi." Shi Zhi matched her tone. What a coincidence. Had they been discussing anyone other than Shi Zhi, the conversation might have been more harmonious. The makeup artist had also boarded the vehicle, and upon entering, he noticed the strange exchange between the unfamiliar girl and Shi Zhi. "What's going on?" he asked. The promoter quickly halted him, relaying the situation through text on a mobile device. "That's Shi Zhi's hater." The makeup artist was taken aback. "What? A hater has infiltrated our stronghold?" What astonished him the most was how Shi Zhi behaved like a die-hard critic. Shi Zhi signaled for the car to proceed, and thus the team fell into a silence. Quan Go, however, was restless, fidgeting uncomfortably. After all, who could feel at ease with a detractor in the vehicle? Yet, Shi Zhi and the critics seemed to be the exceptions. The two who should have felt the most awkward appeared remarkably composed. Without needing Shi Zhi to prompt her, the critic launched into a lengthy tirade about her disdain for Shi Zhi. Aside from the lackluster nature of the drama and the perceived waste of time, she went on to claim that Shi Zhi had body odor. Shi Zhi, wow.
Critic, wow.
Surprised, aren't you? Shi Zhi was utterly taken aback. She had no inkling that she might have such an issue. Nevertheless, she continued to engage with the critic, who grew more animated as she spoke. Let me tell you, Shi Zhi eats with a spoon. I have proof. Allow me to show you. As she rummaged through her phone, she extracted a photo from a dedicated album. Shi Zhi leaned in to take a look. Indeed, it was a picture of her at the airport, spoon in hand. But was this truly a point of criticism? Shi Zhi casually inquired, is it not acceptable to use a spoon while eating? The critic responded, it is, but a moment of silence ensued, with the critic's gaze indicating, sister, could you please not be so contrary? The critic believed that one should eat with chopsticks, the traditional utensil, and that Shi Zhi's choice reflected a lack of sophistication. What exactly do you dislike about Shi Zhi? The critic pressed. The girl noticed that she was doing all the talking, which made her a bit bashful. This left Shi Zhi momentarily stumped. She hadn't given it much thought but decided to fabricate an answer. She's ugly. Team. Sister, please wake up. Shi Zhi expected the critic to agree with her, but to her surprise, the critic displayed a look of disapproval. Sister, Shi Zhi is truly not ugly, and she's all natural. I can assure you of that. Even as a critic, one should maintain a degree of decorum. We must not criticize without basis. Remarkably, the critic exhibited a sense of integrity, insisting on substantiated criticism. Shi Zhi felt inclined to commend them. However, she inquired if there were any more substantial dirt on her, as she found herself rather intrigued by the chatter, which had thus far consisted of unreliable rumors and spoon usage, hardly sensational. The girl sighed, noting that it was indeed challenging to find substantial material to criticize Shi Zhi lately. Look, I even came to the scene specifically for this, she remarked. Such diligence. Too much effort in being a critic. Shi Zhi was moved by this dedication and asked, any new discoveries? The critic, visibly dejected, replied, no. I couldn't get in and didn't see Shi Zhi. Although the team appeared occupied with their tasks, they were all eavesdropping, exchanging glances that revealed their schadenfreude.
Serves her right.
Shi Zhi, however, took it upon herself to extend a gesture of goodwill, offering her hand warmer to the critic. In light of this serendipitous encounter and her admirable spirit, she decided to share a piece of gossip. If eating with a spoon could be criticized, then I happen to know that Shi Zhi can consume 2 bowls of rice in one sitting. This was true. When she was hungry, she could indeed eat 2 bowls. The critic frowned. I can do that too, and I can even eat 3 bowls. Shi Zhi, dear sister, could you refrain from being so confrontational? It exudes a rather toxic fan mentality, does it not? The critic. Understood. Shi Zhi interprets the situation, noting that contemporary female celebrities tend to consume very little as part of their weight loss efforts. She observed someone eating only a few strands of noodles, counting them meticulously. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi devoured 2 bowls of rice. Does that seem appropriate? The critic responded, it is indeed inappropriate. Lacking control over one's physique signifies a gross lack of professionalism. Although Shi Zhi does not appear overweight despite her indulgence, who truly cares? One must embody the spirit of a critic. The critic commended Shi Zhi, declaring her exceptional, and deemed her quite a competent adversary. Shi Zhi clasped her hands in acknowledgement, expressing humility. The girl had never encountered such a relatable critic of Shi Zhi. This individual was truly remarkable and deserving of inclusion. Are you part of Shi Zhi's critic support group? If not, allow me to share the group number, so you may join our collective. Shi Zhi responded, let it be. She had no intention of infiltrating their domain. The team felt today was indeed extraordinary. A critic had boarded their vehicle, and Shi Zhi behaved almost like a critic herself, even receiving their endorsement. Were they truly considering adding her to their critic group? Thankfully, Shi Zhi declined. Joining a group seemed far too surreal. The girl continued to persuade Shi Zhi, genuinely urging her to join the organization, insisting that solitary endeavors lack warmth, and that belonging to a group fosters a familial atmosphere, uniting efforts in support of Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi replied, since you are so sincerely inviting me to join, I suppose I should not refuse. Very well. Shi Zhi retrieved her phone. The team members watched in astonishment as Shi Zhi indeed joined the group, having previously asserted that she was resolute in her decision not to join. Yet this was not the end. They too were encouraged by the girl to join Shi Zhi's critic group. Pack it up. The young critic was genuinely loquacious. Revealing her background in mere moments, her name was Xia, a novice in the workforce, and she had been a critic of Shi Zhi for over 2 years. Xia felt immensely grateful for the support of her newfound sisters. Every word resonated deeply with her, as it had been ages since she encountered someone with whom she could connect so effortlessly, even offering her a hand warmer. She was truly angelic, and she aspired to cultivate a deep friendship. However, dear sister, why are you still wearing sunglasses in the car? It's quite warm inside, and that large hat seems unnecessary. The vehicle was equipped with air conditioning, and while Xia had initially been chilled to the bone, she had long since warmed up. She had no intention of policing others, but glancing at her sister beside her, she felt a touch overheated. Shi Zhi smiled knowingly. At that moment, Xia remained oblivious to the deeper meaning of the smile. She merely thought that this sister must be exceptionally beautiful, though only her mouth and chin were visible. A phone call interrupted, and Xia gestured to Shi Zhi, who nodded in permission for her to answer, indicating that they need not concern themselves with the conversation. The car was enveloped in silence, allowing even the most reluctant listener to hear the sound of Xia's phone ringing. The fare for the shared ride has already been refunded to your account. Xia expressed confusion, asking, why would you refund me? Xia.
No.
She had not yet reached the city. The vehicle was only halfway there. The caller had already hung up, leaving Xia with a sudden question in her mind. She pointed at Quan Go. Are you Shi Zhi's manager? The team had not anticipated that it was Quan Go who had exposed the truth, rather than Shi Zhi herself. Sitting beside Xia, Shi Zhi spoke up. Have you discovered it? If not, let's drop the act. It's quite warm. She removed her hat and sunglasses, turning to Xia with a playful smile. Xia was astounded, exclaiming, what a shocking revelation. Shi Zhi. She had not boarded the car of Shi Zhi's detractors, but rather found herself in Shi Zhi's vehicle, engaging in conversation about Shi Zhi's faults for a good while. This sequence of events felt like a barrage of blows to Xia, leaving her in utter disarray. The small detractor's pupils dilated as her mind filled in the gaps. The reason for the hat and glasses in the car was to prevent recognition. Accompanied by a devilish smile, the desolate wilderness outside only fueled Xia's spiraling thoughts. She could no longer contain her imagination, realizing there was no favorable outcome awaiting her. Shi Zhi's voice was gentle as she inquired, why are you trembling? Fear not. We are not the virtuous ones here. I could easily devour someone like you. My little detractor. She had only had a bowl of rice for lunch, and now felt hungry. As she spoke, she opened her mouth, her teeth clashing together, producing a sound akin to a rhythmic tapping. The assistant remarked, Sister Shi, you are quite the enigma, yet I find you utterly captivating. A sense of madness enveloped the atmosphere. Indeed, they were no paragons of virtue. The assistant longed to capture the expression of the small detractor. Xiaofanen's face fell. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She had not anticipated being confronted by the very person she had criticized. Please, could you let me out? As a dutiful detractor, Xia recalled Shi Zhi's previous declaration of her lack of virtue from her appearance on our village, which had ended with her colliding with Chen Baichuan. Shi Zhi refused,
saying it was not that simple.
Are you afraid? Shout all you wish. No one will come to your aid. Such villainous rhetoric flowed effortlessly from her lips. Xia trembled, feeling small and helpless, wondering if anyone would come to her rescue, for it seemed that a detractor was about to be devoured. Contemplating whether to leap from the car, Xiao's thoughts were interrupted as Shi Zhi pulled her back from the edge of panic. Stay calm. I'm not here to frighten you. Shi Zhi had not intended to intimidate her initially. The sunglasses and hat were not merely a disguise against detractors, but were worn out of practicality. Having picked Xia up due to her struggles with transportation in the cold, having had her fun, Shi Zhi decided to cease her antics and donned her headphones to listen to music. Noticing that Xia was still lost in thought, she offered her a headphone. Can you hear? Look how frightened you are. Xia felt like a machine, wanting to refuse but finding her mouth betraying her. All right, thank you. Thus, the detractor shared a single headphone with the very person she had disparaged. Deciding to momentarily cast aside her worries, Xia relaxed and prepared to listen to Shi Zhi's playlist. Upon doing so, she nearly gasped in disbelief. Shi Zhi's music choice was the Great Compassion mantra. When they finally arrived at their destination, Shi Zhi reminded Xia that it was time to disembark. Xia's mind was still consumed by the melody. Shi Zhi waved at her from the car, urging, watch the road carefully. And by the way, I do not have body odor. This is a point I must emphasize. As Xia watched the chauffeur-driven car of Shi Zhi depart, her hands trembled as she took out her phone, directly reaching out to a friend who shared her disdain. Her opening remark was, "Shi Zhi does not have body odor. I can attest to that." Her friend responded with disbelief, questioning how a mere detractor could ride in the same vehicle as the celebrity and even engage in a discussion about scandalous gossip. Was this not the stuff of fantasy? Xia Enan acknowledged the absurdity, yet insisted it was the truth. Suddenly, she recalled a rather troublesome matter. She had added Shi Zhi to the anti-fan support group. Hesitant to inform the group administrator, she was at a loss as to which member was Shi Zhi. Thus, she decided to let it be. The dedication of the anti-fans was commendable. Shi Zhi perused the group chat and observed how members meticulously dissected her variety show performances, analyzing every utterance and expression. She couldn't help but ponder the intensity of their scrutiny. The team members nodded in agreement. Sometimes, anti-fans could be more earnest than dedicated supporters. However, she soon sensed something awry. "Sister Shi, is there something peculiar about your focus?" The tone carried an unintended admiration. After all, these were her detractors. One couldn't tell whether to commend Shi Zhi for her open-mindedness or to chastise her for being oblivious. The first episode of Youth, My Style, in which Shi Zhi participated, garnered a favorable response. Audiences, weary of sob stories, found her candid expressions resonated with their sentiments. By the second episode, many had eagerly gathered in the live stream, waiting for her iconic line, "Please, commence your performance." Shi Zhi did not disappoint. One contestant even confessed, "Teacher Shi, I haven't prepared a sob story. But I want to hear you critique me. No, encourage me." Shi Zhi's reaction was amusing. She managed to muster 2 words, "Keep it up," offering encouragement to contestant number 23. The competition format of Youth, My Style was quite unique, alternating between auditions and elimination rounds, and this particular episode featured the latter. Handsome and beautiful contestants showcased their talents, providing a visual feast, yet an unexpected event unfolded between 2 male contestants, Wang Jiahao and Lu Ziming. Both were dancers. Albeit with differing styles, Wang Jiahao specialized in street dance, while Lu Ziming excelled in classical dance. Unfamiliar with either contestant, Shi Zhi had been informed by a nearby judge prior to their performance that Lu Ziming was exceptionally skilled. However, contrary to the established pairing, Wang Jiahao suddenly requested a change of opponent. "If we're to compete, let it be against the strongest." He pointed towards the audience, Lu Ziming. "Do you dare to join me?" Shi Zhi clicked her tongue. This young man was quite audacious. Yet, she noticed Lu Ziming's troubled expression, sensing a hint of conspiracy. The production team convened urgently and ultimately acquiesced to Wang Jiahao's request. "I adore contestants who dare to speak boldly. Wang Jiahao, consider me your fan," chimed in one viewer. Lu Ziming is undoubtedly more talented than Wang Jiahao. His classical dance moves are simply breathtaking, another viewer contended. Although some voiced dissent in the live stream, soon enough, the focus shifted back to the competition. After Lu Ziming commenced his dance, Shi Zhi comprehended why the judges nearby remarked on Lu Ziming's prowess. His performance was truly exceptional, both ethereal and powerful, clad in white attire that resembled a celestial crane. Each movement was impeccably precise, showcasing remarkable control over his body. In contrast, Wang Jiahao, although his dance style differed and was not devoid of merit, appeared rather mundane when juxtaposed with Lu Ziming. The disparity in their abilities was unmistakable. Shi Zhi was certain that Wang Jiahao and Lu Ziming were not on the same tier. Naturally, she cast her vote for Lu Ziming. However, among the 5 judges, only she and another seasoned artist chose Lu Jiaming, while the audience votes revealed an astonishingly low count for Lu Ziming. Wang Jiahao surprisingly triumphed over Lu Ziming, who was evidently of a higher caliber. The audience began to stir in confusion. What was happening? How could this be? Wang Jiahao wore a face of entitlement, while Lu Ziming, standing beside him on stage, suddenly appeared somewhat pitiable. He grasped the microphone and declared, "I can dance street dance too." Wang Jiahao had not anticipated this revelation from Lu Ziming, and abandoning classical dance, Lu Ziming's street dance skills were also quite commendable, still surpassing Wang Jiahao's abilities. Once off stage, Shi Zhi inquired with Quan Ge. Quan Ge had already discerned the situation. Wang Jiahao was the director's nephew, a member of the elite, and the champion had been predetermined. This could not lead to any disturbances. Observing the unfolding events, he began to feel anxious. It was quite common for connections to play a role in their circle. To the extent that even outsiders were aware of such dynamics, they leveraged their familial backgrounds to sail smoothly, effortlessly acquiring what ordinary individuals toil for yet cannot attain. Shi Zhi glanced at the victorious contestant, the so-called elite as mentioned by Quan Ge, and raised her thermos to take a sip of water, commenting, There's a saying, the lesser stars rely on promotion, while the greater ones depend on fate. Excessive favoritism invites retribution. Quan Ge nearly choked at Shi Zhi's audacity. Lower your voice, he urged. If Youth in My Style had truly intended to preordain a champion, they should not have engaged in live broadcasts, playing both sides. Now they were facing backlash. Shi Zhi received numerous messages from Liu Ziming's fans in her private messages, all imploring her to assist Liu Ziming, acknowledging her fairness as a judge. Quan Ge proposed, "Shall we terminate our contract with Youth in My Style?" Shi Zhi diverted her gaze from her phone and asked, "Will they allow that?" Quan Ge had already gauged the possibility. It was not out of the question, but a penalty would be incurred. Shi Zhi replied, "Very well. Then it's settled. Once money is in my pocket, it won't be flying away."
Impossible.
Her declaration resonated with conviction. In response to Shi Zhi's statements, Quan Ge found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed that Shi Zhi had not previously placed such emphasis on monetary matters. Moreover, had she not claimed to have won the lottery, offering triple salaries to her team without a second thought, despite the considerably higher penalty? It's different, Shi Zhi asserted. Since Shi Zhi refused to withdraw, Quan Ge felt that during the next recording, she ought to refrain from speaking and quietly embody a mascot, ideally resembling a wooden figure. The audience forgetting Shi Zhi's presence would be preferable. At present, the most paramount concern is self-preservation. The recording location is quite remote, however. It is evident that the crowd's enthusiasm remains fervent. Fans of Liu Ziming even pursued him to the recording site, patiently waiting outside. Upon spotting Shi Zhi, Liu Ziming's supporters greeted her, pleading, "Teacher Shi Zhi, please assist Liu Ziming. He genuinely adores the stage and does not deserve such unfair treatment." In the previous episode, Shi Zhi had cast her vote for Liu Ziming, rendering her a beacon of hope for his fans. Shi Zhi did not express agreement or disagreement, but instructed her assistant to distribute the hand warmers from the car. The vehicle was stocked with plenty, as the fans had been left freezing while waiting outside for her. Before Shi Zhi took the stage, the director approached her, initially complimenting her beauty and then offering assistance with her bag, which was quite large. "Would you like me to help put it away?" he inquired. Shi Zhi politely declined, stating, "No need. I can place it under the judge's table." However, placing it at her feet would obstruct the judge's view, preventing it from being recorded. "Director, do you understand what to do now?" Shi Zhi smiled knowingly. The director finally felt a sense of relief, believing that the matter had been resolved. As he watched her ascend the stage, after all, they were all part of the industry and knew how to act in their own favor. Moreover, Shi Zhi had already distanced herself from the situation without compelling her to declare that Wang Jiahao was superior. As the recording commenced, everything proceeded smoothly until suddenly, a member of the audience stood up and shouted. His voice was quite loud, perfectly timed to a moment of silence, and many heard him. The audience erupted into chaos, and the barrage of comments was relentless. They claim the voting is transparent. Do they really believe everyone is blind? It's disgusting. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Liu Ziming is truly pitiful. Is there anyone who can reveal Wang Jiahao's background? The director was infuriated. They had meticulously screened the audience, yet somehow, this individual had slipped through. "Security, where are you? Hurry and remove this person." The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward, prompting a seasoned artist to speak up.
Personally,
I believe Liu Ziming's performance was indeed superior. He could not bear to see Liu Ziming's uncertain fate. The director instructed the staff urgently, "Quick, mute the seasoned artist." And then whispered to the remaining guests in their earpieces, "Someone needs to step in and salvage the situation." Besides the seasoned artist, Shi Zhi was also present, and the other three directors had already conspired with them. However, to the director's surprise, it was Shi Zhi who seized the microphone. Initially, some held hope that she would advocate for the underprivileged contestant, yet they were taken aback by her unexpected remarks. The comments flooded in. "So, just watch. All crows under heaven are the same color. Shi Zhi must be getting paid to do this. You may not trust advertisers, but you can trust Sister Shi. The persona they've crafted has truly deceived some." Quan Ge, anxious, nearly rushed to snatch the microphone from Shi Zhi, questioning her sanity. The production team's director was delighted. Shi Zhi not only refrained from remaining neutral, but was also inadvertently supporting their narrative. However, in the next moment, it was the director who sought to seize the microphone. Shi Zhi spoke with clarity and precision. Chapter 36, The Unintended Fame on the 36th Day. It was as if some special effect had been applied. Each word began to radiate outward, and in just a brief utterance, Shi Zhi conveyed an overwhelming amount of information. There was a fleeting silence around her. The program director, who had been thrilled moments earlier by Shi Zhi's unexpected support, now saw the smile fade from his face. Was this some sort of twist? The director felt an urge to address the female judges. Shi Zhi, do you really think you are humorous? He was on the verge of a breakdown, shouting at the production team. Hadn't Shi Zhi promised not to speak out of turn? The producer, feeling equally wronged, shouted back. But Shi Zhi never actually agreed. At that moment, all she had done was smile at her, indicating her understanding, though what she truly comprehended remained unspoken. Because of Shi Zhi's remarks, the audience erupted into a cacophony, and the live chat must have been in chaos without the director even needing to glance at it. Initially, the director had hesitated to use live broadcasting for this episode, fearing unforeseen complications. They never anticipated that Wang Jiahao would suddenly change his mind and insist on confronting Lu Ziming, which exposed their forced support for Wang Jiahao. However, as discussions ensued, they concluded that shutting down the live broadcast would only highlight their guilt, so they proceeded with it. The worst had indeed come to pass. First, the audience reacted, followed by the seasoned artists, but of course, Shi Zhi remained unfazed. The director wished to employ the same tactic that had silenced the veteran artists to mute Shi Zhi. Yet, upon hearing the director's voice through her earpiece, she displayed a knowing smile, no longer needing the director to silence her. The audience watched as Shi Zhi reached into a large bag and pulled out a sizable loudspeaker. Indeed, it was a loudspeaker, the kind often used by street vendors. In fact, she had not just one but two in her bag and even inquired of the silenced veteran artist beside her. Would you like one? If you need it, I can give you the other. The veteran artist hesitated. No, that's quite all right. This girl was simply too bold. Shi Zhi pressed the activation button, and the volume was greater than that of a microphone, possessing its own amplification effect. She addressed the audience. Where are you all casting your votes? I haven't seen a thing. If you're doing this, count me in. I also wish to contribute to the youth. I am shadow voting, achieving 100%. The production team could silence all the guests and deny them any camera time, but they could not take the loudspeaker from Shi Zhi's hands. The director was genuinely at his wit's end. How had she managed to bring the loudspeaker in? Quan Ge and the members of Shi Zhi's team were equally dumbfounded. Yes, how had she managed to bring in the loudspeaker? Even they, as her team, were unaware. Only the producer, who had previously coordinated with Shi Zhi, felt she had faced the truth. She had marveled at that large bag earlier and had even offered to help Shi Zhi put it away, but had been declined. She could never have imagined that such a thing was concealed within. The audience truly felt compelled to applaud Shi Zhi, after being left bewildered by her fierce maneuvers. Some began to engage with her, shouting from below. On Weibo, the blogger had posted it. Shi Zhi gestured with her hand, took out her phone, and was indeed ready to cast her vote live. No need, Sister Zhi. The voting has already concluded. They interrupted her. Upon hearing that it was over, Shi Zhi expressed a hint of regret and suggested that they could initiate a new one, as more participants would surely join. 100%. It's only a matter of time. Therefore, one must be prepared to hold sway. The program's director felt as though Shi Zhi was mocking him directly through the camera. The live stream's comments flooded in. Sister Zhi is remarkable. I'm almost worn out from praising Sister Zhi, who just said that all crows are black and that Shi Zhi was merely a product of hype. Come out and explain yourselves now. Setting everything else aside, I absolutely support her for daring to speak to Lu Ziming. Goodness, I feel like an illiterate, only able to express my feelings with such words. However, the audience's focus remained undeterred. With Shi Zhi taking the lead, they sought an explanation. Why had Wang Jiahao emerged victorious in the last episode? The director had not given Shi Zhi a chance to speak. Was it even necessary? He believed that even if he cut her off, Shi Zhi could easily take to the airwaves again, as she was capable of such things. The production team could no longer maintain the facade. They could not pretend that nothing had occurred. After a brief discussion, the host stepped in to calm the crowd, assuring them that a new data tally would be conducted to ensure fairness and justice. As Shi Zhi descended from the stage, not only was Quan Ge waiting for her, but the director was also there, visibly exasperated. Shi Zhi, he called out in an acerbic tone. Quan Ge attempted to mediate, but Shi Zhi smiled and proactively asked, "Was my performance acceptable today?" This remark was nothing short of provocative. The director thought, "Are you speaking to me?" Of course, it was acceptable. Yet they could not fathom that Shi Zhi was not merely a persona, she was genuinely this way. The makeup artist from the team nearly burst into laughter, as Sister Zhi encouraged netizens to be bolder, clearly indicating that she could be even bolder herself. This could not simply be described as a good performance. If possible, he wished to bestow upon her the title of perfection. In terms of fairness and justice, Sister Zhi had indeed excelled. The director, having inadvertently tripped over his own ambitions, had previously watched Shi Zhi confront the beverage sponsor with a sense of amusement. Now, he could empathize with the sponsor's plight. Initially, the director of Youth I.M. approached Shi Zhi in a fit of anger, but her preemptive strike left him at a loss for words, enveloped only by confusion and heartache. After sending off this formidable figure, he had many matters still to attend to. Awaiting the moment when the team could be alone, Shi Zhi commenced her critique. How could one hide behind the curtain of deceit, declaring a champion while demanding that everyone acknowledge the fairness of it all? Wasn't that simply absurd? When one overreaches, chaos ensues, and her sentiments were echoed by a chorus of agreement. Sister Shi speaks the truth. Just moments ago, I felt inclined to berate him. How could he dare to match our formidable Sister Shi?
Qian Yi.
Indeed, this team has become utterly inept, so lost in sycophancy that they've abandoned all reason. His frustration is entirely justified. He is likely to face severe backlash from the national audience, though he merits the criticism. Shi Zhi ruthlessly stripped away their last vestige of decency. Shi Zhi remarked, "Is this how it is?" Upon reflection, I can only say that encountering me has brought misfortune upon the director. Previously, she had offered encouragement to contestant number 23. But now she pointedly dedicated a song to the director of Youth in My Style, entitled Meeting Shi Zhi is Bad Luck, regardless of its actual existence. Had he not engaged in unscrupulous acts, Shi Zhi would not have targeted him. Not only Qian-go, but the others remained blissfully unaware, spending their days in close proximity to Shi Zhi, thinking it impossible to be discovered. Qian-ji's perspective was that Shi Zhi should either forfeit her contract and exit Youth in My Style or behave like a mere puppet, feigning ignorance. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhi opted for an entirely different route. Unfazed by the prospect of offending the television station, she boldly challenged them to blacklist her from the entire entertainment industry. She was not the least bit concerned. However, friends within the industry expressed their worries. Bai Wu, currently filming in another city, promptly called Shi Zhi, while Ning Jiaqi sent her a message without delay. Sister Shi, if the television station gives you trouble, just let me know. I have some connections here. Shi Zhi missed Ning Jiaqi's message, prompting him to unleash a series of vehement responses. When she finally checked her phone, she found his last message reading, "Sister Shi, have you been ambushed? I'll go report this and seek revenge." To which Shi Zhi replied, "No, I am fishing," accompanying her message with a photo showcasing a bucket brimming with fish. Ning Jiaqi responded, "Are you perhaps being a tad too leisurely?" The fact that Shi Zhi could still find time to fish during such turmoil indicated that it truly had no bearing on her. In light of this, Ning Jiaqi eagerly inquired, "Sister Shi, are you grilling fish? I'd love to join for a meal," rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Shi Zhi retorted, "What about your abs?" In our village, Ning Jiaqi had gone from 8-pack abs to 6, lamenting for a considerable time. It was then that Shi Zhi realized how loud a man could wail. Subsequently, he spent his days at the gym, with rumors suggesting that the 2 missing abs were beginning to make a comeback. "No more dieting?" Ning Jiaqi boasted. "In the face of delicious food, what do abs matter? Even my manager can't control me. Sister Shi, if you can send it to Xiao Bei, I'm not afraid." Xiao Bei referred to his manager, who was considerably older than Ning Jiaqi. Shi Zhi let out a soft exclamation. She was taken aback by the audacity of some individuals in front of her. Very well, since Ning Jiaqi had sincerely requested it, she would oblige. With a swift motion, Shi Zhi captured the boastful words of Ning Jiaqi and sent the screenshot to his agent, silently wishing him good luck. Meanwhile, on the other end of WeChat, a certain braggart found himself temporarily at a loss for words. The entire internet was already seething with outrage over the blatant undercurrents of Youth, My Style. This particular episode served as a catalyst, igniting the fiery tempers of many. Had anyone ever faced unfair treatment? Despite possessing greater abilities and investing more effort than others, they often found opportunities snatched away by individuals of various backgrounds. What, after all, was the purpose of genuine voting? Lu Ziming's experience resonated with many, propelling the issue to trending status. After all, she was undeniably bold. There was a certain charm in her dashing demeanor, complemented by an endearing playfulness. Her exuberance and delightful expressions were so captivating that they could easily inspire a new set of emoticons. Can it be done? Can it be done? Let us be serious. Why does Shi Zhi always seem to end up in emoticon packages? Oh, when will you create these emoticons? Please give me a nudge. I yearn for a watermark-free version. Previously, Shi Zhi had fiercely confronted a beverage company, asserting that while one might doubt advertisements, One could certainly trust Sister Shi. And netizens felt it was time for a change. Some questioned whether this was merely a persona. The costs and consequences of crafting such an image were indeed substantial. The blogger who initiated the voting, after hearing Shi Zhi's words, decided to launch another round of voting, prompting many to tag Shi Zhi. To everyone's surprise, she not only participated, but also liked the corresponding Weibo post. Netizens rejoiced, exclaiming, "What a relief." Numerous individuals began to elucidate the significant risk Shi Zhi had undertaken, aware that she would face repercussions, and even formed a group called Protect Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi, who was Shi Zhi, when her assistant excitedly relayed this development, she felt perplexed. Assistant, that's you, Sister Shi. It implied that everyone was keeping a watchful eye on them, advising caution in their dealings with Shi Zhi. Until now, Shi Zhi had only faced criticism. No one had thought of protecting her, and her entire team had long been devoid of such concern. Even the haters group had grown eerily quiet. Since joining the group, Shi Zhi had successfully integrated herself, frequently engaging in cheerful conversations with her little band of detractors, who had begun to form a favorable impression of her. Team members remarked, "Sister Shi, your wit is truly delightful." Shi Zhi typed in her fan group, "Why is everyone so quiet today?" A new member emerged to greet her, bringing renewed vibrancy and color to the somewhat subdued group of critics. They explained to Shi Zhi that during the latest episode of Youth, My Style, everyone had been analyzing her actions closely. Shi Zhi had indeed made a commendable decision. "I voted," she declared. Her group of detractors possesses a surprising level of sophistication. "Over there, they mentioned severing our contract." Brother Quan cast a bitter smile at Shi Zhi. In truth, he had anticipated this scenario the moment Shi Zhi uttered those words. Upon hearing Brother Quan's remarks, Shi Zhi couldn't help but smile. What a delightful surprise to start the day. Brother Quan? Yes. After speaking, he suddenly realized that Shi Zhi's thought process was entirely distinct from others. Rather than feeling disheartened by the termination, she was contemplating the penalty for breach of contract. Shi Zhi felt no sorrow whatsoever. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Setting aside the so-called grand viewing area, it hardly offered a visual delight, as the quality of many contestants was rather subpar. After the blatant manipulation was revealed, didn't Brother Quan also wish for her to terminate the contract? Now it seemed fortuitous, no work to do, and we wouldn't even have to pay the penalty, while they would owe us compensation. Just thinking about it made Shi Zhi feel elated. Once the money had found its way into her pocket, there was no way she would relinquish it. Brother Quan's gaze towards Shi Zhi had shifted markedly. He seriously suspected, "Did you plan this all along?" Shi Zhi replied, "Do you believe me? It wasn't that early. I only made the decision after purchasing a loudspeaker." Brother Quan genuinely dared not offend Shi Zhi any further. He remained concerned that the television station might take some action against her. However, he could only probe for information while navigating the situation step by step. After all, no one would ever turn down money, especially when it was being handed to them on a silver platter. Shi Zhi was already contemplating the day when she could activate a sound effect on her phone to announce her incoming funds. She intended to enjoy her life without concern. She had never cared much before, reiterating that if they had the ability to blacklist her throughout the entire industry, she would be grateful. However, the television station had shown no signs of movement, likely due to the overwhelming impact of the manipulation incident, which had overshadowed any attention they could afford Shi Zhi, the revered figure. Occasionally, Shi Zhi would participate in events, but she had few friends to accompany her. Ning Jiaqi was on a diet. Bai Wu was filming out of town, and the prodigy Go player Wu Luo was competing around the globe. Thus, Shi Zhi would go alone. "Sister Shi, there's a handsome man who keeps looking at you. That guy is also staring at you." Her little assistant chattered away beside her. But Shi Zhi let the words drift in one ear and out the other. "I'm going to the restroom. Would you like to come?"
Today?
Shi Zhi had given Brother Quan a break. After all, it was merely about shooting and dining, and he could use some rest. Accompanying Shi Zhi was her little assistant, who declined to join but offered to stay with her. Shi Zhi pushed her down onto the chair. "Then you eat." The restroom was quite close to their private room. As Shi Zhi emerged from the restroom, she encountered a blushing man in the corridor. He occasionally glanced in her direction, his expression wavering, yet he summoned the courage to approach her. "You." Shi Zhi truly did not wish to discourage anyone. Mustering courage was no easy feat. But one must confront reality. "I'm sorry, I don't do memberships." The man replied, "Huh?" Shi Zhi continued, "Aren't you here for membership?" He appeared hesitant, looking around as he gathered his resolve. "If you're not here for membership, then what are you here for?" "Teacher Shi, do you not recognize me? I am Lu Ziming." However, the The expression on Shi Zhi's face revealed to Lu Ziming that she truly did not recognize him. "Oh, it's you." She vaguely recalled the one who excelled in classical dance, akin to a graceful white crane. Yet, her mind had been preoccupied with the image of cranes. And since Lu Ziming had changed his hairstyle and attire today, she failed to identify him. Before participating in Youth I Am, he had still believed in the impartiality of major television networks. However, after offending Wang Jiahao, who warned him to watch his back, he seemed to mature instantaneously. "Teacher Shi Zhi, I shall claim the championship of Youth I Am as a testament to myself, my fans, the public, and to you." Well said, keep going," Shi Zhi encouraged. "But be careful, excessive flattery may provoke a backlash from the audience." Lu Ziming spoke with great passion, almost on the verge of tears. "I have reached this point thanks to you, Teacher Shi Zhi. Without your guidance, I would have likely been eliminated long ago. I am at a loss as to how to repay you." He had specifically sought out a friend's acquaintance to share a meal with Shi Zhi. A thought flashed through her mind. It would be better to offer a generous gift. However, such words could not be uttered to Lu Ziming, who appeared considerably less affluent. Perhaps a local specialty would suffice? Shi Zhi recalled the grain cakes given by the models, inexpensive yet delightful. Accepting a local delicacy would also ease Lu Ziming's conscience. "Lu Ziming," she said, only to find him momentarily stunned. He likely did not anticipate Shi Zhi would offer him an avenue of relief. "Shi Zhi, you need not give me anything. That is my duty. But if you truly feel indebted, then perhaps you could send me some local specialties?" Lu Ziming shook his head. "Local specialties are not valuable. It would be entirely unequal. Teacher Shi Zhi." He seemed to muster great courage. His face and neck flushed as he gazed at her. "Shi Zhi, no. You're being ungrateful." Chapter 37. The 37th day of not wanting to be famous. Shi Zhi currently felt like a subway passenger, an old man engrossed in his phone. She merely desired a few local specialties. Why the fright? Had she committed some error? Lu Ziming did not foresee that his willingness to offer himself ingratitude would be met with such an accusation of ingratitude. Was he truly that undesirable? To be fair, although Shi Zhi's impression of Lu Ziming was limited to the elegant white crane on stage, proficient in classical dance, she was unaware of his appearance, mistakenly assuming him to be a card salesman. Yet Lu Ziming was indeed quite handsome. Perhaps due to his dancing background, he possessed an ethereal charm. He had previously received numerous subtle hints of admiration. Now, to be rejected so decisively, even with a hint of disdain, why? Logically, Lu Ziming should have departed. It would have seemed more dignified. Yet, he did not comprehend this, prompting him to voice his confusion. Shi Zhi did not anticipate that the young man would be so persistent. "Shi Zhi, what era are we in? How can you still entertain such notions of self-sacrifice? Have you been watching too many dramas? And if so, are they ancient costume dramas with outdated clichés? Such scripts are rarely produced these days. Any screenwriter daring to pen such a tale would surely face the wrath of their producers." Shi Zhi gazed at Lu Ziming, her tone filled with reflection. Young people must not lack ambition. They should not spend their days pursuing dubious paths or clinging to others. Lu Ziming, flustered, exclaimed, "Teacher Shi Zhi, I am not trying to cling to anyone." Shi Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so, are you merely attracted to my physical appearance? That makes the situation even more serious." Lu Ziming felt his mind falter, consumed by Shi Zhi's provocative remarks. She was undeniably beautiful, with an admirable figure, yet how could she so calmly utter such words? In his heart, Lu Ziming felt a surge of embarrassment, shaking his head vigorously. He wasn't thinking along those lines. He was simply trying to express gratitude, though it indeed appeared somewhat dubious in retrospect. Initially fearing the worst, Lu Ziming was taken aback when Shi Zhi merely responded with a calm, "Oh. Then you are indeed lacking ambition." Lu Ziming conceded. "Well, that is better than being accused of being attracted to you." Indeed, he acknowledged his lack of ambition. Shi Zhi, valuing talent, believed that Lu Ziming possessed considerable potential and professional strength. If he had not appeared before her, it would have been one matter. But now she felt compelled to guide him and prevent this promising youth from straying off course. Thus, Shi Zhi engaged Lu Ziming in a thorough discussion in the corridor. Initially flushed with embarrassment, Lu Ziming, after her guidance, felt an overwhelming urge to plead with her. "Please, teacher, no more." He recognized his errors and vowed to reform, to become a pillar of society, utterly avoiding any illegal activities. Shi Zhi nodded with satisfaction, yet noticing Lu Ziming's despondent demeanor, she began to question whether she had inadvertently discouraged him. Softening her tone, she remarked. Actually, you are not lacking. Lu Ziming perked up, only to feel the urge to lower his ears again as she continued. You are merely not quite as exceptional. Shi Zhi sensed her method of consolation might not be suitable, so she pivoted. Perhaps it is a flaw within myself? At this, Lu Ziming met her gaze, as if suddenly grasping something profound. He had come across certain unfounded rumors online regarding Shi Zhi, suggesting she had a benefactor. Initially, he dismissed such claims as baseless gossip, but after meeting her in person, he felt even more certain of her integrity. Yet, the absence of a benefactor did not preclude her having a boyfriend, which left him on the verge of misunderstanding. Cautiously, Lu Ziming inquired, do you by any chance have a boyfriend? Before he could finish, Shi Zhi interjected, my health is poor. It's not feasible. She looked at Lu Ziming. Does that make you feel a bit better? She had already compromised her reputation. Lu Ziming replied, thank you for your perfunctory reassurance amidst your busy schedule. It does not bring me joy. He was well aware of the trending topics surrounding Shi Zhi, including her athletic prowess. How can you say your health is poor? Moreover, did that matter in relation to the situation? Meanwhile, Shi Zhi's assistant, having waited for a while, grew concerned about her well-being and decided to check on her. In the corridor, Shi Zhi stood, her gaze fixed on the departing figure of Lu Ziming, who walked away with a vacant expression and a dazed demeanor. The assistant inquired, perplexed, about the situation. Shi Zhi responded to the approaching assistant, having salvaged a young boy on the verge of faltering, imparting the correct ideological values to him. She considered herself merely passively exceptional. The only thing she mourned was the loss of her hometown delicacies. The assistant, though still bewildered, continued to shower compliments, convinced that Sister Shi was indeed remarkable. That sentiment was sufficient. Lu Ziming yearned to express to Shi Zhi, Master, your disciple has achieved enlightenment. He was on the verge of attaining enlightenment himself. The filming and editing of Inheriting the Tycoon's Fortune had been completed, and director Shi Tao held immense expectations for this television drama. Throughout the filming process, his anticipation only grew. Upon viewing the final cut, director Shi felt assured of its success. While it may not achieve monumental popularity, it certainly seemed poised for a moderate breakout. To generate more buzz around the series, director Shi employed a few clever tactics in the trailer. Consequently, when the trailer was released, it presented an intriguing scenario to the viewers. Zhong Jiesin, confronted with a deceitful and unfaithful man, cried out in anguish, how could you treat me this way? Yet, despite your actions, I still love you. Shi Zhi portrayed the lead who becomes suddenly wealthy, seated in the back of a Maserati, gazing at the sky through an open window at a 45-degree angle, accompanied by voiceover. The realization dawned upon her that wealth might distance her from her friends. Viewers reacted with a plethora of critical remarks regarding the trailer. Zhong Jiesin's storyline was evidently one of a scoundrel and a misguided woman, while Shi Zhi's narrative ignited a spirited debate. As a result, the online discourse became fervent, fulfilling director Shi's intended outcome. Even Bai Wu made a point to inquire, is Shi Zhi playing a pitiable character betrayed by friends after her sudden wealth? She felt compelled to pat Shi Zhi on the head. However, Shi Zhi did not perceive the trailer as a portrayal of pity. Rather, she discerned a hint of the Mary Sue trope within it. Director Shi had already briefed the leads, all eager for favorable ratings, and instructed them to follow his edits, trusting that he would not mishandle the final cut, given his stellar reputation in the industry. Shi Zhi was indifferent to the process. Even the team's makeup artist was losing sleep over the show's ratings, while Shi Zhi remained unfazed, urging everyone to relax, insisting it would be fine. Her friends viewed her through rose-colored glasses, yet her detractors certainly did not. Out of boredom, Shi Zhi opened the fan group for her critics, where the atmosphere had transformed from its previous silence to a lively frenzy. In no time, her unread messages surged to 99. Shi Zhi has once again taken on a terrible project. Just glancing at this trailer reveals its shoddy quality. I'm already tired of Mary Sue narratives. Let us count how many of these melodramatic pieces Shi Zhi has starred in. Gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle, one is reminded of the quintessential narrative of youthful anguish. It is only the visage of the actress that merits attention. However, prolonged exposure to such a countenance may elicit tedium. She is an actress, not merely a model. I reckon that a mere half-episode could be edited into a compilation showcasing Shi Zhi's lackluster acting skills, chuckles aside. The members of the anti-fan group harbor considerable expectations for Shi Zhi's latest drama, yet these expectations are decidedly negative. It has been some time since any substantial disparagement was available. Quan Go opined that as an actress, Shi Zhi ought to present a work of genuine merit. The anti-fans share the sentiment. The quality of an actress's work remains the most significant point of attack. As the team members passed by Shi Zhi, they caught sight of her head bowed, her gaze fixated on her phone, which clearly displayed their anti-fan group. Has Shi Zhi's fragile spirit been shattered by the vitriol of her detractors? Dear Shi Zhi, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from checking the group. If it proves unbearable, simply exit. What is unseen is unbothered. Yet, to their surprise, Shi Zhi revealed a smile, her lips curving upwards without a hint of feigned nonchalance. What troubles you? She inquired. The individuals in the group are quite entertaining. Everyone is so dedicated. Why should I leave? A team member responded, It's nothing, Shi Zhi. My apologies for the interruption. What constitutes a true champion? This is the essence of true strength. To boldly engage within an anti-fan group, facing their derision with ease and levity. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Zhi's stature in the eyes of her team members had grown considerably. Each member of the anti-fan group was on high alert, akin to the festive spirit of the new year, as it was time to reap rewards. The disparaging remarks circulating were hardly scandalous. Shi Zhi chimed in, absolutely unacceptable. The group leader declared, in light of this, we must adopt a professional spirit. Tonight at 7 o'clock, After Inheriting the Billionaire's Fortune will air promptly on the television network. Everyone must be ready. Success hinges upon this moment. They had already encountered significant setbacks in their quest to tarnish Shi Zhi's reputation. At 7 that evening, the first episode of After Inheriting the Billionaire's Fortune premiered. Prior to this, Shi Zhi's circle of friends had proactively disseminated posts on Weibo, rallying the public to watch her. Lu Ziming, who had spoken up for her, also shared several posts. The butler had arranged for all staff at the villa to have the evening off, urging them to indulge in the series. Even employees from various enterprises received similar perks, enjoying paid leave on the condition that they watched After Inheriting the Billionaire's Fortune. Naturally, the workers were oblivious to the underlying reasons for this viewing, leading to a plethora of rumors, culminating in the belief that the director was a relative of a superior. Director Shi Tao suddenly found himself with numerous relatives. Paid leave contingent upon watching a television show, who wouldn't relish such a voluntary endeavor? The more, the merrier. Shi Zhi observed as her team sent messages. Televisions, computers, phones, and tablets were all illuminated solely to contribute to viewership ratings. She felt a sense of camaraderie in their efforts. Shi Zhi herself did not watch. Instead, she indulged in a full-body essential oil massage before checking the anti-fan group. She yearned to ascertain the conclusions they had drawn. The group was enveloped in silence, a stark contrast to the rapid-fire discussions that had previously filled the chat. Shi Zhi inquired, Are you still watching? After a brief pause, she assumed everyone had completed the viewing, yet the group remained mute. 10 minutes later, someone finally spoke up. But rather than a scathing critique, they asked why there were only 2 episodes and when the next one would air. Initially, their intention was to mock Shi Zhi for watching the drama, but unexpectedly, they found themselves captivated. Inheriting the Tycoon's Fortune proved to be surprisingly enjoyable. Indeed, it was exceptionally well-crafted. Many in the group shared similar sentiments as that individual, yet hesitated to voice their thoughts for fear of being ostracized. A greater number of viewers had been lured in by the trailer. Despite knowing that the drama seemed rife with flaws, their curiosity was piqued. Were there truly that many shortcomings? They felt compelled to watch, and often found themselves astonished by what they saw. However, Inheriting the Tycoon's Fortune emerged as a delightful exception. Moreover, despite Zhong Jiaxin's tearful proclamations of love for the scoundrel, it did not prevent her from decisively ending their relationship. The breakup was swift and exhilarating, and with the assistance of her friends, she even informed the other women entangled with the same cad, liberating the unsuspecting souls from their plight. What a thrill! Especially the sight of the scoundrel's baffled expression. It was immensely gratifying, truly deserved. As Shi Zhi sat in her Maserati, reflecting on how wealth can distance friends, the next moment, 3 of her friends pedaled up on bicycles, chasing after her Maserati and shouting, You won't shake us off. Sisters becoming affluent and embracing their newfound fortune surely called for togetherness. Rich lady, feed us. This scene unfolded shortly after the series premiered, marking a quintessential moment in the drama. The absurdity of the scene elicited spontaneous laughter from the audience. It was not merely the anticipated sisterly rivalry that everyone had expected. Instead, it was a jubilant portrayal of affluent sisterhood, triumphing together. The 2 episodes flew by, leaving viewers oblivious to the passage of time, and upon completion, a sense of yearning lingered, compelling them to discover what would unfold next. Some had already taken it upon themselves to be enthusiastic advocates. Did everyone catch Inheriting the Tycoon's Fortune today? Shi Zhi's new drama. Fear not, it's genuinely entertaining, not about competing for boyfriends, but rather, it's delightfully absurd. It was imperative that she did not delve into this new obsession alone. Such a splendid drama deserved to ensnare those around her as well. As those who had been encouraged to watch joined in, discovering only 2 episodes available, they lamented with cries of despair. Too few, too few. Hurry up. The drama's official account had initially attracted only a modest following, primarily comprising dedicated fans of the actors, but after the release of the 2 episodes, viewership surged dramatically. And the latest Weibo post was inundated with requests for more episodes. There are discussions emerging about the pursuit of wealth among friends, and I find myself among them. Some individuals on Weibo express a desire to earn as much as their friends, with one netizen commenting on a friend's impressive income. Yet, the truth is that such earnings are seldom realized, and the notion of wealthy companions is largely illusory. We all rely on one another. This is strikingly authentic. You often care for us, preparing delicious meals, and now that Hui Hui is no longer with us, please do not hesitate to treat us as your own daughters. Shi Zhi grasped the hand of the other, while Hui Hui's mother held back tears. With friends around, we share our burdens and assist each other, envisioning another beautiful day ahead. Numerous such sentiments grace Weibo. It is truly delightful, worthy of the title annual best. To be candid, I have grown weary of the melodrama surrounding friendships. Such rivalries among friends are far from prevalent. In fact, it feels like an affront to the essence of friendship, as these exaggerated portrayals lead many men to believe our lives resemble those depicted on screen. I have even shared the title of a show with them, revealing what genuine friendship entails. This mirrors the silly daily lives I share with my friends, strolling the streets, shopping, linking arms, and playfully teasing each other. Albeit with a slight difference, my confidants, like myself, are not affluent. Tears may be shed. Additionally, some have observed a curious detail within the narrative. Why do they indulge in fruit platters whenever they are joyful? This occurrence is not isolated. Is this a habit of the affluent? This notion stems from Shi Zhi's remark that young women with wealth enjoy gathering to savor fruit platters together. Young women respond with disbelief. Really? Shi Zhi, this time, has chosen to play the part of an innocent, claiming ignorance. Do not inquire further. The sole bearers of the truth are Shi Zhi's team members, who find the situation utterly amusing, as Shi Zhi originally intended to visit a club to admire male models. The inheritance of the wealthy has indeed gained substantial popularity, both in terms of viewership and public discourse, with conversations about the plot even permeating subway rides. Director Shi Zhi, although initially anticipating success, could not help but express his astonishment upon witnessing the actual results. He was fortunate to heed Shi Zhi's advice and amend certain plot points, or else the ratings would not have soared to such heights. As Shi Zhi and her fellow cast members garnered increased attention, their Weibo followers swelled considerably. After witnessing the portrayal of sisterhood within the show, viewers naturally became curious about the actors' off-screen relationships and whether they share a similar camaraderie. During filming, director Shi Zhi suggested to the cast to engage in some promotional activities. Consequently, the remaining actors portraying friends began to participate in such endeavors. However, the revelation that their relationships were not particularly strong surprised many. Netizens reacted with astonishment. This answer diverged from their expectations. How could they openly admit to strained relations? Typically, even if there are underlying tensions, there is an unspoken agreement to maintain appearances. Our relationships are quite good, they would assert. In the drama Inheriting the Wealth of the Rich, the sisterly bond among the characters shines exceptionally, leading the audience to believe that their off-screen relationship must be equally harmonious. However, recent revelations suggest otherwise. The actress portraying Hui Hui has come forward to disclose that the cast once fiercely competed over a single grilled sausage, a claim that seems incredulous. Accompanying this revelation is a video where the 3 actresses genuinely grapple for the sausage, their faces flushed with exertion, while Shi Zhi stands off to the side, appearing somewhat bewildered. What could possibly fracture such a deep friendship? Is it wealth? Is it romance? Neither. It is merely a grilled sausage. Shi Zhi's expression amused many, as her confused demeanor was endearingly charming. Following suit, Zhong Jiesin also shared her own anecdotes, revealing they even raced 800 meters, nearly embroiling themselves in a tussle. The motivation behind the sprint? To earn the privilege of styling Shi Zhi's hair. Viewers reacted with astonishment. For such a right, they decided to engage in a fair competition, racing 800 meters, with the victor granted the honor of adorning Shi Zhi's hair in twin ponytails. The audience was eager to know the outcome. Who emerged victorious? Did the winner indeed style Shi Zhi's hair? Zhong Jiesin triumphed and proceeded to do so, albeit her hairstyling skills left much to be desired. Although Shi Zhi, with her laid-back demeanor, consented to Zhong Jiesin's attempts, several strands of her hair were inadvertently pulled out in the process. This amusing episode was faithfully captured by the camera crew. Zhong Jiesin, concerned that the hair ties might fail, wound several around Shi Zhi's hair, causing Shi Zhi to display a pained expression. Thus, a new meme was born. "Mom, the hairstyle is a bit too tight." The audience found these revelations utterly hilarious, questioning whether this truly indicated discord in their relationship or if they were merely engaging in playful rivalry. Although Shi Zhi did not contribute to the gossip, she was nonetheless prominently mentioned and maintained a strong presence throughout. Some netizens quipped about Shi Zhi's newfound popularity, pondering if her on-screen persona could be sustained for long stretches of filming without revealing her true self. Moreover, Zhong Jiesin, who has historically had a contentious relationship with Shi Zhi's friend Tang Yunling, was involved in this lighthearted rivalry. When the cast's roles were announced, many anticipated dramatic confrontations, never imagining it would escalate to a hairstyling contest. Amidst this, someone pointed out, "Quick, look. The plastic sisterhood has been confirmed." Shi Zhi has gone out alone to enjoy barbecued skewers, leaving her good friend behind. On the 38th day of her unintentional rise to fame, Shi Zhi initially had no inkling that her outing for barbecued skewers would lead to such a stir. It simply struck her to reminisce about Tang Yunling's grilled delicacies, prompting her to inquire among her team members, none of whom expressed a desire to join her. Had she informed the housekeeper, he would have promptly summoned the chef from their luxurious 6-star hotel to prepare a feast just for her, but Shi Zhi felt that such grandeur was unnecessary. She merely sought a casual outing, treating it as a leisurely stroll. This time, Shi Zhi donned a mask and a hat, while director Shi Tao incessantly praised the immense popularity of this drama in their group chat. However, Shi Zhi paid little heed to it and had scant understanding of the situation. After some contemplation, she decided it wise to wear a mask and hat for added discretion. Following her preferred app, she sought out a highly rated barbecue restaurant, opting to forego a car and instead scanned for a bicycle nearby the hotel, choosing to walk the rest of the way. Unbeknownst to her, a vehicle trailed her from a distance, its window rolled down revealing a camera. Shi Zhi had unwittingly become the target of paparazzi, who found it exceedingly challenging to catch her off guard. A few photographers were watching her intently as she rode her bike and walked alone, sensing they were on the verge of breaking a significant story. Was she perhaps on her way to meet a romantic interest? One speculated, with another echoing the sentiment, uncertain whether it involved someone from the industry or a wealthy heir. They eagerly anticipated the possibility of uncovering Shi Zhi's romantic entanglement. As they observed, Shi Zhi entered a quaint barbecue establishment. The entrance was wide open, revealing an unobstructed view inside, hardly the sort of place to conceal a male celebrity or a scion of the business world. The paparazzi were left perplexed. Was Shi Zhi truly on a date with barbecue? The afternoon was not particularly busy, and Shi Zhi had deliberately chosen this time to avoid the usual queues at such a popular venue. Post-lunch lethargy enveloped the patrons, and the owner lazily approached her. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. With practiced ease, Shi Zhi ordered a variety of dishes. Pork belly was a must, as it is best enjoyed fresh rather than through delivery, its layers of fat glistening with succulent juices. She also requested prime cuts, mushrooms, sausages, sweet potato cakes, and grilled kidneys. After placing her order, she patiently awaited her meal. A television mounted on the wall caught her attention, and as she heard a familiar sound, she looked up to see her own face on the screen. Initially, the lack of patrons had led her to remove her mask, feeling slightly stifled. However, upon seeing her image, she silently pulled it back up. The owner, noticing her, remarked, "I think you look somewhat familiar, almost like a celebrity." He then shifted his gaze from her to the television, struggling to recall the name of the person on screen. Unperturbed, Shi Zhi remained calm and even initiated conversation. "It's Shi Zhi, isn't it?" The barbecue restaurant owner suddenly realized, yes. Shi Zhi smiled and explained, "I used her as a model for my transformation." The owner muttered in realization, "No wonder." He then added, "But your transformation looks quite natural, not at all plastic." Once her barbecue was ready, Shi Zhi and the owner exchanged a few more words about her cosmetic enhancements, discussing the high costs, the skilled doctors, and how the results only became apparent after the recovery period. The owner expressed his admiration, saying, "You've certainly been through a lot." Shi Zhi agreed. There's no other way. She took a few bites of the hot grilled pork belly before leaving the establishment, exuding an air of composure. Outside, The paparazzi's hearts were shattered, as they had anticipated capturing some sensational scoop about Shi Zhi's romantic entanglements, only to find themselves disappointed. Shi Zhi had merely gone out for barbecue. After she departed from the barbecue establishment, the determined paparazzi ventured inside, inquiring with the owner about the nature of the conversation between the two. The owner jested, "Did you mistake her for Shi Zhi?" The paparazzi, taken aback, were then shown Shi Zhi's remarks regarding cosmetic surgery, revealing that she was merely a template for those seeking enhancement. Was Shi Zhi truly enjoying such frivolity in private? Stop pretending. Your thermos has already betrayed you. Even when indulging in barbecue, Shi Zhi did not part with her thermos, allowing the paparazzi to easily identify her. Observing Shi Zhi alone dining at the barbecue shop might seem somewhat mundane, yet considering her recent camaraderie with several actors from the drama, where they passionately vied for a piece of grilled sausage in the behind-the-scenes footage, her solitary indulgence in a lavish meal becomes quite intriguing. In this day and age, even the paparazzi must creatively edit their videos, leading to netizens exclaiming about the superficiality of their sisterhood, as Shi Zhi stealthily dined without her companions. The footage clearly captured her riding a shared bicycle and walking, all for the sake of barbecue. The last to engage in such a covert outing was a certain unfaithful male celebrity who, in an attempt to avoid attention, switched vehicles thrice, yet still ended up photographed. During her stroll, Shi Zhi even picked up a discarded plastic water bottle from the roadside and tossed it into a trash bin, a detail that did not escape the notice of netizens. Nonetheless, the primary focus remained on Shi Zhi sneaking out for barbecue without her friends. One comment received considerable acclaim, questioning why Shi Zhi had not competed for the grilled sausage with the others in the behind-the-scenes footage, suggesting she had already dined alone. The narrative began to weave itself together. Initially, netizens believed this was merely their own revelry, but unexpectedly, the other three actresses from Inheriting the Tycoon's Fortune took to Weibo, tagging Shi Zhi with a singular theme. Why did she dine alone? And why was she not inviting them? Accompanied by withered roses, their friendship appeared on the brink of fracture, a poignant inquiry. The fans remarked on the exceptional post-show engagement. It remained uncertain how Shi Zhi would respond. While perplexed by the paparazzi's scrutiny of her barbecue outing, she opened her group chat, reaching out to her three friends from the show. "Please, let's eat." What was merely a barbecue was indeed affordable. Shi Zhi had reserved the entire venue, aiming to mend their friendship. They discussed when they could gather, despite not residing in the same city. Fortunately, the drama crew was to host a celebration banquet the day after tomorrow, and after some deliberation, they agreed that the latest arrival would be the following noon, with Zhong Jessen suggesting, "Let us all gather at my place." The following afternoon, Shi Zhi arrived at the hotel where Zhong Jessen was staying, carrying 2 large bags of barbecue. By the time she arrived, most of the guests had gathered. "No, we are the ones eating the barbecue. You merely observe," she was told. Shi Zhi was taken aback. The 3 actresses exclaimed, "Surprise! This is the intended effect." Everyone said Shi Zhi was the devil, but today, they have transformed into the devils. Eating alone comes with a price. Shi Zhi genuinely did not anticipate this. She was both amused and exasperated as she gazed at the 2 hefty bags of barbecue, pondering how they could possibly finish it all. "We can eat it all. We can," they insisted. Shi Zhi attempted to say something further, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhong Jessen, who declared, "No listening today. We shall demonstrate what it means to devour a skewer in 2 bites." Shi Zhi acquiesced and took a seat aside, merely watching. The aroma of the barbecue was truly enticing. Shi Zhi could almost taste its deliciousness, while the 3 actresses, who were usually concerned about their figures, indulged gleefully. Especially upon seeing Shi Zhi's eager expression, their appetites only grew. Astonishingly, the 2 bulky bags of barbecue were completely devoured, leaving the trio feeling as if they had built up an immunity to barbecue over the past year. They had certainly paid a price. Yet the greater satisfaction came from observing Shi Zhi's expressions. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them, accompanied by an announcement of delivery. "What? How did we get a delivery? Who ordered it?" Zhong Jessen questioned, with the other 2 actresses claiming they had not ordered anything. Shi Zhi spoke up, "I ordered it." She had placed the order prior to her arrival, but the preparation had been slow, perhaps due to the distance, and it had only just arrived. Quickly, Shi Zhi retrieved the delivery. Steak, crayfish, exquisite desserts, and shrimp dumplings, all beautifully arranged on the table. The crayfish alone totaled 4 servings, filling the room with a mouth-watering aroma of spice and flavor. The trio was left dumbfounded. The barbecue now paled in comparison. The roles had reversed. Moments ago, they had been the ones flaunting their barbecue consumption before Shi Zhi, and now, she was the one relishing the crayfish while they could only watch. Zhong Jessen, drawn in by the enticing smell of the crayfish, regretted not having been informed earlier. With a grimace, she asked Shi Zhi why she hadn't mentioned it beforehand. Had they known, they would surely have saved some room in their stomachs. Now they were completely filled with barbecue. Didn't you all insist on not listening to anything I said? Zhong Jessen remarked. That much is true, Shi Zhi conceded, acknowledging that they had indeed interrupted her initial attempt to speak. They had not anticipated such a twist. The barbecue was merely an appetizer, with even greater delights to follow. Shi Zhi skillfully peeled a crayfish, coating it in sauce, and then demonstrated before the three, teasingly saying, "Now, allow me to show you how to devour a crayfish in one bite. For those with money, support me financially. For those without, support me personally." With that, she opened her mouth wide and consumed the crayfish in one bite, proclaiming, "Fresh, fragrant, spicy, absolutely marvelous." Previously, 3 individuals showcased a barbecue performance for her, and now, Shi Zhi is about to present a delightful display with a small crayfish. She perceives the crayfish as genuinely petite. Not only can she devour one in a single bite, but she could also consume a handful effortlessly. Do you truly not wish to partake in a bit more? While Shi Zhi prepares to enjoy a handful of crayfish, she observes the 3 individuals seemingly craving the delicacy intensely, prompting her to nudge another bowl of crayfish towards them. The trio exclaims in unison, "We're absolutely famished." Shi Zhi, the true enchantress, even elaborates on the dish's exquisite flavors. Zhong Jessen muses, "I believe I can manage a bit more." The other 2 concur. Despite having already reached their limit, or rather, having been satiated by the barbecue, they resolutely don their gloves, reasoning that indulging in just one more should be permissible. The drama's fans have been eagerly awaiting updates since the 3 actors shared posts on Weibo, and soon enough, they discovered simultaneous new posts from the trio. The vessel of friendship sets sail once more, as Shi Zhi treats them to barbecue. The drama, after inheriting the wealth of a tycoon, has indeed gained popularity, much to the delight of director Shi Zhi, who believes a celebratory feast is in order for everyone to revel together. In his words, neglecting to host a celebration after achieving success is akin to a child receiving an award and failing to display it at home. One must boast about it. Shi Zhi remarks, "I never anticipated you to be such a director." Quan Go expresses his surprise as well. He had initially perceived director Shi Zhi as quite reliable, having conducted a thorough casting process, only to later realize that the selection of Shi Zhi was rather hasty. This is not to imply that choosing Shi Zhi was a mistake. She has indeed shouldered significant responsibilities. However, the selection process was undeniably rushed. The other actors also regard the celebratory feast with great importance, and even Shi Zhi finds the event rather intriguing. She is primarily elated at the prospect of the crew reuniting in a lively atmosphere. Naturally, the celebration draws the attention of journalists, as the lead actors take to the stage to engage with the press and bask in the director's praises. Having consumed a bit of alcohol earlier, director Shi Zhi becomes quite emotional, shedding tears at poignant moments during the event. His journey has been arduous. After filming several successful series, he faced a series of disappointments. If this new project were to falter as well, after inheriting the wealth of a tycoon could very well be his final endeavor, as he might not only face market rejection but also skepticism regarding his own capabilities. Fortunately, this drama has garnered acclaim, revitalizing director Shi Zhi both internally and externally. It is indeed poignant to witness a man of his stature weeping so openly, particularly as he had no intention of doing so. Several male actors attempt to console him, yet his tears continue unabated. Shi Zhi contemplates the situation, deciding to step in and allow the male actors to take a step back. Approaching director Shi Zhi, Zhong Jessen curiously wonders how Shi Zhi will proceed, only to hear her softly advise, "Do not cry. Your makeup will be ruined." Director Shi Zhi's tears, which had been flowing like a torrent, suddenly cease as he accepts a tissue from one of the male actors, muttering to himself, "I mustn't cry. It simply won't do if my makeup is ruined." Zhong Jessen interjects, "What? The director was wearing makeup?" This revelation catches everyone by surprise. After director Shi Zhi regained his composure, he found himself puzzled, glancing at Shi Zhi. "I am not wearing any makeup," he remarked. As a director, he was not an actor, so makeup was unnecessary. Shi Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, regardless of whether she was made up or not. What mattered was that the director had stopped crying. This was indeed true, as the actors on stage were giving Shi Zhi a thumbs up. Once director Shi Zhi had dried his tears, he expressed his gratitude to Shi Zhi, praising her as an exceptional actress and urging industry peers not to underestimate her worth. Shi Zhi concurred, noting that her fees certainly needed a boost. Director Shi Zhi further mentioned that he would seek out Shi Zhi for suitable roles in the future. The audience was taken aback by this revelation, not to mention the actors on stage. Several leading actors swiftly retreated. One moment they were glamorous stars, and the next, they resembled mere memes. As the audience regained their composure, they began to search for Shi Zhi. She had vanished from the stage, but soon enough, they spotted her again. A woman rushing onto the stage seemed to be dressed identically to Shi Zhi and was carrying something. Upon closer inspection, it was a small fire extinguisher. The flames were extinguished in an instant. The organizers exclaimed, "Wow, Shi Zhi is remarkably quick on her feet." The host, who had been reciting from a script nearby, was momentarily dazzled by the brilliant fireworks, which symbolized the actor's exuberance. However, the splendid display was short-lived, leaving only the lingering smoke from the fire extinguisher. The actors remarked that they were not exhilarated. They had merely been startled, nearly losing their composure. Yet, the initial fright was swiftly alleviated by Shi Zhi's comical action of grabbing the extinguisher, which elicited laughter, especially when paired with the host's commentary. A staff member rushed over to clarify that the fireworks were indeed cold flames, which were safe and commonly used on stage, posing minimal risk. They simply hadn't anticipated the loud sound accompanying the display. It was a misunderstanding. Shi Zhi still held the small extinguisher, which clashed absurdly with her elegant gown, until a staff member, struggling to contain their laughter, took it from her. The reactions of those on stage had been quite significant, yet none had the audacity to seek out the extinguisher as decisively as Shi Zhi, who was unaware of its location beforehand. After the false alarm, the celebration banquet continued. Noticing the host's awkwardness, Shi Zhi borrowed a lighter from the staff. "Why don't you keep talking while I light this for you? It's all about fire." After all, the host had likely rehearsed the script for several days, so it seemed a shame to waste it. Using the lighter to mimic fireworks, she pressed it continuously. At the celebration banquet for the inheriting the wealthy legacy crew, the cold flame effect had been so explosive that everyone was left in shock. Shi Zhi's swift action with a fire extinguisher provided a humorous spectacle that did not escape the notice of netizens, propelling the incident back into trending conversations. Many were eager to inquire whether Shi Zhi had monopolized the recent whimsical trends, from dining alone at a barbecue restaurant to extinguishing fires on stage. However, picking up a water bottle and tossing it into a trash bin, along with extinguishing flames, certainly exhibited some admirable flair. Even a fire safety blogger specifically shared this video of Shi Zhi extinguishing a celebratory banquet fire. I stumbled upon this video on the homepage, and while everyone found it quite amusing and undeniably entertaining, I also noticed some other aspects, notably Shi Zhi's heightened fire safety awareness. She must have been acutely aware of the fire extinguisher's location from the very beginning, which enabled her to instinctively dash off the stage to retrieve it. Moreover, her methodical approach to extinguishing the flames was exemplary, offering a practical guide that one could emulate. Although this incident arose from a misunderstanding, had there been an actual emergency, she would not have succumbed to panic. Fire safety bloggers, despite their considerable following, seldom delve into topics related to celebrities, even if a celebrity appears in their posts. It typically concerns negative issues like improper parking obstructing fire lanes or carelessly discarding cigarette butts. This marked the first occasion that a celebrity received praise from him. Kwon Go often searches for Shi Zhi's name on Weibo, ready to manage any negative press. It wasn't long before the internet, previously saturated with adverse news, began to shift. Now the narrative has transformed. "Impressive, Shi Zhi." The team members eagerly began to flatter her. "Sister Shi, you're amazing." Shi Zhi took note of Kwon Ji's remark, hinting that after this production, she could raise her rates. An increase in her fees was finally justified. It was no longer a time for seeking value for money. In addition, Kwon Go secured a game endorsement for Shi Zhi, who was still entangled in a web-based game, utilizing the catchphrase, "If you're a brother, come and cut me." Surely, she wouldn't consider participating in that? It seemed a bit unwise, and she would only acquiesce if substantial financial incentives were involved.
How could that be?
Kwon Go assured her that since he was arranging this for Shi Zhi, it would undoubtedly be a highly appealing venture. While Kwon Go was still extolling her virtues, Shi Zhi received a phone call. The other party spoke in a dialect that she barely understood, managing to catch a few keywords, money, and a request for tens of millions. A telecommunications scam. A brazenly audacious telecommunications scam. Just the other day, she had borrowed 200 via WeChat and found herself at the police station. All right. Shi Zhi responded. The caller likely did not anticipate her agreeable demeanor and paused momentarily, speaking less than before, allowing Shi Zhi to comprehend. They inquired when and where to transfer the funds. "In your dreams," she retorted. "Go dream about it. This ordinary scam needs practice." Chapter 39. Not Seeking Fame, Day 39. Upon hanging up the phone, Quan Go inquired about the caller. Was it a scammer? He had vaguely overheard part of the conversation. Shi Zhi confirmed, indeed. They haven't even mastered the basics of scamming and are already after money. Today's scammers show no effort. They pale in comparison to my dedicated haters. Her detractors worked tirelessly, following her to events and meticulously watching every episode of her variety shows and dramas, analyzing each frame and small gesture. This telecommunications scam, when compared to their diligence, seemed utterly futile. And to demand tens of millions? How audacious. The essence lies in one's diligence, does it not? Quan expressed his sentiments on the disgrace of telecom fraud, recounting how his cousin and her mother fell victim, losing substantial sums, hard-earned money from the older generation. And it is not solely the elderly who suffer. The youth also find themselves ensnared in such traps. Shi Zhi concurred with this notion, asserting that while one may deceive in matters of affection, financial deception is utterly unacceptable, her words resonating with conviction. Quan, taken aback, questioned, "Are you caught up in a monetary frenzy? Is this something a female celebrity would utter?" After hanging up on the fraudulent call, Shi Zhi was met with a second attempt. With a flick of her finger, she dismissed it once more, promptly blocking the number. She gazed at her phone screen, hoping that the next scammer would possess a more refined command of Mandarin, and if only their voice were more melodious, that would be splendid indeed. Had Quan been privy to Shi Zhi's musings, he would likely have been rendered speechless. Did she think she was selecting a virtual partner with preferences regarding voice? Neither of them gave this matter much thought, yet the following day, a sensational rumor circulated online. A certain well-known female celebrity, recently in the spotlight, was raised by an elderly guardian. After achieving fame, she disregarded her guardian and family, indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle while her aged brother toils to make ends meet. This news garnered widespread attention. A celebrated star, with a hit drama, raised by someone else. Who could this individual be? The ambiguity of the hit drama left the identity of the star ambiguous. A little assistant from Shi Zhi's team, upon encountering this revelation, felt a surge of indignation. How could any celebrity behave in such a manner? She exclaimed. Shi Zhi merely cast a cursory glance at the gossip. Where is the transgression? The assistant, wide-eyed, retorted. Sister Shi, isn't this outrageous? Having long perceived Shi Zhi as a paragon of justice, she was bewildered by her indifference to the alleged misconduct. Thus, the assistant began to waver in her convictions. Shi Zhi mused that the assistant was still too youthful. Holding her phone, she addressed the assistant. Firstly, how can we substantiate that this actress neglects her guardian and family, indulging in a lavish lifestyle? That is merely the brother's claim. Just because he asserts something does not make it true. If he professes to be a billionaire, does that render him one? Unlikely, for the true billionaire is me, haha. Secondly, assuming the elder's plight holds merit, we are all adults here. Even if the actress were to lead a life of excess, what relevance does that bear to her elderly brother? Just because he is old, does that grant him any moral high ground? This smacks of ageism. Young people today face their own challenges, stress-induced baldness, anxiety, insomnia, and the obligation to repay debts. With each statement from Shi Zhi, the assistant nodded in agreement, resembling a chick pecking at grain. She recognized her own struggles reflected in Shi Zhi's words. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease remained. Primarily, she felt that the celebrity must possess greater financial resources than her brother. A modest contribution to ease his burden would be fitting, as he still labored for a living. This sentiment echoed among many in the nation, with numerous individuals in the comments section criticizing the yet-to-be-identified star for not offering her working brother even a small sum. Shi Zhi countered, he is a worker, and so is the actress. We are all laborers in this world. Who among us has it easier? Good morning, workers. Keep striving. This situation appears to be an attempt at extortion. It is likely that they sought financial gain behind the scenes and, upon failing to do so, proactively contacted the media to disclose their grievances. The assistant was thoroughly persuaded this time. The publicist, having spent considerable time in the industry, was more perceptive than the assistant. It was evident that the brother of this female celebrity waited until after she had successfully launched a new drama before reaching out to the press, which was rather distasteful. The publicist pondered which unfortunate starlet had to endure such a family. Shi Zhi responded a couple of times, her focus fixed on the expose, and she clicked her tongue in disapproval. This expose, she mused, prompting a sudden wave of anxiety from the publicist. What's wrong? Do you know her? Sister Shi? Is she an acquaintance? No, Shi Zhi replied. I was merely observing this expose and found it lacking in allure. It should have been articulated thus. Shocking revelations concerning a certain female star, followed by an edition questioning whether this signifies a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality.
Indeed.
The publicist concurred. You could have been an outstanding reporter at that editorial office if you weren't a star. You possess remarkable talent. However, it soon became clear to the publicist who the unfortunate starlet truly was. It was not a celebrity known to Shi Zhi, but rather their very own Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi appeared ready to confront her with unwavering determination. The expose was linked to the television station where Shi Zhi had previously recorded Youth in My Style. In the program, a family of 3 was assembled, and the expose claimed to be from Shi Zhi's brother, who, despite his age, had a son attending university. Only a few years younger than Shi Zhi. The brother seemed aware of his accent and poor Mandarin, so he enlisted his son to assist with the narration. Shi Zhi is an orphan. She was adopted by my mother when she was very young. My mother raised her with great effort, and we cared for her well, always saving the best food for her. My mother passed away, succumbing to illness, and by that time, Shi Zhi had already become a star. She never even glanced our way. I am over 50 now, still laboring in the fields. I don't believe it's unreasonable to ask Shi Zhi for some financial support. She cannot simply rise to fame and forget about us, considering we were the ones who nurtured her. The host queried, have you ever been in contact with Shi Zhi? Why has she neglected you? We cannot reach her. She has blocked my number, he lamented. He then inquired of the host, I heard that the drama Shi Zhi is currently airing is quite popular. Surely, she must be earning a substantial income. Do you know her salary? The host interrupted him forcefully. In the end, it was his son who addressed the camera directly. We need your money. The implications were staggering. Who would have thought that the starlet in question was Shi Zhi? Firstly, it was astonishing to learn that Shi Zhi was adopted. Given her appearance and demeanor, many had assumed she hailed from a middle-class background, entirely unaware that she was an orphan, raised by a family that seemed to lack adequate means. Secondly, discussions regarding the video ensued, with some expressing skepticism. Let me clarify. I am not a fan of Shi Zhi, but judging by the video, I find this family's actions highly inappropriate. Are they attempting to extort money from Shi Zhi and resorting to moral coercion? The television station has indeed coordinated with the informant regarding the script. Yet their family's obsession with monetary gain is glaringly apparent, as they incessantly mention financial matters under the guise of seeking reunion. The video leaves viewers with an uncomfortable sensation. Everyone is acutely aware of Shi Zhi's predicament. She has endured a barrage of scandals that transformed her from a celebrated artist into an obscure figure within merely 2 or 3 years. This raises suspicions regarding the sudden emergence of the so-called brother. Does he genuinely wish well for Shi Zhi? However, he was quickly met with rebuttals. Is it acceptable for Shi Zhi to be deemed ungrateful while others are silenced? This is nothing short of moral coercion. Did no one mention that they had raised Shi Zhi, and now she seems unreachable? As a star who has earned substantial wealth, shouldn't she provide for her brother? Living a life of leisure while expecting her brother to toil in support of her is unjust. Shi Zhi must promptly address this situation. Observing her brother, I can't help but feel he appears rather earnest. Has he been pushed to his limits? Even desperate dogs leap over walls. Shi Zhi's phone has been inundated with messages from acquaintances and strangers alike, as both critics and colleagues flood her with inquiries. The entire community is engrossed in discussions about this matter. Originally, she was the daughter of a wealthy tycoon lost to the world, certainly not self-raised. She was adopted by a benevolent grandmother. Unfortunately, her grandmother's son and daughter-in-law were utterly disrespectful, forcing her to perform arduous tasks. When her grandmother became frail, the two were relegated to a dilapidated home, relying on one another, enduring hardship yet finding warmth in their bond. Possessing striking beauty, the original persona was discovered by talent scouts, and she diligently gained admission to a film academy, finally able to repay her grandmother's kindness. However, the old woman fell gravely ill and incurred substantial medical expenses. It was from that point onward that the original persona began to accept any roles available, prioritizing financial gain over quality. After more than 2 years, she depleted her funds, and ultimately, her grandmother passed away, with only the original persona by her side, as her son had fled to avoid further financial demands. Shi Zhi recalls her initial experience in this world, where the original persona's phone contained a mere $2.50. Despite being a star, she resided in a budget rental just after the loss of her grandmother. As she scrolled through videos, the irony struck her. Those who claimed to have treated the original persona well had even forsaken their elderly mother. Previously, they had addressed her by name, and her grandmother's grandson had never referred to her as aunt, yet now they feign familial affection. When the original persona was just beginning to gain recognition, they frequently solicited financial assistance from her. The situation has escalated. A face-to-face discussion is warranted. Meeting in person is undoubtedly more straightforward. The company is no longer a suitable venue, as numerous paparazzi are currently congregated there. Thus, everyone opted for the convenience of a staff member's residence. Shi Zhi succinctly relayed the entire sequence of events to Brother Quan, who, along with the team, was filled with righteous indignation. This is utterly shameless. Abandoning even his ill mother, Quan Ge sighed, reflecting on how he had only been aware of her extravagant expenditures. She had implored him for urgent financial assistance, requesting more acting opportunities, yet she had not disclosed that it was to save a life. When the agent could not sway Shi Zhi, he finally understood her unwavering determination. Why did she resemble a relentless warrior, even earning the derogatory label of a money grubber while perpetually short on funds? It was revealed that her efforts were to prolong the life of the elder who had raised her. "Do you have any proof?" he inquired. Shi Zhi handed him a transparent plastic bag, urging him to take a look. Inside were the receipts for each chemotherapy session, meticulously saved as a tribute to the elder. At that time, Shi Zhi had managed her finances well, which now facilitated her clarification of the situation. Upon seeing the documents, Quan Ge felt a surge of confidence, knowing their chances had significantly improved. After all, the most critical attack against them, in his view, lay in the accusation of unfilial behavior. Could spending several million still be considered ungrateful? When they recorded Youth, My Style, he had sensed that the television station would retaliate, never anticipating that a few insignificant individuals would harbor resentment until now. These powerless rascals would not have escalated the situation without the assistance of the television station that Shi Zhi had previously offended. Mindful of the relationship between those three individuals and Shi Zhi, Quan Ge asked her how she intended to proceed. Should they extend some semblance of dignity to them? Perhaps offer a financial settlement? After the clarification, was she considering compensating them? However, he harbored concerns that these people might prove to be an insatiable pit. Shi Zhi was taken aback by Quan Ge's suggestion. "Pay them? Are you joking? I need to demand money from them," she stated earnestly, having never contemplated a discreet resolution. She was determined to confront them head-on. Casting him a sidelong glance, she declared, "How could that be? I am a civilized person." Following this, she added, "To hell with them." Quan Ge thought this was excessively civilized. He had assumed that Shi Zhi intended to reach out to the television station, but was surprised when she waved her hand in refusal. Such a valuable opportunity for exposure cannot be squandered on that shameless station. Shi Zhi assured Quan Ge that she would handle the matter herself. As everyone dispersed to prepare for the upcoming activities, she sought out the steward. "Is there anything the young lady requires of me?" The steward, ever attentive and available around the clock, had remained vigilant despite Shi Zhi not involving him in the entertainment industry. He was acutely aware of her every move. "My lady, have you suffered any grievances?" The steward's initial display of concern swiftly transformed into appreciation. "Excellent. It seems the young lady has not been adversely affected." "Indeed, there is much to be gained. The wealth of the richest individual encompasses vast enterprises. Such a splendid opportunity can effortlessly transform into lucrative exposure. It would be unreasonable not to incorporate our own products." The steward's expression radiated satisfaction. "My lady, you truly mirror the master in every way. Even your keen sense for financial matters and relentless dedication have been perfectly inherited. What a commercial genius you are." Shi Zhi, however, remained contemplative. The steward, suddenly intrigued, began recounting tales. "Do you know what the master was like before his rise to fortune?" Shi Zhi was quite intrigued by this story of a prominent figure rising from humble beginnings. How did he manifest his keen financial acumen and unwavering dedication prior to his success? The butler, with an air of admiration, recounted a lengthy tale from a winter's day when the master, clutching a mere dime, stumbled and fell, yet even in his fall, he steadfastly held onto that coin. Shi Zhi remarked, "Such persistence indeed." The butler insisted on offering incense, exclaiming, "Master, you have successors. You may now rest in peace." Shi Zhi urged the butler to allow him some respite, saying, "Your constant recitations over the past few days have left him without rest." At times, she suspected that the butler had graduated from a performing arts academy. His flair for drama was unmatched. The audience's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. How thrilling! Regardless of whether they sided with Shi Zhi or her adversaries, none anticipated such an unfolding of events. The television station opposing Shi Zhi, which was presently assisting a family of three, was utterly exasperated. Their hearts ached, and they felt powerless, merely able to express their disdain for Shi Zhi's fierce resolve. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi remained at ease, jesting with her team. Is it my turn to perform now? She hadn't expected that her experiences on Youth in My Style would prove so beneficial. Having witnessed numerous performances there, she found everyone to be orators of remarkable skill. The rival station was likely infuriated upon hearing this, as the makeup artist prepared to apply a more haggard look, suggesting it might garner sympathy from the audience. Shi Zhi gazed at her reflection and shook her head. No, I wish to appear radiant and enchanting. I must look stunning. That day is mine. On that occasion, she donned a striking red dress, exuding vibrancy, resembling not someone there to clarify, but rather a glamorous businesswoman on the red carpet, as if ready to take center stage. Shi Zhi mused, it's quite similar after all. Our products alone could likely sell quite well. The show Truth or Dare had unexpectedly opened doors for her, and the team at Yuzu Station had not anticipated such fortune would fall into their laps. Shi Zhi had few demands, simply expressing a desire to host a live broadcast. No editing was necessary. The facts would speak for themselves. Faced with such a potential benefactor in Shi Zhi, Yuzu Station complied eagerly, thinking, what could she possibly want? Just a live stream? Let us proceed. Thus, the live stream was inundated with viewers, leading to temporary disruptions. Some asserted that Shi Zhi would surely present herself in a modest manner, feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy. Yet, she arrived with more fanfare than when she graced the red carpet, even if she had once donned a down jacket for that occasion. As the narrative continued, the refrain echoed of Shi Zhi being ungrateful, unable to share in both fortune and adversity, lamenting how good they had been to her. This prompted many to voice their support for the opposing side in the comments, labeling Shi Zhi as ungrateful. Shi Zhi had remained largely silent until suddenly interjecting. On my grandmother's 80th birthday, it snowed, and you ventured out in the snow to buy the birthday cake. It was truly delicious, she reminisced fondly. The elderly man's son paused, momentarily forgetting the significance of the occasion, yet it served as a commendation. Nodding, I toiled the entire day moving bricks to purchase that cake. The wind was biting cold. Did our family not give you most of the cake back then? His wife and son echoed him. The elderly grandson allowed his aunt to indulge, while I yearned for a bite from my parents and grandmother, only to be reprimanded. The comments flooded in. This family truly treated Shi Zhi well. It seemed she had turned into an ungrateful wretch. Yet, Shi Zhi slammed her hand on the table, declaring, on your 80th birthday, you never even bought a cake. The old man's son stammered, at a loss for words. The young grandson, still sprightly, retorted, I remember buying it. My father's hands were frozen stiff. Regardless, he had to cling to this claim, lest the truth be revealed. Shi Zhi shook her head. Grandma's birthday is in summer. That day was during the scorching heat. Her gaze bore into the three of them. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the live stream as well. Astonishingly, they could not even recall the elder's birthday, yet they claimed to treat her well. In the fragments of memory pieced together, on that day of her 80th birthday, none of her blood relatives came to visit her. The original self had cooked longevity noodles for the elder, who had expressed her joy. The three were caught red-handed, frozen in place. In the end, they had begun to create a scene, demanding money outright. Shi Zhi's tone shifted, a smile gracing her face, as he said, we are all family. Let's not make this so tense. The woman seated on the ground ceased her ruckus, wailing without shedding a single tear. The tide of the live stream had turned. Could it be that a happy reunion was still in the cards? I now firmly believed those three had issues. How could they not even remember whether their mother's birthday fell in winter or summer? Surely, Shi Zhi wouldn't actually give them money? What other choice did she have? Given the earlier display of virtue, Shi Zhi produced a thick stack of expense receipts and approached them, her face a mask of restraint. Though the audience could not hide their delight, their lips curling into smiles. She even clasped the hand of the old man's son. Finally found you. The old man's son was bewildered. What is going on? Shi Zhi replied, I thought you all would avoid me indefinitely. When Grandma fell ill, you all ran away. Now it seems her medical expenses must be shared, right? After all, we share blessings and burdens alike. Her hands trembled with excitement, as others rushed in to help with the expenses. How was it that all the fortunate events seemed to fall into her lap? Chapter 40. Not seeking fame on the 40th day. Shi Zhi believed one should not be hypocritical. Setting aside discussions of fortune, since we are here, let us tackle this difficulty together. The old man's son was perplexed. Those watching the live stream were equally bewildered. Shi Zhi had organized all the bills, pulling the old man's son along to show him, her words sharp and succinct. The medical expenses for Grandma's illness over the years, the costs of caregivers. Oh, and I won't even count the hospitalization fees. Just consider it my filial duty. Let us settle on the medical and caregiver costs. If there are any disputes, feel free to speak up, and I shall address them here and now. Absolutely fair and just, without deceiving anyone, neither taking advantage nor manipulating accounts for profit. How much? Hundreds of thousands, and even if split evenly, it amounts to millions. Over there, Brother Quan has already posted the meticulously organized details online, clearly showing every expense incurred since the elder fell ill. The elder's son has never seen such a sum. Even if he were to sell himself, he couldn't muster it. Initially, he thought he could profit from Shi Zhi, but unexpectedly, not only did he gain nothing, but he is now burdened with debt. His face flushed crimson, revealing a look of terror as he attempted to shake off Shi Zhi, but she held on tightly. Aren't we family? Why this unfamiliarity? Just a moment ago, you claimed to miss me so much that you couldn't sleep. I feel the same. We are all preoccupied with finances. Shi Zhi, when will the accounts be settled? Shi Zhi, demand payment. The elder's grandson, seeing Shi Zhi persistently holding onto his father while demanding compensation, grew anxious. He blurted out, "Isn't this extortion?" The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, overwhelmed with information. First, this family didn't even know their mother's grandmother's birthday, and then they were accused of being unfilial. Shi Zhi, who had not even seen the elder in her final moments, bore the burden of years of medical expenses. From Shi Zhi's perspective, did this family abandon the elder the moment she fell ill? Now, the elder's grandson accuses Shi Zhi of extortion, causing the audience to laugh in disbelief. What a situation. Allow me to clarify. After the elder fell ill, her own son and grandson fled, while Shi Zhi, a mere student at the time, took care of the elder and ensured her passing was dignified. Now these individuals emerge, seeking to establish familial ties with Shi Zhi? Extortion. Who is truly extorting whom? This accusation should be directed at Shi Zhi. Shi Zhi found the situation quite surreal. She, once nearly a victim of financial exploitation, had now somehow become the alleged extortionist. Yet this also indicated her success, didn't it? She gazed at the elder's grandson, her expression filled with disapproval. How can family matters be equated to extortion? It is undoubtedly about sharing both joy and hardship, about enjoying blessings together and facing difficulties united. Understand that? She directly employed their family's rhetoric against them. The trio had always invoked the notion of family ties, and now Shi Zhi would wield that very magic to counteract their claims. Indeed, magic defeating magic proved effective. The expressions of the trio darkened considerably. Lacking in education, they became increasingly reckless in their speech. You insisted on spending money on her. We never said we would pay for her treatment. You can't pin this on us. Such statements were made. They feared truly being held accountable for millions in medical expenses. Upon witnessing this, even the most compassionate viewers found it difficult to defend the trio. Their disgraceful behavior was laid bare. Brother Quan recognized that at this point, Shi Zhi had already triumphed. After leaving the television station, the assistant quietly inquired of the woman beside him. "Sister Shi, are you feeling down? If so, you may lean on my shoulder for support." From the assistant's perspective, that family certainly does not deserve sympathy. Nonetheless, they have undeniably shaped Sister Shi's childhood. Although she did not exhibit any sadness on stage, she must be feeling somewhat troubled within. Then, Sister Zhi turned around, her face adorned with a smile. And in a tone still tinged with excitement, she asked the assistant, "What did you just say?" "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that." As soon as it concluded, Sister Zhi eagerly contacted the housekeeper to inquire about the outcome of the merchandise promotion. According to her expectations, quite a number of viewers would be watching the live stream. And the housekeeper had already integrated advertisements for the family's business, as she requested. The housekeeper reported a string of remarkable figures, leaving Sister Zhi's mind filled with thoughts of immense profits, causing her to miss what the assistant was saying. The assistant observed Sister Zhi, unable to detect even a hint of sorrow on her face. "It's nothing, I just asked if you would like something to eat. Sorry for the interruption." Sister Zhi took a moment to assess her own hunger and realized she was not famished. "Are you all hungry?" She glanced at her phone. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, close to mealtime. Sister Zhi inquired of Quan Ge, "Do you know where they're staying?" They referred to that family of 3. Sister Zhi was already pondering that if Quan Ge did not know, she would have the housekeeper investigate. She trusted her capable housekeeper could uncover the information. However, Quan Ge proved reliable, providing the name of a hotel he had already researched. Sister Zhi clicked her tongue, noting the family was residing in a luxurious star-rated hotel. "I suspect that was provided by the local television station." "Why do you ask?" Quan Ji's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Sister Zhi through the rearview mirror, sensing that she was harboring some mischievous intentions. With a wave of her hand, Sister Zhi declared, "I will treat everyone to a lavish meal at the star-rated hotel." Having made a significant profit, she felt no reluctance in treating her staff. Additionally, it would be an opportunity to confront that family of three. Sister Zhi, it's important to foster familial bonds. It's unreasonable for a family to reside so far apart. The team members in the van erupted in cheers, thrilled that Sister Zhi was treating them to a grand feast. Someone remarked, "I know that place. Their evening buffet is fantastic, and the desserts are especially delectable." Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sister Zhi responded, "No problem, arrangements will be made." Everyone shouted, "Sister Zhi, I love you. We will always cherish you, and wish to have your children." To which Sister Zhi replied, "Perhaps having children can be postponed." The family of three, disheveled and unaware of the impending danger, made their way to the hotel. The elderly woman muttered to her daughter-in-law, "How has that girl become so articulate? I never imagined she would even ask us for money." She nudged her husband. "Are we really unable to obtain it?" The elderly grandson complained, "You promised to buy me the latest Apple phone. My classmates have already bought theirs and are flaunting them." The elderly son frowned. Bye. I never said I wouldn't get it for you. What's a phone worth? We could lose several villas. I had originally intended to buy you a villa and find you a wife." He did desire it, but it seemed increasingly unattainable. The television station he had been in contact with had not answered his calls for quite some time. When they finally picked up, their demeanor was particularly frosty, advising him not to call again. As for the hotel, they would no longer cover his expenses. This was the final night. "Have you missed me?" As a family of three discussed Shi Zhi, the main character emerged from the car, her face beaming with joy. The trio exchanged glances, and Shi Zhi pointed towards the hotel, exclaiming, "You're staying here too? What a coincidence, so am I." The team members suppressed their laughter. It was no coincidence, as they had followed her here. To preserve Shi Zhi's spirits, they feigned interest in the scenery. Shi Zhi sighed. "I was initially worried you would be unable to repay that substantial sum, but it seems you are quite capable. Since we miss each other, let us chat and reconnect emotionally. By the way, how do you plan to repay that money? Will it be in installments or a lump sum?" "Personally, I favor the latter." The family found themselves at a loss once again. Shi Zhi had cornered them for money. Even staying in a five-star hotel felt uneasy. The elderly woman asked her son, "Is this really about us repaying the money?" The son replied, "What else could it be?" The daughter-in-law, though frightened, tried to muster her courage, asserting, "What if we simply refuse to pay? Can they really do anything to us?" After all, they were adept at throwing tantrums. However, the grandson was genuinely alarmed. "Mom and Dad, I've heard things are quite chaotic in her circle. Shi Zhi might have someone backing her. What if she retaliates? What if we don't repay her and she threatens us?" The thought of being harmed frightened him, and it startled his parents as well. They could endure personal harm, but not to their precious son. He was the foundation of their family. After some deliberation, they decided to flee. Thoughts of demanding money from Shi Zhi were cast aside. It was far more important to protect their sole heir from the unreasonable demands of a superstar. They hastily packed their belongings and opened the door to leave, only for the door across the hall to swing open, revealing a voice as chilling as a devil's. "Where do you think you're going?" The three of them froze, turning to face Shi Zhi, who stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, arching an eyebrow. "Why are you carrying so much? Are you trying to escape your debts?" She had laid bare their intentions. Embarrassed, they muttered, "Of course not." But it seemed they truly had to flee. They could not leave through the front door with Shi Zhi just across the way. Fortunately, being on the second floor, they tore down the curtains, tied them together, and climbed down. The son, spoiled by his family, was unaccustomed to physical labor and had not considered riding a bike. The three of them saw no issue with their plan. The father instructed him to sit properly on the back of his bike. They needed to leave quickly. He began to pedal but found himself unable to move. The father stood up and pedaled vigorously to gain momentum. At last, movement was initiated, only to be met with a cacophony of anguished cries. My foot." The earlier inaction was due to the grandfather's grandson having his foot ensnared in the bicycle wheel. "Oh, dear child, are you all right?" The scene was one of utter chaos, filled with wailing and despair. They were urgently transported to the hospital for treatment. The final family made their escape under the cover of night, awkwardly fleeing in an electric tricycle, burdened by debts amounting to several million. Their flight was captured by surveillance cameras, with footage subsequently shared online. Although viewers could not hear their words, They witnessed the grandson's foot caught in the wheel, and his father standing to pedal. What absurd news this is! Another scandal brewing? That family had fled. When Quan informed Shi Zhi, she remained utterly unfazed, languidly swaying in her rocking chair, even inquiring with interest, how did they escape? Upon learning they had descended from the upper floors and that the foot-and-wheel incident had occurred, she felt compelled to applaud. It was simply too thrilling. I never anticipated they would repay. Do they look capable of doing so? Even selling them off wouldn't suffice to clear their debts, and morally condemning them seemed futile, as they clearly lacked any sense of ethics. Quan nodded in agreement, realizing he had been foolish to think he could extract anything from that family. After all, it was merely a matter of Shi Zhi clarifying the situation. They had already cornered themselves in the hotel, giving the impression of genuine intent, thus leading him astray as well. Shi Zhi affirmed, I am indeed sincere, sincerely wishing for their discomfort. Even in their poverty, I shall ensure they suffer. In light of their hasty flight, Shi Zhi had succeeded in this regard. Quan remarked, well done. A beautiful face with a ruthless heart. It feels satisfying to deal harshly with such individuals. Shi Zhi pondered. Although that family could not repay their debts, someone must shoulder the burden. Thus, she sought out the all-capable steward. In short, it was time for a significant financial outlay. The steward quickly understood. That is certainly the case, young miss. Leave it to me. We have the finest legal team in the nation. Their track record was impeccable, with virtually no case they could not win. Shi Zhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. The Youth My Style television station seemed to be experiencing a streak of misfortune, or rather, an outright calamity. Although they could not retaliate against Shi Zhi at the time, it did not mean they harbored no resentment, especially since their reputation had suffered, and they had incurred substantial penalties to her. Were they not frustrated? Indeed, they were. Thus, when they inadvertently learned that Shi Zhi's family required assistance and sought to communicate with her, they believed an opportunity had arisen to undermine her. Yet, who could foresee the subsequent events? What a financial loss this would entail. A simple calculation of the viewership of that day's broadcast, alongside the advertising revenue, deflated the previously buoyant spirits of the group. Were Shi Zhi's family truly as foolish as they appeared? How could one suggest that the elderly received treatment without incurring expenses, as if it were no concern of theirs? Such statements are unfathomable. As the situation deteriorated, the television station resolved to sever ties with Shi Zhi's family, having invested considerable effort only to find it fruitless. Yet, it cannot be deemed entirely fruitless, as we have received a letter from a lawyer. The saga involving Shi Zhi and her family is far from over. Rather than a twist of fate, it seems that others have begun to piece together the narrative. A purported caregiver for the elderly has come forward. I am the caregiver for the elderly woman. Initially, I was unaware that the young girl was a celebrity. I merely remembered her striking beauty, which left a profound impression on me. Treating such ailments is indeed challenging, especially considering the elderly woman's advanced age. She was simply enduring her days. The young girl concealed the costs from her. Yet the elderly woman could sense the burden and even expressed a desire to leave the hospital, afraid of accruing expenses. The young girl grasped her hand and said, "Every day you live brings me joy. Please do not abandon me." I was moved to tears. I cared for the elderly woman for over a year, though her illness had persisted far longer. Throughout this time, it was solely the young girl by her side. No other family members emerged, not even her son or daughter-in-law. When I inquired about her children, she lamented that this girl was her only living relative, as the rest had all passed away. The bond between the elderly woman and the young girl was profoundly strong. They relied on one another, leaving one to wonder what audacity her son, who had never shown his face, possessed to criticize. The caregiver was rightly indignant. While the affairs of the entertainment industry may not concern her, the gravity of the situation struck deeply. Now, witnessing the truly unfilial individuals condemning Shi Zhi for her lack of duty, she could no longer remain silent. Joining the chorus of voices was not only the caregiver, but also a classmate of the elderly woman's grandson. He is my classmate, a well-known troublemaker, attending a college that merely required tuition for entry. He is extravagant with money, flaunting the latest electronics, completely oblivious to any semblance of familial hardship. His father drives a fine car. Previously, in class discussions about Shi Zhi, he spoke of her with utter disrespect, claiming to know her and calling her their family's cash cow. Though now she has fallen from grace. We privately mocked him for his boastfulness, yet it seems there was some truth to his claims. Indeed, they are connected to Shi Zhi. They are nothing but ruffians, mere bullies. Journalists ventured to interview locals, who revealed the elderly woman's tragic plight when her legs were still capable. She was pursued and berated by her daughter-in-law. Fortunately, a child she had adopted came to her rescue. For a moment, the online community fell silent, only to erupt in indignation. The funds for lavish houses and cars were likely extorted from Shi Zhi, were they not? I was left speechless. Such shamelessness. I could only think, you are truly despicable. Watching them leap from windows in the dead of night, I thought, will they not injure themselves?
Now.
My mind is filled with a singular thought. How they not met their demise? What pretense of modesty they display as laborers. True laborers do not behave so brazenly. Shi Zhi, you are truly commendable. Shi Zhi is truly commendable, displaying unwavering gratitude by caring for the elderly who adopted her until their final days. It is often said that the numerous roles she undertook were primarily to fund her guardian's medical expenses. This revelation brings forth a profound sense of clarity. Each expenditure correlates to a specific period, tracing back to Shi Zhi's time as a student at the Performing Arts Academy. She debuted early and gained fame swiftly, emerging as a rising star known for her exceptional talent and captivating presence. Many speculated that she might be the successor to the renowned actresses of her time. How could such a talented artist find herself in such dire straits? In retrospect, everything seems to align perfectly. With her beloved grandmother falling ill, financial resources became paramount. Prior to this, she had transitioned from a notoriously disreputable entertainment company, amidst reports of her facing exorbitant penalties for breaking her contract. In the face of familial mortality, the quality of her projects likely became inconsequential. That year, Shi Zhi was often depicted as frail, almost as if a gust of wind could lift her away, embodying a delicate marionette. At that time, she was merely a university student, lacking connections and burdened with significant responsibilities, a state of complex emotions.
Now.
Shi Zhi appears to have revitalized her essence. Having endured hardships, she has become adept at cooking and even recognizes wild fruits. Indeed, children from impoverished backgrounds mature swiftly. What is Shi Zhi currently engaged in? Following a barrage of news hitting the public eye, what is her next endeavor? After hearing the butler report the compensation amount from the television station, her hidden wealth surged considerably. As a wealthy individual, Shi Zhi decided to treat herself to a luxurious sugarcane. With her dental health restored, she could indulge once more. The sugarcane was both sweet and refreshing, and after savoring it, she received a call from Ning Jiaqi. Sister Shi Zhi, I heard you were so hungry you resorted to eating tree trunks? Shi Zhi replied, what tree trunks? Her image of gnawing on sugarcane in the street was captured, and following the ensuing turmoil, reports exaggeratedly portrayed her as weak and destitute, fabricating tales of her being so impoverished she resorted to tree bark. Consequently, she was suddenly branded as impoverished. Both Ning Jiaqi and Bai Wu sent her money, particularly Ning Jiaqi, who was especially loyal. Sister, feel free to spend without hesitation. What's mine is yours. Shi Zhi responded, really, there's no need. Confused, she did not accept the funds. Yet her WeChat was flooded with messages from friends expressing deep concern, believing she had suffered indignities. No matter how she tried to clarify, it was futile. She realized that it mattered not what she felt, but rather what they perceived. Thus, she acquiesced, yes, I am indeed weak, pitiable, and helpless. She even posted on her social media, I almost got scammed and was quite startled. There's no need to send money. If you must express your goodwill, perhaps some local delicacies? A subtle hint. Local specialties are indeed quite delightful. Later, Shi Zhi added, but please, no more young men offering specialties. Chapter 41. The Unwanted Fame on the 40th Day. After posting on her social media, Shi Zhi indeed received an overwhelming array of local specialties. Bai Wu, hailing from a coastal city, sent her dried seafood, including squid, shrimp, and fish fillets, delicious and easily stored. Ning Jiaqi contributed sausages, while the Go prodigy Wu Luo sent cheese. As Shi Zhi counted her delightful treasures, she felt immensely satisfied, believing that this time she had truly gained a wealth of offerings. Upon learning about Shi Zhi's post and reflecting on her demeanor, Quan Ge perceived a certain resemblance between her and those who exaggerate their circumstances. Naturally, he dared not voice this thought. This incident seemed to have settled down, and Quan Ge even received a call from the television station hosting Youth My Style. They intended to clarify that they did not aim to target Shi Zhi. Rather, they sought to inquire if she would be amenable to receiving a personal apology. Quan Ge found this notion absurd. They wished to feign innocence while simultaneously not wanting to confront her? Wasn't it they who had stirred the pot? Yet, he was taken aback by their desire to apologize. After all, Shi Zhi was an artist, and television stations rarely bowed to artists. Quan Ge couldn't quite fathom their reasoning. Shi Zhi pondered for a moment and speculated that perhaps they were frightened by the prospect of financial repercussions. The manager remarked that they possessed an outstanding legal team, which indeed seemed impressive. Although the compensation couldn't rival the profits from endorsements, it was still remarkably substantial.
Quan Germain, Bourgeois.
Was unaware of Shi Zhi's legal action against the station. Shi Zhi casually diverted the conversation. It's nothing. Aren't we supposed to shoot that game endorsement this afternoon? Her attempt at changing the subject felt somewhat clumsy, as the matter was rather convoluted. Nevertheless, Quan Ge did not press further and once again immersed himself in work. Excited for the afternoon's game endorsement shoot, which he described as quite aesthetically pleasing. The game's characters, rendered through computer graphics, boasted flawless features and striking physiques. Real-life portrayals often fell short in comparison. Even the most attractive actors struggled to capture the essence of their digital counterparts. If a delicate and demure actress were cast, the result could be disastrous. There had been instances of round-faced actresses failing to embody the beauty of the game's leading lady, facing backlash from fans. However, such concerns were non-existent for Shi Zhi. She had often been privately dubbed a model face. So when she donned the game's meticulously replicated costume, a blend of light blue and white traditional attire, complete with jingling bells on her wrists and ankles, her enviable figure was showcased to perfection. She appeared ethereal and enchanting. The members of Shi Zhi's team transformed into enthusiastic cheerleaders. Sister Shi, you look absolutely stunning. What an extraordinary beauty. A male staff member who had played the game whispered. I can't help but think that Sister Shi looks even more beautiful in this outfit than the character in the game. To which a female publicist confidently replied, no need to doubt. It is certainly true. The game's staff were equally impressed, affirming that Shi Zhi was indeed the perfect choice. Shi Zhi initially followed their instructions to capture several sets of photographs. A fan was blowing directly at her, causing her long hair and flowing sleeves to dance in the wind, as if she might ascend to the heavens at any moment. This series of images exuded an ethereal quality. The next set featured Shi Zhi reclining gracefully in front of a green backdrop, holding a jade wine bottle. Her lips pursed in a gentle smile. In post-production, the green backdrop would be transformed into a picturesque scene of flowing water and a quaint pavilion, lending a feminine allure to the composition. The director applauded enthusiastically. Not only did Shi Zhi embody the character's appearance, but her synergy with the scene was remarkable. In her heart, Shi Zhi chanted, money, money, money. This time, she had raised her rates, and the compensation for the game endorsement was indeed commendable. Although Shi Zhi did not lack for wealth, earning her own money felt particularly gratifying, especially since the work was not strenuous, just wearing beautiful clothes and posing for photographs. Quite delightful, she mused, brimming with motivation. However, where had the prop sword vanished to? The shooting progressed smoothly until it was time for the scene featuring the prop sword. Yet, the staff responsible for props could not locate it. After a few murmurs, they hurriedly left to search. Shortly, there was another scene requiring a prop, and the director had previously inquired if Shi Zhi could perform swordplay, to which she had replied affirmatively. Is this it? Shi Zhi picked up a sword, albeit with some uncertainty. The crew members were equally unsure. After scrutinizing it for a moment, a team member remarked that it bore little resemblance to a sword. Rather, it resembled a hybrid between a sword and a knife. Moreover, was it not excessively hefty? It seemed somewhat incompatible with Shi Zhi's delicate persona. A male staff member, familiar with the game, felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this prop, but could not immediately recall which character wielded it. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi had begun to brandish the sword with a certain flair, exuding an aura of prowess. The director, observing her, felt a nagging intuition that something was amiss regarding whether her character would use such a sword. Shi Zhi's team shared the sentiment. At that moment, the prop staff member burst in, exclaiming, I found it. The atmosphere suddenly froze as she beheld the woman wielding the sword. In Shi Zhi's hands was the authentic weapon designated for her character. Shimmering in pale blue with embedded gemstones, it appeared particularly delicate. In stark contrast, the object Shi Zhi had been wielding was 3 or 4 times larger. I remember now. Isn't that the weapon used by the game's tank character? The male staff member, deep in thought, finally recalled, slapping his thigh in realization. It was indeed a weapon adapted from game design. Every game features a character archetype akin to a tank, and this one was no exception, showcasing muscular male figures without any female counterparts. Alongside their shields, they wielded distinctive weapons, specifically the dual knives that Shi Zhi was currently brandishing. Here was a seemingly fragile, ethereal beauty, skillfully handling the imposing weapon of a tank. In that moment of profound silence, a group approached the studio. Guoxiao, Shi Zhi is inside filming. The person in charge led the way, followed by a relatively young gentleman. The individual known as Guoxiao is indeed a wealthy heir, and the game currently endorsed by Shi Zhi is a product of his family. In fact, Guoxiao played a significant role in securing this endorsement, primarily because he finds Shi Zhi aesthetically pleasing and in line with his taste. Today, Guoxiao arrived with ulterior motives, as per his plan. He intended to establish a connection with Shi Zhi and subsequently invite her to dinner, hoping that this would pave the way for his pursuit. According to the information available, Shi Zhi is described as impoverished, hailing from a less fortunate background, and if necessary, he could always resort to financial prowess to assist her. With these thoughts in mind, Guoxiao prepared to indulge his eyes at the filming location. Upon his arrival, he observed Shi Zhi clad in a fairy-like dress, wielding a large sword. At that moment, someone nearby called out to Shi Zhi, introducing her as the daughter of the game's CEO. Shi Zhi, with her sword directed towards him, swiftly retracted it. Guoxiao was taken aback. Was Shi Zhi merely slicing through air?
No.
She was severing his sordid thoughts. Guoxiao felt utterly disoriented, his gaze inexplicably drawn not to her curves, but to her biceps, which exuded strength. The sword she wielded, he recalled, was crafted specifically for tank characters. Designed to convey a sense of power, its weight was substantial. Upon hearing the introduction of the young man, Shi Zhi felt it polite to engage in conversation. So she approached him and said, "Hello, I am Shi Zhi." Guoxiao immediately responded, "Sister Shi, which gym do you train at? Your strength is truly impressive." Unconsciously, he referred to her as sister. Previously, Shi Zhi's impression of game endorsements was rather simplistic. If you're a brother, come and cut me. Yet, she managed to present a distinctly different persona, suggesting, "Prepare yourself, I am coming to strike." The roles had instantaneously reversed. Throughout Shi Zhi's filming, the CEO's son maintained a courteous demeanor, exercising restraint, even displaying a hint of timidity. His apprehension stemmed from the fear of being harmed. Faced with a visage that was not only flawless in reality, but even more captivating than in videos or photographs, he found himself devoid of any other thoughts and respectfully saw Shi Zhi off. Shi Zhi's filming experience was relatively pleasant. Quan Ge contemplated whether this endorsement would attract more casual fans. The dedicated fans were a secondary concern. Gaining more casual followers was the immediate goal. Quan Ge also arranged for Shi Zhi to participate in a variety show, having discovered that she had unlocked a newfound skill in this arena. Although she had appeared on variety shows before, never had she garnered such attention or popularity. Recognizing the public's interest, he knew it was imperative to include her in such engagements, as those within the industry feared idleness. Everyone was occupied with a packed schedule. Shi Zhi's commitments were already comparatively few. The variety show promised to be enjoyable, with relaxed recordings that could generate considerable discussion. Depending on the pace, it could be completed in a day, or at the slowest, within a month. It was the type of show that included elements of competition, outdoor settings, yet was not overly exhausting, allowing everyone to engage in games together. Shi Zhi cast a skeptical glance at Quan Ge, doubting his words. Sisters and Brothers Charge Forward has officially announced its guest lineup for the upcoming season. Besides Shi Zhi, there is another rising star from idol dramas and 2 male guests. Fans are quite thrilled about Shi Zhi's participation in this new episode. Is Master Shi Zhi making a triumphant return? One wonders if she still has the vigor to forge ahead. Her presence has always enlivened the variety shows she appears on, especially as recent programs have been rather lackluster. When will it air? I can hardly wait. Upon her arrival at the recording venue, Shi Zhi clutched her thermos, while Quan Ge seemed on the verge of relinquishing control over it. To Shi Zhi, it was never a matter of concern. What's wrong with a thermos? Compared to bottled water, she simply prefers something warm. The moment she appeared with her thermos, the cameraman could not restrain himself from directing the camera at it. Shi Zhi, what delightful concoction brews within your thermos today? He inquired, a smile gracing his face. Could it be honeysuckle and chrysanthemum again? Shi Zhi was puzzled by the need for such inquiry. Today's theme was beauty. It appeared that Shi Zhi's temperament was quite amiable. Zhi is here, greeted the regular cast of Sisters and Brothers Charge Forward, all exhibiting courteous friendliness. Sister Shi, I adore your dramas, one round-faced girl remarked, vaguely recalling that she was also a guest, having starred in numerous idol dramas. Noticing Shi Zhi's lack of recognition, the girl hesitated before introducing herself. Sister Shi, do you not remember my name? She had struck a chord, for Shi Zhi genuinely failed to recall. There had been too many names introduced moments ago.
Anya.
She stated. Enlightenment dawned on Shi Zhi. Oh, Annie. I remember now, though in truth she did not. Annie took a deep breath, maintaining her sweet smile as she declared, I grew up watching your shows. The surrounding guests exchanged subtle glances at this remark. As Annie approached Shi Zhi, a seasoned veteran of the entertainment industry, sensed something amiss. Was she implying that Shi Zhi was old? Among female celebrities, age is a taboo topic. And the first encounter with Annie revealed this seemingly sweet actress possessed quite a sharp tongue. Shi Zhi gazed at Annie's face, taken aback. Are you still a minor? Annie, bewildered, struggled to maintain her smile. Of course, I'm an adult now, 20 years old. In fact, I am even older by actual age, she stammered. Upon hearing Annie's hesitant claim of adulthood, Shi Zhi responded with a knowing tone. I thought so. You don't seem like one. Wu Luo appeared to be a youthful minor, while Annie, despite her cute demeanor, bore the visage of a mature woman. If she were indeed underage, it would be a cause for concern. Those eavesdropping stifled their laughter, particularly as Shi Zhi delivered her observations in a serious tone, not conveying anger, but rather engaging in earnest discussion. Annie's complexion was far from radiant. She was unable to muster a smile. As the guests gathered and exchanged pleasantries, the recording commenced. The name Shi Zhi had become a household moniker, and naturally, the elder's mobility was not as sprightly. However, a rebuttal quickly emerged, the star-studded sports event, where Shi Zhi had secured first place in 3 categories, was more than enough to establish her prowess. Yet, what the netizens failed to realize was that Shi Zhi had distanced herself from athletics, as she had met with a swift demise in the realm of intellectual games. The venue was reportedly filled with 100 enthusiastic spectators. Shi Zhi heard numerous voices calling out Annie's name, a testament to her considerable popularity. The interactions between Annie and Shi Zhi were rather sparse, as Shi Zhi remained wholeheartedly focused on the competition, recognizing that the outcome was significant for the entire team, and it was preferable to emerge victorious. Alas, they lost. Shi Zhi's teammates were rather inept. The host regretfully announced that Shi Zhi's team had been defeated in this round, as her teammates accepted flowers from the audience. Each flower symbolized a vote, and the more votes received, the greater the chance of survival. The contestant with the fewest flowers would be consigned to the black room for 20 minutes. Annie received the most flowers, claiming half of the total, while Shi Zhi managed to garner only 2. The disparity was palpable, as the other guests observed Shi Zhi, a gap that most would find unbearable. Yet, Shi Zhi remained unfazed. Where is the black room? Take me there, she stated. Upon entering, she discovered the conditions to be rather pleasant. There was air conditioning, a sofa, and sunflower seeds. Once assured that the seeds were permissible to consume, Shi Zhi settled onto the sofa and began to snack. After 20 minutes, she was released to rejoin the game, but soon found herself once again in the black room as a result of audience votes. It seemed that Shi Zhi was a constant fixture in the black room, while the other guests came and went. By the end, Shi Zhi had grown accustomed to her situation. Is there even a need for voting? Let us just leave, she remarked to the cameraman trailing her. Already making her way toward the black room, she and her teammates performed abysmally in the game and ended up being locked away. The black room was surprisingly comfortable. Though devoid of a phone, it only contained a camera and the cameraman, with few guests accompanying her and no mobile device to engage with. Shi Zhi gradually began to feel bored. She addressed the camera. I think they should install a television here. The director quipped. Shouldn't we also add a refrigerator and a computer? Shi Zhi began to pace around the room, scrutinizing her surroundings, until she grasped the iron bars and turned to the cameraman. I just thought a song. The cameraman inquired. What song?
Iron Bar's Tears, she replied.
The cameraman nearly lost his grip on the camera, exclaiming, Isn't that fitting? But come on, Shi Zhi, you're a celebrity. Could you be a bit less down-to-earth? She truly resembled a prisoner at that moment. Shi Zhi's actions conveyed to the cameraman that it was unacceptable. She had already begun to sing while clutching the iron bars, holding a steamed bun in hand, with her dish devoid of any oil, delivering an emotionally resonant performance. Cameraman, please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not make him laugh. This equipment is quite costly. And do not take advantage of his ignorance. This song is certainly not Tears Behind Bars. Shi Zhi, she has no idea how to sing Tears Behind Bars, but as long as she is happy, that suffices. In the next moment, Shi Zhi tore off a metal rod from the iron bars. Cameraman. Director. Shi Zhi. She feigned nonchalance and reinserted the dislodged rod. The cameraman refused to engage with Shi Zhi, fearing she might delve into inquiries about her age, marital status, or plans for a second child, which would surely shatter his composure. He even concocted an excuse. I'm hard of hearing. I can't hear you. Shi Zhi, really? She was skeptical. After a while, she approached the cameraman once more. He intended to repeat his earlier excuse. Shi Zhi raised a plate and said, Wait a moment. Your hearing may be impaired, but the sunflower seeds are running low. Could you refill them? Having spent too long in her confinement, she had devoured all the seeds. After a moment's thought, she added, It would be even better if there were some variety. While sunflower seeds are delightful, consuming them excessively leads to palate fatigue. Some dried fruits, peanuts, pistachios, or pine nuts would be splendid alternatives. Cameraman, so you've turned this place into a snack shop? As Shi Zhi pondered whether to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, a childish voice echoed from outside the iron bars. Why are you inside? Two little children, a boy and a girl of preschool age, peered into the room. Shi Zhi approached and communicated with them through the bars, saying, The big sister is locked up. The girl, sporting pigtails adorned with a bow, looked particularly adorable and tentatively asked, Are you a princess locked up by a bad person? She had seen fairy tales where the princess was imprisoned in a castle. The program's director observed each contestant through machines in a designated room. While the main scene was filled with fierce competition, he still noticed Shi Zhi's predicament.
How do we let them in?
Director, the staff over there is insufficient. Most are busy around the main venue, and Shi Zhi's little black room is on the side. Director, let us escort the children away shortly. He then chuckled upon hearing the princess remark. Children truly believe in fairy tales. The girl adamantly declared, Yes. Therefore, Shi Zhi nodded and affirmed, Yes, I am. If she believes she is, then she indeed can be. Cameraman. Weren't you a devil before?
How do you possess two faces now?
The program's director exclaimed, Ah, Shi Zhi is a princess. What does that make them? The cameraman shared the same bewilderment. Shi Zhi shot him a glance. Are you foolish? Can't you use the process of elimination? If I am the princess locked up by a bad person, then you must be the witches. It is well known that the antagonists in fairy tales are witches. Chapter 42, Desiring Not to Become Famous on the 42nd Day. Program Team. The male cameraman, feeling compelled to assume the role of a witch, wondered if he could request a change of character. He would prefer to be a little dwarf. The director was genuinely taken aback when Shi Zhi acknowledged her identity as a princess and earnestly began to embody that persona while engaging in lighthearted banter with two young children. Just moments ago, she had been the languid Shida sitting on the sofa. Shi Zhi appeared elegant and poised. Today, she had styled her hair in soft waves, with some strands intricately braided and adorned with floral embellishments. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on her profile, bestowing upon her an aura of tranquility and grace, indeed reminiscent of a princess. Shi Zhi first inquired of the two children, Could you kindly share your identities with me? Establishing their respective roles would facilitate a more fruitful interaction. The little girl confidently declared, I am also a princess. Shi Zhi clasped her hands together and exclaimed, What a delightful coincidence. Now, there are two princesses. Her tone was slightly exaggerated, yet the children were enchanted, especially the little girl, who beamed with joy. The little boy hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Shi Zhi understood his reluctance and reassured him that there was no rush to respond. The children were immensely enthusiastic about Shi Zhi, particularly the little girl, whose cheeks flushed with excitement upon learning of Shi Zhi's royal status, brimming with questions for her. With sparkling eyes, she asked, Princess, where is your home? Shi Zhi paused, caught off guard by the inquiry. However, she did not keep the children waiting long and confidently replied, In the magical fairy castle. The cameraman was taken aback. The magical fairy castle? So, the princess resides in a castle of magic? The little girl chimed in, a very, very far away place. Shi Zhi nodded, acknowledging the truth in her statement, as many fairy tales begin with such phrases. The cameraman quipped, Well, are you a joyous lamb or a lazy lamb? The three of them continued their whimsical conversations, maintaining their fairy tale personas. Just as they were reveling in their dialogue, a staff member brought Shi Zhi a platter of dried fruits. Earlier, she had expressed a desire for variety, and now she was presented with cashews, pistachios, pine nuts, and an array of flavored sunflower seeds. Princess, here are the dried fruits you requested, the staff member whispered, lowering their voice, yet the children caught on immediately. The little boy pointed at the staff member and voiced his curiosity. Princess, why are you asking the witch for food? Although the director initially struggled to comprehend Shi Zhi's intentions, he found himself captivated by the scene unfolding before him. It was refreshingly delightful to witness Shi Zhi engaging with the children rather than watching the other guests in their competitive exchanges. However, the little boy's question jolted the director. Was this a potential misstep? It seemed inappropriate for a princess to be asking a witch for food. Yet he belatedly realized the importance of maintaining this character, as it wasn't part of their planned filming.
Fortunately, no disaster ensued.
Because Shi Zhi remained unhurried. She merely cast a glance at the fruit platter before continuing to smile and say, I plan to eat them out of house and home, so they will let me go. Would you like to assist? The items provided by the production team were quite delectable, and since the little ones had come, they might as well share a bit. The two children chimed in unison, yes. Let's help the princess eat and defeat the witch. Shi Zhi shared some dried fruits with the children, and together they munched on sunflower seeds, the sound echoing with a satisfying crunch through the window. The little girl even pulled some candies from her pocket and handed them to Shi Zhi, soft and sweetly saying, as an exchange. Shi Zhi expressed her gratitude and accepted the treat, but she still felt the need to educate the two children on safety. Do not accept food from strangers. She is not a stranger. She is a princess. Shi Zhi was still in the small dark room. Surely she must be feeling quite bored? A regular guest was also thinking about Shi Zhi. He felt that her situation was rather tragic, as if the competition was deliberately targeting her. No guest had ever stayed in the small dark room for such an extended period. The director of the production team took a sip of water, pondering that everyone was still too young. Would Shi Zhi be bored? On her end, it was as if teacher Shi had commenced her class, happily chatting and eating with the two children, far more joyful than the contestants engaged in the competition, creating her own little paradise. Another regular guest, having been sent to the small dark room during a game, informed the others, I will go check on Shi Zhi. At least there is someone to keep her company. He had already envisioned how desolate Shi Zhi must appear in the small dark room, but to his surprise, she was eating dried fruits while conversing with two unfamiliar children, all referring to each other as princess. The male guest was taken aback. Had he stumbled into the wrong place? Yet Shi Zhi was indeed Shi Zhi. A staff member held him back and briefly explained the background, quietly adding, Quick, think of an identity for yourself. Everyone had a name. If one did not wish to be the witch, they had to create their own persona. Their initial confusion had transformed into keen interest, likely due to Shi Zhi's influence, as her natural demeanor made the unusual seem perfectly normal. The three individuals still behind the iron bars all turned to look at the male guest who had just entered. In a moment of inspiration, he declared, I am a tree. The two children epitomized the essence of true childhood curiosity, their minds filled with countless questions. The staff member, who had introduced the male guest, face-bombed, lamenting, this free play is not working, it would be better to simply be witches together. It was Shi Zhi who found a new identity for the momentarily speechless male guest tonight. The male guest, being slightly older, was a senior. He experienced the whimsical fairy tale world up close, transitioning from uncertainty to gradually becoming absorbed in the play, reluctant to leave the small dark room. Where outside is as fun as here. Shi Zhi was so content that she could hardly be bothered to leave. She had found her companions. The bond between the children and Shi Zhi blossomed rapidly, both enchanted by the beautiful princess who possessed a gift for storytelling. Princess, would you like to come out? The young boy inquired first. Shi Zhi sighed, adopting a distressed expression. But I cannot go out. I am confined here. To validate her predicament, Shi Zhi grasped the iron bars firmly. Yet, the bars were once again dislodged. Shi Zhi, are these iron bars even functional? Questioned the director of the show. Is there something amiss with this princess? Other princesses are delicate, yet you remove iron bars. What does that signify? The little girl gazed toward the door, where staff members were indeed observing. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Shi Zhi and said, Wait for me. Seemingly making a significant decision. Her youthful face took on a serious demeanor as she walked cautiously toward the staff. A dedicated cameraman trailed the child, eager to discover her intentions. She strained to lift her face, for the adults loomed too high above her. In her sweet, childlike voice, she addressed the gatekeeper. Can I bribe you to let the princess out?
Thank you.
With that, she emptied her pockets, revealing candies and the dried fruits Shi Zhi had given her, all clutched tightly in her hand. These are for the witch. The staff member was utterly charmed by the girl's innocence, but upon hearing the word bribe, he realized the inappropriateness of her choice of words. Although the girl was delightful, even offering all her snacks to free Shi Zhi, the staff member had to coldly refuse. Internally lamenting, I'm so sorry. The director overheard the boy suggesting to Shi Zhi, shall I help you escape? With gentleness proving ineffective, a more forceful approach was necessary. Escape? They all heard that. The director exclaimed. And Shi Zhi, what are you doing? Cease your nefarious actions. The director, monitoring from the control room, stood up in alarm. Seeing the two children disheartened, Shi Zhi felt compelled to bring them joy. Having come this far, she resolved to surprise them. She removed all the iron bars from the window, which were already poorly affixed and easily dislodged. With determination, she rolled up her sleeves, climbed through the window, and leapt out. Escape accomplished. For the two children, this was a delightful surprise, prompting joyous cheers. The boy, witnessing the miracle, asked Shi Zhi, "How did you manage to come out?" "How did you?" Shi Zhi blinked mysteriously. "Because everyone wished for me to come out, I temporarily acquired magic." The director, however, was not met with joy, but rather shock. Stunned, he remarked, "How splendid." While others are Disney princesses escaping, Shi Zhi is a Disney princess dismantling her home. Furthermore, he questioned the staff, "Why are you all cheering?" The little girl then asked Shi Zhi, "May I give you a hug?" Shi Zhi crouched down, opening her arms. "Of course, my little princess, it would be my utmost honor." The little girl exuded an aura of softness. After embracing Shi Zhi, she suddenly spoke in a mischievous yet bashful tone, whispering, "I think I know you are recording a variety show. Is the princess sister a star?" While everyone had been immersed in a fairy tale, the little girl had stepped out of that enchanted realm on her own. Shi Zhi feigned surprise, praising the girl. "You are so clever to know about variety shows and stars." The girl's cheeks flushed deeper as she replied, "I watched with my mother." She then pondered, "Why does the princess keep going into the house? Why don't the others go in?" Though her age impeded her linguistic prowess, Shi Zhi helped her piece together her thoughts. Why has she been locked in a small dark room, instead of doing something else? Shi Zhi explained that it was for the sake of her team. They lost a game and hence, not many people voted for her with flowers. The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Why don't they vote for the princess? It was unfathomable to her. "The princess is so wonderful. I'm your fan." A little boy, fearing exclusion, jumped in, "Me too. Me too." Shi Zhi unexpectedly garnered two young admirers, finding the situation both amusing and intriguing. "Why do you like me?" she inquired, prompting the staff from the production team to perk up their ears. In unison, the boy and girl exclaimed, "Because you're pretty." A simple and blunt acknowledgement. Shi Zhi mused that perhaps the children's taste was rather discerning. Yet, it wasn't merely her appearance. The little girl later counted on her fingers, explaining her fondness stemmed from Shi Zhi's kindness, her storytelling, and the delicious treats she provided. When it was time for the children to leave, they clung to her with reluctance. The scene evoked laughter from everyone, and the cameraman finally discerned the identity of the boy from the grassland, not the playful sheep, but rather the wily wolf. After the recording concluded, each guest underwent an interview. When it was Shi Zhi's turn, the director asked a few standard questions before specifically inquiring, "Miss Shi Zhi, I noticed you played along with the children in the dark room, portraying a princess." Shi Zhi nodded. The director continued, "May I ask why you chose to engage with them in that manner? Many might perceive it as somewhat childish." Although Shi Zhi ultimately drew them into the fun, it was indeed enjoyable. Reflecting a moment, Shi Zhi responded not with the expected straightforward answer, but recounted an experience. "I once visited an amusement park where many staff members dressed as fairy tale characters. Everyone was joyous, both adults and children. I was swept up in the atmosphere, taking photos with the characters. Then, I witnessed a couple with their child. The father told the child, 'These are all fake.' The child burst into tears. The couple had spent time and money to bring their child to the amusement park, surely out of love. Yet in that most joyful place, potentially a treasured memory for the child, they shattered the child's dream. Not everyone has the ability to create fairy tales, but we should strive to avoid breaking others' dreams. In a world devoid of magic, belief alone conjures its existence. The directors and producers, having matured, gradually relinquished their faith in fairy tales. Yet, did they not once revel in the enchanting realm of childhood fantasies? When confronted by an adult, cloaked in disdain and malevolence, who declares these dreams to be mere fabrications, they too experience a tumultuous blend of confusion and anger. To their surprise, Shi Zhi emanates an unexpected warmth. Amused, the directors reflect on how this situation intertwines with Shi Zhi's essence. Initially, upon hearing children express their admiration for Shi Zhi, they assumed it was a fleeting whim, considering their tender age. However, they were astonished to discover the sincerity behind their intentions. The directors pondered whether Shi Zhi might bestow a token upon these children, not for any ulterior motives, but simply as a gesture of kindness. Shi Zhi readily agreed, displaying her generosity. "Could you assist me in contacting the children's parents?" she inquired. The staff affirmed this possibility, their curiosity piqued, asking if Shi Zhi's signed photographs could be provided for distribution. With a wave of her hand, she clarified that it was not merely a photograph. She needed her assistant to coordinate further. The staff, perplexed, questioned what required such assistance. Shi Zhi's smile broadened as she revealed her intent to gift them with study materials, including comprehensive exercises from their formative years, even those from high school. The staff gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you a devil? Why would you present study books to your fans, especially to such young and innocent children?" They speculated that these children might transition from admiration to disillusionment in the years to come. Contemplating, Shi Zhi quietly mused about arranging a similar gift for Duo Qi, who was nearing school age. "We are fated to meet. All other children have their share, so Duo Qi must be included." The staff engaged in a flurry of discussion, deliberating on the identity of Duo Qi. Some recognized him as a child from a previous variety show Shi Zhi had participated in. Once the recording concluded and Shi Zhi was reunited with Quan Go, he inquired about her thoughts. Shi Zhi reflected, the sunflower seeds were quite delightful, having made a point to inquire about the brand before leaving. Quan Go was perplexed. Meanwhile, Shi Zhi was engrossed in conversation with her assistant, arranging practice materials for both children, affirming that children should diligently study and strive for excellence. Unbeknownst to Duo Qi, his beloved Shi Zhi sister was participating in a show while keeping him in her thoughts. After relaying her plans to her assistant, Shi Zhi mused that Duo Qi would likely be deeply touched. The assistant nodded, suggesting that he might even be moved to tears. Whether those tears stemmed from joy or sorrow remained uncertain. Shi Zhi's advertisement for a beverage had been released, saturating the streets with images of her enjoying soda from an insulated cup, an irresistibly catchy campaign. Quan Go envisioned Shi Zhi's likeness adorning the beverage, a dream finally realized. Upon the launch of this drink featuring Shi Zhi's image, her friends eagerly purchased it, sharing photos of themselves with the drink alongside her. Shi Zhi could only think to herself, at over 100 pounds, can we not exhibit a touch of maturity? The promotional event for the beverage took place outdoors. Yet there were not many spots for Shi Zhi to showcase herself. She merely stood there for a moment, having had a pleasant rapport with the brand previously, which allowed the team to feel at ease, engaging in lighthearted banter. However, the jovial atmosphere abruptly ceased as the team noticed a group of over 20 individuals approaching Shi Zhi with an aggressive demeanor. One of Shi Zhi's team members exclaimed in dismay, "Aren't those our haters?" The last time Shi Zhi was besieged, it was by a group of men in black. And this time they could not possibly be mistaken, as several of the leading figures were all too familiar. Shi Zhi's fervent detractors had surrounded her on numerous occasions before. Her assistant had previously informed her that while other stars were greeted by fans at the airport, she was met by haters, often accompanied by derision and insults. "Protect our Shi Zhi" became a common thought among the team. During the last incident with the men in black, the team had been lackluster, with only one girl receiving a promotion for her commendable performance, leaving many to lament their missed opportunity. Now, the chance had arrived. Whether or not promotions were at stake seemed trivial. What truly mattered was Shi Zhi's kind nature. Shi Zhi barely registered the situation, only vaguely hearing her team shout about haters before her hand was seized. In a flurry, they lifted her and hurried towards the building. Shi Zhi was bewildered. Given that this was a minor event, she had brought only a few people, and her team, sensing they could not confront the situation, decided to flee. They hoped that the on-site security could hold them off for a while. As Shi Zhi's group took off, the pursuing detractors broke through the stunned security and chased after them, shouting, "Don't run." The team, carrying Shi Zhi, quickened their pace, exclaiming, "This time they've caught up. How audacious." Even passers-by could not stand idly by. Shi Zhi had committed no egregious act. So why were the haters so brazen in broad daylight, forcing the staff to carry her away in flight? It was inappropriate. Someone discreetly called the police. 10 minutes later, the scene was divided into 3 factions: Shi Zhi's team, the detractors, and the police. The officers surveyed both sides and inquired about the situation. One of the familiar detractors from Shi Zhi's team cautiously raised his hand, claiming he could explain. We're one of you. Shi Zhi's team could hardly contain their laughter, questioning why the detractors were pretending to be allies after their earlier reckless pursuit. Faced with skeptical gazes, the detractors grew anxious, insisting, "We truly are on your side. Prepare yourselves," came the command, and the team braced for action. Someone removed their jacket, intending to shield Shi Zhi from potential harm, only to witness the detractors simultaneously brandishing their support banners, swinging them in unison. Shi Zhi, the universe's sweetheart. Chapter 43. The 43rd day of not wanting to go viral. Shi Zhi's team was taken aback, and Shi Zhi herself was equally puzzled. Her assistant whispered to her, "Incredible. Are the haters truly this deranged?" They're even pretending to be fans and doing it so convincingly. The prepared hand banners were ready. Had they not genuinely recognized these few detractors, they might have taken it seriously. It is well known that Shi Zhi possesses no fans, only critics. Previously, the detractors had grown so powerful, they formed their own faction. The assistant remarked to the critics, "You must know we have all remembered you," and recounted several of their past activities, which the critics had indeed followed. The critics admitted to having stalked and disparaged Shi Zhi, but they insisted, that was in the past. We have turned over a new leaf and reformed. So, please trust them. Team, what nonsense. Shi Zhi herself expressed her belief. She could discern that this group was not lying. Shi Zhi thanked the police and apologized, clarifying that it was all a misunderstanding. The authorities, seeing that no real conflict had arisen, deemed it a positive outcome, offering a few words of guidance before departing. Leaving Shi Zhi with her critics, the team was genuinely anxious. With brother Quan absent today, how could sister Zhi suddenly let them off the hook? The leading male critic felt a warmth in his heart. They had not anticipated that Shi Zhi, the very person they had once disparaged, would speak on their behalf. Shi Zhi, she affectionately called, causing the team members to wear expressions that were subtly awkward, akin to constipation. How absurd. Shi Zhi, they mocked. You are overdoing it. Shi Zhi gazed at the group, and after her declaration of trust, everyone expected her to share some heartfelt sentiments. Instead, she began with, "You have misused the idiom, to turn over a new leaf and reform. Is that how it is used?" The critics were momentarily taken aback. Teacher Zhi was indeed strict. What an odd point of focus. Yet, this did not deter their admiration for her. When they had previously disliked Shi Zhi, they found fault in everything she did, even her drinking of water. Now that they liked her, even her earnest admonishments appeared utterly charming. Shi Zhi, we watch siblings forward and spontaneously organize to support you. You are not without fans. We are all your fans. The team members, catching wind of possible hidden truths from the show, plan to search for more information shortly. Well trained, they held their support banners with flair, gazing at Shi Zhi with shining eyes. Various support slogans emerged, undeniably genuine affection. Staff from Shi Zhi's team exclaimed, "Wait, is this for real?" While Shi Zhi was on stage at the event, her team was eagerly searching for related content. Discovering keywords like Shi Zhi, tears behind bars, Disney princess, and no fans intertwined. Particularly the latter was gaining tremendous traction. The team was bewildered. Who could explain what was happening? The episode of Siblings Forward featuring Shi Zhi had indeed aired in advance. What amusing antics would Shi Zhi unveil today? It was almost painfully familiar. When Shi Zhi was first confined to the small black room, everyone found it hilarious, laughing heartily. However, after she was repeatedly locked away, the barrage of comments began to express confusion. What is the situation? Why does Shi Zhi only have 2 votes among 100 live audience members? Is it not a bit unreasonable? Is her popularity so low? I am quite astonished. How could Annie garner so many votes? Moreover, Annie has made numerous mistakes which, if not deliberate, could be deemed rather foolish. In the program, Shi Zhi's errors have been relatively few, while Annie has made frequent blunders. And Shi Zhi being sent to the black room is largely attributable to her. Immediately, Annie's fans retaliated, asserting that Annie has always had a good rapport with the public and has just starred in a hit drama. They expressed gratitude for everyone's attention towards the beauty and requested more support. Annie's fans also apologized on her behalf, reminding everyone to maintain decorum and refrain from quarreling. They described Annie as adorably naive, acknowledging that while she caused trouble for Shi Zhi, it was undoubtedly unintentional. Annie's fans demonstrated their organizational prowess, clearly managed by a professional team, and while leaving comments, they also took the opportunity to promote Annie's drama. Additionally, Shi Zhi appeared relaxed in the black room. While Annie frequently apologized on screen, sticking out her tongue whenever she erred, which, combined with her charming appearance, rendered her seemingly harmless. This effectively quelled the rising ire among the audience, though many harbored doubts in their hearts. Wondering if inheriting the rich's fortune was not more popular than Annie's so-called hit drama, Shi Zhi spent most of her time in the black room. Logically, she had limited screen time, yet her performance in the black room was remarkably striking. Clinging to the iron bars, she sang a humorous song about holding a steamed bun while lamenting the absence of oil in the dish. The audience reacted with bewilderment, questioning whether she could not see her own face and how her silly antics clashed with her appearance. The scene was quite tragic. In the magic fairy castle and the green pastures, Shi Zhi engaged joyfully with the children, creating a captivating experience. Despite it not being the main venue, She transformed it into another focal point, and many found the whimsical world she created more entertaining than the serious competition taking place elsewhere. Incredible. As I watched the competition, I found myself wanting to fast forward. I had already done so. How could the Black Room be so amusing? More of this, please. The comments also began to playfully reference where everyone was from, showcasing the dramatic flair of the participants. Shi Zhi, look me in the eyes and tell me, is this magic? This is clearly a physical attack. For some reason, despite the humor, when Shi Zhi emerged, I felt a wave of emotion. She is so gentle. A girl, astonished and incredulous, declared her intention to become a fan of Shi Zhi. The comments momentarily fell silent, suddenly struck by the poignancy of the moment. They too detached from the earlier comedic scenes, sharing the same astonishment as the girl. Why does no one support Princess Shi Zhi? Shi Zhi spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any plea for sympathy, yet the audience felt increasingly unsettled. I just searched around and discovered something. Shi Zhi does not have a fan club. It was disbanded years ago. However, the anti-fan club appears to have a considerable number of members. As a figure of notable beauty, possessing an impressive body of work, having debuted several years ago and frequently trending in searches, Shi Zhi has surprisingly not garnered a substantial fanbase. This is indeed perplexing. It is not uncommon for those around me to be unaware of who Annie is. Setting aside the absurdly high votes for Annie, why is Shi Zhi so nonchalant? I am not suggesting that her calm demeanor is undesirable. In fact, I admire her serene disposition. However, she boldly stands up for consumers and for Lu Ziming. Yet when it comes to her own circumstances, she retreats into silence without a word of complaint. Nonetheless, I wonder who might establish a fan club for Shi Zhi. Count me in. I am her admirer. Originally, the blogger merely intended to express personal musings and sentiments, but to their surprise, the comments, shares, and likes exploded in number. Should a fan club for Shi Zhi be established? Please include me. I am also raising my hand, who claims that Shi Zhi lacks fans. I am indeed a fan, albeit a casual one, having grown fond of her since our village. I too wish to join the group. The comments below are filled with requests for inclusion. Who asserts that Princess Shi Zhi has no supporters. They are indeed fans of Princess Shi Zhi, bestowing her with the recognition she deserves. Amidst the anticipation, the Shi Zhi fan club has reopened, with Weibo and groups now actively engaging. The core management members had not departed. It was merely the case that many had unfollowed due to external pressures and attacks from detractors, prompting a name change. They initially believed that this group would never welcome new members again, yet here they are, astonished by the influx of applications. Concurrently, Shi Zhi is silly has also trended. In Super Baby, Duoqi held back much, resulting in misunderstandings from adults, prompting netizens to reflect, is Shi Zhi not in a similar position? She refrains from clarifying or defending herself. Shi Zhi remarked that Duoqi's behavior was silly, acknowledging her own moments of folly as well. Within the company, one might jest that these fans were indeed recruited from Annie's side. After the conclusion of their activities, the group gathered to watch siblings forward. And whenever Shi Zhi received only 2 votes, everyone could not help but voice their frustrations. Shi Zhi truly is unfortunate. One might wonder if she spent her time in the dark room merely snacking on sunflower seeds. Quanjun asked Shi Zhi, who was distracted by her phone, why she hadn't spoken up. The audience's reaction was certainly unusual. Quanjun could discern that Annie's side might be attempting to overshadow Shi Zhi. Perhaps they feared that Shi Zhi would outshine Annie on camera, yet it was undeniable that when Shi Zhi stood alongside Annie, she was the one who captured immediate attention. They likely regret their decisions, not anticipating the influx of fans they inadvertently provided us. Quanjun remarked, how long has it been since they felt the joy of having fans? This is indeed the essence of being a fan. The team was once again exuberantly active, reminiscent of a creature scurrying through a moonlit field of melons. Shi Zhi, the subject of this scenario, remained the most composed, though she did express her surprise. Team members mused, surely, they were startled by the rapid increase in fan numbers? Then they heard Shi Zhi speak with a disapproving tone, lamenting how everyone claimed she was impoverished. In truth, she was far from destitute. She was quite affluent. Caught between being foolish and poor, she barely recognized herself anymore. Following the broadcast, Shi Zhi's followers on Weibo surged at an astonishing rate, accompanied by a multitude of comments. The newly appointed Jihua fans held a particular fondness for Shi Zhi, leading to a revival of interest in her background. The media sensationalized her supposed poverty, claiming she scavenged for food on the streets, yet her supporters swiftly defended her, deeming such narratives utterly false. Nevertheless, the tales spun were equally fantastical. Some even suggested that her adept fishing skills stemmed from a childhood of hardship, where she had to rely on fishing for sustenance. Shi Zhi thought, what kind of fish is that, so resilient to bait? While she had no intention of investing a single cent in her acting career, she was certainly not impoverished, and it was prudent to clarify that misconception. Therefore, Shi Zhi discreetly approached her versatile steward, requesting a designer outfit that was instantly recognizable, preferably from a widely known luxury brand, rather than an obscure haute couture piece. The steward indeed curated an exceptional ensemble for her, embodying elegant Chanel aesthetics, luxurious yet not ostentatious. Shi Zhi donned the attire and ventured out, considering that given her previous street-side barbecuing and sugarcane chewing, it was likely that reporters would capture her image. And indeed, they did. However, the commentary deviated significantly from her expectations. To be precise, it was quite far removed. One comment noted that she had specifically donned this designer outfit to avoid causing her fans distress, eliciting even more affection from them, followed by a flurry of likes and expressions of love, with many eager to shower her with gifts. Shi Zhi pondered, who borrowed what? Was it me? Yet, she found herself unable to clarify this matter further, as she foresaw that any attempt to assert the outfit was her own purchase would only prolong her name's association with the trending topic. Ultimately, Shi Zhi resolved to delve into the realm of her detractors, curious about the peculiar filter through which the public viewed her. The small group of haters tirelessly sought to unearth her secrets, and each time she entered their discussions, she marveled at their enthusiasm. Shi Zhi had seamlessly integrated into the ranks of her critics, and upon entering the group this time, she noticed a lack of activity. She decided to share their daily catchphrase, "A new day of black Shi Zhi time begins. So, let us chat." Previously, this had been their customary greeting, without any objection. However, today, the group leader unexpectedly announced, "I must inform you all, this group will be disbanded. I can no longer pretend. I have transformed from a hater to a fan. I wish to join the Protect Shi Zhi initiative and become a Jihua. Or, if anyone wishes to take over as group leader, please let me know." Shi Zhi found herself amused by how endearing she seemed to be to so many. A true man dares to transform from a critic into an admirer. He wishes to support Shi Zhi and aspire to be like the gardenia flower to elevate Shi Zhi's status. For he is indeed of great significance. Shi Zhi? Surely, she cannot have misread the situation. Yet, her perception was accurate. Shi Zhi had anticipated that the group leader would face vehement condemnation from the members. Surely, everyone would be astounded, just as she was. As the rows of exclamation marks in the chat clearly indicated a reaction, the members were indeed taken aback, particularly since the leader had fled. However, rather than expressing strong disapproval, soft murmurs began to emerge. Count me in. I did not dare confess that I had also shifted my allegiance. Alas, it turns out I am not alone. When I changed my stance, I remained silent, secretly cherishing my newfound admiration, having grown fond of my fellow members and reluctant to leave the group. Now that the group leader has voiced his support, I shall no longer feign indifference. One by one, everyone expressed their resolve to be candid. Initially, they had contemplated departing the group, yet it appeared unnecessary to leave. Perhaps only a few might exit on their own? The formerly critical fan group had seamlessly transformed into another stronghold for the gardenia flower. Shi Zhi, an active former critic, received special attention as the members who had turned from adversaries to supporters treated their former stance with newfound warmth, having all come from the same journey. Mere moments ago, they were united as one family. Thus, Shi Zhi was tagged in the conversation. Should we expel you outright, or shall we simply kick you out? It was not devoid of warmth, merely devoid of sentiment. Shi Zhi contemplated, I believe I can still be salvaged? Consequently, Shi Zhi was not removed from the group. Instead, the members joyfully showered her with 100 reasons to adore her, striving to welcome this once ardent critic into their ranks of fans. When Shi Zhi first joined the former critic group, she had been impressed by the professionalism displayed. It was filled with diverse talents, including editors and photographers, who had previously highlighted her unflattering moments and subtle expressions. Now, they had begun to labor diligently, crafting beautiful compilations of her finest moments. Those who had transitioned from critics to fans exclaimed, "Sister Shi Zhi looks stunning at every angle, a flawless 360-degree presence. My heart races throughout the editing process, feeling utterly captivated." Compared to the hastily reassembled fan club, the former critic group exhibited a level of professionalism and training that was commendable, with only slight chaos during the initial transitions. Shi Zhi welcomed an influx of supporters, and even Zhong Jiesin joined the Gardenia Flower family, proudly revealing her fan status on Weibo. The atmosphere among the gardenia flower enthusiasts was electrifying. They were eager to witness more of Princess Shi Zhi and were willing to spend generously to support her. Several staff members' Weibo accounts had already received countless private messages. Meanwhile, Kwanga took 2 days to regain his composure in the face of this burgeoning fanbase. This was an excellent opportunity to solidify their support. He promptly arranged for Shi Zhi to conduct a live stream, allowing her to interact directly with her fans, express her gratitude, and promote her endorsements. Once the news of Shi Zhi's live stream broke, the gardenia flower supporters eagerly anticipated it, preparing themselves for the event. Kwanga placed great importance on this live stream, even drafting a detailed outline for Shi Zhi, which she skimmed through. The first step is to express gratitude to the fans. The second step is to provide a detailed introduction of the endorsed brands, urging everyone to spend money, to offer their support. Did you see that, Kwanga? After watching, Shi Zhi felt quite assured and discarded the paper that outlined the steps. As the predetermined live broadcast time approached, the number of online viewers surged rapidly, quickly approaching 1 million, which even caused the stream to lag. Initially, Kwanga was slightly concerned that Shi Zhi might forget the process, but to his surprise, she performed splendidly and with poise. She began by thanking her fans, to which the comments flooded in, "No need to thank us, we're late." Shi Zhi then introduced the 2 products she was endorsing, a beverage and a game. Kwanga nodded in satisfaction. It was now time for a detailed introduction to encourage everyone's support. Then, Shi Zhi addressed the audience, stating, "The beverage I selected is incredibly delicious. However, no matter how delightful it is, moderation is key to avoid cavities. Toothaches are not trivial, they can be excruciating, so remember to brush your teeth after enjoying the drink." As for the game, she hesitated before admitting, "I haven't played it yet, so I'm not entirely sure about the specifics." The audience was taken aback by her honesty. Shi Zhi continued, "My colleagues have said it's quite entertaining, and while it's fine for adults to unwind after work, minors should not become addicted to online gaming, no more than 15 hours of playtime." Her precise admonitions left Kwanga bewildered. "Are you really the spokesperson?"
he questioned.
Shi Zhi refrained from excessively praising her endorsed products, opting instead for a candid discussion. The beverage is enjoyable, but one must not overindulge and must maintain dental hygiene. While the game, though reported to be fun, should not interfere with important matters. Kwanga genuinely contemplated muting her. Shi Zhi shifted to a more comfortable position and continued to engage with the audience, stating, "Don't come to see me in person. Attending live incurs expenses." Someone commented, "But what if we want to meet you?" Shi Zhi leaned in slightly, "Just look at the photos and videos. Isn't that sufficient? You do know what white purchasing means, right?" She lowered her voice slightly, having noticed Kwango's expression of exasperation. "Do you need me to teach you how to white purchase?" Shi Zhi remarked, shaking her head. "It seems this generation truly lacks understanding." With a grand gesture, she declared, "Allow me to provide a tutorial." Chapter 44, Reluctance to Become Famous. The 44th Day, No. We Are Rebellious. Combined Edition. Initially, everyone thought Shi Zhi was joking, but then they witnessed her genuinely demonstrating the process. "Welcome to Shi Zhi's class," she announced. To successfully engage in white purchasing, you first need the right equipment. At the very least, a smartphone, or else you want to be able to view anything. Most who can watch the live stream already have that. Very economical. She continued, "If you want to see me, why chase after me in person when photos and videos are readily available? Aren't they enticing?" Since joining the group of ardent fans, Shi Zhi has come to understand the adage that true expertise lies among the populace. Within this community, everyone excels at video editing, showcasing skills that rival those of paid professionals within a team. The fervor of white paper fans is even more formidable, as the Red and White Rose editing team continues to produce exquisite content daily, consistently earning notifications from the homepage. As Shi Zhi sought out the content creators who had previously impressed her with their editing or stability, she continued to engage the group. "Honestly, I am just like you, 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth. So merely viewing photos suffices. There's no need to spend money chasing live events." Shi Zhi had noticed that among those who had come to support her last time, some appeared quite young. During a previous airport visit, she even spotted someone who seemed to be barely in high school. Jasmine Flower. They gazed at the face on the screen, suddenly questioning the descriptors used to characterize her. Such exquisite beauty, a model's visage, reduced to merely 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth? Shi Zhi had already recommended several places to view stunning photographs. A wave of astonishment erupted in the former dark fan group, now transformed into a fan community. "Big Brother Baichuan, hurry over. Shi Zhi just endorsed your editing skills during her live stream." Baichuan, a member known for his exceptional photo editing, had once been a formidable force in the dark fan group. Now, as a jasmine flower, his skills had improved even further, with beautiful images flourishing everywhere. He could no longer contain his excitement. He was finally able to edit beautiful images with pride, without needing a nudge from the group members. He was already watching the live stream. Oh my, I'm so thrilled. Today I could edit 100 images. He had never anticipated that Shi Zhi would notice him, and he was instantly filled with motivation. Shi Zhi not only found accounts for everyone to view images and videos, but also provided tutorials on how to access paid video content. She emphasized the importance of copyright awareness, advocating for reasonable ways to enjoy content without cost. Video platforms often host official Weibo accounts that conduct giveaways, offering free access.
Additionally,
consistent check-ins could accumulate enough points for membership days. For those who preferred not to bother, waiting for promotional events to obtain coupons could also lead to significant savings. After her extensive explanation, Shi Zhi took a sip from her thermos and asked the group, "Have you all learned this?" She then observed the reaction. How does Princess Zhi know that check-ins can be exchanged for membership days? Shouldn't such knowledge belong to a noble princess?
how infuriating.
Now I must spend money to please the princess. Oh, how pitiful. What an extraordinary little darling. Shouldn't the esteemed princess, Shi Zhi, be aware of these matters? Many others chimed in. I'm sorry, it's not about lacking money. I simply want to spend. Everyone understood the rationale, but chose to ignore it. Shi Zhi mused. The title of princess feels like a game for children. Why do they all call me that? She even caught a glimpse of someone shouting, in a house with a middle schooler, defiantly proclaiming, "No, we are rebellious." To which Shi Zhi retorted, if your child is truly in middle school, then it seems the rebellion has come rather late for the mother. Others may indulge in freeloading, but I resolutely reject such behavior. True fans wholeheartedly support every event, purchasing all manner of merchandise. Upon arriving at Shi Zhi's venue, she seemed anxious about others spending their money. Shi Zhi, invite you to freeload from me? Thank you, she exclaimed. Tutorials emerged, crafted with earnest intent, yet the fans remained indifferent. Some even wondered where Shi Zhi's manager had gone. The assistant, attentively monitoring the live stream, raised his head and noted, Quan, the fans are calling for you. Quan, with a forlorn expression, replied, no need to call, she's no longer here. He had also fallen under Shi Zhi's spell, realizing that the outline he had prepared was utterly futile. Nevertheless, Quan rallied his spirits. Why are they calling for me? The assistant chuckled. They want you to silence Sister Shi Zhi. The fans, bold and defiant, were uninterested in any tutorial on freeloading. They simply wished to spend money and urged the team to quiet Shi Zhi. Such sincerity, however, is not always beneficial. Quan, invigorated, thought, finally, she's back in the game. He had long wished to silence Shi Zhi, but had refrained due to the presence of her devoted fans in the live stream. Unexpectedly, the fans were demanding Shi Zhi to be muted. Shi Zhi noticed the barrage of comments requesting her silence, her mind swirling with confusion. What's going on? You don't want to spend money, and you're unhappy? When Shi Zhi went live, she inadvertently taught her fans how to freeload off her, trending on social media. Viewers were amused by the absurdity. When has the main star ever demonstrated how to freeload from themselves? Yet, they were captivated by Shi Zhi's candid remarks. She spoke genuinely about a beverage endorsement, acknowledging its taste while cautioning against overindulgence for dental health, and about a game that remained unfinished, played by those around her. Surprisingly, this piqued the audience's curiosity. Now they wanted to try the drink and the game. Sales of the beverage surged, and the game received excellent publicity, delighting both sponsors. This alleviated some of Quan's anxiety. He had initially feared Shi Zhi's blunt honesty might intimidate the sponsors. Although one might question the advertisers, one could certainly trust Sister Shi Zhi, who had endeared herself to the public. Shi Zhi was refreshingly sincere. When the game company first approached her, it was merely the son of the game's CEO being smitten. However, any unsavory intentions were thwarted by Shi Zhi's formidable presence. To their astonishment, she suddenly gained a legion of fans eager to spend money, their enthusiasm yearning for an outlet. The fans exhibited a grandiose spirit, eager to pamper their Princess Shi Zhi. Buy the drinks. Purchase the magazines. Even if the drinks piled up and remained unfinished, they could be gifted to friends and family. As for the magazines, they were in high demand. Previously, the white paper fans had snatched them all. When would new magazines be released? They eagerly awaited. Just moments ago, they had been touched by Shi Zhi's poignant remarks about not shattering others' dreams, only to be met with her unexpected offer of a study package, leaving them exclaiming, "Are you a devil?" Even her participation in a parenting variety show was swiftly arranged. Duo Chi, a beloved child star from Super Baby, is not only adorable in appearance but has also contributed to several iconic scenes alongside Shi Zhi. His popularity on Weibo rivals that of minor celebrities, and his parents shared a screenshot revealing that Shi Zhi intended to send them a study package. In the photograph, Duo Chi displays an artificial smile, while Shi Zhi's image appears to be enveloped in a filter so thick it may as well be 18 meters deep, rendering even the most serious moments exceptionally whimsical. Is this devilish?
Hardly.
Shi Zhi is merely encouraging the budding hopes of our nation, inspiring the flower buds of our homeland to pursue their studies. After all, how exorbitant are tutoring materials these days? The assistants in Shi Zhi's team found her remarks quite astonishing, truly demonstrating that fans often align closely with their idols. Shi Zhi herself had explained it this way previously. In light of this momentum, the game Shi Zhi endorses began its promotional campaign, with staff members reaching out to her for assistance in advertising on Weibo. Previously, Shi Zhi's endorsements held little significance. They had initially focused solely on her beauty, as her follower count was modest, making paid trending topics more valuable. However, the landscape has shifted. Shi Zhi's fanbase, the Shi Zhi Hua, has already made waves on trending lists, thus attracting attention to this vast market. Shi Zhi is quite accommodating in these matters, having received compensation. She was pleasant during the filming, and subsequently, she took to Weibo to share the official video and images. Two distinct sets of photos emerged, one radiating an ethereal charm, with her exquisitely crafted features appearing almost otherworldly, and another showcasing her innate allure, captured against a green backdrop that has since been enhanced with a gazebo and flowing water. Her gaze seemingly shy yet captivating. Netizens exclaimed, "I am utterly speechless. This is even more stunning than in the game. It's outrageous. I always knew Shi Zhi was beautiful, but I never anticipated she would reach such heights." The Shi Zhi Hua fans were in a frenzy, remarking, "Ah, today they are devoid of emotions, mere machines." Amidst this excitement, the game developers released behind-the-scenes footage of Shi Zhi wielding a large sword. In the video, her stunning appearance, both ethereal and enchanting, was evident, yet she held a weapon that starkly contrasted with her delicate image, a sword akin to those wielded by the game's tanks. Just moments ago, the netizens were praising her. Now, they are questioning the game developers and Shi Zhi. What on earth is happening? Why is she brandishing a sword in person? Indeed, Shi Zhi is no stranger to peculiar occurrences. The humor in this situation is undeniable. Regardless, the promotional effort has succeeded, particularly due to the striking contrast presented. Behind the scenes, Shi Zhi Hua was in fits of laughter, while publicly, they feigned ignorance as various influential figures began to creatively reprocess the endorsement photos and official videos. If they act swiftly, only beauty will remain for Princess Shi Zhi. The absurdity will never catch up with her. When Quan Go approached Shi Zhi, she was in the midst of unboxing letters sent by her fans. The global fan club had already established contact with Quan Ji's team, aware of how crucial fans are. The fan club's coordination with Shi Zhi's team allows them access to her schedule and work arrangements. When the assistant handed dozens of letters to Shi Zhi, she had not anticipated the new world that would unfold upon opening them. The sender's name, age, and appearance were unknown to her, yet it felt as if this person, familiar and intimate, communicated through the letters, expressing their admiration and sharing snippets of their daily life. From the mere words, Shi Zhi could sense their fervent passion. A weight of responsibility settled more heavily on her shoulders, leaving her with mixed emotions as she confided in Quan Ge. With the artist's schedule being so demanding, the time available to read letters was scant. It was not that she was indifferent to her fans' letters. Rather, she was overwhelmed. Even her rest time was squeezed. Relationships between people should be reciprocal. She pondered what she could possibly do.
Quan Germani, I understand.
Perhaps a variety show? He suggested, aligning perfectly with the topic at hand. Shi Zhi remarked on the multitude of invitations for variety shows she had received. While quality scripts were hard to come by, good variety shows were still within reach. Quan Ge had selected several shows for her, each with its own peculiarities, and he had somewhat resigned himself to the process. He presented 3 invitations he deemed worthwhile for Shi Zhi to choose from. After a moment's thought, Quan Ge tentatively inquired if it was perhaps due to her past as a mentor. "Are you referring to the Start Your Performance segment?" Shi Zhi replied. Quan Ge pressed on. "What about the pet variety show? I believe they invited you because of your success in managing children. Handling a pet should be no issue. Do you have any pets at home?" Previously, Shi Zhi had showcased her culinary skills in our village. And now Quan Ge was suggesting she could easily manage a pet as well. Initially shaking her head, she reflected, "Do you consider fish as pets? I could catch one and prepare it in soy sauce." Clearly, that would not suffice. Eventually, only a travel-themed variety show remained. Shi Zhi recalled it vividly, wondering if it was intended to reunite the cast of our village. Kwanga checked the conversation history and confirmed, "Indeed. How did you know?" The group chat was abuzz with this information. Following the departure of one member, the remaining cast members had been getting along well, prompting the desire to gather everyone for this new show. Just yesterday, she had seen Bai Wu and Ning Jiaqi discussing it, with others inquiring if she would participate. Being with familiar friends would certainly be preferable to going alone. Even host Tian Hong would be involved. Bai Wu, currently filming, later tagged Shi Zhi in the chat, stating, "I haven't made a decision yet, still contemplating, but my current project is nearing completion, so I have time. Would you like to join Shi Zhi? If you do, I can too, and we can look out for each other." Although it seemed the norm was that she was often the one being looked after, Wu Luo was still unaware but expressed his desire to gather with everyone if time permitted. Shi Zhi, from afar, affectionately patted Wu Luo's head. She had grasped the overall situation and informed Quan Ge, "Let us go with this one." The third variety show was titled Super Challenge, and the guest list was released a week later. The variety show Our Village has featured 4 individuals, Bai Wu, Shi Zhi, Ning Jiaqi, and Tian Hong. Wu Luo was unable to attend due to ongoing competitions and was assigned to close training by the team. Shi Zhi comforted Wu Luo, encouraging him to train diligently for the glory of the nation, emphasizing the importance of his primary responsibilities. Not only was Shi Zhi delighted, but the fans of Our Village were also thrilled as the new year approached, eagerly anticipating the second season. However, they were met with the delightful surprise of the 5-member group assembling 4 individuals, which was quite commendable, especially the trio of Bai Wu, Shi Zhi, and Ning Jiaqi. Events had unfolded between Shi Zhi and these two, and the joy was amplified threefold. Meanwhile, Super Challenge was taking place in another city, requiring air travel. Upon Shi Zhi's arrival at the airport, she heard her name being called. "Princess Shi Zhi, over here."
Zizi.
Dozens of fans were waiting for her, their faces alight with excitement. Her assistant also shared in the enthusiasm, whispering to her that they were fans. They finally had their moment, having previously faced attacks from haters, with no one to greet them at the airport. Shi Zhi had previously stated that they could simply enjoy, without expecting anything in return. As she approached, Shi Zhi had not anticipated Shi Zhi would come over, her face flushed with excitement as Shi Zhi drew nearer. Just as Shi Zhi began to speak, the crowd chimed in unison, calling her a rebel. Why the airport greeting? It's simply rebellious. Someone explained that it hadn't cost much, as most fans lived nearby. Some distant fans had wanted to come and greet her, but, remembering Shi Zhi's prior comments, they refrained. This eased Shi Zhi's expression, as the pressure of being surrounded by so many rebels lifted slightly. She also noticed that everyone was holding items thermos cups. They eagerly explained that true fans must have matching items, showcasing the Shi Zhi thermos cup, with a white base and gray rim made of stainless steel, which was truly worthy of admiration. Shi Zhi had no objections to this. After all, the thermos was indeed a remarkable invention. She also recognized a girl in the front row holding a camera. "I remember you," the mistakenly boarded black fan. This remark caused Xia Anan to feel the weight of her companion's gazes. Why did Shi Zhi remember her? Xia Anan pondered. Is it because I once chatted with her about all the dirt while I was still a hater? She expressed to Shi Zhi that she had transitioned from a black fan to a true supporter. The transformation brought her immense joy, as she realized that being remembered by her idol was indeed an unexpected badge of honor. However, such a method of recognition was not advisable for others, as it could be quite disheartening, and in a different context, it might lead to severe repercussions. In addition to holding thermos cups in support of Shi Zhi, the fans had prepared gifts, all of which Shi Zhi declined to accept, choosing only to receive letters. She emphasized that monetary gifts were unnecessary, as she was financially capable of purchasing her own items. The fans remained there, content and satisfied, while the staff provided affirmative responses. What else could they expect? The sole purpose of coming here was to catch a glimpse of Sister Shi, who had been engaged in conversation with everyone for quite some time. Shi Zhi is truly stunning. Is this not a matter of the obvious? As the Zhi flowers gathered to see her off, they busily tweeted while animatedly discussing amongst themselves. Today's gathering was drawing to a close. They had intended to depart when unexpectedly, they were halted. Someone recognized the staff member beside Shi Zhi. While everyone held cups of milk tea and carried various snacks, they were momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Is there such treatment for those coming to greet the arrival? Is it not usually the other way around? Typically, Fans present gifts to artists, yet Shi Zhi not only refrained from receiving gifts, but also bestowed them upon her admirers. In the lounge, Shi Zhi was diligently opening letters, deeply moved by the heartfelt sentiments of her fans. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone. "Sister Shi, are you about to engage with your fans?" Her assistant inquired. "I wonder which fortunate G flower it might be." The assistant leaned closer for a glimpse, then exclaimed. A song titled "Wishing You Peace" was dedicated to this particular G flower. Netizens soon discovered that Shi Zhi had, in one breath, bestowed numerous likes upon a fan account with fewer than 100 followers. The initial reaction from everyone was, "Has her account been hacked?" However, that account appeared to belong to a true admirer of Shi Zhi. The individual behind the account then emerged to share their astonishment. "Oh my hands are trembling. Shi Zhi actually liked so many of my posts. I have never met her. I haven't had the opportunity yet. If Shi Zhi's account hasn't been compromised, could someone please verify whether these likes are indeed genuine?" As a weary high school senior beleaguered by academic pressures, she had left a comment beneath Shi Zhi's post the previous night. "For every like Shi Zhi gives me, I shall recite one textbook from cover to cover." She merely made a casual remark, as is normal, and upon awakening, she was met with a plethora of likes from Shi Zhi.